I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1. The Forest of Black and White. The plain of Eterna was filled with a multitude of kingdoms and empires. In the center of the plain was an immense continent, tens of thousands of miles in all directions. It was surrounded by an even larger ocean, extending tens of thousands of miles further. The most powerful and prosperous empires were located near the center of the continent. There, mages had a command of magic that bordered on the divine. Closer to the edge of the continent, however, the nations became less prosperous, less populated, and less advanced. In the far north was located an isolated state, known as the Bull Kingdom. This kingdom was flanked on its northern and eastern border by nigh impassable mountain ranges, in the south by a wide gulf, and in the west by the endless ocean. But even further north, deep in the frozen mountain range, were a number of comparably temperate vales inhabited by tribes of people who scoffed at the southern lords and their knights. These people were hardy, fearless, and territorial. Theirs was a violent and typically short life. But as ready as the Bull King's legions were for battle, as eager as those northern warriors were to spill the blood of their enemies, there were places in those northern vales that even they were loath to enter. One of those places was the Forest of Black and White, which took up the entirety of one of the smaller vales. No tribe had ever lived there, and few even dared to approach the mountain passes that led to it. It was a place of horror, of terrifying bedtime stories told to the children of the tribes. If they were not brave against their enemies and true to their friends, the wraiths and evil gods of the forest would come to take them in the night. The vale was 100 miles east to west and 70 miles north to south, and the Forest of Black and White covered almost the entirety of that land. The forest received its name from the trees of dark bark and brilliant green leaves, and the trees of pale white bark and deep, twilight blue leaves that are most commonly seen within it. Many strange and otherworldly beings called the forest home, from the vicious beasts of flesh and blood to the spirits of ice, earth, and wind. But perhaps the strangest beings that lived in this forest were two men, a father and son pair, who built their home deep within the eastern reaches of the forest in a large clearing of purple grass. The father was tall, well-built, and looked roughly in his mid-20s, though he was at least a decade older than that. He had black hair, warm brown eyes, sharp features, and a straight nose. The son was a youth of 16, slightly shorter than his father and with a skinnier build. His features took after his father for the most part, except for his bright golden eyes. The son, Leon, was dressed in a loose-fitting shirt made of dark green woven grass, a specialty of the nearest tribe, with brown leather pants and boots. He had a hunting bow slung over his shoulder, a quiver full of arrows on his back, and a knife at his leather belt. His father, Artorias, was largely dressed the same, save for a light brown fur coat and a longsword at his hip. Artorias watched Leon as he tracked the beast they were hunting, an enormous stag large enough to feed them for several weeks. If Leon wasn't careful, this beast would have no trouble goring him with its horns or crushing his chest with a single kick. Luckily, his father was there, keeping an eye on him. Without Artorias, Leon was certain he would have long been killed by the beasts of the forest. Artorias was a powerful mage, able to project magic outside of his body and use it to detect everything for miles around himself. This allowed the two to avoid the most dangerous beasts of the forest during the day. At night, however, they relied completely on Artorias' magic power and skill with the blade to fend off the nightmarish creatures that called the forest home. The power and strength of these nocturnal creatures made wandering the forest alone at night an impossible task for a mage as weak as Leon. By virtue of his strength alone, Artorias had no trouble finding the stag they were pursuing, but this was a learning opportunity for Leon. He wanted his son to learn how to hunt, how to survive in the wild, but most of all, he wanted Leon to learn how to kill. Artorias had long ago learned the painful lesson that to survive among the mages and warriors of Eterna, one needed a strong killing intent. In fact, this was one of the reasons Artorias had the two of them live out in the wild. He wanted to hone Leon's killing intent so that he would never falter in the face of their enemies, who even now Artorias was certain were still scouring the Bull Kingdom for any sign of them. This was not the first time Artorias had Leon take the lead on a hunt. Each time Leon would have less trouble finding his prey and less hesitation killing it. But for all his skill and natural talent, Leon had never brought down anything larger than a wind wolf, let alone another person or the more terrifying and bizarre monsters that live in the forest. "We're getting closer," I'd say it came through here maybe 10 minutes ago, can't be more than a quarter mile away, whispered Leon. He wasn't saying this for Artoria's benefit, he knew his father could probably see the stag with his magic senses. No, this was so his father knew Leon's thoughts and to justify his actions. Leon didn't wait for Artorias to respond. He continued onward, following the tracks. Artorias allowed a small smile to appear on his face. Leon was correct, the stag wasn't very far. As they got closer, Leon slowed down somewhat. He began to regulate his breathing, allowing his heart to calm down. He readied his bow and drew an arrow from his quiver. This was the largest creature he had ever hunted. If he missed and it attacked him, there would be little he would be able to do to stop it. As he breathed, the magic within the air was drawn into his lungs. From there it entered his bloodstream and upon entering his heart, it fused with his blood to form mana. This mana would then enter his muscles, saturating them with magical power and making him stronger and faster than normal. When he finished preparing himself, Leon took the last few steps to crest a hill and caught sight of the stag. It was only about 300 feet away, a distance easily in range of his bow. He took aim, knocked the arrow he'd drawn, channeled his magic through his palms and into the enchantment of his bow, then drew the bowstring. He held it near his cheek for a single heartbeat, then released. The arrow crossed those 300 feet in the blink of an eye, but the stag still noticed the sharp killing intent and had time to look over in confusion before the arrow sank deep into its body. The arrow penetrated its heart, killing it instantly. Leon drew another arrow and prepared to let loose another shot, then watched the stag. After several moments, he began moving towards his kill. Good kill, boy, no hesitation, Artorias said with pride. Thanks, said Leon, with a big smile on his face. Now come on, we have to get this thing home soon as we can. Wraiths tend to be drawn towards death, and we don't want to be caught out here when night rolls around. Artorias allowed Leon only a small moment to savor his accomplishment before getting back to what needed to be done. The two found a large tree branch, fallen from a huge white tree. Leon cleared off the leaves and smaller twigs while Artorias tied the stag's hooves around it. They lifted it up and, after a few seconds of adjustment, began the trek back home. Leon had a little trouble as the stag was quite large and he was only a first-tier mage, but Artorias was far more powerful and was able to pick up the slack with ease. The two made good time, not stopping even for a moment to rest or to admire the brilliantly colored flowers and leaves seen in this forest. After several hours of walking, the trees and foliage began to thin out. They approached the clearing where they had built a fort, their home for more than a decade. However, the sun had nearly disappeared in the west and creatures were beginning to stir in the darkening woods. The hair on the back of Leon's neck began to rise, and he felt the eyes of awakened beasts and other nocturnal beings. Damn, we need to hurry, Leon said, nervously looking around into the darkened forest. Artorias, too, was looking into the forest, but he saw much more than just the trees in the dark. He saw the things stalking them among the trees, the black shadows and the pair of cold blue eyes. No, stop, put down the stag. Artorias and Leon slowly put down the stag, as per the older man's instructions. Good, now stay low and stay put. Concentrate your mana in your legs and should anything get past me, just make your way back home. Don't stop for me or for the stag. Artorias looked at his son, who nodded in response. Leon watched his father move off into the darkness, drawing his sword. It was a rather unremarkable weapon, a leather handle, round iron pommel, and a straight guard. Though the blade looked to be made of good steel, it seemed to be of a quality that any city blacksmith in the southern kingdom could make with little effort. But no ordinary smith could make this plain-looking sword. Despite how plain this weapon appeared, in Artorias' hands, it appeared to be something out of legend, sparking with lightning and rumbling with the sound of thunder. It was with this sword that Artorias went out into the dark forest. Leon couldn't tell what all was happening in the dark, but he heard the terrible screeching of banshees and the cracking sound of an ice wraith freezing the ground it was walking on. Every scream from the banshees sent his blood into turmoil, and his mana began to boil. But Leon stayed still, with the utmost confidence in his father. This sort of thing happened often and Artorias had always walked away victorious. His confidence was rewarded when he saw Artorias' sword, illuminated by the flashes of lightning piercing through the dark of the trees. He felt the wind from every swing and the cold seeping off the wraith. Soon, the noises ceased, and Artorias returned. No words were spoken between the two. This was normal for them, a hazard Artorias accepted when he decided to come here. This was a danger that Leon had always known, a danger that he no longer found particularly remarkable. Compared to the danger that Artorias knew awaited them in the south, these wraiths and their enthralled banshees were hardly even that threatening. They silently picked the stag back up and continued onward. Leon still felt the attention of beings in the woods, but they backed off after Artorias' show of force, though never quite leaving completely. It wasn't until Leon and Artorias reached the clearing of purple grass that they were finally left alone. In the center of the clearing were 4 thick wooden walls, 15 feet high and warded to keep the creatures of the night from approaching. This could be considered the only safe place in the entire vale once the sun went down. The entrance into this fort was a small depression leading to a tunnel about 30 feet away from the walls. Leon descended the familiar dirt ramp and placed his hand on a runic circle etched onto the front of the deceptively flimsy-looking door. After a brief flash of light, the door opened. Upon entering, Leon looked down the underground stone passageway and began to relax from the long hunting trip. He started to walk down the ramp, pausing only for Artorias to close the door behind them. As the door closed, there was a moment where hundreds of runes carved into circular glyphs on the door lit up, only to just as quickly darken again. This confirmed that the door had been locked and the wards had been raised. The stone bricks that made up this passageway were simply yet expertly crafted. Each brick was cut exactly like the others, and even a mage as weak as Leon could feel the magic flowing through them. There was another, larger door in the tunnel, and more heavily warded as well. It, too, lit up with magical energy as Leon pushed it open and when Artorias closed it. When Leon climbed the ramp on the other side leading up and into the fort, he sighed. It's good to be home. Chapter 2. Magic. The most noticeable thing about Leon and Artorias' home was the stone obelisk in the very center of a large stone square. It was almost 20 feet tall and every side was covered in carved runes and magical formations. This obelisk was the keystone for almost everything magical within the compound. Magic was omnipresent in the world, but there are places where it is naturally denser. This obelisk could control the flow of magic within almost 2 miles, channeling it through itself and into the formations carved onto it. This allowed for a myriad of functions, but its primary purposes were to create a magical field that repelled most weaker creatures that inhabited the forest and to increase the density of magic in the air. The former function wasn't strictly necessary, as the wards in the walls of the compound did the same thing. However, Artorias refused to take any chances when it came to personal safety and indulged every crazy fantasy that popped into his head. He had felt the sting of loss 15 years ago and was not going to take any chances. There were 5 buildings around the obelisk, forming 3 sides to the pavilion with one more side for the tunnel exit. On opposite sides were Leon and Artorias' houses. They were the largest of the buildings and the only ones with windows. The far side had the 3 smaller buildings, consisting of the ice shack, the main storage room, and the pelt storage room. All 5 buildings were made of the dark wood from the forest and contained similar wards to the walls of the compound. By the time Leon and Artorias returned, night had long since fallen and all they could think about were their beds. Just stick the thing in the ice shack, we'll deal with it tomorrow, said Artorias, eyeing his house. Leon led them to the door of the shack and kicked it open. He was immediately assaulted with a gust of cold air. The floor of the shack was made of a single slab of stone which had a glyph made of ice runes etched into its surface, keeping the wooden building chilled to below freezing. While there were a few carcasses already hanging up in the room, Leon and Artorias just lazily tossed the stag down on the ground and left. You did good today, boy. I'll let you sleep in tomorrow, but don't think tomorrow's training is cancelled. Sure thing, Dad. Leon smiled. He wasn't sure if his father was letting him rest longer as a reward for killing the stag, or as an excuse to sleep in himself. I suppose it doesn't matter. Either way I'm getting a ton of sleep tonight, he thought with great anticipation. Leon was very much not a morning person and he relished every day he could sleep in. He walked towards one of the houses by the pavilion, while Artorias made for the other. As Leon pushed open the door, there was a brief flash of blue light quite similar to the one on the door leading into the compound, indicating that even Leon's house had been heavily warded. Leon's house wasn't particularly big, only 3 small rooms. One was the living area, with a table, 2 chairs, and a bench covered in furs near a fireplace. His bedroom was just as simple, with a fur-covered bed, 4 large chests, and a small furnace. The final room was no larger than a closet, with the only thing in there being a crude toilet leading to a thin underground trough that flowed out of the compound and a water rune to flush everything out. Not a perfect solution to the waste problem, but neither Artorias nor Leon were engineers skilled enough to make a standard sanitation system. As Leon entered his house, he casually brushed his hand against a gently glowing magic circle next to the door, and the fire rune carved onto the bottom of the fireplace lit up, instantly forming a crackling fire. He placed his bow on a pair of hooks on the wall and set his quiver in the nearby corner, next to a woodcutting axe. He then took off his grass shirt and collapsed onto the bench in front of the fireplace. There was nothing he wanted more than to go climb into bed and pass out. It had been a physically draining day. The hunt itself wasn't anything special, but that stag they brought back was large and heavy. There was also the attack Artorias had fended off. Even though he didn't let Leon help fight the attackers, it had still left Leon tense and on edge. All told, Leon had expended quite a bit of the magic power held in his blood in order to keep his body moving, and he needed to recover a little before going to sleep. As he was only a first-tier mage and thus couldn't generate magic power within his body on his own, he needed to meditate and perform some breathing exercises to take in the magic in the air. Before he began in earnest, though, Leon got back to his feet and opened both wooden panels covering the windows in the living room. He then sat back down, enjoying both the heat from the fire and the cool night air the wind brought in through the windows. He breathed in, held it for a moment, then breathed out. He inhaled, held it, then exhaled. He continued this calmly and consistently, holding the air in his lungs for a moment longer each time. As he breathed, Leon's heart rate slowed. His heart began to beat so slowly that it almost seemed like Leon had died. The color in his tanned arms and face drained away to match his pale chest. His extremities grew cold, but Leon didn't shiver once. As Leon's bodily functions slowed to a crawl, his breaths began to sync up with the wind, inhaling as it picked up and exhaling as it died down. The magic from the air filled his lungs and bit by bit, made its way into his bloodstream. This magic energy flowed alongside his blood, but it didn't truly fuse to become mana until entering his heart. Leon's lungs didn't absorb very much magic, but every heartbeat fused it into his blood, slowly increasing his mana reserves. Humans are not naturally able to use magic and must adapt their bodies to make use of it. As a first-tier mage, Leon had completed the initial steps of this process and adapted his lungs to absorb the magic energy in the air he breathed. This magic then entered his body, fusing with his blood to form mana and then flowing throughout his body. The next step in the adaptation process comes when Leon's muscles have been saturated with mana long enough to start storing magic power. During the adaptation, physical training is of paramount importance, as the more blood that can flow through the muscles, the faster they grow and adapt to magic. The biggest change at this point, the one that brings a mage up the second tier, is when their heart fully adapts to magic power, allowing a comparatively immense amount of magic to be stored within the mage's body. The heart becomes the core of everything a mage is, no longer simply pumping blood but storing more than 90% of their magic supply. At Leon's current level of power, once his heart adapts, his supply of magic will almost triple overnight and continue to rapidly grow for several weeks afterward. Given that he is able to channel magic through the muscles in his palms and into the runic enchantment on his bow, meant that he was getting close to crossing this boundary. After that will come his bones. As the bones adapt to magic, they strengthen and harden. A late second-tier mage would think nothing of jumping off a 4-story building, as they would be completely uninjured from the fall. However, that mage wouldn't step into the third tier until their magic sinks deep into their bones and their bone marrow adapts. Once this happens, the mage will be able to generate magic within their bones, creating mana alongside their blood. A third-tier mage would no longer need lengthy meditation sessions to recover from magic depletion, and even stronger mages are capable of recovering magic power at an almost noticeable rate. It is only once a mage has crossed the boundary into the third tier that they are no longer considered a novice in the arts of magic, but most tribesmen who practice these arts are unable to surmount it. Those who do are usually the tribal chieftains and their thanes. This was very different in the south, though, as Artorias had told Leon that the vast majority of the knights in the Bull Kingdom were all of the third tier or higher. The best knights reached the third tier before the age of 20, that being when they were awarded their knighthoods. If they were still below the third tier by then, they might still earn their knighthood, but their career in the king's service would be limited. Leon was determined to meet that standard. When he became a first-tier mage at the age of 11 after only 2 years of training, he was beyond elated. It had been 5 years since, 5 years of very slow growth. Leon had been growing nervous at the seeming lack of progress, but when he asked his father about it, Artorias had simply smiled and told him not to worry about it, to let things happen in their own time and to not try and force anything. Leon had tried to put it out of his mind, but the fear and frustration was still there, always in the back of his mind. He trusted his father, but he only had 3 years left to achieve the 3rd tier. Leon meditated within his house for over an hour before finally going to bed. He had recovered a good portion of his power, but he would still need to meditate tomorrow before being back at his peak. By the time he woke the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky and he could hear Artorias training outside. Despite this, Leon still laid back in bed, enjoying a few moments of peace and rest before he began his own training. He left his house about 30 minutes later, dressed in light leather shorts, a sleeveless shirt of woven grass, and leather sandals. Artorias was dressed almost identically, which wasn't too surprising given their simple lifestyle. And, of course, those woven grass shirts were light, very comfortable, and deceptively sturdy, making for perfect training wear. Artorias was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone obelisk with his eyes closed and back straight. There were no visible changes to the obelisk, but Leon could vaguely feel the magic in his surroundings being channeled through the obelisk and towards Artorias. What Leon found most curious, though, was that Artorias wasn't actually absorbing any of this power. In fact, it didn't even feel like Artorias was actively pulling the magic energy towards him, but more like the magic moving towards Artorias was just its natural course. As Leon got closer, he could feel the magic surrounding his father rapidly revolving around him like a magical cyclone. Artorias didn't often train where Leon could see him, so the boy decided to observe his father for a while, to see if he could learn anything from it. The magic flowed around his father, forming a small tornado with Artorias at the center. Leon could see tiny water droplets being pulled from the ground and entering the cyclone, but the dirt and gravel of the pavilion remained largely motionless. As Leon watched, whatever Artorias was doing intensified. The cyclone grew in power, and started affecting the air around Artorias and formed an actual cyclone. It was too weak to even pick up pebbles more than a few inches off the ground, but it kicked up a ton of dust and dirt and nearly knocked a very surprised Leon backwards. Several seconds later, the wind died down and Leon wiped the dust and water droplets off his face. Artorias was standing, looking at him with a big smile on his face. "All right, consider me duly impressed. That's what you were going for, wasn't it?" Leon said as he regained his balance. "Oh, you think I need to impress my own son? Whatever would give you that impression? Because you always disappear when you want to train, and it's almost invariably when it's raining. You most certainly don't come out here for demonstrations, especially when it's this sunny outside." Leon had just looked up for a moment when his words got caught in his throat. The weather was beautiful, without a cloud in the sky. The only exception was a single, dark gray storm cloud directly above Artorias. The cloud wasn't very big, small enough that Leon hadn't noticed until now, and was gently spinning like the cyclone that had surrounded Artorias just now. "Finally noticed, have you? I almost thought I would have to point it out." Leon had never seen something like this before. When the weather would take a turn for the worse, Leon would always head inside, but Artorias would always leave the compound and go somewhere. "When you took down that stag, it showed me that you're ready for a more intensive training schedule. You're almost a 2nd-tier mage, and there are things you need to know." Chapter 3. Inherited blood, what sort of things? Asked Leon. "Where you come from, and the power within you," answered Artorias. Artorias had never said anything like this to Leon before, and the young man was understandably confused. "All right, I'm all ears. First, tell me something. What does it mean to be a mage?" "It means that a person can use and control magic," Leon answered with no hesitation. "A good answer, but not quite the one I'm looking for." Artorias continued to smile at his son. "It means they have achieved strength through their hard work." "You're not wrong, but again, not right either. It means they are smart, wise, and have achieved an understanding of the world around them." "You were closest with your first answer. A person who can use and control magic is most definitely a mage, but that is more of a symptom, a byproduct of what using magic means. As for the other two, a strong, smart, and wise person isn't necessarily a mage, are they?" Leon frowned in thought. He didn't quite get what his father was talking about. "Perhaps I haven't asked the question right. How does a mage come to be?" "A mage has magic, but before that they are just a weak mortal. How do they go from mortal to mage? They change their body. They allow magic to permeate everything within them until their body adapts to it. Then that person can use magic and is thus, a mage. Exactly. Their body must adapt. A mortal is someone who hasn't started this process. A first-tier mage has adapted their lungs, a second-tier mage has adapted their muscles, and so on. This is a process that allows one to walk the path of magic. We are born mortal, weak and powerless, and must adapt to our surroundings to fight and survive against the monsters that see us as nothing more than prey. Artorias began to get a bit worked up, gesturing with his hands for more a dramatic effect. Listen to me, little lion, we are at the edge of the world, living away from the safety of civilization so that we grow strong through adversity. Up here, we can focus on our own training and we can hone our killing intent. This is the way my father taught me and the way his father taught him. Though, admittedly, they didn't go this far out into the wilds. Artorias seemed to stare at something far into the distance. His smile changed a little into one that was prouder and perhaps a little more smug. What is the point you're trying to make, Dad? I think you might be getting a bit off track. Ah, right. Well, we are born weak and must gain strength and power through our own efforts. Every scrap of magic we possess is something we had to work to achieve. Yes, this the way of things. An ironclad law. After hearing his son's words, Artorias' smile faltered for a second, and he grew more serious. He lowered his hands and took a few small steps closer to Leon. Is it? He asked quietly. There are exceptions. You've even seen them, they're all around us. Leon was shocked to hear this and looked at Artorias with more seriousness. Humans are weak when they are born, but what about an ice wraith? Have you ever seen a powerless banshee? How about the wind wolves that can kill a man from over 100 meters away? Or the black iron bears, with hides stronger than steel? These are creatures born with great strength and power, though they are unable to raise it much in their lives. Only a select few individuals can become truly great, but all are born strong. Leon calmed a bit after hearing this, thinking that such exceptions don't really count, but he let his father continue without interruption, wanting to see where he was taking this. A monster that has the potential for a large amount of growth is rare and dangerous beyond measure. They can gain true intelligence and even human forms at higher tiers. Some even take humans as wives or husbands and have children with them. Leon's eyes grew wide at hearing this. What kind of beings would these children be? Are they the exceptions? Are they strong from birth? Leon had many more questions than that, but Artorias cut him off. Hang on a bit, little lion, let me finish. I'm getting to it. Artorias was glad at his son's interest, as these were things that pertained to him as well. It would make sense that these children would have both traits of their parents. Strength from their inhuman parent and growth potential from their human parent. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Most of these children were born with both weaknesses rather than both strengths. An innate weakness and limited growth potential. Leon frowned again with much disappointment. Well, it was that way for a while. The beasts and monsters that could grow that far were powerful indeed and managed to find a way around this, a way for their children to grow at least as fast as their human counterparts and with some of their monstrous power as well. Artorias had gotten his fire back again, speaking in dramatic tones as if he were telling a story to hype people up rather than speaking to his son alone. Leon was looking more interested now, but he was getting a bit tired of Artorias' dramatic pauses. Come on, Dad, no need to be so over the top. There's only me around to witness your performance. So what sort of process was this that allowed these children to grow in power? Artorias' smile quickly disappeared, being replaced with an aggrieved expression. How did I raise such an unfun and humorless son? How about you get into the story a little, huh boy? Leon's face began to turn into a smile not unlike Artorias', and he said, how about you tell the story a little, rather than chastise me for my seriousness? Artorias' aggrieved look vanished quickly seeing his son's own smile. These two had been living together for 16 years and no one knew them like they knew each other. These little play fights where they poke fun at the other were one of their favorite pastimes. At this point, they knew exactly how far they could push things and how far not to go. Some things are always off limits, after all, no matter who someone may be talking with. Damned killjoy. All right, where was I before you so rudely interrupted? Interspecies parents learning how to make less shit hybrids. Right. Well, the process they learned to do this was more than a little gruesome in that they needed to find a suitable enemy to sacrifice in order to awaken the dormant power within these hybrids. These children were made to drink the blood of their enemies. For normal mages, doing such a thing would be repugnant, but little more than that. For most of these half-breed children, however, this proved to be fatal. But a few survived, and this ritual allowed their inner power to awaken. They grew much stronger as a result, stronger than any other such hybrid had ever managed to become. This ritual was to drink blood. Leon had a rather disgusted expression on his face. He had seen quite a bit of blood and had spilled more than a bit, as he and Artoria's main source of food was hunting. He thought nothing about this, but he couldn't stand the taste of blood. Artorias had some trouble teaching Leon how to cook properly without overdoing it, as Leon would typically overcook his meat to get the taste of the blood out as much as he could. Well, technically, they had to drink mana, but blood sounds better, no? Leon looked a little less queasy after Artorias clarified. Mana had a far different taste than blood, even though it was basically the same stuff, just more magical. Well, eventually this ritual was refined to be significantly less dangerous. With the right materials and preparations, the bloodlines of these kids would awaken, and they could rid themselves of their limitations. They would gain their monstrous parents' power and their human parents' adaptability. An impressive combination. These kids would eventually go on to have children of their own, starting dynasties and passing down their own power as well as the knowledge to unlock it. This passed down power is usually referred to as an inherited bloodline. The Bull Kingdom in the south is ruled by a dynasty with just such an inherited bloodline. Their ancestor was a powerful bull. Through its power they have built a kingdom that has lasted over 5,000 years. And we're from the Bull Kingdom, aren't we, Dad? I remember you telling me that you were in the service of the king once. Did he tell you all about this? Leon was asking the question, but the look on his face was anything but casually quizzical. In fact, he was looking at Artorias with great expectation, expecting something else. Why even ask me that? It's not what you want to know. Just ask me what's on your mind, and don't play at being humble with me. Artorias knew exactly what Leon was doing. The boy wanted to appear like he wasn't too interested, but he had likely begun to piece things together from his own troubles with magic and what Artorias had just told him. Do we have an inherited bloodline? You've taught me so many things, from how to read to how to handle a sword. You've taught me how to hunt, how to carve runes, and how to build shelter when in the wild. You've even taught me military strategy, despite it only being the two of us here. Past few years have been feeling like you've been preparing me not to survive up here in the northern vales, but how to live in the southern kingdom with their knights and wars and nobles. But for all your work in training and educating me, you have never once taught me anything but the very basics of magic. I've asked you about this so many times, but you've always been so frustratingly vague and deliberately mysterious about it, saying, don't worry about it. So, is this why? Have we inherited some kind of power from our ancestors? Is this why my own progress in the adaptation process has been so slow? Artoria's smile widened. His son had picked up on so much but hadn't led on any of his suspicions until now. And he was right on the mark with a lot of his points. Yes, little lion, we have an inherited bloodline. With Artoria's words, Leon felt a great feeling of joy welling up from within him and almost jumped in excitement. He managed to restrain himself. He wanted his father to finish first. We don't just have an inherited bloodline, either. Our family was one of the highest among the nobility down south. We were even kings once, when the Bull Kingdom was nothing but petty kingdoms and independent duchies fighting for what little territory they could acquire. We were kings, but then how were we also nobles of the Bull Kingdom? Leon was a little confused now. They were descendants of royalty and even had an inherited bloodline, so how was it that they had been subordinated to the Bull Kings? Our power is not without a certain degree of cost. All those with inherited bloodlines have significantly lower birth rates and there is always some danger when awakening their dormant power, but our family has it worse than most. This can lead to problems if we don't have a genius in our younger generation. Far as I know, our family was strong, but the last Thunder King knew his own children wouldn't be strong enough to repel the first Bull King and all his armies after he was gone. Not to mention, one of the last times we went south, I overheard that the Bull King had his sixth child at the age of 120. Barely middle-aged at his power, but he has a royal harem with dozens of concubines and has been sitting the throne for over 8 decades, yet he only has 6 children. My own father, your grandfather, died at age 245, yet he only had 2 children, me and my older brother, your uncle. When Artorias mentioned his father and brother, his smile faded a bit, to be replaced with an odd look. His eyes seemed to glaze over, as if he were seeing something far away. Leon knew not to continue this line of conversation. He had seen that look on his father several times before, usually when the topic of their family came up. Whenever Leon asked about their family, Artorias would get weirdly serious and even almost angry. What? About the dangers of awakening our bloodline? You said that we have more trouble than others. Leon decided to try and move past the talk of his father's family, and simply continue the conversation. There are always some things that are best left unsaid, even to the closest of family. The question seemed to pull Artorias back from wherever his mind had went, and the smile returned to his face, though maybe a little too wide and forced this time. Leon knew it would take his father a few minutes to return to normal, so the odd-looking smile went by unremarked. Ah, yes, ours is damn difficult, but in ways that are hard to describe to someone who hasn't experienced it. During all awakenings, we see an apparition of our ancestor. I spoke with several relatives of the Bull King and they all said that they were able to speak with their ancestor, but I barely even caught a glimpse of ours before I woke up within the ritual circle. Our ancestor doesn't speak to us. Why the hell not? I'm not too sure. Maybe it can't, maybe it doesn't want to, maybe it simply doesn't care. Whatever the reason, our ancestor is quite aloof compared to the sacred bull. Leon frowned, clearly somewhat insulted. Well then, can you tell me what our ancestor is? Artorias glanced at Leon with wide grin. No, wouldn't want to ruin the surprise, now would I? This evil man, he just wants to seem mysterious and cool. Probably also wants to see me sweat a little. Leon decided to drop it, to Artorias' secret disappointment. Alright, so why are you telling all this to me now? We've had years training, and you've never mentioned this even once, so what changed? I saw you channel power into your bow's enchantment. You're getting close to the second tier, so I've decided you're ready to know these things. I've also finished acquiring just about everything I need for your ritual. Wait, what? What did you need to get and where did you get it? What was Artorias talking about? He'd barely left Leon unguarded in this forest for the past decade, so what then was needed for this ritual? When I killed that ice wraith last night, I managed to take its core intact. In the past few years, I've stockpiled a couple magical cores from some of the beasts in the forest, and now I have one that's suitable for the ritual. There is little else we need, apart from the mana for you to drink, and some special herbs. Special herbs, you say? Not the kind the tribesmen use, right? I've heard that crap can burn the insides, thoroughly set back magical adaptation, and turn the user into an idiot. No, not those kinds of herbs. These are more medicinal, and poisonous, than even what you're talking about. Besides, even when our bloodline is dormant, it's nigh impossible to get intoxicated. Most of what the tribes use would just pass harmlessly out of our system. There are a few things that can knock us out, though, and it is some of those herbs we need. Leon sighed in relief. He'd seen some of the tribesmen who had gotten addicted to some of the wilder herbs of the north and he wanted nothing to do with those. Some of the tribesmen had also tried on a few occasions to offer him some safer and gentler herbs, but he always declined. Leon wasn't a particularly friendly person with strangers, either, so he'd typically decline quite emphatically. And now that you've mentioned it, I can't believe I haven't noticed you stockpiling magic cores. You've never sold any when we go to the tribes to sell furs. Don't worry, son, we can't notice everything. Besides, it's not like you were ever paying much attention when we went to the tribal markets, always looking everywhere but where our deal was being made. Now then, you know what your goal is. Right, get ready for the ritual. Good, I did say that we need both the materials for the ritual as well as adequate preparation. With that in mind, we'll start with a little training. Chapter 4. Preparations. Leon walked over to the storage shack and grabbed a wooden practice sword. Artorias also picked up a practice sword and both walked back to the pavilion. Alright, little lion, show me that you are ready to awaken your power. Come at me, let me taste your strength. Leon slowly circled Artorias, his weapon held at the ready. On the other hand, Artorias barely even bothered holding a decent sword posture, simply letting his arm hang at his side with the sword all but stuck in the ground. The practice weapons that Artorias had made were all lightly enchanted. Nothing too fancy, just a small light enchantment that made them glow when filled with magic. This allowed Artorias to see how well Leon was imbuing his weapon with magic power and allowed Leon to get accustomed to using his magic in this way. Leon continued to slowly circle Artorias, but the older man didn't even turn to face the younger. Eventually, Leon had made his way to behind Artorias, but at his father's level of strength, this hardly mattered. Artorias hadn't even moved his head, but Leon had never left his sight. Leon swung his sword down towards Artorias' shoulder, but right before the wooden blade hit the man, Artorias took a half step to the side and spun to face Leon, and the sword tasted nothing but air. Leon wasn't discouraged, though, and followed up with an upward slash, this time aimed towards Artorias' arm. Again, Artorias easily dodged at the last second. Leon drew back and stabbed towards his father's stomach, but Artorias simply raised his own sword just enough to deflect Leon's sword away from him. Their training sessions always began like this, with Leon not even being able to touch Artorias no matter how fast he moved, and Leon moved fast indeed. Every time he attacked, Artorias would dodge, block, or deflect like it was the easiest thing in the world. Leon barely even got angry over it anymore. 1001 losses are hardly different than 1000, after all. Eventually, Artorias would slow down, and allow Leon to start getting close and would start fighting back. An enemy would never let Leon simply attack without making a move, and Artorias' training would never be so passive. After about half an hour, Leon and Artorias changed out the wooden swords for swords of blunted metal. These blades of low-grade iron had similar enchantments to the previous, lighting up when magic is channeled into them. Leon's blade glowed a dull white, but Artorias didn't even bother with it. At first, Leon pressed his attack, slashing and hacking at Artorias, aiming at joints and vital points. Artorias blocked again and started throwing his own counter-attacks into the exchange. Leon would dodge just like his father, but much slower and with less precision. Artorias slashed down at Leon's chest, but Leon swiftly parried and followed up with a counter-attack. Artorias blocked and slammed his body into Leon's. The younger man reeled but stayed upright and quickly regained his footing. However, Artorias had taken advantage of Leon's brief vulnerability and attacked again, with Leon barely dodging in time. At this point, Artorias had Leon completely on the defense, not able to get a single attack in. Artorias finally ended it when Leon blocked his attack, only to have his feet swept out from under him, bringing him to the ground. You still overswing. Getting all your strength and body weight behind your attack is good, but the wind-up you have beforehand gives it away. And you overstep when lunging forwards. Makes your footing rather unstable and leaves your leg vulnerable. An experienced fighter will knock you to the ground before you know it. Artorias bent down to help Leon back to his feet. Remember, don't take one step when you need to. But you can't take three when two will do, either. Keep your forward steps in battle about the same distance as when walking, and you should be fine. Leon began again, trying to keep Artorias' words in mind. He carefully measured his movements but began to get distracted when Artorias pressed his own attack. Eventually, he was knocked down again with another sweep of Artorias' leg. Good. Or, well, better at least. Again, Leon rose again and attacked, only for Artorias to knock him down again. They continued like this for about an hour, before having a brief rest and moving on to other weapons. Artorias made sure that Leon was at least semi-competent in several weapons, but Leon favored longswords, so that got the most attention. Artorias himself preferred swords, so it worked out well, but he also gave basic instruction in shorter one-handed blades, spears, and axes. After the morning's weapons training came strength training. This mostly involved using carved rocks and boulders as weights. Only Leon participated in this part, as Artorias was too strong for such conventional means of training. While Leon sweated lifting stones, Artorias went back to sitting and meditating before the obelisk. Leon slowed down to better observe Artorias as the older man formed another magical cyclone until a powerful gust of wind nearly knocked him over. Don't slow down, keep going. Artorias may have reprimanded Leon, but he was still smiling at the interest his son showed in his magic. The training eventually stopped when Leon's stomach growled like an angry bear, and Artorias responded in kind. The two almost literally dropped what they were doing and walked over to the ice shack. "So, what are you in the mood for, little lion?" Artorias asked with a smile. "That bread we made a few days ago was damned good, and maybe some of those greenhand potatoes. We still have some of that wild turkey, right? Maybe some of that," Leon responded with the utmost seriousness. The two men treated their food as business of the utmost importance and oftentimes would debate for longer than an hour about what to eat. Yes to all of that. Fortunately, they both agreed about their meal and pushed open the door of the ice shack. What they saw immediately stopped them in their tracks. The smile disappeared from Artoria's face, and he said, "But first, we should probably deal with this." The stag from the day before was still on the floor. Both had clearly forgotten about it after getting caught up in training. They looked at each other, and their stomachs growled again. "Should we just hang it up and deal with it tomorrow?" Leon suggested. Artorias looked conflicted for a moment, but a quick glance at the bread basket was all he needed to agree. They quickly tied up the stag and hung it from the ceiling next to several other, smaller, animals. The two grabbed what they needed for their meal and went outside. In front of Artoria's house was a small awning over a stone slab. The slab had several heat runes carved into it, and the two used them like oven burners. After a hearty meal, Leon walked over to the small pond behind his house and sat down to meditate. Artorias had dug a pair of 3-foot-deep holes, one behind his house and one behind Leon's, and lined them with stone bricks. On the centermost brick on the bottom of the ponds, he carved a water rune, which kept the ponds filled with clean water that each of them could use for bathing. Leon liked to meditate in front of his pond and had even planted a few bushes and small trees around to give himself some privacy. Meanwhile, Artorias had pulled out a number of wild plants he'd picked and had begun to boil and grind some of them down into a light gray paste. Others were boiled and mixed into a brown tea that he filled a water skin with. Others still had been dried and preserved, and he simply packed them up into a small satchel. His paste and water skin joined them in the satchel, and he moved on to weapon maintenance. Leon and Artorias would often venture out of the forest of black and white, usually to trade their pelts with the local tribe in the nearest vale, but sometimes Artorias would take Leon down south to the kingdom for training. Most of what they'd buy from the tribe would be clothing or food, but sometimes Artorias would get something like weapon oil for his longsword, paper for making spell runes, or certain alchemical ingredients. Artorias had little skill or knowledge of alchemy, but he did know how to make what he needed for bloodline awakening, and that was what he prepared and packed away into the satchel. His longsword didn't need a whetstone to keep it sharp, as it was clearly a magical weapon even though there weren't any obvious enchantments, but he liked to keep it polished to a near-mirror shine. After polishing the blade, he pulled out some of his paper and inscribed several lightning runes onto the sheets. These lightning spells then went into the same satchel he'd prepared before, next to a few first aid spells. All this took about 4 hours, and by then Leon had finished meditating and regained his full strength. Not that that was saying much at his power level. "Leon, come over here," Artorias called out to his son when he saw him come out from around his house. "What's up?" he asked as he walked over. "We'll be leaving tomorrow for a few days. Make sure you're packed and fully rested by morning. We'll need to find something good to kill so you can awaken your bloodline." Leon smiled in anticipation. "What do you think we should be on the lookout for?" "Obviously, something with magic. That stag you brought down yesterday, while impressive, won't do. How about another wind wolf? I've already killed one of those." "No, that won't do either. Wind wolves are far too weak. You need something stronger than you, or it won't catalyze the change in your blood we want. What the ritual does, basically, is poison you with the mana of a magical beast, with the body forced to awaken its blood in order to combat it. If we go too weak, then your blood won't be woken. We'll have done all this for nothing and I'll have to reacquire the ingredients I've gathered. We only have enough for one try, so we have to get it right. How about a black iron bear? I think I could bring one down, given the opportunity." That might work, but I'd prefer a surer thing. A river nymph or a tree sprite would be better, but they don't fill me with confidence." Artoria's expression suddenly changed. He normally had an easy-going smile, but now he looked rather conflicted, and maybe a little worried. A possibility had occurred to him. "There is something that would all but guarantee success," he said softly, more to himself than to Leon. Leon waited a few seconds before asking, "What?" Artorias hesitated a moment before answering. "An ice wraith." Leon's expression of excitement immediately fell away, to be replaced with one closer to fear and dread. "An ice wraith would definitely be sufficient, but we'd need another core." Artorias looked at his son after saying this and continued. "You'll need an enormous amount of preparation, but it might be possible for you to do it. Practically speaking, Artorias could kill an ice wraith with relative ease and take its core, as he had done the day before, but that was not the point. There were some things about parts of this ritual that Artorias wanted his son to do himself. But an ice wraith was unquestioningly out of Leon's league, and if push came to shove then Artorias would rather spoil his son than let him continue to grow up with his bloodline remaining dormant. Here's what we'll do, we'll go out tomorrow, and spend a few days scouting around. We might find something more suitable, but if not, we can always risk taking on an ice wraith. Leon looked a little better after Artorias said this. He desperately wanted to get stronger, but not so bad he'd take that great of a risk. Long ago, Artorias had told him that he should never fight any kind of wraith head-on unless he was at least a 5th-tier mage. Leon had taken this advice to heart, and the prospect of fighting a wraith terrified him. Alright, we'll head out tomorrow morning, so go pack your things and get some rest. Artorias was back to his usual smiling self, but Leon was decidedly less cheerful. As Leon walked back to his house, there was only one thing on his mind. Dad said a river nymph or a tree sprite would probably do. I'll just look for one of those in the next few days. Fighting a wraith is suicide, and there is no damned way I'm fighting one anytime soon. Chapter 5. The Hunt. The next morning, Leon had everything he would need packed up and ready. His bow was slung over his shoulder, arrows on his back, knife at his belt. He had a bag with him full of food and a waterskin at his belt. Artorias was dressed similarly, just with his sword and satchel as well. Seeing Leon, Artorias asked, "Ready to go?" Leon nodded in response. "All right, go open the door, I'll lock things up here." Leon walked down the ramp leading out, while Artorias went to the central obelisk. There were 3 small formations on the side facing the exit, runes carved into a circle, and he placed his hand in one of them. The obelisk briefly shook and the runes on its surface lit up. A nigh imperceptible barrier had been raised around the compound, its highest level of defense. With this done, Artorias followed Leon out. As the 2 men locked the door behind them, the compound became like a mighty fortress, all but impenetrable. "So, what should we be on the lookout for?" asked Leon. "Keep an eye out for any beast with significant amounts of magic power. I suppose we could settle for a black iron bear if we absolutely have to, but I'd rather find something with a higher degree of power. Yesterday, you said a river nymph or a tree sprite might do, but they're weaker than a black iron bear. Make no mistake, little lion, a black iron bear is stronger and will kill you faster and bloodier, but nymphs and sprites have more magic, and magic is what we need." And with that, the 2 made their way into the forest. The morning was uneventful, with the 2 trudging through the outer forest and seeing nothing bigger than a few large hares, so they rested a while for lunch. Leon hardly touched his meal of dried meat and bread and couldn't seem to sit still. He was still a 1st-tier mage after spending 5 years training, and the knowledge of having hidden powers he had to awaken filled him with excitement every time he thought about it. But the one thing that really gave him pause was the ritual itself. He knew next to nothing about it, save that he needed to drink mana. "Father, there's something I'd like to ask." "Go for it," Artorias responded between mouthfuls of bread. "What did you kill to awaken your bloodline?" Artorias stopped chewing and got an odd look on his face. He was a man who enjoyed his food, and Leon had somewhat of a difficult time seeing what kind of expression he made around the swollen cheeks. "Sorry, is that a question I shouldn't ask? You didn't explain the etiquette for this ritual. If there even is etiquette for it," Leon asked worriedly. Artorias finally swallowed his food and smiled. "No, it's fine." He faced Leon and had a big smile on his face. "When I was your age, my father brought me out to hunt down a certain flying beast. We had been getting reports of this thing swooping down into farms and stealing an entire pig in each claw and flying away before the farmer could defend his livestock." "What kind of beast was it?" "A light-winged eagle, a griffin," Leon asked excitedly, but quieted down before asking, "Was it a drake?" Artorias was slightly taken aback by Leon's sudden passionate questioning and looked a little embarrassed as he answered. "No, it was actually a Cartelian hawk." Leon's look of excitement quickly vanished. "A Cartelian hawk? Really? How did one of those things carry off 2 pigs at once? They're maybe twice the size of a crow, no way they could steal even 1 pig, let alone 2. He stared at Artorias, waiting for an answer. "Okay, well maybe it was only a single pig." Leon kept staring at Artorias, clearly not believing his father. A baby pig is still a pig. Leon could only roll his eyes at that. "Well, we went out to the areas it had been seen most frequently, and we waited. For 3 days, we slept in a tree, watching the sky. But our patience bore fruit, for we saw that hawk flying around on the 4th day. So, I did what I had to, drew my bow and put an arrow through the thing's eye on my first shot. Really? First shot? Leon asked incredulously. When did you get so damn cynical? You used to believe my stories. Yeah, but then I learned you exaggerate more than you don't. Something quickly occurred to Leon, though. If you only needed a hawk, why did you say I needed an ice wraith? A hunch. I can sense our bloodline's aura coming from you, but it seems off. Familiar, yet strange and foreign. That you have yet to awaken may be the problem, but I just get the feeling that your awakening may be a little harder than most. A better, higher quality mana catalyst than mine would go far in soothing my worries. Maybe the problem, is there anything else that may explain it? Asked Leon, looking rather troubled now. Artorias was silent for a while before answering. All I am comfortable saying is that your mother had her secrets probably passed down to you. Secrets she didn't even tell me, though I probably wouldn't have believed her if she had. I'd believe her now, though, he thought. Leon watched his father, hoping he would continue, but his hopes were dashed. Artorias simply put away his half-finished meal, and sat there, leaning against a tree and staring off into the distance. Leon didn't try to talk to Artorias now. There would be little point. He'd tried to talk about his family before, but simply mentioning these things would more often than not make Artorias so depressed that he wouldn't say a word and would even stay silent for the rest of the day. The next few hours were spent in silence. Artorias got them moving again about 15 minutes after Leon finished his food, and they continued walking through the forest. The forest was quite large, and much of the terrain was very rough, with a thick underbrush and more than a few small hills and cliffs, so Artorias had no expectations that they would find what they were looking for in a single day. But there were still a few hotspots he knew of that he wanted to check. They first arrived at a small shallow tributary of a larger nearby river, filled with extraordinarily clear water. But this small river had no fish, no obvious living things within. Even the trees and grass stopped growing several dozen feet before the water's edge. They didn't stray too close to the water. The safest place was well within the tree line, and that was where they were. They simply followed the river upstream, but at a safe distance. It didn't take long before they found something. This something looked like a bathing goddess, splashing water onto herself in the middle of the river. Most men would immediately lose themselves in her otherworldly beauty, but Artorias knew better. Leon was a little taken in, but he quickly regained control over himself before doing anything stupid. She had the kind of pale and unblemished skin of a rich noblewoman that spent all her days indoors and out of the sun, and slender body that all but cried out to be embraced. She had long blonde hair that fell halfway down her back, and a face with soft features and an innocent, carefree look. Her eyes were closed, enjoying the feeling of the water on her body, but if she opened them Leon and Artorias would see her yellow reptilian eyes. But they didn't need to see her eyes to know what she was. They only had to look down, as her body below the waist merged with the river water, completely disappearing just below the hips. This was a river nymph, laying out a trap to catch anything that came close. If Leon hadn't been able to control himself, was captivated by her beauty and ran over to her, she would have wrapped her arms around him and dragged him under the water. She would then use her magic to transform into water to enter his body and eat him from the inside out. Despite their beautiful appearance and rare intelligence, river nymphs were cruel and uncaring beasts, and those that crossed their paths would rarely be heard from again. Leon, quiet as he could, went to draw his bow and an arrow, but was stopped by Artorias. Wait, she's got friends. Leon froze and continued to watch. Sure enough, 3 more nymphs rose up out of the crystal clear water, their bodies appearing only after leaving the river. All 4 then immediately began rapidly swimming upriver. Leon frowned and asked, "They're probably going to meet up with more of their kind. Should we follow? We can, for a ways. We might catch one on its own. Might not, too, but taking a quick look at where they're going won't hurt." They pursued the river nymphs for a while upriver, going steadily north, always staying out of sight of the water. Artorias could make this rather easy, as he and Leon could stay well into the forest and he wouldn't lose sight of the nymphs, but this was Leon's hunt, so Leon would have to rely on himself for most of the work. Suddenly, contrary to that policy, Artorias grabbed Leon's arm and told him to hold back. He could see where the nymphs were going now, and it was not a place they should follow. The river went far enough north to start getting close to the edge of the mountains that surround all the northern vales, and it is from the melting snow on the mountains that the river is formed. The nymphs were making their way towards the bottom of a waterfall, where several dozen other nymphs had gathered. They were all gazing up in reverence at the top of the waterfall. A monster had come down from the mountains and was looking down at all of them, a monster with the upper half of a beautiful woman, and the lower half of a dark green snake. A gorgon, a terrifying monster that has a great control of both earth and water magic, eats stone and possesses the unique ability to petrify someone simply with eye contact. Artorias could fight ice wraiths, but a gorgon would not be so easy, so he had them turn around and leave quick as can be. He knew that if he could see the gorgon with his own magical senses, then she could see them as well, so he and Leon abandoned stealth and tore off back into the depths of the forest where the creature wouldn't follow. There wasn't much time left in the day, but enough to go to one more place. The one closest was a large glade, a section of the forest surrounded by immense boulders, that almost sealed off a portion of the forest. Within this glade were a number of heartwood trees, with dark brown bark and bright golden leaves. There was always some creature of the forest that desires to call this glade home, but heartwood trees are not so welcoming. They are extraordinarily beautiful when viewed from afar, and even when walked among, but lingering too long will see them start to emit a powerful magical aura so strong that not even the most terrifying beast of the forest would dare stick around. But there are still a few creatures drawn by the immense amount of magic power that gathers around the trees, and Artorias thought they might be able to catch one of sufficient strength around the glade. But in truth, going there was also just a way to avoid sleeping out in the open during the night. When they finished the uneventful trek over, the sun was already setting, and they could feel the darker things in the woods beginning to rise. They quickly entered the glade and were spared having to set up a defensive magic circle. "This place is always quite the sight to behold," Leon whispered. Artorias simply nodded in agreement. Neither man spoke any more, and they grew solemn. There were old legends about the trees, that they were brought to the plain by fallen gods and contained little hints of divinity. They didn't really believe these stories, but they still kept the peace within the glade. The night passed peacefully, but they could still hear the shrieking of banshees and the screaming of dying animals out in the distant dark. They kept their distance from the heartwood trees, sleeping in a clearing in the center of the glade. Artorias had a hard time sleeping that night. The day's conversations had brought things up that were hard to put out of his mind. It had been more than 15 years since he had to leave the capital, with nothing but his sword, the clothes on his back, and his son in his arms. He remembered having to find a skilled healer to treat his burns, for his first aid skills were inadequate. He was at least able to stitch up the cuts and lacerations from wind magic on his own, though. He'd considered stopping at his family's palace, though he hadn't parted on good terms with his father last time they'd met. His noble father didn't want Artorias marrying some girl he'd never heard of before, but Artorias had married her anyway. It was a good thing Artorias didn't stop there. He'd brought Leon south when he was 12, figuring it was safe to come out of hiding. He found his family home in ruins, and the locals told him his father and brother had been dead for almost a decade. Artorias immediately took Leon back north and didn't even entertain the thought of going back south until a couple years later. Leon believed that Artorias had been preparing him for life in the south, in the kingdom, and that may have been true when he was younger, but now Artorias taught him different things. Where once, Leon's days had been spent learning to read and write, learning strategy and the history of the kingdom, Artorias now made him hone his killing intent and his fighting skills. He doubled down on teaching Leon everything he knew about magical engineering, enchantments, and the runic arts. But the thing Artorias hoped for now was that Leon could successfully awaken his bloodline, then he could grow strong enough to no longer need Artorias to look out for him. In the forest, Artorias always regretted never reconciling with his father and not going back to him when his home in the capital was attacked, but his biggest regret was the loss of his wife. He loved her with all his heart and wished she could see how Leon had grown. He wanted to hold her in his arms again, hear her voice, feel her presence. Thinking of these things made him anxious. When he got anxious, he could never sit still. Leon was fast asleep not too far away, so Artorias quietly got up and went for a walk in the glade. He breathed in the cool night air and released a small bit of his magic. The wind blew in response, and the clouds overhead split apart, revealing the night sky, filled with the stars of distant planes, like tiny silver coins. Every so often, one of these planes would vanish into the darkness, and another would appear somewhere else in the heavens. He released more of his magic, and the wind blew stronger, rustling the leaves of the trees and drowning out the distant sound of banshees. If Leon could see him now, he would be struck speechless at the ease with which Artorias was using such powerful magic. He kept walking like that for half an hour, lost in his memories when he noticed something in the dirt in front of him. Upon closer look, he realized it was a pair of heartwood seeds, each about the size of a fingernail. One was gently glowing a dull gold, and the other was black as night. The sight brought a frown to his face. Heartwood seeds are not so easily obtained, but the legends and myths about the trees used to say that the seeds would only fall for the gods, to be used in their funeral rites. Seeing the trees in person, Artorias found it hard to say he disbelieved the stories. There was an aura to the trees, a majesty that radiated from the bark. Down south, most heartwood trees were grown in copses, to be cut down and made into weapons and ships. But here, they still thrived, and Artorias could feel their heavenly aura. He decided to slip the seeds into his pocket and began to make his way back to the camp. He'd cleared his head and calmed down. It was time to sleep, for there would be plenty of work to do the next day. Chapter 6. The Hunt. Leon woke early the next morning to the smell of bread and bacon. Artorias had woken up a little before and thrown together some breakfast. The two gave each other terse greetings and immediately dug in. When finished, they quickly packed up and began to make their way out of the glade. As peaceful and serene as it was also not a place to stay for very long. "Any idea of where to go now?" asked Leon. "East." "Where east?" Artorias looked a bit uncertain but answered without pause. "We need to cross the river, but we should actually go south a bit, to avoid the nymphs." "Why avoid them? I just need to kill one and we're done." No, that Gorgon we saw yesterday didn't leave. Or, at least, I doubt she has. Those nymphs worship her, and so long as she doesn't return to the mountains, we don't touch her people. So, then what do you have in mind? If we find a tree sprite, that would be good. A wraith nest might be better, but significantly more dangerous. If all else fails, we could go south to the Banshee Lake, but I'm certain we won't have to. There are other things in the forest to hunt, so we'll go further in to check. But first, to cross the river we're going to have to go south to the Troll's Bridge to cross, otherwise, we'll have river nymphs all over us. Leon frowned. "I'd rather not have to deal with any of them, especially the troll, but if we must then we must." Artorias sighed, looking a bit resigned. "We must. Else, we'd have to go all the way around Banshee Lake and that would take days. Better to just grit our teeth and deal with it." With that settled, they went south a ways before turning east, towards the river. Artorias even found the last of the herbs he needed on the way. It didn't take too long, but the sun was quite high in the sky by the time they came within sight of the bridge. It was an old thing, but still strong, made entirely of what seemed to be a single piece of stone. It spanned the entire width of the river, all 350 feet. The bridge had been made from earth mages digging up and setting the granite rocks, while fire mages slightly melted it all into one single massive stone. It was then cut and smoothened with more earth magic and carved with intricate patterns. But that had been many millennia ago. Now, the bridge was cracked and covered in moss and vines, the carved decorations had all but faded away, and had become home to a troll squatter. Still, the first time Artorias had seen it, he was amazed. The bridge itself didn't amaze him so much, as there were similar construction techniques down south, but he recognized what few carvings remained on the stone railings as being from a kingdom that had long faded from all but the most ancient of history books, and even then, the references to it had been frustratingly vague. This bridge, unremarkable it may be on its own, was proof that that kingdom had extended from the very center of Eterna to almost as far north as north goes. But that kingdom had been gone for so long that no one even knew its name, and its works fell into ruin if they still existed at all. As Artorias and Leon crossed the bridge, they saw on the other side, a large 10-foot-tall creature with thick, oily, brown and white fur covering its body, and an immense nose that took up over half of the creature's face emerge from underneath the bridge. As they neared, they could see small, beady black eyes, and a hunched back. It had arms that hung down to its knees, and legs thick as tree trunks. This was the troll, and it quickly moved to block off the opposite side of the bridge. As the two men approached, it began to beat its fist into the ground, causing the bridge to shake and screamed in a harsh guttural language. Neither could speak this language, but they got the gist of what it was saying: "This is my bridge. Leave." But they continued to advance. When they had closed to within several dozen feet of the creature, Artorias drew his sword and began to channel his magic through it. The sword lit up with electrical sparks, and arcs of lightning traveled between the ends of the guard and the tip of the blade. The troll stopped its screaming and restrained itself at the sight. Artorias slowly reached into his coat and took out a large silver coin and tossed it at the troll. The troll caught the coin and brought it closer to its snout to examine it. After a few short seconds, it slowly, almost reluctantly turned around and left, disappearing back beneath the bridge. Artorias and Leon finished crossing and continued walking into the forest. Dad, yes, little lion. Why do you always pay that thing when we need to cross? I might not be able to fight it, but I'm sure you could kill it with a single swing of your sword. Why would I do that? Just to save a few coins. Artorias stopped and looked at Leon. Yes, I could obliterate that troll with ease, but that doesn't mean I should. Remember this, boy, strength does not equal righteousness. There are many people who think that being strong means they can do whatever they want, but they are little better than animals. We are not animals. We are civilized men, and we might kill for food, but we don't kill just to save a small inconvenience. That troll is intelligent. It wouldn't leave when paid if it weren't. All it wants is to live in its territory in relative peace, and if it lets us pass for only a few shiny coins, then all the better. Having said that, Artorias began walking again. Leon had a look of contemplation, but he followed his father. As they walked through the black and white trees, Artorias kept a lookout with his magic senses. He saw many animals that would otherwise make for good prey if they were simply hunting like normal. He saw pure white foxes living in equally white trees, large hawks flying overhead, rabbits, squirrels, and boars. None escaped his sight, but none had even the slightest trace of magic, making them worthless for their purpose. Leon was still lost in thought when Artorias suddenly stopped. Leon didn't notice and ran into his father, being almost knocked to the ground in surprise. Artorias, however, barely noticed it. What do you see? Asked Leon. Artorias was staring off into the distance, with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. Leon looked in the same direction, but all he saw were trees and leaves of various colors. It was almost 10 seconds of staring before Artorias finally spoke. I think I just found our goal. What do you see? Leon repeated. A snow lion. Leon's eyes widened, his heart beat faster, and his hands began to shake. Snow lions made their home within the caves of the frozen mountain range, and very rarely came down into the vales. They were aloof, solitary beasts, and possessed of great skill with ice magic. Leon had never seen one, but he had occasionally seen what had become of the creatures the lions hunted. Everything from river nymphs to black iron bears was considered prey by the snow lions. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and his hands stopped shaking, though he was still both terrified and excited. This lion would make for easier prey than an ice wraith, but he would have to be perfect to bring it down. The two began creeping towards the beast's lair, high up on a nearby mountain. There were a few small mountain clusters within the vale, heavily forested and several 100 feet high. The lion had made this particular group of mountains its home, as there were no other mountains around this deep into the vale. The forest was dense enough that it took over an hour to approach the foot of the mountain. They didn't start climbing the mountain upon arrival, however, as Artorias had said that the lion was out hunting, and its lair now lay empty. There was a small path among the mountain boulders leading up, and it was at this path's entrance that they stopped. Artorias looked around and smiled. If that lion wants to go home, it will have to come through here. Let's prepare for when it comes back. He then looked at Leon expectantly and didn't move. It was up to Leon to plan and carry out the ambush. Leon looked around, carefully analyzing the surroundings. The area was filled with trees, but they thinned out considerably as the forest approached the foot of the mountain. The mountain itself was quite thick with trees, but the path leading up was virtually bereft of any plant life. He saw a large oak fairly close to the start of the mountain path, with plenty of branches to climb and brilliant green leaves to hide behind. Leon quickly scampered up the trunk to the lowest branch, about 20 feet off the ground. He was about to settle in, but decided to climb up a bit more, reaching another branch 10 feet higher. Artorias, meanwhile, climbed up another nearby tree, a white poplar with dark blue leaves and lighter blue marks along the trunk, like blood vessels. He climbed to where he wanted and got comfortable, and if Leon hadn't seen his father climb the tree, he never would have guessed Artorias was there. There they waited, for several more hours, barely moving. Leon fished out a few pieces of dried bread to snack on but otherwise remained completely still. At Artorias' level of power, he ate food for pleasure, not out of necessity, so he simply allowed his magic to fill his body with energy rather than eat lunch. Leon started to grow worried about whether or not the snow lion was actually going to come that way when he heard something off in the distance. It was the lion, snapping fallen tree branches and brushing past the bushes without any attempt to hide. As it got closer, Leon saw a few glimpses of moving white in between the trees and plants, but the beast was still well concealed within the forest. It kept coming closer. Leon slowly drew his bow and one arrow, made a few last-minute adjustments to his quiver so it was easy to access, and began to channel his limited magic into his bow. His mana rushed into his hand, then magic power flowed into the bow, and concentrated in the middle, right where the arrow rested against the weapon. The minor enchantment within activated, and though there was no outward sign, the bow was now ready to fire an arrow at a terrific speed. By the time Leon was done preparing, he looked up just in time to see the lion emerge from the tree line. It was a massive beast, over 6 feet tall and 9 feet long. It could probably swallow his entire upper body in a single bite. It had a beautiful coat, white as freshly fallen snow. Its mane was thicker and slightly darker than the rest of it, but it only added to the majestic aura the lion gave off. The only parts of the beast that wasn't some shade of white or extremely light gray were its pitch black eyes and claws. Its snout was covered in the dark red blood of the small fox it had in its mouth. Leon was awed by the beauty of the lion, but he drew the arrow back anyway. He aimed at the creature's eye, intending to kill it in a single shot. The lion paused, sensing a sharp killing intent directed towards it, and it began to channel its own magic. It looked around carefully, attempting to find where the killing intent was coming from, but it failed to notice Leon or Artorias. Until Leon released the arrow. The bow's enchantment was weak but well made, and the arrow flew across the clearing so fast it was nearly impossible to see it. But see it the lion did. In fact, the lion was fast enough to cover the side of its face in ice and the arrow bounced off harmlessly. The lion dropped the fox, glared at the tree the arrow had come from and gave an earth-shattering roar. Birds half a mile away took flight in terror, and smaller animals rushed for shelter. The lion charged at the tree and had begun to climb before Leon had even drawn his second arrow. As the lion climbed, it saw Leon and knew it was he who tried to kill it. Leon drew his second arrow and loosed. Again, the lion protected itself with icy armor. It easily climbed the tree to Leon's branch and snapped it off with a single swipe of its claw. Leon fell, managing to grab the branch below, then dropping to the ground. He drew a third arrow, turned, and fired at the lion in the tree. The arrow flew towards the beast and had about as much effect as the first two. The lion leapt out of the tree, landing in front of Leon before knocking him down with a headbutt, and roared at him. The beast's own killing intent was slamming down onto Leon, putting pressure on him and making it difficult to breathe. The lion raised its claw and swiped at the vulnerable young man. Leon raised his arm to block it, and the claws slashed the flesh of his left arm to ribbons. Artorias, watching this, felt his heart almost stop. He cursed himself for bringing Leon here, for targeting the lion, and for allowing it to go this far. But as he drew his sword and tensed up to leap out of the tree at the lion, the beast raised its paw for another strike. Leon moved fast, drawing his hunting knife as the claw came down. He raised it as fast as he could and felt the blade sink into the beast's paw, pushed in by the weight of the lion's own attack. The impact broke his wrist and nearly shattered his arm. The lion roared in pain and rage, but Leon had avoided the death blow. It staggered backward, unable to put too much weight down on its paw with a 6-inch knife stuck in it. Leon took the opportunity to grab his bow and one more arrow, painfully drawing back the bowstring with all the strength he could muster and infusing every drop of magic he had left in his body into the weapon. The lion ripped the knife out of its paw with its teeth, before turning to glare at Leon and roaring again. Leon immediately released his arrow before dropping his bow with a yell of pain. The arrow crossed the space between the man and the beast before anyone could blink, entering the lion's mouth and sinking deep into its throat. The beast's roar was cut off with a yelp of pain, and it reeled backward. It seemed confused as blood and mana poured out of its mouth, and its eyes began to dim. It glared at Leon one more time before limping towards him. It could feel itself about to die, but it intended to take this young human with it to the grave. But as it approached Leon, it felt another killing intent, this one orders of magnitude more powerful than Leon's. It froze in terror, completely unable to move its own magic within its body. It didn't even see Artorias before his blade entered one eye and exited the other. Seeing the lion collapse, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. The entire encounter took less than 20 seconds, but he had been nearly killed several times before Artorias acted. The lion made a few more ragged breaths, but Artorias ignored it. He rushed over to his son, but Leon had already passed out. Chapter 7. Ritual I. As the snow lion breathed its last, Artorias sheathed his sword and ran over to his son. Leon had passed out from his wounds, and Artorias immediately began administering first aid. He wasn't a doctor by any stretch of the imagination, but he had been raised as a soldier, and that had included first aid training. He frantically began searching in his satchel for a few emergency spells, and once he found the papers they were written on, he wrapped 3 of them around Leon's bleeding arm. With a little bit of magic from him, the runes written on the paper lit up with a golden light. After a few seconds, the light died down, but Leon's arm had stopped bleeding. Artorias sighed in relief. The bleeding had been very bad, and though the injuries on the arm remained, at least Leon had been saved from bleeding to death. Artorias carefully removed the spell paper and took out some bandages. He wrapped the arm up in the bandages and began to look for a couple of sticks that could serve as a splint. The forest was thick, so finding what he needed was quite easy. He wrapped up Leon's other arm and splinted it, making sure not to jostle the broken wrist too much, then checked the rest of Leon's body for injuries. From what he could tell, when Leon had jumped from the tree he had sprained both ankles, but not too terribly, and the rest of him was relatively fine, so Artorias finally turned his attention back to the lion. He walked over, drawing an empty water skin, and used his hunting knife to cut open the lion's chest. Only a few minutes had passed since it had died, so not too much blood or mana had leaked out of the carcass. He cut all the way to the heart, where the crimson blood being pumped in was replaced with red mana, so bright it almost glowed. He examined the mana after collecting it. This should be good enough, but I might as well butcher the rest before the ants get to it. He sliced open the rest of the lion, and with practiced ease removed the hide, dumped the entrails to the side, and deboned the beast. He placed the heart to the side, then wrapped up the meat in the hide, using it as a makeshift sack. After he finished, Leon began to stir, so Artorias quickly made a fire. He impaled the lion heart upon a stick and started cooking it. Within his hazy waking up head, Leon smelled the cooking meat and opened his eyes. With greater clarity, he saw the cooking heart and Artorias smiling down at him. He tried to quickly sit up, but the pain in his arms was still there, so with a grimace, he lay back down. "Careful there, little lion," Artorias said with a smile. "What happened?" asked Leon. "You did damned good, that's what's happened. You took a few hits, will probably have a few scars to remember this old cat by, but you killed it." "I killed it. It was still moving after I shot my last arrow. It was a mortal wound, so all I did was to help it on its way." Artorias kept up his usual smile, beaming with pride, but inside he was still berating himself for the decision to come after the lion. The only consolation he had was that he hadn't insisted on hunting down an ice wraith. If Leon had this much trouble with the lion, then an ice wraith would have torn him apart. "Rest now, little lion. Firing those arrows out of your enchanted bow took most of your magic, so just rest and recover. We'll stay here for the night." Leon closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the magic in the air be absorbed by his lungs. The magic density was far greater back home thanks to the obelisk, but he still figured he would be strong enough to move again by the morning. Artorias, meanwhile, was still cooking up the lion heart. He pulled it away from the fire and sniffed at it a few times. Then he offered it to Leon. "This was your kill, so you should eat the heart. It'll be good for getting some more magic into your body. Might even help you crack into the 2nd tier tomorrow, when we perform the ritual." Leon immediately opened his eyes in excitement. "We'll do the ritual tomorrow. What all do we have to do for it? Will it take long? Where will we go for it? Do you have any tips?" "What do?" But Artorias cut him off before Leon could continue. "Slow down, boy, rest, get your magic back. I'll try to answer what I can, but your current priority should be to eat that lion heart and perform your breathing exercises." Leon smiled and laughed with some embarrassment. He slowly regulated his breathing, while carefully using his non-splinted arm to bring the heart to his lips. It smelled delicious, and he eagerly took a bite. The meat was tough and very chewy, but Leon savored every bite. He could feel a warmth spreading out from his stomach and felt small amounts of magic entering his blood. It didn't take long to finish the heart, despite its size, and by then Artorias had made himself some food. Leon relaxed, and started his breathing exercises, looking at his father expectantly the whole time. Artorias pretended not to notice Leon's gaze and ate deliberately slowly. The lion meat was cooked to perfection and filled with mana. Artorias wouldn't see too much gain from eating it, but he loved his food. Finally, he turned to Leon and began to speak. There is a tall mountain further to the east, that is our destination for tomorrow. The peak of this mountain is a large flat space, and we'll be digging a large magic array onto it. I wrote a few spells before we left, and we'll set them up at the focal points of the array. There will be 2 larger focal points near the middle. You will sit in one, and the Ice Wraith core will be placed in the other. The core will provide most of the raw magic, the spells will change the nature of that magic, and the array will direct the magic into you. Meanwhile, you will take off your shirt, and I will paint a few runes onto your body with a salve. You will also be drinking an herbal tea, to prepare yourself for drinking the lion's mana. I need to add a few things to the mana I've collected, and then it will be ready for you to drink, after the tea. There are a few more things I need to prepare before the ritual begins, but I suppose the easiest way to describe it would be to say that I need to make sure that the magic in the area is dense enough. A few runes similar to what I carved into our obelisk ought to do it. Artorias smiled at Leon, waiting for his response. Leon, for his part, looked beyond excited, and Artorias guessed that were he not as injured as he is now, he would have insisted that they go to the mountain immediately. Artorias glanced up and noticed the sky starting to redden. It's getting late, I'd better set up a few wards to keep us safe. He went to several trees around them and carved a simple runic circle into their trunks. Then, he placed his hand in the middle of each circle and channeled his magic into it to activate it. He grabbed a few large stones from the mountain path, carved a few runes into them as well, and scattered them around in a small magic array. There would be no banshees disturbing their sleep this night, though a determined ice wraith would still be able to force its way through. But then, it would be faced with Artorias and his enchanted blade, and that would be the last thing it would ever see. Leon, meanwhile, began to meditate, to regain his lost mana. He relaxed, allowing his body to sync with the movements of the world. The wind picked up, and he inhaled. The wind died down, and he exhaled. His heart beat slower, but each beat began infusing magic into his blood. The resulting mana surged through his body, relieving his pain and fatigue. Artorias looked at his son. Mana greatly accelerates the healing process, and Leon would be well enough to walk by morning. He sat down across the fire from the young man and lay down. He stared up at the sky, watching it grow darker until the sun finally set. The wards did their job, their sleep went undisturbed. They both awoke feeling hale and hearty and set off early the next morning. Artorias easily carried the lion meat in the lion's own skin, while Leon followed. The slashes on his left arm had scabbed over and even looked slightly smaller than they had the night before. His right wrist was still very broken, however, so there wasn't much he could do to help his father carry the lion's remains. It didn't take long to reach the ritual mountain, it wasn't even midday when they arrived. It was very tall, over 15,000 feet high. Leon paled a bit when he looked at the distant peak. We really have to climb that? Yes and no, little lion. We need to get to the top, but there is an easy path we can use. Artorias guided them towards a small path, hidden behind a number of huge boulders, and they began their ascent. Leon was slightly confused. This path was just a little too convenient. How did you find this path? I made it, Artorias answered simply. You made it? Yup. This is the mountain where I come to train. Every time I sense a storm coming, I leave for the top of this mountain. I carved a path for myself to make the climb easier. In fact, it's no longer even a climb, we simply need to walk to the top. Leon didn't find this too awfully strange, he knew his father would always disappear when it started to rain. He also knew that the slow pace they'd been walking at these past few days were for his own benefit, as Artorias could travel from their compound to this mountain in less than an hour at his usual pace. They remained silent the rest of the climb up, with Artorias mentally going through all of his preparations to make sure he didn't leave anything out, and Leon doing all he could to remain calm and suppress his excitement. They arrived near the mountain peak by the time the sun started to fall. The very tip of the mountain continued upward another 100 feet or so, but Artorias had carved out a flat surface about 50 feet in diameter years before, and that was where they stopped. Leon was shivering, due to both anticipation and the cold mountain air. Artorias set down the lion meat and began rummaging in his satchel for a large chisel. Leon, sit down and eat something. I'll get started on the magic array. And with that, he began carving in the rock of the mountaintop. Leon had his food, and Artorias worked. It only took an hour for Artorias to be done, and when he finally stood up, Leon walked over to see. The magic array was 20 feet long, and about 15 feet wide. There were 4 small circles near the top, connected by lines that made it look like a storm cloud. A carved lightning bolt was emanating from the bottom of the cloud, and it intersected 2 larger circles in the center before landing on the ground, where there were 3 more smaller circles. The 2 circles in the middle were connected by a pair of lines that formed an oval, and the ground was connected to the cloud by 2 more lines, all of which formed a pair of concentric ovals. Lastly, Artorias had carved straight lines connecting the 7 smaller circles with the very center of the formation. Artorias explained all this to Leon, but the younger man didn't quite see the pattern. Artorias was certainly no artist, but he was confident that what he carved would do the job. Next, the elder man pulled out 7 lightning spells, written on spell paper, and placed them in the 7 smaller circles, weighing them down with small stones. He then carved a few more runic circles all around the formation, and the magic in the surroundings began to gather around them. The density of the magic in the air nearly doubled over the next few hours, while Artorias finished his preparations. During those next few hours, Artorias pulled out a small pestle and mortar from his satchel and ground down a few of the plants he had brought with him and mixed them into a ceramic bowl. He then poured all the lion's mana into the bowl and thoroughly mixed the mana with the herbs. Then, he looked to Leon. "Take off your shirt and put down your things." Leon complied, removing his bow and quiver, then his small pack of supplies, then his shirt, leaving his upper body bare. He sat down in front of his father, facing away, and Artorias retrieved his gray paste from the satchel. He dipped his finger in it, then began to paint runic circles and patterns onto Leon's body. 15 minutes later, Artorias had finished and had Leon kneel down in one of the center circles. "Relax, and perform some breathing exercises," he told his son. He then took 2 more things out of the satchel, before tossing it away. One was a water skin, and he gave that to his son to drink in between breaths. The other looked like a diamond, or a thick piece of glass, about the size of an orange. It gave off a dull blue light and an unnerving chill. Leon could feel it pierce directly to his bones, even from 10 feet away. Artorias placed the core in the other central circle, and Leon finished off the potion he'd been given. Leon's vision began to blur, and his stomach felt like it was doing somersaults. He saw little flashes of light in the distance, and motion blurs in the corners of his eye. "Dad, what the hell was in that potion?" "A few things, some to dull pain, some to prepare your body for the lion's mana. A little queasiness is fine. Now then, are you ready? This is your last chance to prepare yourself." Leon took a deep breath, then nodded towards his father. Artorias passed him the bowl of lion mana, then put some distance between himself and the array, and settled into watch. After he had woken up from his own ritual 20 years before, the surroundings had been severely damaged, so he wanted to give Leon some space. Leon looked down at the bowl and the slightly glowing red mana within. He closed his eyes, steeled himself, then brought the bowl to his lips, tipped it back, and began to drink. The air was cold that high up, and the ice wraith core wasn't helping, but the mana was oddly warm as if it had just been extracted. Leon didn't stop until the bowl was empty, and he felt the last drop of mana slide into his stomach. Artorias let his smile fall as he watched and waited for the change to start. He remembered his own ritual and was both eager and very nervous about seeing it happen to his son. So, he simply watched and waited. Chapter 8. Ritual 2. Artorias didn't need to wait long. Leon's vision continued to worsen, blurring more and more until finally, all he could see was a blank white void. He felt woozy, and could barely manage to continue kneeling, and felt like he would collapse at any second. His stomach churned and roiled as if it were a living thing struggling to escape his body. His blood felt like it was boiling, and the magic within the lion mana flooded his body. His muscles seized up, and if he were capable, he would have screamed bloody murder. Leon had never felt so much pain in his entire life, but after a few more minutes, he began to compose himself. But that was before the real process began. His body felt like it was on fire, and it radiated heat and magic power. The lion's aura had been icy cold, but when its power entered Leon, he felt like he had fallen into an erupting volcano. What he didn't realize is that this was his body's way of trying to fight against the lion mana that he had drunk. The magic he radiated increased in intensity, and finally, the array he was in started activating. The array was powered by the Ice Wraith core, and its dull blue glow grew brighter until it lit up the entire mountaintop. The array lines gave off light as the array activated, glowing a bright blue just like the core. It took a few more minutes for the power to reach the lightning spells, and when the spells activated, the lines changed color into a brilliant gold, a light so bright that Artorias had to start covering his eyes. After the color change, the magic power changed direction and flowed into Leon's body. Leon grit his teeth as the power entered his body and began to clash with the lion's power. He felt his muscles begin to tear, his bones crack, and his mind crumble. In minutes, all coherent thought had left his mind, and he fell unconscious. This continued for some time. The array continued channeling the Ice Wraith's power into Leon, destroying his body from the outside. The lion's mana continued emitting power from within Leon, destroying his body from the inside. Artorias watched, with a look of utter seriousness on his face, alert for any and all changes in the surroundings, waiting for Leon's body to begin fighting back. The sun went down, and the sky turned to darkness. The ritual had been going on for several hours, and Leon was just about at his breaking point. He'd collapsed onto the ground, with not a single unbroken bone in his body. He bled from the eyes, ears, mouth, and the injuries the lion had left him with. His breaths were ragged and uneven. Artorias wasn't too familiar with this part of the ritual. He had experienced his own just as unconscious as Leon was now, so he only had his father's word about what happened. Artorias was told that his bloodline didn't awaken until his body had almost completely fallen apart. His father had almost intervened to make sure he didn't die. Artorias continued to watch for signs of Leon's awakening. Small amounts of lightning magic should start getting absorbed, rather than passing through his son's body ripping apart everything it comes into contact with. This influx of power should then allow Leon to fight against the lion's mana and absorb it as well. The power in the mana would then be used to heal Leon's shattered body, and he would probably enter the ranks of second-tier mages at the end. Artorias didn't let a single detail escape his notice. Watching his son's body break so thoroughly was a struggle, to put it lightly. He was confident that he could heal Leon should he stop the ritual soon, but it would take months and he wasn't going to stop this unless he was sure the ritual had failed. Artorias frowned and continued to wait. The glowing array pumped vast amounts of lightning into Leon, but the young man didn't even twitch in response. His body had almost become too damaged to breathe, let alone react to the magic entering it. Artorias was so fixated on watching his son, that he didn't notice something very important. When the sun had gone down, the sky was perfectly clear. If he had looked up, he would have seen all the stars orbiting distant planes, and the moon as it rose. Now, the sky had become filled with dark storm clouds, and all the creatures of the forest had taken shelter, for they felt the tension in the air. They knew that something was coming, and they wanted no part of it. Even the banshees were quiet this night. It wasn't until it started to rain that Artorias finally noticed the oncoming storm. It was a gentle drizzle at first, but then it turned into a light shower, building up to a thick downpour. Artorias swore and started channeling his magic to protect the magic array, but before he could, lightning fell from the clouds and struck the mountain. Artorias froze on the spot. He felt his heart beat so hard that he thought it might burst from his chest, and his body felt like it was being pressed down into the ground by some unseen force. What terrified him the most, though, was that this pressure was coming from Leon. Artorias barely managed to keep from falling to the ground. It was all he could do to keep standing there. The wind picked up, escalating from the gentle breeze of 15 minutes ago to a howling gale. Rain fell in great sheets that threatened to wash away the entire mountain, and lightning struck the peak more times than Artorias cared to count. Before long, however, lightning stopped striking the mountaintop and began to fall upon the magic array. Artorias' heart almost stopped at the sight, but he noticed something that served to calm him down, somewhat. Leon had begun to absorb the storm's lightning, filling his body with lightning magic, and the wind swirled around him in a large cyclone visible for miles. The rain washed Leon's body clean of blood, and his numerous wounds began to stitch themselves together. The cracks in his bones closed, and when Leon had finished healing, the storm left as quickly as it had come. Artorias felt strength return to him, as the pressure coming from Leon disappeared. He immediately ran towards his son, to check him for signs of any lasting damage. The magic array he had set up had been completely destroyed, with the Ice Wraith core shattered and the lightning spells shredded and scattered to the wind. The ground was charred and blackened from the lightning, and the lines of the array were dark and broken. Artoria's nervousness only abated when he probed Leon's condition with his magic. He gave a sigh of relief, as Leon's body was in perfect condition. Even the injuries from the battle with the lion had completely healed. The only thing left to do now was to wait for Leon to wake up and run him through a few tests to gauge his gains. But, if Artorias knew what kind of attention Leon had attracted, he would be left speechless in terror. Far to the south, past the Bull Kingdom, and past 10,000 miles of squabbling kingdoms and independent duchies, lay an enormous sea. This sea was in the very center of Eterna, and here, magic was at its strongest. The magic density was greater around the sea by several orders of magnitude than in the northern vales. 4 great empires had claimed the lands around the sea as their own. They generally stayed out of the affairs of the kingdoms, believing themselves above the petty disputes of lesser monarchs. For the most part, they were right. Destroying the Bull Kingdom wouldn't be particularly difficult for them, but such a remote and comparatively desolate land held no interest to their rulers, so they barely even acknowledged its existence. In the capital of the Western Empire, a young emperor was holding court. He heard the appeals of his vassals, administered justice to the common people, and did his best to rule the empire in a just and fair manner. He was overseen by an old man with silver hair, dressed in all white save for a large purple sash, and sporting a thick silver beard. This old man watched with pride as the emperor handled the business of ruling such a large and prosperous nation, but he suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. He slowly turned north, and his gaze seems to penetrate the myriad enchantments of the palace, the thousands of miles of plains, rivers, deserts, mountains, and all between him and the ritual mountain. The sight of the raging storm and the young man within made him recall old memories of his youth, over 1,000 years past. He had spent those years buried in the old books of the palace library. There was one book there that he had been forbidden to read, a very old book from an age long past. He had snuck into the library late at night to read it anyway, and the stories therein had left him nearly petrified in awe and fear. He had read about a cruel and tyrannical king in those pages, one who commanded the power of storms, who could summon wind, rain, and lightning. This king had used that power to conquer the entire plain, leaving hundreds of millions of people dead in his wake. This was the legend he thought of when he noticed this ritual take place, the legend of the Storm King. We need to send spies north. We need to find out who this boy is, he thought. This old man was not the only person who noticed these events, however. In the Northern Empire, within an opulent palace not far from the royal keep, an old woman was with a very young girl. It was the girl's 12th birthday party tomorrow, and the old woman was helping her pick out an outfit. The old woman had aged very gracefully, with a body as fit and strong as when she was 600 years younger, though with a few more wrinkles. Her long hair was still the shining gold of her family, and she was more than capable of defending her empire from any who dare threaten it. But suddenly, this titan of a woman who could look down upon all the world stiffened in shock. She, too, looked north and saw the storm. We must be the first to get to him. If he comes south, it should be under our banner, she thought. In the east, a simply dressed bald man who appeared to be in his mid-40s sat on the floor of an equally simple room. There were no decorations, no trappings of power, and no creature comforts. The only piece of furniture in the room was a stone bed. This serious man adjusted his plain brown robe and prepared to leave the room when he noticed the storm and looked to the north. His reaction was slightly more subdued than the others, but his fists clenched, and his aura became murderous. His killing intent dropped the temperature in the room to below freezing, and frost appeared on the floor and walls. In the south, a seemingly young man was in bed, enjoying a group of gorgeous women. Most of them had already been left panting and gasping from pleasure, and the last mounted him, intending to join the others in ecstasy. The man suddenly threw her off him and sat up, staring at the ritual mountain and the storm that raged around it. He smiled and fought the urge to burst into laughter. All 4 of these people stood at the pinnacle of magic in Eterna. There were those who, not without justification, worshipped them as gods. They were the ultimate weapon of their empires and their ultimate deterrent. Their existence elevated their empires above all the rest of the nations in the plain and made them unassailable to the rest of the world. And now, all of them noticed Leon's ritual. Before any of them could act, however, they all heard the same voice in their minds. Don't worry, I've already seen it. There is no need to concern yourselves about this any longer. It was the voice of a man who lived in the center of the sea, in an immense circular stone tower, 2 miles tall and more than half a mile thick. With him involved, any thoughts they had of going north were immediately quashed. But none of them would ever forget that sight of Leon within the storm, no matter how much or how little effort they put into trying. The young emperor in the west saw the old man acting strangely, and asked, "Are you all right, father?" The old man turned back to the emperor and nodded, struggling to put the storm and the boy who conjured it out of his mind. The young girl looked at the old woman quizzically. They had been discussing her birthday party when her grandmother had gone quiet. A few silent seconds passed before the old woman forced a smile back onto her face and turned back to her granddaughter and the party preparations. The simply dressed man unclenched his fists, but his killing intent didn't abate. It took him a few more minutes to compose himself before he returned to his sacred duties. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" the young woman who had been about to couple with her emperor asked in a nervous voice. She had heard stories of those who displeased their monarch and had no wish to experience it firsthand. The young man turned and smiled at the woman. He didn't say a word, he just grabbed her hips and pulled her closer. Fairly soon, she too was left in the same state as the other women. The young man leaned back in bed with an enormous smile on his face when he was finished, but it wasn't because of these beautiful women. Instead, his thoughts were filled with the storm he had witnessed and the young boy within. However, for all the interest these 4 mages of immense power had in Leon and the storm that had surrounded him, none of them made any plans to investigate this matter. Despite his relatively passive tone, the man who had spoken directly into their minds had made it clear that there was no need for their intervention. All of them were well aware of who this man was, and none were willing to cross him. There was an island at the center of the sea that these 4 empires had been built around. Upon this island, there was an immense cylindrical stone tower, more than 2 miles in height and at least half a mile in diameter. The very top of this stone tower was flat and mirror smooth. There was no visible way to enter the tower, and it was perpetually surrounded by fluffy white clouds. If a mortal were to find themselves at the top of the tower, they wouldn't be able to see a thing. There were, in fact, 2 people there, though neither were mortal. They were mages of incredible power. The master was sitting at the very edge, gazing north. He was the one who had communicated with the gods of the 4 empires. The apprentice was standing at a respectful distance, waiting for his master to speak. A smile broke out on the face of the master. "I had thought that bloodline had vanished from this plane. Things would probably be better if it had. Does master want this apprentice to go there and extinguish it for good?" "No, he's just a boy, and the one with him is no threat. I'll continue to watch, and if the need arises, I'll deal with it personally." After the master said this, the 2 immediately disappeared, returning back inside the stone tower. Chapter 9. The vision. Leon felt like he had just been shaken up and thrown away by a rock giant. His head spun, and he felt like he was about to vomit. Most of all, though, he felt absolutely drained. He couldn't even muster the energy to open his eyes, let alone do anything else. He wondered why he was awake if he was so devoid of energy. No answers came to him, so he simply decided to perform some breathing exercises. It took a little while, but he eventually managed to muster up the energy to crack open his eyelids. He saw very little when he did, however. The sky was filled with mist, with a pale golden light permeating through it. This light was bright enough for Leon to look around, but it seemed there was nothing around to see. He was on a small grassy island, floating in a vast sea of endless mist. There was no wind, no sound, no anything out there. Leon had no idea how long he remained lying down, but it took him a while to begin to move. It was a struggle to sit up, but when he did, he got a better look around. There were no buildings or plants on the island, apart from grass, but he noticed something behind him he hadn't before. The island was only about 100 feet in diameter, and in the very center was a white marble slab, perfectly square, about 10 feet to a side, and completely flush with the ground surrounding it. Set within the center of that slab was another square, this one made of black granite, sparkling with tiny lights like the night sky, and only taking up 1 square foot. There was nothing else around, and Leon was unable to ascertain the purpose of the marble slab, so he simply paced around near the edge of the island. He calmly walked in circles, trying to think of a way out, but nothing occurred to him. He was still a beginner mage, and whatever or wherever this place was far beyond his meager knowledge. Time passed slowly here, or was it quickly? Leon couldn't tell. The light remained consistent, and he didn't feel the need to eat or drink, so there was no way to tell the time. It could have been days he was pacing around the island, or simply a few hours, but there was nothing else to do, so he just kept leisurely walking and staring out into the mist. After what felt like a long time, he finally noticed a change, and it was a very subtle change at first. It started as a gentle breeze. Leon hardly thought anything of it, until he realized that it was the first time he had felt the wind since waking up. He quickly put some distance between himself and the edge of the island and began to look around, trying to notice any other changes to this strange space. And notice something he did. It looked like a rapidly approaching clump of darkness. He saw it when it was still just a speck in the distance, but in less than 10 seconds it had doubled in size. As it came closer and closer, he saw brief flashes of bright light within, and seconds later he heard the sound of distant thunder. This was actually an approaching storm. The dark clouds were upon him in minutes. Rain poured down on this little island, washing away much of the grass and dirt, revealing stone tiles beneath. Lightning arced through the sky, and Leon was deafened by the thunder. The wind turned into a howling gale and buffeted him ceaselessly. There was little he could do, there was no shelter around and he was too weak to make any, so all Leon could do was try and keep his head down, brace himself against the wind, and try to keep away from the edge of the island. Eventually, Leon just hit the deck, laying down on his stomach with his arms covering his head and ears. He felt the island rumble and shake, but he kept his head down. The storm raged for 15 minutes until the wind began to let up and the rain slowed considerably. Once he felt secure enough to do so, Leon lifted his head and saw that much of the grass had been swept away, leaving only a small amount around the perimeter of the island. This revealed numerous white and red stone tiles that had been beneath the grass, arranged in a checkerboard pattern. The island's surface was covered in this tile until about 5 feet away from the edge, which was the only part of the island that still had grass. He took a look back at the marble slab, but nothing about it had changed that he could tell. Leon couldn't see any other changes to the island, so he turned his eyes upwards. The thick mists were still present, but the golden light that had shone through it was gone, blocked by the storm clouds. The rain had slowed to a light shower, but there were still quite a few arcs of lightning crossing the sky, and they all seemed to be concentrated in a single direction. As Leon looked that way, he heard a noise through the thunder. It sounded like an eagle's cry, but he doubted it at first, thinking it was just some kind of auditory hallucination from all the thunder that was still ringing in his ears. But only at first. In the distance, amidst the deep black storm clouds and arcs of lightning, he saw a large pair of feathered wings. It was hard to tell from where he was, but he estimated the bird to be at least 3 times taller than he was. But even from that distance, he could tell that its golden beak and talons were razor sharp, and its matching golden eyes pierced through him, seeing everything as if he were a naked mortal under the eyes of a god. He felt a tightness in his chest, and his legs began to shake. His blood felt like it was boiling, and he instinctively knew that it was in response to this bird's presence. The bird opened its beak and cried. Instantly, all the lightning in the area ceased, the winds quieted down, and the rain stopped falling. The bird circled the island a few times, staring at Leon, before deciding to land directly in the middle, right over the granite square. Now that it was this close, Leon could see that his estimate was off. It was at least 5 times his own height, maybe 6, and its feathers were flecked with gold. But now, Leon's blood and mana were resonating with the bird so much that his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. He looked up and made eye contact with the bird. He immediately felt a sharp pain in his mind, and the island trembled. It didn't take much for Leon to figure out who this was. This bird was his ancestor, the founder of his clan, and the progenitor of his bloodline. He tried to look up one more time, and the bird spread its wings and screeched one more time, staring down at Leon. When Leon's eyes met the bird's, his vision blurred and faded away. His mind grew hazy, and he began to slip back into unconsciousness. His thoughts went foggy, and he had a bad feeling that allowing himself to let go would be a very bad thing, but he didn't quite know why. His last coherent thought was to follow his instinct and fight back, somehow. He slowly brought his right index finger up to his mouth and bit down hard. His teeth went so deep that the finger almost came off, but clarity returned to Leon's mind. He glared back up at the bird, enduring the pressure it exerted with its presence. The bird glared back, its golden eyes burning with resplendent light, but it slowly retracted its wings. It screeched again, for the last time, and the storm clouds dissolved away in seconds. There was no more rain, lightning, or thunder, and the winds died down entirely. The bird looked down at the marble and granite slab, and the light from its eyes seemed to melt it down and reshape it. The marble slab grew until it became a raised platform 5 or 6 steps high, and the granite rose and became a simple black chair in the middle. It almost looked like a throne, but one for a decidedly humble monarch. With one last glance towards Leon, the bird flapped its wings once and disappeared into the distance. Leon took a few moments to collect himself and struggled to his feet. He hobbled over to the platform, up the steps, and stood before the throne. He felt it was pretty obvious what he needed to do now, but took one more look around. The surroundings had returned to their previous serene state. There was no hint that there ever was a storm here, and the bird had disappeared into the mists. With that one last look, Leon smiled, sat down in the chair, and closed his eyes. Leon felt himself lying down on hard rock. The air was cool, and he felt the heat of the sun on his skin. His body felt both drained of magical power but also filled with great strength. His eyes were closed, and he couldn't quite summon the willpower to open them. He lay there for quite a while, an hour or two, he guessed. All he did was enjoy the feeling of the sun and quietly breathe. When his eyes finally opened, he found himself back at the top of the Storm Titan's mountain. The peak next to the platform had been shattered, leaving it half as tall as it had been before, and there were more than a few burns around him. All signs of the magic array were gone, save for a few blackened lines, and there were puddles in the shallow pits of the stone. Artorias was sitting on the edge of the platform, looking out over the forest, when he noticed that Leon had finally woken up. He breathed a sigh of relief, allowing his tension of the past night to dissipate. He got up, as calmly as he could, and walked over to his son. "How do you feel, little lion?" It took Leon a few moments to really process what he was asking, before giving an uncertain reply. "All right, I guess. Very tired. That's understandable. Your body was just flooded with foreign magic, nearly torn apart from both inside and out, and had to awaken its own dormant power in order to not completely break. So, I've awakened. The ritual worked." Artorias smiled with pride. "Of course it did, you need only examine your own physical condition to see it." Leon did just that, letting what little mana he had accumulated this far flow through his body. He felt small amounts of energy return to his muscles, he felt the absence of his previous injuries, but the biggest thing he noticed was that every time magic flowed into his heart, not that much would be turned into mana. Most seemed to simply disappear. "I can feel magic vanishing into my heart, does that mean it's being stored? Have I achieved the second tier of magic?" Leon asked with excitement. "Yes, you have. It's an easy enough thing to sense when you get stronger, but trust me when I say that you are now counted among the ranks of second-tier mages." Artorias beamed down at Leon, every word bursting with pride in his son. Leon fought the urge to burst out into laughter, but an enormous smile still appeared on his face. He was about to continue his excited questioning when his stomach gave a huge growl. "I suppose you would be a little hungry, you've spent almost an entire day unconscious," Artorias said, looking at the setting sun. "More than a little." Artorias whipped up some of the lion meat into small steaks and threw together the last of the herbs he'd brought into a pick-me-up for Leon, before serving them to the young man. Leon tore into the food as if he hadn't eaten in years, and all the meat was gone in minutes. The bread soon followed, as did all the dried fruit they'd brought along. It was truly a feast for the young man, and he had much to celebrate. Chapter 10. Soul Refinement. Artorias slowly ate his food, in contrast with his son. "You know, you had me quite worried for a while." "Oh, how so?" "My ritual wasn't so dramatic. Yours had quite the storm appear, while mine barely summoned more than a light shower. Not to mention, it took me no more than a few hours to wake up, whereas you took most of the day." Leon's eyes widened in surprise. He'd already passed out from the pain when the storm rolled in, so he had no idea about any of that. "The storm wasn't too bad, was it? Nothing I couldn't handle, but the magic array was struck by lightning more than a few times. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Fortunately, you seem fine, so all's well that ends well, I guess." Leon lay back down, gazing up at the darkening sky. "Will you teach me how to perform that ritual? Seems like the kind of thing I ought to know." "Sure thing, little lion. When we get back home I'll show what you need." It wasn't too much longer after that Leon fell back asleep. Artorias had no intention of waking him. The entire ordeal that was the ritual was unbelievably draining, not to mention being suddenly catapulted into the second tier. One thing that truly marks the difference between the first and second tier is the change that takes place in the heart. Throughout the first tier, all of a person's muscles adapt to the magic that flows through them, roughly in the order of what muscles get used the most. With this in mind, it makes sense that physical training would be very important to advancing through this tier. As they adapt, muscles grow stronger and tougher, doubling or even tripling the mage's strength and speed as they get closer to the second tier. This applies to the heart as well, but the real change is that the heart becomes capable of storing magic power. Before this, all of a mage's power is fused with their blood, kept as mana. Blood can't store very much magic, however. Leon could barely fire off 4 arrows from his enchanted bow before running low, and his bow doesn't even have that robust of an enchantment, just one that increases the speed of the arrow as it leaves the bowstring. Now that Leon's heart can store magic power, it will be a while before he'll be back up to top shape. Artorias guessed that it would take about 3 or 4 weeks for Leon to recover from the ritual and get used to his new power. These things are far more gradual for other mages, and crossing into the second tier is far less taxing for them. Those with inherited bloodlines have it much tougher in that regard. But, ask anyone from those families and they'll agree, the power bestowed on them by their ancestors is most definitely worth it. Artorias finished his meal and leaned back, laying his head down on the cool stone. He didn't need any kind of shelter or protection from the elements, not even that far above sea level. Normally, Leon would still need to bundle up a bit, even in the second tier, but now he needed to absorb as much magic as possible, so Artorias left him uncovered. He simply stoked the fire a bit more, then laid down, joining his son in sleep. It was not long after dawn that Artorias woke up, but Leon didn't stir until several hours later. Artorias glanced over at Leon, as the younger man slowly pulled himself up into a sitting position. "How do you feel today?" "Much better. I think I can even start the walk back home." "Good. Get some food in you. We'll test your words in 30-ish minutes." With that said, Artorias gathered up all of his things. It didn't take long. His satchel and food pack were considerably lighter than it was when they set out. In fact, they only had enough prepared food and water for another 2 days in the packs, so they would have had to begin the return journey today had the hunt not gone well. Fortunately, their hunt was successful and they were heading home victorious, with a completed ritual under their belt and a large amount of raw lion meat ready to fill their food stores. Once Leon finished eating, and everything was packed, they set off down the mountain. It was slow going due to Leon's fatigue, but Artorias didn't mind. At the pace they started at, they would reach home before the end of the next day, so he wasn't in any particular hurry. The first few hours went by in relative silence, but it was finally broken by Leon, who still had questions about the ritual, and what he saw afterward. "Dad, I have a few questions about the ritual, if you wouldn't mind." "Sure, I'll answer what I can. You said that during the ritual, we see our ancestor, and some of the other bloodlines can even speak to their ancestors. Can you tell me what you saw during your own ritual?" "Yeah, my ritual went as well as yours did, though significantly less intense, and when it was over I was left as unconscious as you were. But I wasn't simply asleep, as I'm sure you know full well by now. I was in my soul realm. A world formed from the concentration of magic power within me. I didn't spend that much time there once the ritual was completed, a matter of seconds, really. I remember hearing a screech that tore at my ears and feeling the rumble of something very large landing very near to where I was laying. I opened my eyes and saw a great bird. It looked down at me, and when our eyes made contact, I was ejected from my soul realm and woke up back at my ritual site." Leon was shocked at this. He had been at his soul realm for who knows how long, and he had been around the bird for a much longer period of time compared to Artorias. Artorias glanced at Leon and noticed that the younger man had started to frown and asked, "Why don't you tell me your experience? I'm sure it must be quite different than mine, given the sheer power exhibited during your ritual." Leon carefully explained as much to Artorias as he could, and the older man stopped walking, before turning to face the younger. "Really, a storm within your soul realm?" Artorias took a long pause before continuing. "My father and his father had a theory about what our ancestor was. It's not something we can verify, but if it summoned a storm within your soul realm, then it lends some credence to it. They believed that bird is what was known as a thunderbird." "Thunderbird? I've never heard of it. It's a being that no longer exists if it ever did in the first place. It's worshipped in some of the northern vales as the ruler of the heavens and can control the weather. According to the legends, the Thunderbird was granted the heavens by the sun itself and sends lightning down to punish those who go against the will of the heavens. Its greatest enemy was the great horned serpent that ruled the sea, but the Thunderbird threw lightning down upon the serpent, killing it forever. These are just legends, but given our own family's skill with lightning magic, and the visions we receive upon our awakening, it seems likely that the Thunderbird existed at some point. But, ultimately, there's little concrete proof to be had, and it's not like our ancestor is in any kind of hurry to speak to us, so I guess we'll never have the complete truth. Artorias grew solemn as he continued to speak. Leon didn't make a sound, he just stood there, listening in fascination. Our ancestors were kings before the sacred bull's descendants conquered or vassalized all of what is now the Bull Kingdom, but the oldest records we had indicated that we had come from somewhere else. We don't know from where we came, or when we moved, or even if the records are correct. They held no information about our ancestor, only vaguely referencing it as if it were written for people for whom that knowledge was obvious and didn't need to be repeated. Leon began to get even more excited now. It was rare for Artorias to speak so much about the family, though it's been coming a lot in the past few days what with the ritual. He suppressed the excitement as much as he could, and calmly asked, "How old were these records? And you said, when talking about them, do they still exist?" Maybe. Artorias stopped to think. This subject started to overlap with things he wasn't quite ready to talk about, so he was silent for a moment. What I can say is that our oldest record, a letter written by an old Thunder King to one of his sons, was estimated to be almost 10,000 years old. As for whether those records still exist, I don't know. I never went to the vaults to check. With that, Artorias started walking again. Leon followed him, and though he couldn't see Artorias' face, he knew that he started to push into things his father didn't want to speak of. Although he wanted to push a bit more, he decided to stop there. "What about this soul realm? Can you tell me anything about that?" asked Leon, deciding to change the subject. Artorias didn't stop again, but he answered readily enough. "Sure, advancing through the tiers of magic is adapting your body to its use. But first, how about you tell me what the third and fourth tiers are?" "Changing bones and bone marrow is the third, then comes internal organs and the brain. And the fifth, learning to change mana type. Does the fifth tier sound like a bodily change to you?" Leon took a moment to think, before hesitantly answering, "No. It sort of is, but it's the last change that happens to the body for a long time. Advancing to the fourth tier involves adapting inner organs to use magic. This usually triples human lifespan at the very least, but longevity is not the point of it. The best part comes when the brain adapts, that is when one becomes a fourth tier mage. This allows for far greater control of magic, and even allows you to control your adaptations, to a degree. Advancing to the fifth tier, changing your mana type, would be impossible otherwise. What does changing mana type even mean, though? What kind of magic do I use? Lightning, mostly. Adapting mana type is something that happens in bone marrow. We change the type of mana we produce to better use our own magic. Some people practice fire magic, so they can change the mana they produce into fire mana, to better use fire magic. In my case, I can create a kind of lightning mana, which greatly increases my strength. But changing mana type isn't permanent, right? Otherwise, that would mean sacrificing compatibility with more utilitarian magic, like powering runes and certain enchantments. With the control added when our brains adapt, we can more or less change at will. In fact, being able to change back and forth at will is the mark of a true fifth-tier mage. In addition, we can also store small objects within out-soul realms, things like personal weapons and the like. It is a very time-consuming thing to store physical objects within our soul realms, but they can be retrieved at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, getting to this point means allowing magic to enter our bone marrow in more extreme locations. A fire mage would train in a volcano, where the magic in the surroundings has more fire energy in it. Likewise, an earth mage would train underground, a water mage would train underwater, and wind mages might go to a canyon or a beach, where wind speeds pick up. Lightning mages like us have great power, as lightning magic is incredibly potent, but this also means that we have to train primarily during storms and allow lightning to strike our bodies and sink into our bones. Artorias looked back at Leon, and seeing the slightly fearful look on his face, gave a light chuckle. "Don't worry, little lion, you won't have to worry about that for a while yet. Now, what's the sixth tier?" "Soul refinement," Leon said with uncertainty. "Even if you think you're wrong, say it with confidence." Soul refinement. Good. You're not wrong in this case. The heart stores magic, but have you ever asked yourself where this magic goes? I haven't, actually. That was something I never really questioned. The heart is the very core of our bodies. It is where magic condenses within our body, and this condensed magic will form an entire world within us. Thus, it is through the heart that we access our soul realm, our inner world. The amount of magic we can store in our bodies is directly proportional to the size of our soul realm. As we advance through the tiers, our soul realm naturally grows bigger and we can store more things within, and when we reach the soul refinement stage, we start training to allow our conscious minds to access it. But things are a little different for us, being scions of an inherited bloodline. That vision we all have when we undergo the awakening ritual wakes more than just our dormant power. It also awakens our ancestor. I've heard it theorized down south that we all have a shard of our ancestor's soul within us, and that is what we see in our soul realms. Because we have multiple souls within us, our soul realms are slightly bigger than others. Leon looked quite intrigued at this, asking, does this mean that we can store more power than other people since the soul realm is where our stored magic goes? Not really. The differences in our soul realms compared to those of others is negligible in a practical sense. That extra space you have was what? A 100-foot wide island. A soul realm, by the time of the 7th tier, is 10 miles in every direction and continues to grow. It wasn't hyperbole to say that it is an entire world within us, though not one that we can physically enter. With that said, let's get back to soul refinement. This is the process of constructing a magical body and learning to transfer your consciousness into it. These bodies used to be thought of as souls and were even mistaken for ghosts when detached from our physical bodies. Nowadays, they are simply called magic bodies. A magic body is refined within your physical body, but you can also manifest it outside of your physical body at will. Initially, it's unable to affect the world around it, but it can observe things a great distance from you. As it grows and develops, that restriction can even be lifted. The mark of becoming a 6th tier mage, however, is when your magical body develops to the point that it can manifest within your soul realm. But the biggest, and arguably most important thing a magic body is capable of, is saving a person from death. Once a physical body is destroyed, a magic body might live on, if the dying person was strong enough. With the death of the physical body, the mage can transfer their consciousness over to the magic body. Unfortunately, this means that any hope of continuing to grow in power is all but gone, as the soul realm dies with the physical body. Artorias looked over his shoulder at Leon and slowed his pace a little. He then asked, do you think you're ready to learn what makes a 7th tier mage? Leon looked at his father, his golden eyes shining, and positively beaming with excitement. He immediately answered, of course. A 6th tier mage has refined their soul and can thus actively enter their soul realm. There have been a few records of people entering the soul realm while sleeping, and we enter during our rituals, but it takes a refined soul, a magic body, to consciously enter the soul realm. When they first enter, the soul realm looks quite similar to what you saw, an island floating in mist, with little else around. This mist is called the mists of chaos and can be used to build something called a mind palace. It is a palace in the very center of the soul realm, and it's where your magic body resides. To become a 7th tier mage, you have to construct your mind palace. Just like your physical body, your magic body will also continue growing as you gain strength, and completing your mind palace indicates that you have reached a point that you can even bring physical objects into your soul realm at will. The time needed to store an object becomes negligible, and a mage can store effectively all their possessions within themselves if they wanted to. Never forget, little lion, just because it's called a soul realm, and it's the place where your magical body resides, doesn't mean that it's intangible or imaginary. I meant it when I said it's like a small magical world deep within you. Leon was blown away by this sudden onslaught of information. To an extent, he expected this once he underwent the ritual, but now he was buzzing with excitement about the future. But he still had questions for his father. How would I know when my mind palace is complete? It resonates with your soul realm. To a degree, since it's your soul realm, it will be complete once you're satisfied with it. It's a difficult feeling to put into words, but trust me when I say that you'll know it when you're finished. The two continued on like this for some time, with Leon asking many questions and Artorias doing his best to answer. But Artorias wasn't all-knowing, and he wasn't trained as a teacher, so many of the more detailed and nuanced questions Leon asked only left the younger man with more questions, and few answers. But they kept walking. They arrived back at the Troll's Bridge, paid the toll, and continued across. The sun went down, and Artorias put up the standard defenses. They woke the next morning after a relatively peaceful night's rest and set off again not much later. They made good time and made it home before dark. Despite the sky still being fairly bright, once Leon made it back to his own bed, he immediately collapsed upon it and passed out. Chapter 11. Mana Glyph. Leon spent the next week resting. He did train a bit, but Artorias mostly insisted on it as a way to keep Leon active and limber. Leon's training mostly consisted of getting used to his new strength. With his newly adapted muscles, he was now far stronger than he was before the ritual. He estimated that he had more than doubled the amount of weight he could carry, and he wasn't even finished recovering yet. But this light exercise wasn't the only thing Leon focused on. There were his meditations, lessons with Artorias on runes and enchantments, and he finally got around to skinning that stag the two of them had been ignoring. He left the meat in the food shack but hung up the fur in the shack next door. The next time they were to trade furs with the tribesmen was coming up. It had originally been planned for not long after the ritual, but Leon needed more time to recover than Artorias had initially thought. So, the journey was postponed, and Leon spent a good 12 to 13 hours a day sleeping or meditating, to fill his soul realm with as much magic as he could. After filling it up with magic, he would then pull it out and allow it to course through his body, through his extremities, and back out into the world. This process of filling up and then draining his soul realm was critical, said Artorias, so Leon could get used to the feeling of being drained as well as full of power. Most other mages wouldn't need to get used to it, as such dramatic increases in power were so rare. This also counted as a form of training, as Leon was getting faster at filling his soul realm than before. He was learning to consciously prevent magic from being fused with his blood into mana, and instead channel it into his soul realm. He was also getting faster at calling upon that power, fusing it into his blood as fast as he could. The following week, Leon went back to weapons training. Leon had been learning from Artorias for over a decade now, and there was little Artorias had left to teach, so the training was mostly just sparring so the two of them wouldn't let their skills get rusty. But there was another reason, to fix a problem that the hunt had made Artorias keenly aware of. When Leon was about to shoot the snow lion, it had sensed his killing intent. No real mage would ever allow their killing aura to be so obvious, but Artorias had realized then that he had never taught his son how to restrain it properly. If he had, Leon might have succeeded in killing the lion with that first shot and would not have been left severely injured after the lion's counterattack. But this was easier said than done. Killing intent is exactly what it sounds like, just the intent and willingness to kill. However, for mages, this intent can manifest as an aura, and be extremely overwhelming to the unprepared. Unfortunately, if the mage's opponent is prepared, far stronger, or possesses a more potent killing intent, then the mage's own killing intent will be far less effective. Artorias had raised Leon in a dangerous environment, where they had to hunt and kill to survive, all to instill in his son a powerful killing intent. But he had neglected to teach Leon exactly how to control it and unleash it only at the best possible moment. This mostly comes down to keeping a tight hold over the magic that courses through the body and preventing it from leaking out. Keeping a lid on killing intent isn't too difficult, even first-tier mages are taught how, but it still isn't a skill that is learned in a day. Artorias showed Leon a few techniques and exercises to help him restrain his killing intent, and moved on, trusting his son to practice and improve on his own. Artorias also tested Leon's knowledge of runes and the glyphs they form when arranged in magical formations. Upon seeing Leon's results, he knew that his son was ready to start thinking about his own mana glyph. A mana glyph is something that a mage creates after they reach the 5th tier. Before then, a mage can only use magic by relying on enchantments or written spells. After reaching the 5th tier, they are strong enough to use their magic without specific enchantments or spells, although those still have a place in any mage's arsenal. Every mage has their own mana glyph. They create it themselves, and it ends up inscribed at the very center of their mind palace. It is a mark that comes to represent the mage and their impact on the world. If inscribed on a weapon, it can help the weapon become more in sync with the mage, strengthening its enchantments. If a mage grows strong enough, then their mana glyph can even exert pressure down on someone nearby or allow the mage to control spells and enchantments remotely. A mage can use another's mana glyph if they acquire something inscribed with it and they are at least of the 3rd tier, allowing them to tap into some of the other mage's power. High nobles who are strong enough will often give their 3rd and 4th tier family members weapons and spells with their mana glyph upon them to allow them to use magic without enchantments. The uses of a mana glyph are many, given that they represent their mage, and are typically only limited by the mage's imagination. A mage needs to be at least of the 5th tier to write their mana glyph, but those with inherited bloodlines are exceptions to that rule, as they so often are. The rules of magic for humans often don't quite apply to descendants of ascended beasts, as they are not entirely human themselves. An ordinary mage creates their mana glyph to start work on their mind palace. A mage with an inherited bloodline can make their glyph as soon as their blood awakens, though they still can't begin work on their mind palace until the 5th tier. Leon was still too weak to use a mana glyph in battle, even if he did make his own, but Artorias still wanted the former to start thinking about what he wanted the glyph to be. Mana glyphs were usually runic symbols arranged into large circles, but could even be self-made symbols, and they often said quite a bit about the mage who made it. For example, Artorias' glyph was the end of a long story about a mortal who sought eternal youth. He journeyed all across the world, seeking the greatest mages and wise men, consulting the most renowned sages, and the most isolated hermits. Eventually, he found what he sought, a golden apple said to bestow eternal life upon the one who ate it. The mortal raised the apple to his lips, only to have it stolen from his hand by an eagle just as he was about to take a bite. Artorias loved that story, as it reminded him that sometimes, no matter how certain your victory might be, it can always be taken from you at any time, so one should always prepare for every eventuality. Life in the compound went on like normal for several more weeks before the two started to prepare to travel out of the forest of black and white, and head for the neighboring vale. They intended to trade their furs for more food and a few items Artorias wanted. Leon spent these few weeks meditations thinking about his mana glyph, though he hadn't a clue as to what it should be. Artorias told him to take his time, as it would accompany him throughout his entire life. Neither of them had any idea that very soon, their relatively peaceful lives would come to an end. The palace in the capital city of the Bull Kingdom had always impressed Roland Magnus. From its shining towers of white stone to its marble halls filled with gold and silver, he never failed to marvel at the great estate. He smiled as he crossed the long bridge across the lake towards the palace. It had taken no small amount of time and effort, but he had finally managed to be appointed as the 6th paladin of the kingdom. Typically, paladins weren't appointed unless they achieved the 7th tier of magic, but he was only a 6th tier mage. Roland was only in his late 20s, so Prince August, who had arranged for his appointment, was able to use his great potential as justification. Roland had been summoned by Prince August and was now on his way to meet him. This was to be his first mission as a paladin, and he was determined to live up to his new rank. He calmly rode his horse up to the gate, while the guards there watched his approach. Roland was dressed in white formal wear, a short-sleeved silk shirt that was covered in silver runes, and cloth pants tucked into his dress shoes. His dark brown hair was cropped short, and his face was closely shorn. But all the guards saw was the sash across his chest, deep red with the golden paladin sigil, and his sword, a long blade in an ornate silver sheath. The guard captain made a gesture, and the large iron gate began to move. It took a while for it to open, and a bit more time to lower the wards and defensive enchantments for Roland to enter, but he finally rode his steed past the 6-foot-thick doors and into the royal estate. Behind the walls lay dozens of acres of forest and riding grounds. These were there for the pleasure of the king and his family, though they were devoid of human life at the moment. Roland still felt pride as he rode along the royal road towards the guest stables. Here, even the road was worthy of being noticed. A pair of brilliant earth and fire mages had designed most of the roads in the royal capital, laying down bricks of enchanted stone, and melting them down until the seams disappeared. The road was smooth and without flaw, flanked by large trees, marble statues, and ivory archways carved into depictions of great victories by the kingdom's legions. Roland arrived at the stable and gave them his steed. They led the horse into its designated building about 100 feet away, and Roland began walking towards the main palace. The palace complex was actually over a dozen different buildings, from the opulent royal apartments to the more humble guest house and the secluded royal harem. It sprawled out over the island in the middle of the lake. Roland walked for several minutes before arriving at the main palace complex, an enormous building containing the throne room, the assembly rooms, 3 courtrooms, innumerable offices, and a number of waiting rooms for visitors. Roland walked through the large archway of polished granite and stepped into the courtyard. The floor was shiny black and white marble, with a fountain built around a large statue. The painted statue depicted a charging bull, the very same sacred bull that had reached the 8th tier of magic and transformed its shape into that of a human, the progenitor of the kingdom's royal family. The paladin walked past this fountain, and into the palace itself. The building was made of perfectly uniform white stones with a roof of red ceramic tiles. It looked like a large villa, with little defensive value, but Roland could feel the magic flowing through the walls. It would take an incredible amount of power to even scratch the surface of those white stones. The guards at the entrance recognized him, and led him through. There, an adjutant to the 4th prince saw him and led him to Prince August's office. Upon arrival, Roland was immediately led into a richly decorated room with red carpets and walls lined with filled bookshelves. Behind a large desk of dark oak sat the young prince. He wasn't conventionally handsome, a young man barely 20 with a thin body and scholarly disposition, but he carried with him a dignity that only came from royalty. His pale face looked fresh and energetic, but the slight bags under his dark brown eyes betrayed his fatigue. He absent-mindedly brushed his long dirty blonde hair away from his eyes while he finished reading the document in front of him. A few seconds after he heard the door close, the prince looked up from his paperwork and smiled when he saw his guest. He rose from his desk, and after Roland made a respectful bow, he went over and embraced his friend. "Roland, it's good to see you, my friend. How has the capital been treating you?" "Good, Your Highness. My family has settled in well, and are enjoying the warmer climate, to be sure." "Wonderful. If they need anything, you only need to ask, and I'll have it taken care of." "Your Highness is too kind. We want for nothing after you made me a paladin." "Good, good. Can I get you anything?" The prince gestured at a servant in the corner who stepped forward, waiting for Roland's response. Roland looked at the servant, and merely said, "Some water will do." "Are you sure? We may be here a while," said the prince. "I'm sure, Your Highness." "Well, I won't be so reserved. Bring me some apple soda and some of those orange crackers. The ones made of baked cheese." Roland didn't say a word, but he gave his royal friend an odd look. "What, they're delicious," said the prince defensively. Roland forced himself to stifle a chuckle. The servant bowed with a slight smile and left. "Come now, my friend, have a seat." August and Roland took a seat in fancy mahogany chairs covered in red velvet, with a small table in between and a fireplace in front of them. They made more small talk while waiting for the servant to return. When he did, the prince dismissed him after placing a tray with what they ordered on the table. "Now then, let's get to business." Roland listened intently, ready to perform his duty. "I need you to assemble a team of knights and their retainers, go north past the frozen mountains, and into the northern vales." Chapter 12. The mission. Roland stared at the prince for a moment, stunned. The northern vales? What could the king possibly need there that he needs to send a paladin? August sighed, then took a sip of his drink. He looked Roland in the eyes before saying, "The king isn't sending you." "I am." This left Roland almost speechless. The prince certainly had the power to make a paladin, but the paladins only took orders from the king. The prince had no authority to give him any assignments, so why was he ordering Roland to go north? "Your Highness, I understand. You're uncomfortable with this mission since it doesn't come directly from my royal father. But let me ask you something, where is the king now?" "He's entered secluded training, leaving the kingdom in the hands of Your Highness and the second prince. I had thought there was some emergency when I received your summons, for the king to issue a mission to a paladin, and I came here in all haste. I even had to leave my squire behind." August looked out the windows for a moment, before looking back at Roland with a bitter smile. "The king isn't in secluded training." There was a brief pause, while Roland rapidly thought through the possibilities. Prince August seems a little reluctant to part with this information, so the king clearly isn't ruling from behind the scenes. But if he isn't training, then where is he? Is he retired in all but name? Is he allowing his sons to rule as co-regents to see who ought to be his successor? August watched Roland's face rapidly shift, from worried to contemplative, to slight anger, then back to worried. "There's no need to speculate, my friend, I'll tell you the truth. You do have a right to know, as a paladin. However, you must make a blood oath not to speak a word of this to anyone without my explicit approval." It didn't take Roland long to agree. In fact, Prince August was surprised that he agreed so fast. He brought out a contract he'd had drawn up not too long ago and placed it before the paladin. Roland read the short contract, and satisfied that there were no hidden clauses, he drew a knife and made a small cut on his hand. He then dipped a nearby quill in his blood, wrote his name down on the paper, and wrapped his hand in a handkerchief that August passed to him. "Good, I'll have this taken to the priests at Lineage Hall. I'm glad you were able to trust me, Roland. Finding good men like you is quite difficult these days." August rose from his seat at the table and walked over to his desk. Roland rose as well, as it wouldn't do for him to continue to sit while a member of royalty had risen. August picked up a small bell and gave it a quick ring. The servant from before entered at the sound and bowed to the prince. August carefully folded the contract before placing it in a thin metal box. This box was sealed with August's personal monoglyph, so he'd know if anyone opened it. "Take this to my eldest brother at Lineage Hall. It is for his eyes only, on pain of being charged with treason." The servant grew a little pale after hearing that and seeing the prince's stern look, but accepted the box and made for the door. He gave one more bow, then left. The prince took a deep breath, before returning to his seat. Roland joined him back at the table and waited for the prince to speak. It took several moments, but August finally began. "My royal father went into secluded meditation to attempt to finish breaking into the 8th tier. Roland didn't speak a word, but he understood the king's decision. Entering the 8th tier was a long and complex process, involving greatly expanding the soul realm, so it's no surprise that many mages choose to enter private long-term training to accomplish it." The prince continued, "That was 6 years ago. I was barely 15, yet my royal father left the kingdom in the hands of myself and my second brother. This worked fine for a while, but an accident occurred about 4 years ago. The servant tasked with bringing my royal father his meals found him unconscious on the ground. He wasn't able to be woken, and the healers were called." Roland listened with rapt attention. He hadn't the faintest clue this had happened. He was also quite concerned, as it meant a great deal for the kingdom if the king died now when there was no clear heir. "My royal father has been in that coma ever since. There have been no changes to his condition, but the royal physician has told me that every day he lingers in that coma, the chances of him waking lessen." August's face grew solemn, before quickly changing into anger. "Making the situation worse is my second brother all but abandoning the capital last year. Even now, he's traveling all over the kingdom, supposedly placating the high lords and keeping the nobles in check, but I know better." This talk started making Roland very nervous. King Julius Taurus had 6 children, 4 of them sons, but only his second son was by his wife, the rest by concubines. The eldest, a powerful 6th-tier mage in his 60s, had renounced the title of crown prince and ran off to join the priests in Lineage Hall. The third prince, a rather weak and timid man, more prone to burying himself in books and legends, also renounced his claim to the throne. This left the 4th prince, August, the thin and erudite man that he was, and the 2nd prince, Octavius, a tall, muscular, handsome and energetic man who seemed every bit the heir to the sacred bull that August didn't. But despite the 2nd prince expecting to be named crown prince, King Julius never did clarify the issue. Then, when going into secluded training, he left the kingdom to be ruled by both the 30-year-old 2nd prince and the 4th prince, the then 15-year-old August. The 2nd prince was left angry and humiliated. Many nobles had supported his claim and had spoken of their support for him publicly, but the king refused to name him crown prince, and made him share the position of regent with his younger brother. It would have been one thing if August had been the child of a noble concubine, but instead, he was the child of the king's favorite mistress, a woman of common birth. Now, with the king indisposed, it made sense that August was feeling the pressure, and went so far as to name Roland, a commoner by birth but a longtime friend, as the 6th paladin of the Bull Kingdom. He needed to shore up his own power base, and find, or make, reliable allies. August had paused here, waiting for Roland's response. "Your Highness, this is an issue of monumental importance, but as a paladin, I'm sworn to no one but the king. I'm not too sure what your purpose is for sending me north. Are you trying to gain the support of our tribal allies? They couldn't even contribute a single legion's worth of warriors. They'd be cut down by our soldiers in no time flat. I'm not sending you north for warriors, though you will have to make contact with our tribal allies. No, what I'm sending you north for would hopefully avert civil war, rather than feed the fire. Not too long ago, I managed to persuade a healer from the court of the sacred Golden Empress to come north and examine my royal father. He told me that the king suffered a backlash from trying to forcibly grow his soul realm, rather than letting it grow naturally. The chances are abysmally low for the king to wake on his own, but fortunately, the healer knows a potion that could heal him. The bad news is that he doesn't have all the ingredients. What I'm sending you north for is something called heartwood amber. Heartwood trees secrete a resin that hardens into amber over many millennia. Unfortunately, all the heartwood trees south of the frozen mountains are regularly harvested to build ships before they're old enough to produce the amber, making it prohibitively scarce. There are still old heartwood trees in the northern vales, however, so I need you to find some of this amber. Roland still looked fairly conflicted. He didn't expect his first mission would be in such a remote and uncivilized place. Maybe dealing with a rebellious lord, or hunting a troublesome monster, but not dealing with northern barbarians. At least, he hoped it would only require dealing with a few barbarians. There are more than a few nightmarish stories about some of the less inhabited vales, stories about wraiths ripping souls out of people to use in profane rituals, creatures made of darkness that seep into a person's body during the night and consume them from the inside, forest creatures that ensnare men with their otherworldly beauty, before turning them to stone, or worse. Roland wasn't too keen on finding how accurate these stories were. But, if what the prince had told him was true, then he was receiving an order from as close to royalty as he was going to see for a long time. So, he finally, reluctantly, gave his answer. I'll go, Your Highness. I'll find this heartwood amber and bring it back to aid the king. August warmly smiled in relief. Wonderful, wonderful. Roland opened his mouth to speak once more but seemed to think better of it, deciding to keep silent, but August noticed. What's on your mind, my friend? It's nothing. Forgive me, Your Highness, it isn't my place to question orders. I've already been insolent enough by hesitating. I give you permission to speak freely. No one else is here, only the two of us. Besides, who would dare to suggest that a paladin cannot ask a question of a prince, especially when receiving a mission? So fret not, all words spoken here are said in confidence. Roland seemed to struggle for another moment but eventually gave voice to what was on his mind. I must ask Your Highness, why send me? There are 5 other paladins in the kingdom, all of whom would gladly undertake this mission for the well-being of the king. August's smile turned bitter again. The penitent paladin and bronze paladin don't move unless personally ordered by the king. They already know of my royal father's condition and have taken it upon themselves to guard his chambers. There's no way they'll ever accept a mission from me, no matter how necessary. The sapphire paladin grew up with my second brother, much like how you grew up with me. She would see me as a pretender to the throne and would never undertake a mission under my orders, let alone one that made her leave the kingdom. The Earthshaker paladin is the younger brother of my second brother's mother. He won't listen to me, either. I've been making headway in bringing the Brimstone paladin over to my side, but I doubt he'd go so far on my orders, especially as he's out exterminating a vampire nest right now. This leaves you. We've known each other for over 10 years, you're as close a friend as I have. This is a well-known fact and I've caught no small amount of heat for appointing you to the position of paladin. The other 5 are all 7th tier mages, but you are only of the 6th tier. I know my royal father would never have approved of my decision to give you that title, not until you completed your mind palace, at least. I believe that accomplishing this task will not only bring me the heartwood amber I need to heal my royal father but will also prove definitively that you deserve your new position. All this rather blew Roland away. He'd barely considered what the nobles might think of his appointment, as he'd thought he had the approval of the king. August waited for Roland's reaction and didn't have to wait long. Your Highness, I'll go and find that heartwood amber. I'll assemble a small team, and head north after acquiring provisions. I'll find the amber and return as soon as possible. I won't let you down. August felt relief and joy. He knew he could count on his friend, but he had still felt some apprehension when calling Roland to the palace. He wasn't the king or the crown prince, so Roland was well within his rights to refuse. But he didn't. His friend agreed. The two stayed in the prince's office for another half-hour, going over a few more logistical details and doing what they could to make Roland's journey north easier. Eventually, Roland departed from the palace. On his way out, he saw his squire, a boy of 19. He'd been so worried at being given his first mission that he'd left his home without a moment's pause. The last order he gave to his servants was to inform his squire that he was heading towards the palace and to wait for him at the entrance. And sure enough, there he was. This boy was of average height, with neutral brown hair, and average build. Looking at him on the street, Roland would have described him as being the embodiment of average in appearance. His naturally fair skin tone had darkened considerably, from the amount of time he had to spend outdoors when training, and almost matched his leather armor. But he was a solid fighter. Roland had been assigned him almost a year ago from before he had been made a paladin and had come to know just how skilled this boy was with a sword from encounters with bandits, smugglers, and wandering monsters. Roland stepped out of the palace's door, walked out of the peristyle, and waved to the squire. "Luke, I'm glad they let you pass the gate on the bridge." "They almost didn't, sir. I had to show them all of my identification papers before they allowed me to enter the island. I still had to wait for you here, though. They wouldn't let me come find you in the palace." Luke gestured at the royal guards by the palace doors. Roland shrugged. "That's understandable, but I hope you haven't been waiting too long." "No, sir. I just got here about 15 minutes ago." "Is it time to leave?" "It is indeed." "Then I shall fetch the horses." Roland smiled. Luke was a diligent squire, and if a 2-year squireship wasn't required to graduate from the Knight Academy, then he would have already knighted the boy. It didn't take long for Luke to return with 2 horses. One was the stallion that Roland had ridden in on, a magnificent courser with a deep black coat. Luke had to make do with a cheaper, less impressive horse, a small mare with a significantly less shiny brown coat. The stallion was lean and muscular, but the mare just looked rather thin and didn't respond to Luke's hold nearly as quickly as the stallion did for Roland. The 2 men climbed onto their horses and began riding towards the bridge, with Roland taking a slight lead. They rode away with neither speaking a word. After a few moments, after they had put some distance between them and the palace, Roland finally broke the silence. "Best get some good rest tonight, Luke. We have a long couple of months ahead of us." Chapter 13. The team, "What sort of mission have we received, sir?" asked Luke. "We're going north, past the frozen mountains, and into the northern vales. We are looking for an alchemical ingredient called heartwood amber." Luke frowned. He had a casual hobby of alchemy but had never heard of heartwood amber before. Roland continued, "We're also going to need a small team. Maybe 4 or 5, plus their men at arms. I already have a few in mind. We'll go over it when we get back to my place." It took them half an hour to get back to Roland's villa. It had a similar aesthetic to the royal palace, as did most other villas in the area, all white stone, red roof tiles, marble floors, and granite columns, and was built on a large estate of about 4 acres. The place was also quite magically advanced, with enchantments regulating temperature, even in the open-air sections of the villa, and enchantments that lock doors, purify water, preserve food, maintain the gardens, and even enchantments that repelled the rain and brought running water to the villa. Roland and Luke rode in through the gate into the entrance garden. There was a small stable off to the side, with space for 4 horses. Roland left Luke to unsaddle the horses and walked inside to greet his wife. Melissa was a common-born girl, of slightly less than average height, light brown hair, and warm, gentle features. She was certainly a beauty, but of a more cute and earthly quality than more dazzling and gorgeous highborn ladies, who often invested heavily in magic that preserved or amplified their beauty. When Roland walked in, she was giving orders to the servants who maintained the villa and operated her side business. Roland was quite well paid as a paladin, and as a knight before that, so she'd taken some of that money to start a small masonry business, cutting and polishing some of the white stone that the nobles of the kingdom seemed to build everything out of. Next to her was a middle-aged woman holding an infant boy. She turned to see who had walked in and saw her husband in his bright formal suit. She'd had a stern, stoic business face on before, but that broke into a warm and loving smile. Roland walked over and gave her a gentle hug, making sure not to squeeze too hard. She was only a 2nd-tier mage and he was of the 6th tier. He then smiled down at his son in the arms of the servant. Melissa gave her husband an inquisitive look, wordlessly asking what had been asked of him at the palace, but he just gave her a kiss and told her that they would talk about it later, and for now, he would be in his study with Luke and a few others. So, Roland settled into his study, with ink and paper, making a list of essential supplies and starting to map out the route to take. When Luke returned, the squire diligently began making a list of needed provisions, and the 2 started discussing who to bring on the journey north. Paladins always had a good number of subordinate knights and men at arms assigned to them as personal retinues, and there were a few in Roland's service that he wanted on this mission. Soon, Couriers departed, summoning those he had chosen to his villa. The first to arrive was Sir Andrew Clement. He was a great bear of a man, easily 6.5 feet of solid muscle. His long dark brown beard barely fit under a helmet, though he rarely bothered with one, preferring instead to armor himself in light leather so he wouldn't be weighed down while wielding his heavy double-bladed battle axe. Then, there was Dame Shira Evanson. She too was quite tall, pushing 6 feet, but far leaner than Sir Andrew. She had fine, noble features, long blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes. She had a calm temperament and was an artist with a cavalry lance. The last person invited was Sir Roger Stanley. He was fearless, almost to the point of recklessness. Roland had seen him charge into a werewolf nest without armor, wielding only a morning star. He was a thin and wiry man with short red hair and a fair amount of unshaven stubble. These 3 were the knights that Roland had decided on having with him as he went north. All 3 were 5th-tier mages and battle-hardened warriors. What's more, they had all been serving as his subordinate knights for several years now, and their loyalties were without question. Naturally, they were curious as to why they had been summoned to meet Roland so quickly, as meetings would usually be scheduled days in advance, but Roland wouldn't say until everyone was present. When Roger finally arrived, Roland clapped his hands and got down to business. I have been tasked with a mission that concerns the fate of the kingdom. I must go north in search of a material called Heartwood Amber, and I have decided that you all shall accompany me. We'll be going north via the Julian Road, all the way to Clear Ice Fortress. It should take about 2 weeks to go that far, so we'll stop off for a few days' rest at the fortress, then continue north past the frozen mountains. We'll make contact with the chief of the locals, the Brown Bear tribe, and proceed from there. If all goes well, we'll be back in the capital within 2 months. Any questions? Roland looked at each the knights in turn. Roger simply smiled in anticipation. He had no qualms about going to the less civilized parts of the world. Shira, too, didn't question Roland's plan. They had been with Roland through thick and thin and would follow him wherever they were needed. Only Andrew spoke up. Sir, wouldn't it be easier to simply ask the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild? I'm sure they would be able to find some of this Heartwood Amber without us risking our lives that far from home. Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild was a multinational financial organization from the Central Empires. It specialized in all things gold, from trade to banking. It was so trusted, in fact, that it handled the banking needs of just about every state in Eterna. They almost completely controlled the entire plains economy. But in return, they had made many blood oaths that they would separate themselves from politics and never take sides in national conflicts, whether internal or external. This wasn't always feasible, especially in civil wars, but the guild was the single most trusted organization in existence, and it had earned that trust. His Highness Prince August has already met with their representatives. They indicated that it would be several years before any amber might become available, and even then, it might clear out a huge chunk of the kingdom's reserves. Andrew was almost dumbstruck. It's that expensive, how the hell would we even find some, then? That very question is why a paladin has been dispatched, rather than sending diplomats to recruit the tribesmen, or sending a foraging party. While Andrew sat there, attempting to process just how valuable Heartwood Amber was, Shira finally decided to ask something. Sir, I get the idea that this mission is somewhat time-sensitive. You're not wrong. The sooner we can accomplish this task, the better. Why then are we taking the Julian Road? If we take a barge up the Naga River, we'd be at the Duchy of Morena, and from there it would only be a quick journey through the Grandison March, and we'd be at the Clear Ice Fortress. It could cut days off the travel time. Roland made a bitter expression. We're not going that way. We'll stay within the royal domain as much as possible. Nobles don't take kindly to me, a common-born knight, being named as the 6th paladin. A 6th-tier common-born knight. The Duke and Marquis would undoubtedly get in our way. Since his talk with the prince, Roland understood that the higher nobles didn't take too kindly to his appointment, so he wanted to avoid entering their lands as much as possible. Fortunately, over 40% of the kingdom was ruled directly by the royal family or an appointed governor, so it was easy enough for him to get to where he needed to go. There's one more thing. We are the only knights who will be going. I want you to pick 3 men at arms each. Your own squires can come as well. We'll be traveling light, and we'll have to leave our horses at Clear Ice, so no heavy armor. The knights all nodded, though with some trepidation. It was true that passing the frozen mountains with horses would be almost impossible due to the roughness of the terrain, but it was still hard to hear. Roland and his knights had made their names in a heavy cavalry unit, and their horses were symbols of their status. But they still knew that as much as they might want to, the horses couldn't come with. So, the five continued to talk for another hour, hammering out the details of the mission, where they would go, the specifics of the route, the supplies they would bring, and who they would speak to. When they were finished, the three knights left to make their preparations. Luke wasn't too far behind, as he too had to make arrangements for himself and Roland. When Roland left the study, he made for the meeting room off the entrance hall. Melissa was there, sitting at a large table covered in papers. She was examining one of them, quill in hand, pretty face scrunched up into her concentrating face. The servants at her side bowed once they noticed he had come in. Melissa then looked up, and her face brightened into a dazzling smile when she saw him. Roland nodded to his servants, and they bowed once more before exiting the room. Roland crossed the hall and took his wife into his arms. She was a bit surprised but lovingly returned the hug. They stayed that way for several minutes, neither quite willing to separate from the other. But, finally, Roland had to say something, so he moved his head to whisper into Melissa's ear. "I have to go away for a while. A few months at the least. I'm going to have to leave tomorrow." Her face was buried in his chest, but he felt her tremble, before looking up into his eyes. "This is what you were called to the palace for. The king wants to take my husband from my arms and send him off to ancestors knows where." Her radiant smile was still there, but it had faltered somewhat. She removed herself from Roland's arms after a sigh of dejection. "Gracious!" she shouted. An elderly man came in from another room, wearing a plain gray robe, and what little hair remained on his head was cut short. He was almost 70 years old, and he was only a first-tier mage, so his lifespan was no longer than a regular mortal. He was an accountant, hired by Roland to assist his wife and her other employees in keeping the books at her business. He bowed as he came in, first to Roland, then again to Melissa. "How may I assist you, my lady?" Melissa waved her hand at the table. "Go over these documents. They all should pertain to transportation permits and import taxes, but you can brief me on them tomorrow regardless." She then gave Roland a sultry look and started walking further into the villa. Roland, of course, followed, and Gracious bowed as they left the room. Once through the door to their bedroom, Melissa threw herself at her husband. It took them a while to undress, as their lips almost seemed glued together, but eventually, they made it to the large bed, leaving their clothing in small piles on the way. Melissa had jumped into Roland's arms, and he carried her the last few steps before throwing her down onto the bed. He lowered himself over her, going for one last kiss before continuing, but she wrapped her legs around his waist, preventing him from moving. Roland gave her a look that was both surprised and aroused, and she twisted her hips, throwing him down beside her. She quickly pushed herself up, getting on top of him. She sat on his waist completely without any shame, letting her husband see and touch everything. She brought her face closer to his, and he moved to kiss her again. She stopped him by placing her finger on his lips and pushed his head back down while giving him an impish smile. She brought her lips in close to his ear, whispering, "When you leave tomorrow, you are the Bull Kingdom's 6th paladin, but until then, you're mine." Chapter 14. 2 journeys. It took an enormous effort for Roland to get out of bed the next morning. He lay there with his sleeping wife in his arms for almost an hour before he could muster the willpower to get up. Melissa, for her part, didn't make it easy. He had woken her as he got up, and began to dress, but she just lay there, without a stitch of clothing on. Needless to say, Roland's willpower wavered, and it took the couple another hour before they managed to leave the bedroom. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and servants were scuttling around the estate preparing for the departure of Roland and his retinue. Roland himself spent the rest of the morning having a late breakfast with Melissa and their son. But, inevitably, it came time for Roland to leave, so he had to head for his dressing room just off the armory, where Luke helped him into his silver runic armor. Roland had told his knights not to bring their own armor, as it would slow them down when crossing the frozen mountains, but he was a paladin, and it was expected that he would wear his gleaming silver armor and blood-red cape, emblazoned with the paladin sigil. Once suited up, Roland made for the entrance of the villa, where several more servants were waiting with his 3 knights, their men-at-arms, squires, and the horses. Luke hurried forward to take the reins of his and Roland's horses, while Roland gave one last goodbye kiss to Melissa and their boy. "Everyone ready?" Roland asked as he mounted his horse. Everyone nodded. mounted their own horses, and the group set off. Melissa watched them go as calmly as she could, but as soon as they had ridden past view, she could no longer suppress her tears. It took her a few minutes to compose herself, but when she realized that the servants were waiting on her next orders, she immediately straightened up, handed her son to the nanny, and began instructing the servants. "Get the stables clean. There won't be any horses in there for a while, and I want it spotless when my husband returns. And bring me Gratius. I want an update on that paperwork, and on how well our latest foundry has been operating." There were 3 young ladies at Melissa's side. They were common-born women but had been trained as scribes. Roland had hired them to act as her assistants, and when they heard her commands, they immediately relayed them to the servants as required. Melissa sighed wistfully, took one last look in the direction Roland had ridden off in and went back into the house. She now planned to throw herself into her work until he returned. As for Roland, he felt the same pain of separation, but he was in front of his knights. He could be affectionate with his family at home, but now he was Roland the Paladin and had to be their cool and calm leader. He maintained a stoic expression and led his knights out of the city. The capital was an enormous city, with a population of several million. It took almost the entire day of riding before they had left the suburbs, and almost a dozen more before they finally made it to the Great Plateau, the last region they had to cross before entering the frozen mountains. It was fairly boring the entire way, but they made good time. There wasn't much conversation, as Roland pushed them hard, but there was no trouble on the royal highway. Roland's instinct was to stay at the cheapest inns on the way north, but he was now a paladin, and had several nobles in his party, so he compromised and allowed them all to stay at much nicer places. Dame Shira, for her part, was quite grateful. She knew that Roland had little desire for the luxurious trappings of nobility, but she had grown up as the second-born child of a marquis and was used to a standard of living far above that of a cheap inn. Victoria, her squire, a young girl of 17, was also noble-born, and appreciated the finer things much more than Shira, however. The Lady Knight had to reprimand her squire several times on the road for complaining about lodgings. No one else made a sound about it, though, which was fairly surprising, as there was one more noble in the group, one of Sir Andrew's men-at-arms. This man was quiet and rarely stood out, in stark contrast to how most nobility acted. Any other high-born would have demanded a knighthood by now, but he still served as a man-at-arms, even though he was a 4th-tier mage. What was even more odd about him was his background. He had come from a city that had been recently granted to a noble family that had moved to the kingdom less than a decade ago, known as the Icenians. 12 years ago, when the king had appointed the head of their house as governor of a large and prosperous city, there had been some pushback from older families, but the king hadn't budged on the issue. Fortunately, Lord Justin, the head of House Isenos, was a private man who rarely made public appearances, and his family was only marginally more social. Eventually, the clamor around his appointment died down, and most simply forgot about him. There wasn't much known about this new house, not even where they had come from. All anyone knew was that they had come from south. And now there was a man from that house serving one of Roland's knights. There were some knights in Roland's retinue that openly distrusted this, Adriano's Isenos, when Sir Andrew introduced him, but in the year and a half since he arrived, he more than proved himself in battle, eventually achieving acceptance among the other knights and men-at-arms. This group made their way further north, passing the city of Tira, the seat of the old Thunder Kings. Roland had always wanted to visit this city, walk its streets, and see the grand palace where the archdukes of House Rame lived. Apparently, their palace was so majestic that it made the palace in the capital look like a beggar's hovel. It had been an enormous structure, with gigantic halls seemingly built for giants, baths so large they could fit an entire battalion, and luxurious apartments that left House Rame's guests so pampered that many almost burst into tears when it came time to leave. But now, all that remained of this once jaw-droppingly gorgeous palace were a few broken walls, lonely columns, and shattered stone. The last archduke that ruled the Great Plateau was Kairos Rame, who, alongside his eldest son, had been assassinated almost 15 years ago, not even a year after his only other son had disappeared after an attack on his villa in the capital. King Julius had loved Archduke Kairos like a brother, and openly wept when he heard the news. He decreed that no one was to ever build upon the old palace grounds again and that its remains would be a memorial to House Rame. But there was more to the city than just the palace. There were the immense lightning rods, that collected the lightning from the frequent storms in the area and channeled it into a training holy ground for lightning mages. There was Constantine's Dome, a staggeringly large arena built into a crater that could seat over 200,000 people. All kinds of sports and magic competitions were held under the massive painted dome, which depicted a great bird of prey surrounded by rain and lightning pulling a horned sea serpent out of the raging ocean. And then there was the plateau itself, which was regarded as a paradise for just about everyone. Green grass, trees with leaves of every color, clear and gentle rivers, and stunning flowers, both medicinal and decorative. But as much as Roland wanted to see the sights, he and his party could only stay one night in the city. In the morning, he sighed in dejection as they rode past the last building of this great city. Maybe on our way back, we can stop for a few days, he thought to himself. A few days later, the group arrived at Clear Ice Fortress. It was a giant castle of black stone, guarding a large wall of clear enchanted ice on the northern side. The wall was almost 100 feet tall and stretched the entire half-mile gap between mountains that the fortress guarded. The mountains at the two ends of the wall were similarly fortified, being covered in small forts. Any northern barbarian stupid enough to attack Clear Ice Fortress would be surrounded on three sides once they came down into the valley. The knights were exhausted as they brought their horses in past the fortress, southern wall, and prepared themselves for the last good night of sleep they would have before the march north. But unbeknownst to them, two men, in the vale to the east of their destination, had set off on a journey of their own at the same time. They were Artorias and Leon, and their destination was the same as the knights, the Brown Bear tribe, the Bull Kingdom's primary ally north of the Frozen Mountains. It had taken Leon a month to get used to his new strength and begin training in earnest again, and Artorias had decided that they had enough furs to justify the journey west to the Brown Bears for trade. The two gathered up the furs they intended to take with and packed them onto an enchanted sleigh. This sleigh had rudimentary wind enchantments carved onto its bottom that allowed it to float about a foot off the ground, making it good for transporting cargo. The two would barely have to pull to get their furs to the tribe's market. This was a journey that the two had made many times before, about once every 6 months for the past decade. It would typically take 3 to 4 days of travel to arrive at the city, even though it was only around 80 miles away. Of course, Artorias could make it in less than an hour, but Leon was much slower. Now that he made it to the second tier, however, Artorias fully expected to be able to shave half a day or more off their travel time. They set off the same morning as Roland and his team, heading for a mountain pass in the west. First, though, they had to head north, as there was an enormous canyon running north-south not too far to the west of the purple grass clearing. It had incredibly smooth sides, though it was starting to crumble in places. Artorias had theorized that a mage of at least the 9th or 10th tier had carved the canyon with a sword strike, and so he had taken to calling it the Divine Scar. It was well over 500 feet deep, where the last rays of light vanished into darkness, so going around was always the best option. Leon and Artorias went north for about a dozen miles before turning west, towards the mountain pass. It took a few more hours to reach it, and they settled in for a late lunch. There wasn't too much to chat about, so Artorias mainly focused on reinforcing Leon's understanding of basic enchantments. From simple runes to complex runic glyphs, Artorias did the best he could to explain the concepts behind their carving. Leon soaked it all up, but Artorias was no master. He could tell that Leon had both a passion and talent for enchantments just based on the practice ones he drew on spell paper and the questions he asked about their underlying theories, but he wouldn't get very far just asking him. All Artorias knew were a few first aid spells and practical enchantments he was taught as part of his knight's training 20 years ago, such as some defensive wards and sanitation enchantments for use in setting up a fortified camp, and a few to apply to weapons. But he had done a bit of research into his family's enchantments. Most were related to lightning, of course, and he didn't have very much material to research in the first place, but what little he had learned had been used when he carved the obelisk in the center of their compound. Those few days passed quickly, but they eventually left the mountain pass and proceeded through the neighboring vale towards one of only 2 cities that exceeded 20,000 inhabitants north of the Frozen Mountains. This particular vale was much less colorful than the forest of black and white. All the trees here only had regular brown bark and green leaves, as opposed to the black and white tree trunks and multicolored leaves of Leon and Artorias' home. There were fewer flowers, as most of the flora were bushes and grass, with neither being the wide gradient of colors seen further to the east, either. Whenever they went west to trade, Leon was always reminded that the forest of black and white was something special. It wasn't just the vibrant plant life either, as no other vale was so infested with dark and powerful creatures. The rivers in the west were not filled with river nymphs, one didn't have to constantly be on the lookout for tree sprites when in the forests, and wraiths were almost unheard of west of the mountain pass. All in all, the vale the brown bear tribe lived in had little difference to the forest scene in the south. It just surrounded a large plain, roughly 60 miles in diameter. This plain was mostly filled with small villages and equally small farms, but the tribesmen had built a city in the very center of the vale. Most of the buildings were made of wood, and rarely exceeded a single story tall, but at just over 20,000 townspeople, it was the largest settlement in the northern vales. The father and son pair finally arrived at the city before noon on the third day, almost a full day earlier than they would have before Leon's ritual. They weren't particularly tired, but Artorias decided to look for a place to stay before anything else. He was a good friend of the Brown Bear clan chief, Torfin Ice Eyes, and had stayed with him before, so the chief's hall was their destination. Chapter 15. Vale Town. The chief's hall was a large longhouse near the center of the city, at the top of a hill. Artorias and Leon could see it from this distance, and never lost sight of it even after entering the city proper. They made their way directly there. There weren't many crowds in this part of the city, as most people went to the market district at this time of day. The buildings were all made of heavy timber wood, and the streets weren't paved. The city layout was chaotic and haphazard, with no semblance of order. There were no city planners around to keep the roads and buildings orderly, unlike down south, and there were no masons or bricklayers to pave the streets. Every southerner managing to come this far north would almost always feel a sense of disappointment when arriving here. Down south, the stories of the Valemen are all about huge hulking brutes with large axes, who worship the mountains and sky and even sometimes practice human sacrifice. If they come south, they'd steal everything that wasn't locked down, and kill everything that gave them a sideways look. The stories never mention the state of their villages or their construction techniques, so those who come north usually do so without leaving their own preconceptions behind. When they hear of the northern city, most often called Vale Town, they imagine a town with well-ordered blocks, paved streets, magic lanterns at night, and a city guardsman on every street corner. That's what they have in the south, so why should the north be any different? But then they see it, the fabled Vale Town, the center of the faith for sky worship, and home of the most powerful of the Valemen, and they feel abject disappointment. Crude, wooden huts are in the majority, with dirt roads, and not a single lantern in sight, magical or otherwise. And the people are even worse. They imagine unwashed barbarians, with long beards, even longer hair, and always ready for a good fight whether man or woman. They imagine them having sex in public, human and animal sacrifices in every marketplace, large shrines dedicated to the sky covered in the harsh, angular northern script, and fights breaking out every 10 feet. What they find are relatively normal people, quietly going about their business as best they can. Not many exotic shrines, few bloody sacrifices, and even less public sex, unless they were in a brothel. But for Leon, this place was perhaps the most inhabited and civilized place he had ever spent. Significant time in, the market was loud, and there were people everywhere. Leon was a quiet and reserved person, not used to the hustle and bustle of civilization, so even this backwater town was enough for him to need preparation before entering. But whenever he was starting to feel overwhelmed, he would think about the great southern cities and the places his father had told him about, places like the great capital of the Bull Kingdom, the old city of Tira, the merchant cities of the south, the massive ore refineries in the east that would light up the entire night sky. He wanted to see it all, but if he couldn't handle this, then he never would. Leon took a deep breath before following Artorias down the muddy streets. They were a famous pair, and there wasn't a single person who had thoughts about trying to steal from the sleigh they pulled behind them. In fact, they were given a rather wide berth as they walked towards the center of Vale Town. As they approached the chief's longhouse, they saw the only stoneworks around, with parts of the longhouse being reinforced with stone, and a large circular stone table surrounded by archways that served as the primary shrine. Within the longhouse, the chief was simply having some fun with his friends. They were drinking, telling embellished stories of personal glory, and casually sparring. It was a grand old time until a man quickly ran into the hall. He was one of the warriors sworn to Torfin, the chief, and he had seen Artorias walking towards Vale Town. He then immediately ran to Torfin to alert him. This man went over to a large man with thick brown hair and a magnificent beard. This man's hair was so full that his face could barely be seen, but his bright gray eyes couldn't be hidden. The young warrior barely had to lower his head to whisper into Thorfinn's ear, despite the chief being seated. When the warrior had said his piece, he immediately left the longhouse. It was no place for someone as young as him. Thorfinn laughed uproariously, so loud, in fact, that the jokes and stories resounding through the hall quickly ended. Everyone there wanted to know what had made the chief so happy. Thorfinn's laughter didn't last long, but his smile remained. He looked around at his most trusted companions, before saying, "The Wraith Killer and the Little Lion just strolled into town." He began to laugh again, and most of the other warriors joined him in celebration. When Leon and Artorias walked in through the longhouse's doors and into the main hall, they found that the partying had ended. The warriors were waiting for them, and Thorfinn came forward to pull Artorias into a joyful hug, which Artorias happily returned. "It's been a while, Wraith Killer. I thought you would have come into town almost a month ago. That was the plan, but we got caught up in a little extra training." Artorias smiled and patted Leon on the shoulder. Thorfinn looked over at the young man, before bringing him into a hug as well. "Ah, Little Lion, you've broken through into the second tier. Congratulations." All the other warriors in the hall joined their chief by raising their meat horns in celebrating Leon's accomplishment. "Yeah, well done, boy, that's the way." Thorfinn had lifted Leon completely off his feet with the hug, and when he let Leon back down, Thorfinn examined him a bit closer. "By the mountain bones, you have an incredibly stable aura. You Southerners really know how to train, don't you?" Artorias only smiled in response, while Leon looked embarrassed and a little uncomfortable at the attention. "Well, you're a step closer to being a great warrior, just like me." "Ha ha, welcome, welcome. I assume you're both here to trade the furs you get in that cursed vale to the east." Thorfinn glanced at the sleigh hovering on air by the door. Artorias nodded. "That we are, and if it's not too much trouble, we were also looking for a place to stay for a few days." "Well then, look no further. You will stay here, as my guests. I welcome you to sleep beneath my roof, eat my food, and sit by my fire. You there." Thorfinn glanced at one of the servants off to the side. "Prepare 2 rooms for my friends." The young servant quickly scurried off. The longhouse wasn't large, but it was certainly big enough for Thorfinn to show 2 guests the proper hospitality. "Come on in, we were just regaling each other with tales of our first battles. I'm sure yours was far grander, however." Thorfinn clasped Artorias' shoulder and was about to lead him further into the hall when Artorias calmly declined. "I would, my friend, but I just came here first to greet you. You know me, I have to get these furs to the markets or they'll be on my mind all day." "Ah, of course, of course. Well, come back here when you're done. I'll have a feast prepared tonight to celebrate the Little Lion entering the second tier." Artorias and Leon then grabbed the sleigh that was left by the door and made for the markets. Thorfinn watched them go with a little bit of regret, but knowing that they would return put the spring back into his step. Artorias was quite famous in the Brown Bear's Vale, as he was the only known person strong enough to live out in the forest of black and white without being torn apart by ice wraiths, and Thorfinn valued his friendship. Artorias had met Thorfinn when he had come north when Leon was barely old enough to walk. Thorfinn wasn't the chief of the tribe back then, but the two had struck up a quick bond after Artorias had seen Thorfinn defend a small farming village from raiders that had come from their rivals, the Red Crow tribe. Artorias had then stayed with Thorfinn for almost an entire year and watched as the man rose to become chief of the Brown Bears, then as he united the entire vale under the tribe. Artorias' destination now was a particular tailor out in the markets. He usually sold his furs there, as he got a good price for them, but this tailor was also one of the best in the entire vale. Most of the businesses run in the city were done in stalls out in market squares, but this tailor was well off enough to be able to afford a proper building for her craft. When Artorias and Leon walked in dragging their sleigh, the middle-aged shopkeeper barely looked up from her work. Currently, she was sewing together some of the grass fibers the vale was known for into a small shirt. A young boy that Artorias recognized as one of the tailor's assistants came forward. "Hey, Leon, why don't you wander around the market a bit?" Artorias tossed his son a small pouch of the copper coins used in the vale. Leon deftly caught the pouch, jingled it a bit, and left the shop smiling. The assistant was used to seeing Artorias here, so he began to go through the furs, cataloging them and preparing to give Artorias an offer. While he was busy doing that, the tailor finished up her own work, and finally came out to speak with Artorias. "Got something special this time. How did you know that?" You don't usually send the boy away when doing business. The tailor was quite sharp and had been paying close attention even when appearing not to. Artorias had always kept Leon close when selling the furs, as he wanted Leon to get used to doing business with other people. As it was, he was lucky if Leon even bothered to speak to anyone on a given trip to Vale Town. As they approached anything that even slightly resembled civilization, the younger man would grow quieter and quieter, and the happy and energetic young man he was in the forest of black and white would give way to a silent and far more subdued person. Artorias could sympathize, as he had even begun to feel himself closing up around other people too. Living so far away from other people has its advantages, but there are drawbacks as well. Indeed, I do have something a bit more today. Coincidentally, as Artorias said this, the assistant boy found something well hidden beneath all the other furs. It was a brilliant white lion's pelt, the skin of the very lion that Leon had killed for his ritual. I want you to make a coat using this. Use the regular fur for the coat itself, and trim it with the mane. Oh, and I'll also want any fur that's left over, so don't get any ideas about it. There was plenty of fur for Artorias' purpose, so the tailor asked, "Are you sure? I can give you a good price for it." Artorias shrugged, "I still want the leftovers." The tailor went over to inspect the fur. It was truly of high quality. The mane was thick and full, while the rest of the fur was thin and soft. It was perfect for making an unobtrusive fur coat. But it seemed there was a bit of a problem when she examined it closer, as she began to frown. This was a snow lion, probably of the late 3rd or early 4th tier. I might not be able to properly cut and sew it up. Artorias smiled when she said this. He knew exactly what she was doing, so he simply said, "I have confidence in your abilities. Don't go getting greedy now by pretending it will be more work than it is." The tailor made a small grimace at that. He had seen right through her. "And I know that the other furs I brought with me today are worth far more than the job I just gave you, so how about let's get around to talking money?" The tailor glared at Artorias. She was a respected member of the community and a 3rd-tier mage. If anyone else had spoken to her like that, she would have them thrown out. But this was the Wraith Killer, a man who possessed enough power to live in the forest of black and white. She finally broke down when faced with his smug smile. She gestured to him, and they went over to the counter where the assistant had arranged the other furs and began to make their deal. Chapter 16. Guests. Artorias left the tailor with a bag full of coppers and began walking through the market. Just browsing through the stalls, he picked up a few things he needed, like some spell paper, ink, and a new hunting knife. There were a few more things he was on the lookout for, but the paper and ink lightened his copper bag considerably given their relative scarcity this far north, so he eventually decided to just make for the food markets. He hadn't seen Leon since he left the tailor, but Artorias wasn't too worried. When he was only 10 years old, Leon had been harassed by a tribesman who noticed his coin pouch, and Leon left him with a broken nose, a shattered cheekbone, and a blind eye. This only contributed to his reputation, which was already quite widespread given where he lived and who his father was. Artorias spent the majority of his remaining profits on filling the sleigh with provisions, like dried fish from a local river, fruits, and a few sacks of flour for bread. There were a few Greenhand tribesmen in the markets, so Artorias also grabbed some of their potatoes as well. When he was done, the sleigh was as laden with food as it had been with fur, and Artorias started making his way back to the Torfin's longhouse. On the way, he managed to spot Leon. The 16-year-old boy had stopped at a booth in the food district and was now happily chowing down on a delicious-smelling stew. When they had arrived, Leon had barely made any facial expressions, being rather uncomfortable around other people, but now there was a smile as large as the divine scar on his face as he ate his meal. Artorias noticed a few young ladies giving Leon some interested looks, but alas, the little lion was far too into his meal to notice. Not that he would otherwise, given his relative lack of knowledge about people, especially those of the female persuasion. The older man decided not to interrupt his son and proceeded towards the longhouse. Leon would come find him when he was ready, and he felt that it was good for the young man to be out and about without his father. Torfin was waiting for Artorias to finish in the market and rose from his seat at the long table to greet his friend. "Ah, Wraith Killer, welcome back." He looked around but didn't see Leon. "Where's the little lion?" "He's in the market eating as much as he possibly can," Artorias said with a smile. Torfin laughed, knowing full well the appetites of the two. He gestured to a servant, and the servant came forward to take the sleigh from Artoria's hands. I can have your food put into my pantry. Those ice runes you carved are still working great, so it should all be quite well preserved for when you head back home. In the meantime, you told me Leon had found some food, but how about you? Artorias let the servant take the sleigh and joined Thorfinn for a drink. The chief brought out some good meat and fresh chicken for Artorias, and they didn't speak much while they ate. As Artorias ate, he noticed that Thorfinn seemed a bit agitated. He was a normally happy and boisterous man, but now he couldn't sit still, and his face was abnormally serious. He was tapping his foot, and he kept shifting his weight around in his seat. Artorias thought to himself, it seems he has something he wants to talk to me about. He quickly finished his food, and asked, so what's up? Thorfinn just laughed and said, oh, you know, same old same old. The Vale has been peaceful, and the harvests are up. Everything is looking alright. Artorias just stared at his friend. He didn't respond, and what followed was an awkward silence. Thorfinn didn't last long before he broke. Oh alright, things are fine now, but there are some dark things on the horizon. Rumors in the west say that old Hakon Firebeard has been making moves in the west, and we've had a sudden surge of immigrants from the western paths. Thorfinn's jolly face had been flush from the mead and his general jovial demeanor, but he grew serious as he continued to speak. We aren't afraid of Hakon, not this far east, but I've had to send quite a few warriors out to the west to keep the peace among all the new arrivals. There are also some southerners who found a new footpath through the frozen mountains, and they've been trading some smuggled weapons with us for silk grass. Recently, though, they've greatly expanded and fortified their camp on this side of the mountain range. I'd estimate 100 or more smugglers in the camp, and their numbers keep growing. If things keep up, they might decide that they want to keep their steel, and just take the grass. Artorias wasn't too surprised by this. New chiefs were frequently rising in the Vales, and this Hakon wasn't the first. These smugglers also weren't unique, as clothes made from silk grass were luxury items in the south. Silkgrass only grew in the Vales, and trade with the tribes was hard and infrequent, so smugglers wanting to make a quick silver would often brave unexplored mountain paths. Artorias sighed. This doesn't look like too big of an issue. Smugglers are invariably commoners. They don't fight very well, and they're rarely more than a first-tier mage if that. Thorfinn was an early fifth-tier mage, considered a magical prodigy for the tribesmen, and easily the strongest man. Out of all the brown bears, it would be the easiest thing for him to take care of 100 first-tier smugglers. I had one of my thanes, Harold Goldenhair, keep an eye on them. He's a fourth-tier mage, and he noticed some finely dressed people in the camp whose power he couldn't see through. I'm the only fifth-tier mage in the Vale, and if they have even one more than us, then they could walk right over us. Artorias frowned. Usually, a higher-tiered mage could see a lower-tier mage's relative power by observing their aura. The same could not be said for the opposite. These, finely dressed people, could be masking their aura, but that was something which was an enormous pain to do, so in all likelihood, they were stronger than the fourth-tier Harold Goldenhair. Thorfinn didn't continue talking and just sat there looking dejected. Artorias sighed, before asking, and what do you want me to do? Thorfinn brightened up, but said, I couldn't ask anything of you, my friend. I know you're only going to be here for several days. Just get out with it, don't play at being modest and humble. Very well then, I would like you to come with me and my warriors to destroy that smuggler's camp. Artorias' first instinct was to immediately refuse and was right about to do so when something occurred to him. He smiled at Thorfinn, and said, sure, I'd love to go with, but under one condition. Thorfinn only hesitated for a brief moment before answering yes. Artorias' smile took a slightly sinister turn. I want my son to come with. That really threw Thorfinn for a loop. He did a double take, then asked just to confirm, you want to bring the little lion with us to kill everyone in that camp? Are you sure? He's not a blooded warrior yet, perhaps this might be a bit much for him. He'll go, or I won't. I've taught him how to kill, but I want him to show me that he can. All he's killed so far are rather weak forest creatures, but last month he single-handedly brought down a full-grown snow lion. He's ready, and he needs to be there with us. Thorfinn couldn't really fault Artorias for this, as it was a cruel and vicious world. Parents might try and shield their children from this fact, but once they were gone those children would be torn apart by vultures. The best thing Artorias can do when teaching Leon how to survive is to give him a ruthless and unerring killing intent so that he would never falter in the face of his enemies and could sweep aside all in his way. Very well, I'm gathering some of my people, but it will take a few weeks to get them all here. Feel free to stay here as long as you like until then. And with that, Thorfinn and Artorias went back to drinking and small talk. Leon eventually came back, and Artorias let him know that they'd be staying in Vale Town for about a month, and the younger man had some mixed opinions about that. On the one hand, he wanted to go back home where it was quiet and there weren't so many people, but on the other hand, he quite enjoyed browsing in the market. And so, the two got settled in the Longhouse. About 2.5 weeks after they had set off from the capital, Roland and his team finally emerged on the north side of the frozen mountains. It had been a rough trek over icy cliffs and narrow, rocky paths. Much of their path had been obstructed by old primeval forests that had been there since the plain had taken form out of the chaos, though much of the organic material had long since rotted away. There were still a few petrified chunks of the larger trees, but for the most part, these forests were made up of the ice that formed on the outside of the trees and still retained their shape, even long after the tree had disappeared. The knights were exhausted, and their followers even more so. They made camp on the first bit of dry ground they could find. Not even Victoria, the young noble lady from the warm and verdant west, complained about sleeping in the dirt because at least it wasn't a freezing cave. Despite their exhaustion, it only took them another 2 days to come into sight of Vale Town. The very same warrior who had seen Artorias and Leon was on watch again and again took off running towards the Longhouse. It wasn't hard for him to identify that these were knights, rather than tribal warriors. Their weapons were too fancy, their leather armor was ornate and made with techniques unknown to the tribesmen, and they carried themselves with far more pride and dignity than any tribesman ever would. Thorfinn heard of their arrival before they'd even set foot in the city and had a decidedly different reaction to it than when Artorias had come. The warrior informed his chief, then left, and Thorfinn barely even glanced up from the turkey he was eating his way through. When Roland and his team entered the city, they noticed that a large number of warriors had gathered and watched their every move. Roland was a 6th-tier mage, and his 3 knights were all of the 5th tier, but despite their power, they felt extremely nervous. The way the warriors would watch them made them feel terribly tense and unwelcome. Roland spread his magic senses out over the city and noticed that there were even more warriors waiting in the adjacent blocks to the main road. They seemed to be just waiting for them to make a hostile move. Even more, he saw in what he assumed was the market quarter, a large number of blacksmiths working hard at making and refining weapons, and most of the tailors in the city were stitching together crude leather armor. He whispered to his knights, "They seem to be arming themselves for something, and I think that might be why they're a little jumpy right now. No one make any moves against them, and let's just make for the Longhouse at the top of the hill." He nodded towards the hill and Thorfinn's house at the top, and the group slowly walked towards it. The warriors watching them followed along as they walked, and the normal tribesmen throughout the city cleared out of the road as they approached. Roland frowned, as he finally got a good count of the warriors watching them, and it seemed to be over 100 with another 100 waiting nearby. It was a very tense walk to the center of the city, but the knights finally arrived before the door of Thorfinn's longhouse and made to open it. It was an imposing thing, almost 10 feet tall, and quite thick, but Roland had zero trouble pushing it open as he led his people inside. Chapter 17. A meeting. A roaring fire in the center of the great hall greeted the knights upon entering the longhouse. 2 rows of columns ran the length of the hall, separating it into thirds. There were a number of long wooden tables arranged around the bonfire, enough to seat about 70 or 80 people. There were only around 30 people in the hall at that time, however, but none who could be said to resemble a chief. There was no high seat, no one dressed particularly different than the others, and certainly none wearing a crown. Roland was at a loss, as he wasn't able to identify the chief. Luke stepped forward, intending to announce the party to the entire hall, but Roland stopped him with a quick gesture. He had an idea that these tribesmen wouldn't take him seriously if he was to be announced by a boy a decade his junior. So, Roland took a few more steps into the hall, and asked, "Good day to you all. I am Roland Magnus, a paladin in the service of the Bull King. I would like to arrange a meeting with the chief of our northern allies, the Brown Bear tribe." It was a simple greeting, introducing himself while also stating his purpose and reminding the tribe that they are allies. Many a tribesman gave a brief chuckle at that, and one leaning on one of the columns even spoke out. Allies. You Southerners haven't come this far north in almost 25 years, how are we still allies? Roland narrowed his eyes. He had always heard that the kingdom had tribal allies, and Prince August had even confirmed this with him. Copies of the signed agreement were held in the capital, Clear Ice Fortress, and the Grand Library in Tira. However, Roland had never seen any of these copies, and he had no idea what the terms of the alliance were, but if there had been no official contact with the Brown Bears in a quarter century, then how could they be considered allies? Regardless, Roland had his mission and he needed the support of the locals. Our kingdom still sees you as friends and considers our alliance ongoing. If there are any concerns about it, then I will speak with the tribe's chief about how to rectify them. The warriors in the hall stared at the knights, creating an oppressive atmosphere. It doesn't matter how powerful one becomes, they still want to feel like they belong in a community, and if they go somewhere that was so blatantly unwelcoming, it could even make gods and immortals nervous. The warrior who spoke out before kept his quiet, but a tall woman with long fair hair and a scar over her right eye took it as her turn to speak. Of course we have concerns. If we're allies, then where were all of you when the Red Crow tribe invaded? We called for your help then, and you were nowhere to be found. Where were you when our villages were sacked and our people murdered, or worse? The Red Crows butchered and defiled them in their own homes. We called upon you, our supposed ally, and not a single knight marched north, not a single mage arrived to fulfill the terms of our alliance. You say that your king still wants to be allies, but it sounds to me like he just wants us to get on our knees and, that's enough, Freya. A large, muscular, heavily bearded man interrupted the woman's tirade and stood up from his seat near the fire. He waved the knights over, saying, "These are our guests, we ought to show them the proper courtesies. Come over here, knight, and sit by the fire. I'm the chief of the Brown Bears, Thorfinn Ice Eyes is my name." Roland had been quite taken aback by Freya's verbal assault, but Thorfinn's interruption allowed him to recover. His stunned expression was quickly replaced with a jovial smile, and he gratefully nodded towards Thorfinn, then began moving towards the fire. The other members of his party followed suit, but Thorfinn stopped them when he continued to speak. "You all must be very tired from your journey this far north." Asbjorn. Thorfinn looked at a nearby warrior. "Your barn is empty now, right?" The warrior nodded, and Thorfinn turned back to Roland's party. "Good, Sir Roland, your people can stay there. I'm sure that they could use the rest. If you have the spare coppers, feel free to browse the markets, but I must warn you not make a scene. As for you, Sir Roland, you must have much to talk about. Come, sit and let's talk." Thorfinn gestured to an empty seat next to his, and the warrior named Asbjorn walked forward, ready to lead the others to where they would be sleeping. Most of Roland's party had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces, none more so than Sir Andrew. "You want us to sleep in a barn? We're knights of the Bull Kingdom. We're in service to a paladin, one of the 6 greatest knights in all the kingdom, and you want to put us up like swine?" Thorfinn narrowed his eyes and smiled viciously. "I want to tell you all to fuck off. I want you to sleep in the dirt and mud. I want you to go back south, and never look back." Thorfinn's smile faded, and he sighed. "But we don't always get what we want. You wouldn't come all this way for no reason, and you won't leave just because I tell you to, so why don't we talk about it, He looked to Roland and waited for a response. Roland was born a commoner, the son of a palace guard. He didn't possess a noble's pride and was more than willing to compromise. He was, after all, one of the paladins, and as such represented the Bull Kingdom. "Chief Thorfinn, we've come a long way, we're very tired and the road has tested our patience. I apologize if we seem irritable or have caused you offense." Roland gave Sir Andrew an icy glare, and the knight shut his mouth. Fortunately, Dame Shira and Sir Roger hadn't said anything and wisely decided to keep their silence. Their squires and men-at-arms were in no position to speak, either, so Roland turned back to Thorfinn. "We have, however, traveled a long way, and need a good rest. To that end, could I ask if there are any better places to stay than a barn, like an inn? Even a cheap one would be fine." This question elicited more chuckles from the watching warriors, and even from Thorfinn himself. "Where do you think you are, knight? There are no inns around that could take in such a large party. Besides, I want to keep you separated from my people as much as possible." Chief Freya had a point. "You were our allies but abandoned us when our hated rivals, the Red Crows, crossed into our vale to subjugate the tribes living here. That's left a lot of bad sentiments towards the south in the vale. Other than that, I would offer the knights at least, if not the followers, use of my guest rooms, but sadly, they're all taken at the moment. Roland desperately tried to keep up his smile and took a moment to keep his cool. He took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." His party behind him didn't bother keeping a smile, especially those who had no smiles to begin with. They all looked like they had just been asked to actually sleep with animals, rather than in an empty barn. Asbjorn walked to the longhouse door and began leading the party outside. Roland was about to follow when Thorfinn stopped him. "I would like to speak with you for a moment, knight. I'll have someone lead you to your comrades when we're done." Roland didn't particularly want to stay. After all, the tribesmen had made it perfectly clear they didn't want the knights here, so he wanted everyone to cool down a bit. "If it would be all right with you, Chief Thorfinn, I would like to accompany my people to where we will be staying. As I said, we are all tired and need rest. I would still like to talk with you, but perhaps it could be tomorrow when we all might have a bit more patience. You might want to leave, but I want you to stay and tell me why you're here. Now, then, let's have a seat. I'll have some food brought to you, and we can chat." Thorfinn's tone left no room for argument. Roland knew that trying to do so would be futile, as he had heard the same tone coming from Prince August on several occasions. So he sighed and followed Thorfinn back his table. On the way, he took the opportunity to observe the other warriors in the longhouse. Most were of the third tier, probably some of the best warriors that the tribesmen could produce. There were 5 that had reached the 4th tier, including the warrior that had spoken first and that Freya woman, but Thorfinn was the only 5th tier mage among them. But Roland had a nasty surprise awaiting him. He noticed in the corner a man who looked to be in his mid-20s. Well-built and tall, with black hair and brown eyes. This man was the only man among the warriors who was clean-shaven, and he had an easy-going smile. He was dressed in thin furs and silk grass, with a sword at his belt. This was odd, as the tribesmen didn't usually use swords. Good steel to make them with was too rare in the Vales, so they typically stuck to axes and spears. But the thing that really set Roland off about this man was that Roland couldn't see through his power. If that was the case, then he was either suppressing his aura, he was of a higher tier than Roland, or he was a simple mortal. The knight couldn't believe any of the possibilities, as suppressing an aura required access to techniques unknown to the tribesmen. The 5th tier was largely considered their upper limit, and there was no way he would be present in the longhouse if he were a common mortal. This was a man to watch out for. Roland saw all of this in the time it took to take a few steps towards Thorfinn's table. He sat down, and a few young servants brought out a plate of chicken and bread. Roland was given a horn of mead, and Thorfinn told him to dig in. Most of the warriors continued to watch Roland, so his unease never abated, but Thorfinn had already returned to his own meal, so Roland decided to at least sample the food. The chicken was good and filling but lacking much of the spices and flavoring he was used to down south. Once he started eating, though, Roland found that he was too hungry to stop. The entire longhouse was silent but for the 2 men eating, just the clinking of copper utensils and the sound of chewing. These were 2 physically active, full-grown men, so the food disappeared very quickly, but when he pushed his empty plate away, Roland didn't feel any more at ease. In fact, he felt even more awkward after the oppressive silence. "Now then, knight, I have invited you to eat at my table, share my mead, and arranged a place for you to stay. I have met all obligations required of me in the name of hospitality. What brings you so far?" Roland glanced around. All the warriors had been staring at him, except for that mysterious man in the corner who was staring into space like he didn't have a care in the world, but their attention had wavered in the 10 minutes the 2 were eating. Now that Thorfinn spoke, however, every eye was back on Roland with rapt interest. "I have been sent from the capital seeking a specific item. It is exceptionally rare south of the frozen mountains, and it is somewhat urgent that I acquire it. And this item is a substance called heartwood amber." Thorfinn looked a little confused, but the man in the corner subtly started paying attention, glancing over at Roland, though he went back to staring out of a nearby window quite quickly. "I'm afraid I've never even heard of amber coming from heartwood trees before. How much of it do you need?" "A chunk about the size of my fist, but the more I can get my hands on, the better." "Well, there aren't that many heartwood trees in this particular vale." Thorfinn appeared to lean back in his chair and think, but he was really taking a quick glance over at Artorias in the corner. Artorias simply smiled and nodded. They were good enough friends that they didn't even need to speak verbally to understand each other. "But I know where you can find them. I can even arrange a guide for you. Thorfinn gave Roland a crafty smile, and Roland knew it wasn't going to be so easy. And what would I need to do? Let's be honest, here. Our alliance is dead. It's been dead for well over a decade, even if you claim otherwise. But I'm interested in renewing it. Of course, it won't happen right this second, you're no diplomat, after all. But I want your word that you will arrange for diplomats to be sent back here after you return south. Roland's uncomfortable look lessened slightly at that request. Is that all? I was going to do that anyway. The prince needs to know that the kingdom's lost an ally, even if it's only the Veilman. You have my word, I will have the proper people come north again to renew our alliance. Thorfinn's smile grew wider. Good, good. I was hoping that you would be receptive to my offer. With that in mind, I trust that you won't turn down providing a symbol of your sincerity. Roland's heart almost stopped. What kind of symbol? Roland locked eyes with Thorfinn, and in that instant, knew that this man had planned everything. The hostility, the uncomfortable atmosphere, sending away his party, all for this moment. He wanted Roland to be uncomfortable because he knew Roland wasn't a diplomat. He wanted Roland to be more willing to agree in order to get out of this longhouse. You must have noticed that my people and I are getting ready to deal with pests. Specifically, smugglers. Smugglers from your kingdom. They have built a fortified compound in this vale and have been getting less and less controllable. I don't trust these people in the vale, and I will kill them before they start raiding our villages near to them. Thorfinn leaned in closer to Roland. And I want you to join me. Chapter 18. Friction. And I want you to join me. Roland could still hear those words as he made his way to the barn where his party would be staying. He had to admit a certain amount of grudging respect for Thorfinn's eyes. The chief had played his hand perfectly. Roland sighed. If this was what it took to get Heartwood Amber, then he and his party would help deal with these smugglers. The barn he was led to wasn't that far from the longhouse, just down the hill it was built on and a few streets over. It was rather small, like all the other buildings, but big enough for Roland's party to sleep in. It was also quite solidly built, to Roland's surprise, with thick wooden walls and a heavy main door. The inside of the barn wasn't what he expected, either, with one large room about 15 feet high, and a few smaller rooms off to the side. Looks more like a storehouse than a barn, Roland thought. He figured it was probably just a storehouse, given how far inside the city it was, but he was sure Thorfinn had deliberately called it a barn just to rile them up. He found Dame Shira just inside, watching over her men-at-arms take inventory of their remaining supplies. Sir Roger was further in, checking through the smaller rooms, and planning out the sleeping arrangements. Dame Shira greeted him as he came in. Sir Roland, good to see the barbarians didn't keep you too long. Careful now, don't go underestimating them. Their chief, at least, knows what he's doing, and some of the people with him. Roland thought of the man in the corner, and his mysterious atmosphere. He didn't look like the tribesmen, with their thick beards and aggressive attitudes. In fact, when the longhouse was filled with the killing intent of the warriors, that man had looked barely even interested. Roland had been invited back to the longhouse for a small feast at sundown and wanted to talk to that man if he could. I doubt that there's anything we need to worry about here. These people fumble about with magic, not knowing the first thing about how to properly train. Their strongest warrior is only a 5th-tier mage, for the ancestor Sake. Dame Shira chuckled, completely disregarding Roland's warning. Roland gave her a disapproving look, but she didn't seem to notice. By the way, where are the others? Roland asked. Oh, we didn't know how long you were going to be held up in the longhouse, so we sent the squires into the market with a few silvers to buy something more edible than our travel rations. Sir Andrew and his men-at-arms went with, saying they wanted to check out what the market had. As for us, we're just getting settled in here. We don't know how long this search will be, so we might as well get as comfortable as we can. By this time, Sir Roger had finished inspecting the storehouse, and come over to join them. How's the place look? Asked Roland. It'll do. Any idea how long we'll stay? Replied Sir Roger. Roland frowned. We can go over that when the others return. Tori, slow down. We have to get food first. Shopping can come later. Luke ran after Victoria, Dame Shira's noble squire. The young 17-year-old girl had been disdainful of the tribal market at first, but then she caught sight of all the raw silk grass on sale. And like that, she was gone, with all the silver they had been given. Silk grass was a luxury material in the south, commanding such high prices as to be all but unaffordable to anyone but rich merchants and high lords. But here, where silk grass grew in abundance, large bundles of the stuff could be seen almost everywhere. Victoria's eyes had nearly jumped out of their sockets when she saw the first tailor, a small stall near a side road in the market district. She had been disappointed that the entire offering was rather crudely made work clothes, feeling that it was a waste of such a fine material. She then immediately took off in search of a larger shop where she could find finer clothes. Luke had run after her, wanting to simply get the food they were sent to buy and return to the storehouse. It wasn't quite as blatant as in the longhouse, but he could feel the hostile stares and even some concealed killing intent from the people around them and knew that it would be a bad idea to stay out on the streets. But Victoria wasn't listening. She was after a tailor, and she wasn't going to stop until she found one. Victoria sped along the road, looking at each stall for only a moment before moving on. It took several minutes, but Luke finally caught up with her and stopped her by grabbing onto her shoulder. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't just run off like that, we've already lost Sir Andrew. Besides, we can do this later, right? We need to find some food for the others first. This won't take too long, I'm only looking for a good tailor. There has to be one around here somewhere." Victoria barely even looked at Luke as her head was practically on a swivel, constantly looking this way and that way, on the hunt for silk grass. She was about to take off again when a very large tribesman suddenly stepped in the way. Luckily, Luke was still holding her shoulder, so she didn't crash into him, but he just stared at them, and started walking closer, while a smile broke out on his face. Well, looks like two lost little lambs separated from the flock." Luke and Victoria were stepping back a bit, as he just kept coming closer, intruding into their personal space. "Pardon me, my good man, we were just leaving." Luke tried to steer Victoria away from this man, but he reached out and grabbed her arm. Victoria tried to shake him off, not too difficult, she thought, as she was a second-tier mage, but he didn't lose his grip. "Where do you think you two are going? I wanna talk a bit." The other tribesmen in the street had rapidly cleared out after seeing this man. As they got away as quick as they could, a few more tribesmen crept forward, blocking off the two squires as they tried to leave. "What do you think you're doing, you oaf? Let go of me and get out of our way." Victoria began shouting at the thug, but his smile only grew wider. The other four approaching tribesmen had closed the distance, and now the squires were firmly caught between them. Only then did the first thug finally release Victoria. She and Luke quickly stood back to back with each other. They didn't have their weapons with them, as they had planned to be in the market with Sir Andrew and his men-at-arms, but that plan was derailed when Victoria had taken off in search of silk grass. That being said, they were trained in hand-to-hand fighting and were second-tier mages, so they were confident that they could fight their way out if needed. "You lot are from the south, right? That means you must have a whole bunch of silvers on ya. How about you hand 'em over and we won't take the girl for a ride?" The thug blatantly started staring at Victoria's tight and attractive body with a disgusting look on his face. "Damn pig." Victoria and Luke began channeling their magic into their muscles, preparing for a fight. The five tribesmen simply smiled and did likewise, while closing in. Then, unexpectedly, the first one froze, and then the others quickly followed suit. The squires had been concentrating almost exclusively on the thugs when they had surrounded them and hadn't noticed the young man who had approached. The thugs had, however, and were now looking at him with fear and dread in their eyes. It was a tall black-haired youth with shining gold eyes. He was staring at the lead thug like a bird of prey would at a field mouse. The thugs backed away from the squires, in order to present a united front against this young man. The squires took this opportunity to scramble out from between them, moved off to one side. The youth merely said two words to the thugs, "Piss off," and they took off running as fast as their legs could take them. The squires stared as the thugs who had been so confident just a second ago vanished into the distance. It took them a moment for their shock to wear off, and by then the youth had already walked past them. Victoria immediately ran after him. Luke sighed and ran after her. "Good sir, if it's not too much trouble, would you allow me to offer you my thanks? You did my friend and I a great kindna." The youth had stopped and looked over his shoulder. As soon as his eyes met Victoria's, she knew instantly why those thugs had run away, even though he too was only a second-tier mage. She felt his unbridled killing intent, an overwhelming pressure hammered into her, and for a moment, she stopped breathing and felt her heart speed up in terror. But she soon began channeling her own magic, causing her aura to erupt and resist the killing intent. Luke had been frozen by the sudden killing intent behind her but reacted just as quickly. His aura joined hers in combating this youth's, and finally, the pressure abated. The youth turned his head back around and kept walking. The squires didn't follow this time. Victoria turned to Luke. What the hell was that? It felt like I was staring at some primordial beast. She shivered and moved a little closer to Luke. I know. Who the hell was that guy? Luke moved a little closer to Victoria. It wasn't until their arms brushed against each other's that they jerked away and came to their senses. We need to get that food. We should get on that, Luke said, a little nervously. Yeah, we ought to get on that, Victoria said with embarrassment. Hey, there you are, a voice rang out from the empty street behind them. The squires turned around and were surprised to see Adrianos Isanos, one of Sir Andrew's men-at-arms. Adrianos, what are you doing here? Asked Luke. Sir Andrew sent me after you two when you took off in the crowd. I'm glad I found you, too. This seems like a shady place. Adrianos took a look around at the empty street. Yeah, we just ran into a few shady people, said Victoria, looking in the direction the youth had disappeared into. Oh, are they still around? Asked Adrianos, his hand moving to the hilt of the sword at his belt. No, they were chased away, Luke replied. Adrianos slowly took his hand off the sword, then smiled. Good, I'd hate to have to kill a few tribesmen for harassing you. Anyway, let's get back to Sir Andrew. We are here for a purpose, after all. Right, Luke and Victoria answered in unison. The three then made their way back to Sir Andrew, and no one else got in their way. The squires didn't forget that youth, however. The amount of killing intent focused within his gaze exceeded even battle-hardened 4th-tier mages. But they put him out of their mind once they got back to work. As much of an impression as he had made on them, they still had a job to do. Chapter 19. Friction 2. It was only a few minutes later that the squires rejoined Sir Andrew, and after a few harsh words about running off in a strange place, they went back to looking for good food. The food vendors in the market were surprisingly varied, with plenty of meat and fruit available, along with freshly cooked bread that gave off a heavenly scent. Every time the group passed a baker, they had to fight the urge to buy the whole stall. Of course, they couldn't really tell if that was simply because they had been eating travel rations for a week and were quite tired, but the smell was tantalizing nonetheless. Luke, Victoria, and the other two squires, Kevin and John, examined every food stall but never bought anything. They were just browsing and intended to come back to the stalls that made the best impression. Sir Andrew and the men-at-arms were walking with them, but they were watching the crowd rather than the stalls. They had been very wary of the locals already, given the dirty looks and vague killing aura the tribesmen would have when they saw the southerners. Now, after Victoria and Luke's near fight with those thugs, the older men made sure to keep the squires between them and returned every dirty look they received. Of course, all the warriors who could fight evenly with the 3rd and 4th-tier men-at-arms and the 5th-tier Sir Andrew, were all in the Longhouse or not in the city, so the auras of Sir Andrew's group were enough to dissuade any bold or reckless tribesmen. Lou, look at that, what kind of fruit is that? Victoria pointed to a basket full of dark blue round fruits. They looked somewhat like an apple, only about 50% larger. Not a clue. Luke waved over to the stall vendor, who was watching them from the other side of the large stall. Excuse me, but could I trouble you to tell me what this is? The vendor had been glaring at them from the moment they stopped in front of his stall, and when Luke asked his question, he rolled his eyes, not even bothering to conceal his contempt. It's food. Luke had a polite smile on his face but looked slightly taken aback at the reply. Yes, I'm sure it's perfectly edible, but could you tell us anything more about it? My friend is interested. Are you going to buy it or not? 10 coppers if you are, if not, then fuck off. No, I don't think we will. Good day, sir. Luke grabbed Victoria's hand and steered her away from the stall. She had been so stunned by the vendor's hostility that she couldn't even think of anything to say. Sir Andrew had noticed the exchange and gave the vendor a look that could freeze water before following the squires. What the hell was his problem? Isn't he trying to sell things? Why would he treat customers that way? When Victoria finally recovered her tongue, she was incensed. Luke and John almost had to hold her back from running back to the vendor and smashing his teeth in. It's fine, Tori, we can just buy food elsewhere. I'm sure someone will be more willing to take our money. It's not worth it to get so worked up over one street vendor. Luke did manage to keep her from flying off the handle and attacking the tribesmen, but Victoria's mood drastically worsened. It was already rather terrible from the thugs in that youth, but now she was quiet and positively seething. The group visited a meat vendor and tried buying some pork. The stall vendor barely even looked at them before chasing them off. They went to a baker to buy some bread, and the baker wanted a whole silver coin for a single biscuit. Naturally, the squires weren't having any of that and moved on again. Things went on like this for several more hours, with every vendor they visited either being a complete ass or trying to severely overcharge them. Eventually, the group had to admit defeat and moved to leave the market quarter. As they were leaving, Luke took one last look back and noticed the first vendor they visited. A tribesman had just picked up one of those dark blue fruits and tossed the vendor a single copper coin in return. The vendor only smiled and nodded, and the tribesman walked off. Luke shook his head and sighed. It seemed they were truly hated up here. It was a short walk back to the storehouse, but it was still incredibly tense. Every tribesman they ran into on the way would avoid them like a plague, though at least they weren't being followed by tribal warriors like they were when they arrived. Roland sensed their return and came out to greet them. Dame Shira glared at the returning group. "What happened? I thought you all left to grab some food." Luke sighed. "Doing business with these people is impossible." Victoria backed him up. They were either extremely rude or tried to overcharge us by a wide margin. One baker wanted almost 10 silvers for a single loaf of bread. While she said this, she returned the money Dame Shira had given them for food. Dame Shira couldn't hide her disappointment, and neither could anyone else. Roland, at least, had a good lunch, but everyone else was starving. But they had to suck it up and eat what they had. Travel rations again. Once everyone had choked down their food and gotten settled in, Roland called the 3 other knights and their squires together. "We've been invited to a small feast tonight. Get some rest, because all 8 of us are going." None of them were particularly thrilled, especially Luke and Victoria. The tribesmen had made it perfectly clear that Roland and his party were not welcome, and they were starting to think that maybe they should just leave. But Roland wasn't done talking yet, and what he said next left them outright angry. "They're also sending a war party out in a few days, and we will be joining them." "What?" the knights cried out in unison. Luke wasn't too happy about it, either, and made his opinion known. "Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but why are we doing this? The brown bears are all but hostile to us. Why are we going to help them? If they want someone dead, let them do it themselves." "I agree, sir, let them deal with their own problems. We have our mission, so let's just go look elsewhere for this heartwood amber. I'm sure there are people in markets who would tell us the location of some groves, though we'll probably have to pay quite a few silvers for the information," Sir Andrew said. Roland looked at his upset team, and they quieted down. This isn't just their problem. The bandits the tribesmen want dead are getting ready to raid the brown bear villages, and they come from somewhere in the kingdom. This is our problem as well, given that it involves our countrymen. Besides, I've already agreed, and I won't go back on my word. Once we return, Thorfinn has even promised a guide to take us to a large heartwood tree grove. Sir Roger met Roland's gaze. "Sir, I've fought alongside you for almost a decade now. I trust you as much as I can trust anyone. If you say this is the way we do it, then this is the way we do it." Luke grit his teeth and nodded in agreement. Dame Shira was about to say something but decided against it. She, too, trusted Roland and put her faith in his judgment. The others fell in line as well. They had voiced their concerns, made their displeasure known, but ultimately, Roland was still their commander. "Good. Now leave your obvious weapons with your men at arms or put them in your soul realms, and let's go see what qualifies as a feast for the brown bear tribe." Of course, the knights couldn't take their big weapons, but they would never fully disarm themselves. They still had a few knives and daggers on them, not to mention their magic. The longhouse was far more packed than it was when they had arrived. Instead of only about 30 warriors filling the hall, now there were over 100. Thorfinn must have invited some prominent tribesmen in the city. They can't be warriors. Roland thought to himself. He had already seen through the power of all the new people in the longhouse, and barely any were even of the first tier, and less than 5 had broken through into the second. The tribesmen at the entrance noticed their arrival, and immediately quieted down and made way, staring at the knights. Thorfinn was drinking and laughing with Artorias and Freya but looked up once he saw the motion at the door. "Ah, the southern knights are here." Now that Thorfinn drew attention to them, every conversation in the hall died down, and all the tribesmen's eyes were now firmly locked on the knights. Yes, we were quite happy at the invitation, Chief Torfin, and couldn't refuse. Torfin's big smile could be seen even through his majestic beard, and Roland replied with an equally friendly and jovial smile. Good, good, come, sit over here, Sir Knight, let us talk some. Freya moved from Torfin's side over to sit next to Artorias, making room for Roland. Roland obliged Torfin, walking across the hall to sit next to the chief. The knights all sat down next to Roland, across from Artorias and Freya. The squires then sat at the other end of the table. So, how's the barn? You lot comfortable? Torfin asked. Yes, it's a nice place, perfectly suited to our needs. I must thank you for your generosity in arranging it for us. Roland replied. Think nothing of it, we Valemen take great pride in our hospitality. I couldn't let you go off and sleep in the street. What would my people say about me then? While the two spoke, the rest of the hall went back to talking amongst themselves, and the knights breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't going to be like earlier, where all the tribesmen would be watching their every move with an intense gaze. Roland also noticed that everyone was already eating, so he quickly nodded to his knights. They then nodded at their squires, waiting until their subordinates had taken some food before reaching for any themselves. Roland's group ate with as much dignity as they could, but it began to crumble as they finally tasted food that wasn't their rations. Torfin laughed as he saw them dig in, and he turned back to Roland. How do you like my city? Have you seen the market, or been to any of the shrines? Bought some of the silk grass that you southerners go crazy for? We did browse your market and were quite impressed. It was busy, and the wares were varied and of fine quality. You truly have a rich and prosperous city. Torfin's eyes narrowed, his smile thinned somewhat, and he looked intently into Roland's eyes. You don't have to flatter here, knight. We're not so arrogant as to demand a favorable answer when asking a question. Roland was a little taken aback. It was fairly customary to flatter your host, even if both sides knew it was a lie. It was simply to express some gratitude for the host's hospitality. But it seemed that Torfin didn't appreciate it. Torfin continued, I was told that there were a few problems today. Problems involving your people. I just want to hear your side. Roland's smile had disappeared, but he wasn't going to take any slander against his party, even if it was just an insinuation. If there were any problems, then it was your people's fault. 2 of my squires were almost assaulted in the streets today, and your market vendors inflated their prices so much that we couldn't bring ourselves to buy anything. Roland and Torfin stared at each other, Torfin with his smile still firmly in place, with Roland stoic and serious. Torfin suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, good, I had almost thought you were just an empty-headed yes man. I can't do anything about those merchants, they charge what they like, but the safety and security of guests in my city is my responsibility. I've already had the thugs who bothered your people brought in. They were known ruffians, and I had 2 fingers taken from each. That stunned Roland and his party. Those had thugs already been arrested and punished. Roland sighed, this truly was a barbaric place. There are no trials, and punishments are carried out immediately, so there were no prisons, either. Of course, that was assuming Torfin was telling the truth. It only took Roland a moment to recover. Thank you, for your swift justice. Torfin saw that Roland didn't really approve but decided not to press him on it. He knew from Artorias that the people in the south do things differently when it comes to punishing criminals. At this time, another person arrived in the longhouse. No one really noticed him, but those who did made way. Victoria and Luke almost froze when he appeared at the table, taking a seat right next to Freya. This was the youth who scared off the thugs. When he took his seat, Freya immediately threw her arms around him. Ah, little lion, I missed you. Leon didn't return the hug, his body just stiffened, and didn't relax until she withdrew her arms. Look at you, you're getting to be not so little anymore, aren't you? Freya beamed at him, and scooted a little closer, pressing herself up against his arm. Hey, why don't we go somewhere more private after the feast is over? You've never been with a woman, have you? Why don't I show you a few things? Freya, you shouldn't get so close to him, look how uncomfortable he is. Artorias playfully chided the tribe's woman. Indeed, Leon's face was red, and his mouth was twitching like it couldn't settle on an expression. He clearly had no idea how to respond to the older woman. Oh, and why are you such a killjoy? I'm just teasing him, but maybe it's you who needs to let off a little steam. Freya then leaned over, throwing her other arm around Artorias and giving him a bewitching smile and leaning over to give the older man a better view. I'm game for relieving your tension if you are. We don't have to sit here and listen to the chief talk with these ones, now do we? Artorias chuckled and pushed her off him. I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline. Leon tried to regain his composure as he slid away from Freya, but his face was still bright red and stiff as if carved from wood. Victoria slowly looked at Luke, sitting next to her. They both knew what each other was thinking. Is this really the guy who froze us with his killing intent earlier? Sir Andrew, who was sitting next to Luke, noticed their odd behavior and gave them a curious look. Luke leaned in to whisper to him, and it was only then that Leon glanced over. But a glance was all it was, no killing intent, no wild aura. Leon just looked away and didn't look back. Well then, Knight, since you'll be coming with the war party, I'll have some supplies sent over to you. As it's looking now, we'll be setting off in 3 days. Meet us at the South City entrance on that morning, and we'll go deal with those smugglers. You'll have your guide after we return to the city. With that, Thorfinn basically ended the conversation with Roland. The knight didn't have time to respond before Thorfinn turned to talk with Artorias, so Roland simply sighed and focused on the food in front of him. Sir Andrew, for his part, was occasionally looking at Leon, while Luke and Victoria simply tried to pretend he wasn't there, just as Leon was doing to them. Once Roland and his party finished eating, there was nothing else for them to do, so they immediately left. The atmosphere was still rather awkward for them, and they didn't want to linger. They returned to the storehouse to rest and prepare for heading back out in 3 days. Chapter 20. The village. On the way back to the storehouse, Sir Andrew briefly looked back at the longhouse, then turned to Luke. Are you sure that was the guy? Yes, sir, absolutely, replied Luke. It was him. No doubt, Victoria added. What are you lot talking about back there? Asked Roland. Sir Andrew immediately answered. That boy who joined us at the table, it seems the squires ran into him earlier. Oh, that was him. Luke had told Roland about the encounter with the thugs and Leon after coming back from the failed shopping trip, so Roland knew about Leon. Roland then frowned. It seemed that this boy was the son of that mysterious man who was also at the table. Roland had wanted to try and speak with him alone, but he was engrossed in conversation with Thorfinn, talking about the various fighting styles of the tribesmen and which tribe or village would beat which in a battle. Suffice it to say, Roland never got a chance to strike up a conversation. Freya just kept teasing the boy, this little lion, and didn't pay any attention to them, so the knights had eaten in peace. With nothing else to do once they finished eating, they simply left. Well, we'll see if we can talk to them on the march to this bandit camp. Given the attitudes of the tribesmen, I'd also prefer if no one went far from the storehouse until it's time to leave. The knights nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's order, and they continued down the road back to the storehouse. True to his word, Thorfinn had food and water delivered, enough to keep the party from having to eat travel rations for about a week, which they were quite grateful for. Roland and his party barely left the storehouse during the next 3 days. They just laid around getting as much rest as they possibly could. Victoria had wanted to go back out and look for silk grass, but Luke managed to convince her not to, given how the last shopping trip went. But the time came, and they rose early in the morning to meet with Thorfinn and his warriors. They went to the southern gate and found that a large number of the warriors had gathered already. There were 2 wagons hitched to oxen, and about 200 warriors ready for battle. There were almost 100 first and second tier warriors among them, with only a handful of the third. Asbjorn and Freya were the only 4th tier warriors present, and Thorfinn was the only one of the 5th tier. Then there was Artorias and Leon, standing a good distance away from the war party. Roland paid extra attention to them. Leon was clearly in the 2nd tier, but his aura had a stability and thickness to it that Roland had only seen from the children of high nobles down south. Artorias was also just as imperceptible as before, which the other knights finally noticed. They hadn't been paying attention very much during the feast, as their stomachs were too empty, but now they were thinking rationally and grew wary of these two. Ah, finally here, Thorfinn called out to the knights upon their arrival. Roland smiled at the chief, waving his hand as he approached. My people are ready, Chief Thorfinn. These bandits will soon be dealt with and won't trouble you anymore. Thorfinn's smile grew wider, and he shouted to the crowd of warriors. Of course they won't. We'll kill them all or drive them out. The warriors all shouted in response, raising their weapons and banging their wooden shields. It was a loud display, but over quite quickly. Thorfinn turned back to Roland. "We still have a few stragglers coming in, but otherwise, we were just waiting on you knights before setting off. Now that you're here, we can get this march underway. Let's move out." And with that, the war party began marching down the road. Roland and the knights just stared. The warriors moved completely without formations, without discipline. There were a few boasting about how many of the bandits they would kill, and what kind of loot they'd bring home, which just cemented the fact that they were all just a horde of barbarians in the minds of the knights. Roland sighed. "Well, let's go." He gestured after Thorfinn, and his party quickly caught up with the chief. It was a boring march. They weren't going far, barely more than 80 miles. The war party would reach their destination in less than 3 days, so long as they kept to the road. The leaders all marched in front, with Thorfinn, Freya, and Asbjorn leading the way. Roland and the knights marched a little bit behind them, and the warrior horde followed them. The knights were initially dismayed at what the warriors were showing off, as the lack of marching formation wasn't the only problem they had with the Valemen. Their weapons left much to be desired, first off, as the quality of metalworking in the Vales was quite poor. Consequently, most warriors had terrible-looking iron axes, which any second-tier mage could snap with ease. There wasn't even a single enchanted weapon among them. A few of the stronger warriors had better steel, probably obtained from the trade with the very smugglers they were going to kill, but that accounted for barely even 1 in 30. The next problem the knights had was the armor, or rather, the lack of it. The knights had to leave their horses down south, which meant they had to leave their heavy enchanted steel armor with them, but they at least had thick lightly enchanted leather armor. The tribesmen, on the other hand, were barely even dressed properly, with many not even wearing shirts, let alone armor. "Lucky they're only fighting bandits," muttered Sir Roger. It seemed Sir Andrew agreed, because he said, "Indeed. They'd be torn apart by any professional army worth its salt." Roland quickly silenced them with a look. Fortunately, it didn't seem that any of the tribesmen heard them. The knights weren't participating just for their own personal mission, but also to heal the broken alliance between the Bull Kingdom and the Brown Bear tribe. Artorias and Leon were nowhere to be found, which Roland noted. They had started the journey with the warriors but seemed to disappear once no one was paying attention to them. This disappointed Roland, as his desire to speak with Artorias had grown after hearing him converse with Chief Thorfinn at the feast, and Roland had noticed that Artorias spoke with a different accent than Thorfinn. In fact, Artorias' accent was closer to that of the people who lived on the northern plateau. Roland increased his walking speed a little, catching up to Thorfinn. "Chief Thorfinn, I would like to talk with you if it's not too much trouble." "Go ahead, knight. I know your name, as well as the names of your thanes, Asbjorn and Freya, but I have yet to properly introduce myself to that man who sat next to you at the feast the other day. I noticed him the first day we arrived in Vale Town, and have been eager to speak with him, but I haven't had the opportunity. I'd hoped to talk with him on the march, but he seems to have disappeared." "Ah. That man isn't one of my thanes, rather, he's my closest friend in the world. Wraith Killer, we call him. Wraith Killer, no other name than that. None to share with you. He lives to the east, in a neighboring vale. No one lives there, except for him and his son. The place is infested with ice wraiths. No one else would be able to live there, except for the Wraith Killer. Do you, perhaps, know where he comes from? If that eastern vale has no human life, then he can't come from there, can he? Why are you so curious about him?" Roland paused. There wasn't any compelling reason, he just couldn't see through the power of this Wraith Killer, and that piqued his interest. "Is there a problem with my curiosity?" "Not really, but my friend is a very private man. He wouldn't live so far away from even our little scrap of civilization if he weren't. If someone like you, someone I don't know, starts asking questions, of course I would want to know why." Roland smiled. "This Wraith Killer is lucky to have a friend like you. Not everyone would be so protective." Thorfinn smiled back at Roland. "I don't know how it works down south, but life is hard here. There aren't many people around, and enemy raids are frequent. We need to watch out for each other, while we still have each other." Roland nodded and, ed in approval. "I like that mentality. There are far too many arrogant people born into power in the kingdom, people who would do anything to retain their power, even throw their friends to the wolves. Well, anyway, do you know when Wraith Killer might be around again? I'd like to speak with him face to face, if possible." "Not sure. I said that those two are private, but that doesn't really do it justice. They actively avoid crowds as much as they can. They may have set off with us, but I doubt they'll show themselves until we make camp for the night, assuming they show up at all. Very good, I shall look for him then. And with that, Roland drifted back and rejoined his knights. There wasn't too much to be said about most of the journey to the bandit fort. The war party walked 70 miles down a dirt road, occasionally passing a farming hamlet, and camped by the side of the road, heading for a small village about 12 miles away from the bandit fort. By Thorfinn's estimation, they were to reach it just before dinner time of the second day. But, about 5 miles away, as the village was coming into view across the plains and farmland, Thorfinn called a stop to the march. The village was covered in thick black smoke, and even from their distance, most of the warriors second tier and higher could see that most of the buildings were burned. "Spread out," shouted Thorfinn. He then turned to Asbjorn, and said, "Grab 10 first and 2 second-tier warriors and protect the wagons." It took less than a minute for the warriors to arrange themselves in a rough battle line about 4 men deep and wait for Thorfinn's signal. Once he saw that everyone was ready and that Asbjorn was with the supply wagons, he began running towards the village. The warriors followed, with Roland and his party just behind Thorfinn and Freya. There weren't any sounds coming from the village apart from a few wooden beams that were still smoldering. No cries for help, no clashing of blades, no sounds of life. The warriors were all very fit, and even the slowest could reach the village in less than half an hour, but Thorfinn and the stronger warriors grew impatient and took off. The chief and his warriors of the 3rd tier and above reached the village in 5 minutes. They scoured the village, something that didn't take very long as the village was quite small, but found no living villager. There were a few bodies, either charred or cut down with blades, but not enough to fill the village. "What the hell happened here?" Thorfinn shouted in rage. Freya ran over after the warriors had almost finished searching the houses. "We found about 24 bodies, not nearly everyone. The food and silk grass stores are completely empty." 24? This village had almost 10 times that many, Thorfinn growled, clearly infuriated. Suddenly, the two heard a shout coming from nearby. "Over here!" They responded with lightning speed, and when they arrived, they found Leon waving from a hovel near the edge of the village. He directed them inside, and they saw Artorias crouching over a man covered in blood and pinned by a collapsed wall. "He's still alive," Artorias said, not even needing to look up. Thorfinn hurried forward. "Is he conscious?" "No." Artorias had a few healing spells out, pressing the paper against the man's injuries. The wounds were slowly closing up, but he showed no signs of stirring. "He might not wake. He's already lost a lot of blood." Roland and Sir Roger had heard the shout as well and arrived in the small house. The two knights' eyes widened when they saw the healing spells, but they kept quiet. Once the healing spells had been applied, Artorias easily lifted the entire wall up off the man, and Leon grabbed him and pulled him out of the house, laying him down on the ground just outside. Thorfinn looked towards his friend with a somber look. "Wraith Killer, thank you. Even if that man doesn't live, thank you for trying. Don't mention it, my friend. This is only what a person ought to do and needs no gratitude." Thorfinn called out to a few of the lower-tiered warriors who had finally arrived in the village, and they came and picked up the man, taking him towards the center of the village. The plan was to stay in the village for the night and proceed towards Harold Goldenhair's scout camp the following day, and the village in ruins wasn't going to change that. Even now, the warriors were clearing out the bodies and cleaning up a few of the houses. "I have a suspicion that the smugglers have finally, truly, turned to banditry. This was their doing, I'd bet my life on it," Thorfinn said. He looked around at the burned houses, then at the bodies in the center of the village. "I'm going to kill them all for this." Chapter 21. Rakan, Freya. Thorfinn called out from the center of the village. The woman looked up. She had been supervising a few of the warriors as they cleared a house of rubble to set up camp. "Thorfinn, need something? Harold's scout camp isn't too far, maybe 10 miles. It would only take 10 minutes or so to cover that at a full sprint, right?" Freya nodded in response. "Good. Get out there, grab Harold, bring him back here immediately." "Sure thing." Freya gave Thorfinn a glowing smile, and then she took off. The lower-ranked warriors watched in awe as the 4th-tier woman really began to exert herself for the first time since the march began. It showed them that the higher-tiered warriors were greatly slowing themselves down for the sake of the rest of the war party. Asbjorn then walked up to Thorfinn with a grim look. "We've got the final count of the dead. 49. All male, as far as we could tell. No children, either. This village held about 150, or so, as I recall, maybe a bit more, but everyone else is gone. Thorfinn sighed. It was obvious who it was that did this. There was no one else around except for the smugglers, and with their increasingly infrequent contact, fortifications, and expansions in the Vale, it was clear that they were planning on staying a while. He glanced at the bodies. They had been arranged around a large metal pyre in the center of the village. Bodies were burned in the Vales, and many villages had even gone to the extraordinary expense of building metal pyres that they would fill with wood when it needed to be used. As with Valetown, the houses in the village were made of wood, so most of the rubble that the warriors were cleaning up was being used to fill the pyre. The warriors were getting ready to send the dead villagers to the Sky Mother. Thorfinn turned back to Asbjorn. There are a few other small villages in the area, but none that cultivate silk grass. I doubt they were hit, as they wouldn't have anything the bandits would particularly want, but just in case, send a few third-tier warriors to check on them. Asbjorn nodded and walked off. Next, Thorfinn went to a neighboring house, where the survivor had been brought. Artorias came outside just as Thorfinn arrived, with Leon close behind. He's dead. Artorias wasn't one to sugarcoat bad news. Thorfinn clenched his fists in rage. He was barely able to choke out a, "How?" My healing spells closed his wounds, but there was still too much blood loss, not to mention other internal injuries I'm sure were present. It was a miracle he lived as long as he did. Thorfinn was almost shaking with anger. Years ago, the rivals of the Brown Bear tribe, the Red Crows, had invaded their vale. They raided villages, burning them to the ground, killing the men, and enslaving everyone else. They stole everything not nailed down and then moved on to the next village. The Red Crows weren't defeated until all the tribes of the Vale had united behind the Brown Bears, behind Thorfinn Ice Eyes, but Thorfinn's own father and brother had been killed in the fighting, many of his people had been slaughtered and their homes destroyed. And now, he had to see it again. He would never forgive the ones who had inflicted such pain on his people, not even after he used his axe to split their skulls in half. Freya really beat feet, because it took barely more than half an hour for her to return, with a short golden-haired man accompanying her. This man had a stocky frame and a smooth youthful face. If anyone were to guess, they'd say he looked barely 20 years old by mortal standards, but he was already in his 35th year. Roland and his party had occupied a ruined house not far from Thorfinn's, but he didn't notice Freya's return. Ever since he saw Artoria's healing spells, Roland had been lost in contemplation. He increasingly felt that something was familiar about the man, but he just couldn't place it. Those spells were clearly first aid spells from the Bull Kingdom, not the sort of things that tribesmen could easily get their hands on, and they would never use something so rare on a random farmer they didn't know. This, Wraith Killer, was probably from south of the Frozen Mountains. Roland was sure of it. "Herald," Thorfinn called out as soon as he and Artorias saw his Thane. Across the village square, "Chief." Those shouts finally brought Roland back to reality, and he stepped outside to see what was going on. Thorfinn and Artorias met Harold and Freya in the center of the village, with Harold and Thorfinn clasping each other's wrist in a warrior's handshake. Thorfinn, however, wasn't looking very happy. Not surprising, given that not even 30 feet away, a dozen bodies were burning in the pyre. "Tell me, Harold, what's happened here? Who did this?" "I think you know who did it, Chief. 3 days ago, those smugglers left their fort and came here to sack the village." This was the village they had been buying silk grass from, for the most part, so they knew where to find what they were looking for. Fortunately, the rest of the villages around are greenhand villages, growing potatoes and wheat, so they ought to be fine. "Why didn't you stop them?" Thorfinn demanded. "With just me and my 6 scouts. They left their fort with over 100. We would have been massacred, and the raid would still have happened." Thorfinn's face grew red in anger, but he shut his mouth for a moment and suppressed it. "I know. It's good you're still alive, at least. Did you get a good count of the enemy?" "I got 119, plus about 50 or 60 more that stayed behind their walls. They've gotten quite comfy here. I even saw a guy whose power I couldn't see through do something to the gate of their fort." This definitely wasn't the last raid they had planned. They're busy fortifying their position even further. Thorfinn nodded, raising his hand to his chin, and stroked his beard as he thought. "What about the rest of the villagers? Do you know where they are?" "They were rounded up by the Southerners and brought back to their fort after they grabbed all the silk grass," Harold said. Why would they do that?" They already had the silk grass, why bother taking the villagers? Thorfinn thought out loud. To that, Artorias stepped forward. They probably want to bring them back south as slaves. I'm sure they intend to force the villagers to try and grow more silk grass in the south. That would prove to be a very lucrative business, assuming they can even get the stuff to grow. For some reason, silk grass doesn't grow in the south. There have always been a few merchants or nobles who give it a try every generation, but no one had ever been successful. Thorfinn clenched his fists, grit his teeth, and had to fight off the urge to smash something in his anger. But then, a thought occurred to him, and he very quickly calmed down. He turned to Freya and smiled. You're in charge for now. I'm going to the Southerners' fort. I want to see this place for myself. Harold, you come with me. Freya, let Asbjorn know what's going on when he comes back. I sent him to check on the other villages in the area. Out of the corner of his eye, Thorfinn noticed Roland nearby, listening to the exchange, and called out to him. You'd better come with too, knight. Roland nodded, and turned to Sir Roger, letting him know that he'd be in command for now. I'll come too. I'm somewhat curious about this fort they've built. Artorias couldn't resist. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, and he was feeling restless. For the past few weeks, he'd been lounging in Valetown, not doing much of anything. Now that there was finally something to do, there was no way he'd be left behind. Leon frowned. He wasn't too far away and could hear every word, and he was just as restless as Artorias. Their life involved near constant movement, whether training or hunting, so he wasn't doing too well from all the relaxing in Thorfinn's longhouse. But Artorias shook his head back at him. This was going to just be a scout mission, and Leon was too weak to accompany them. The four men set off at a brisk pace. Harold was the lowest tiered mage among them, at the 4th tier, so the others adjusted themselves to match him. They caught sight of the bandit fort in slightly less than an hour, though. The square fort had been built into the side of a sheer cliff at the very edge of the vale. There were 3 wooden walls and a pair of watchtowers at the outside corners. A large gate was set into one side, at the end of the only path up the mountain. From the outside, the fort didn't look all that big, so the scout group quickly climbed another nearby mountain, and managed to get high enough to see down into the fort itself. Indeed, the inside of the fort wasn't big enough for 200 bandits and over 100 prisoners, but the 4 saw a cave on the mountainside of the fort. None could see too far into it, however. This doesn't look too bad. We can definitely take them tomorrow. Have the war party move up the mountain, bust down that flimsy-looking gate before they know what's what, and then put down all the bandits we see. Harold smiled in anticipation, but Roland shook his head and Artorias merely gave a bitter smile. Artorias was the one who spoke up. It won't be so easy. That gate has been warded. I doubt even bringing a good strong battering ram would open it. We'll have to open it from the inside. Harold looked back at Artorias, while his smile vanished. Shit. Thorfinn looked thoughtful but quickly decided on a course of action. Look, their sentries aren't all that attentive. I doubt they even send out scouts, so we can probably get the war party to the base of the mountain and hide them in the tree line without them noticing. Then, we have a few people climb those watchtowers, kill the sentries, and open the gate. The war party will be able to enter without the alarm going off and kill the bandits in their sleep. Artorias approved of that plan. That should work, assuming no one makes too much noise. They haven't set up alarm wards at the top of the wall, so getting over won't be a problem. In fact, they seem to be rather lax in setting up defenses. The only other place above ground that has any is the mouth of the cave. It only seems to be warded to scatter magic senses, though, so entering the cave ought to be okay. My knights and I can take one of those towers. The rest of my party can accompany your warriors as they charge after we get the gates open. Roland finally spoke up. Thorfinn looked at Harold, the only one who hadn't said anything about his plan. The Thane simply smiled and nodded, so Thorfinn nodded back. Good, let's head back to the village, make sure everyone knows the plan. And with that, the group left, making their way back to the village, with Harold making a detour to grab his scouts and follow the next morning. Excitement over the coming battle ran through them, and they picked up the pace on their way back. Asbjorn had returned before them. Luckily, Harold was right and none of the other villages nearby had been raided. When Thorfinn, Artorias, and Roland returned, Roland called his knights together while Asbjorn, Freya, and the 3rd-tier warriors gathered around them, waiting to hear the news. Leon didn't join the group but remained where he could hear what was said. Many of the other warriors also crowded around, listening to their chief. Thorfinn cleared his throat and began to explain the plan. Alright, here's what's going to happen. Asbjorn and Harald will lead you all tomorrow. You will sneak up on the fort tomorrow night, while a select group goes over the walls. That will be me, Freya, the knights, and Wraith Killer. Thorfinn nodded to each one in turn. After we take the bandits' watchtowers, we'll open the gate, everyone will charge into the fort, and kill every one of those bastards. All of the surrounding warriors gave a great cry, raising their weapons into the air. YYEEAAAAHHHH. Chapter 22. The raid. I few could sleep that night. Thorfinn had gotten the warriors worked up, and it took several hours for them to calm down. But they did eventually get some rest, and the war party set off early the next morning. It took until afternoon for the warriors to approach the bandits' mountain. Their progress slowed only when they entered the forest in the south of the vale. Harald and his scouts met up with the warriors on the way, and the war party didn't stop again until they were only about a mile down the mountain slope from the bandit fort. Now, they simply had to rest and wait. The warriors caught up on the sleep they missed the night before and watched the sun sink towards the horizon. After the sun went down, the war party began to stir and limber up for the battle to come. They waited until night had truly fallen before setting out. Hiding 200 undisciplined warriors is a tall order, but Thorfinn, his thanes, and the third-tier warriors managed to keep the noise to a minimum. Fortunately, Thorfinn had been right when he observed that the sentries the bandits posted weren't attentive because the war party made it all the way to where they were to wait several hundred feet from the tree line without the bandits getting so much as a glimpse of them. Before them lay the rocky slope of the mountain, steadily getting steeper as it rose towards the peak. The fort wasn't too far up, only a couple hundred feet or so, an easy climb for the stronger mages. The leaders all met one last time at the center of the war party's line to confirm details of the plan. It was decided that Artorias, Thorfinn, Freya, and Leon would attack the tower on the left, while Roland, his 3 knights, and their squires would attack the other. Asbjorn and Harald waited with the war party, preparing to take a few dozen men and charge the only path up the slope when the gate of the fort opened. Right before the group separated, Artorias looked to his son. "Are you ready, little lion?" Feeling nervous at all, Leon didn't say anything back, he only smiled and sent out some of his killing intent. Artorias smiled. Good. It wasn't a hard climb up the slope. At first, they simply had to stay low and walk over the rocks. They didn't have to be too careful, as the sentries in the tower were more concerned with staying awake than keeping watch. As the slope grew steeper, however, they had to begin crawling on all fours, but this allowed them to stay even closer to the ground. Artorias was the first to reach the walls. There was a thin strip of flat land between the wall and the top of the slope, maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, which Artorias noted was too smooth to be natural. He frowned, as the land the fort was built on had probably been flattened by an earth mage, as the expense of having magical engineers do the same would not be worth it this far outside of civilization. The earth mage who did it must be strong. Roland reached the walls next, on the other side of the fort, closely followed by the rest of the group. He and his knights silently drew their weapons, a sword for Roland, a spear for Dame Shira, Sir Andrew had his battle axe, and Sir Roger had a pair of daggers. Normally, Sir Roger would use a mace, but he was trying to be quiet, so he went for smaller weapons, though he still carried his mace in a sling on his back. The squires each had one-handed swords, but they stayed in their sheaths for now. They were here largely to watch and learn from the knights. Thorfinn's group also drew their weapons. Artorias had his longsword, Leon had his bow, Freya had a short sword and a shield, and Thorfinn himself carried a hatchet and a dagger, with a longer axe strapped to his back. Leon watched the 3 others in his group make their final quick preparations. His role was essentially the same as the squires, to watch and learn. One of the sentries in the tower yawned and began walking around in the tower, while the other 4 no longer bothered to pretend to be alert and broke out a pack of cards. The restless sentry had felt a slight chill run down his spine and decided to glance down the slope. He was greeted with the sight of Thorfinn's group staring back at him. The sentry's eyes widened in alarm and his heart skipped a beat, but he still groped for the sword at his belt and he sucked in a breath to shout to the others. Leon reacted fast and loosed an arrow. The other 4 sentries in the tower only saw the other man stiffen, before falling forward over the wall. As they all stared in shock, Artorias, Thorfinn, and Freya had leapt up the 20-foot-high wall with ease, and in less than a heartbeat, made each sentry shorter by a head. This was all done in silence. Artorias glanced at the other tower and saw that Roland and the knights had already seized it and were helping the squires up the wall. Artorias walked back to the wall and extended a hand down to Leon. Leon, like the squires, was still only a second-tier mage, so while he could jump just high enough to climb into the tower, it wouldn't be so smooth and silent as the others. He quickly jumped, grabbing his father's hand, and was pulled into the tower. Artorias smiled at Leon in approval. His son had gotten the first kill of the night. The knights and Valemen dropped down from the towers, but Artorias took the time to relieve one of the dead bandits of his sword and handed it to Leon. The younger man had never owned a proper sword before, and though the blade was made of poor quality steel, it was still a far sight better than anything they would find in the Vale market. Leon's eyes widened, and a huge smile broke out on his face. Artorias patted his son on the shoulder, but then turned and rejoined Thorfinn on the ground. Leon quickly collected himself and followed suit. The two groups began making their way towards the gate. The interior of the fort had half a dozen buildings, each big enough to house 30 or 40 people. The knights and tribesmen were tempted to spread their magic senses out over the fort, but the stronger mages among the bandits might be able to notice it if they weren't careful, so they had decided to rely on their physical senses until the rest of the war party was through the gates. Unlike the towers, which had 5 men apiece, the gate was guarded by only 3 men, and they were about as attentive as the tower sentries. They didn't notice the trespassers jumping down from the tower and regrouping behind the closest building to the gate. Once the two groups linked up, Thorfinn, Freya, and Roland surged out from behind the building, crossed the open area in a flash, and killed the gate guards before they even knew what was happening. The gate itself was the only part of the wall that the bandits had bothered to ward against attacks, so Artorias and Sir Andrew immediately went about removing them to open the gate. It wasn't too difficult, as the wards were fairly minor, but they still locked the gate too tightly to open without alerting the entire fort. While those two were working, everyone else spread out around the open area surrounding the gate. They sidled up to the buildings, keeping an eye on the gaps and doors, and nearby entrance to the cave. Only Leon and Kevin, Sir Andrew's squire, stayed with the two opening the gate. The glyphs making up the wards were each made of several connected runes, so to destroy the ward, each rune had to be scratched out or otherwise destroyed, something Artorias estimated to only need a minute or two. While Artorias and Sir Andrew were busy taking a knife to the runes, one of the doors of the buildings opened, and a sleepy bandit half walked and half stumbled out, with a pipe in one hand and a pouch of leaves in the other. He stepped out into the fort's open area and was greeted by the sight of the infiltration team. The bandit froze and looked around. He was completely surrounded, and all eyes were on him. Freya made to sneak up on him and cut his throat, but she didn't move fast enough. The pipe dropped from his hand, and he was about to shout and raise the alarm, but seeing Freya was too far away from him, Leon immediately silenced him with an arrow to the throat. The man made a few gurgling noises, then collapsed. Unfortunately, someone inside the building heard him fall, and the door opened again. "Hey Damien, are you ALR shit?" Another man had poked his head out of the door, and seeing the dead bandit, he swore and ducked back inside. Then, he began to shout, "Everybody, get up, we're under attack, everybody up." There was some confusion at first, but in seconds there came more shouting from the buildings, along with the sounds of a large number of bandits rising and arming themselves. Artorias and Sir Andrew were only about halfway through breaking the wards by this point. They simply looked at each other, then began channeling their magic. The others regrouped nearer to the gate and prepared themselves to hold the gate. Artorias then sent much of his power into his arms and threw himself against the gate. The wood splintered, and the planks bent and cracked, but the gate just barely held. The remaining wards glowed brightly as they struggled to hold the gate together, but Sir Andrew then did the same as Artorias and threw himself against the gate with a loud thud. Again, the gate shook and cracked, but it held. The light of the glowing wards grew a bit dimmer, and Artorias attacked the gate again. The hinges of the door were torn from the wall, and the gate came crashing down, hitting the ground with a huge crash that could wake sleeping mountain giants. The war party in the tree line several hundred feet down the mountain saw the gate come down and began charging up the mountain, with Asbjorn, Harold, and the men at arms front and center. By now, the bandits were pouring out of their barracks buildings, and the infiltration party found themselves surrounded on 3 sides, with their backs against the now open gate. Leon was firing his arrows into the crowd, while the rest of the team hurled themselves into the bandits. They abandoned all subtlety and began using their magic in earnest. Freya and the squires weren't strong enough mages to call upon anything more than body enhancement magic, but Thorfinn and the knights began unleashing their own power. Thorfinn and Sir Andrew were earth mages, and their skin hardened into stone while the ground shook beneath them. Their strength was raised a great deal in that state, and they barreled into the bandits like rolling boulders over grass. Dame Shira was an ice mage, and she conjured 3 large ice spikes that thrust out alongside her spear, impaling any unfortunate bandit she saw. Sir Roger put away his daggers and drew his mace. He was a fire mage, and the head of the mace became wreathed in flame. There was a small fiery explosion every time he slammed the mace into one of the bandits, and they would erupt into a pillar of fire while screaming and flailing. Sir Roland was a light mage, and with every swing of his sword, he would emit a bright beam that would slice clean through several bandits before dissipating. Artorias was the only one strong enough to use his magic who didn't call upon it. He simply used his vastly superior speed and strength to cleave through handfuls of bandits at a time. This was a horrifying sight for the bandits. They were being cut down, burned alive, impaled on ice spikes, and crushed in droves, and as if to compound their terror, the rest of the war party had reached the fort. The warriors and men-at-arms poured through the open gates and filled in the gaps between the infiltration team. Even more warriors had taken to climbing over the walls rather than bunch up at the gate, and though they were comparatively few, the bandits found themselves being surrounded. "What the hell is going on out here?" A booming voice was heard from the cave at the back of the fort. 8 more men ran outside from the cave, but these were no ordinary bandits. These were clearly the leaders, as they had significantly more expensive-looking clothes, while one man was even wearing a pair of ornate golden rings, each set with a large ruby that gently pulsed with a magical light. All but 3 of these men were 4th-tier mages, while the man with the ruby rings and the 2 at his side were of the 5th tier. Seeing the chaos, they immediately drew their swords and jumped into the fray. They were closely followed by a seemingly endless flood of more bandits rushing out of the cave to reinforce their comrades. 3 of the 4th-tier bandits charged at the 3 thanes, tying them down and preventing them from continuing their slaughter. The other 2 challenged Sir Andrew, while 2 of the 5th-tier bandits went after Dame Shira and Sir Roger. This left the bandit leader, the man with the ruby rings. He didn't attack anyone specific, he simply threw himself into the melee and began hacking away at the Veilman. With a few swings of his sword, the bandit leader caused large rock spikes to erupt from the ground, impaling many of the warriors. He then caught sight of 2 of the men-at-arms, fighting side by side against the bandits. He smiled and crossed the 30 feet between them with a single leap. He swung his sword once more, and nearly split both in half, killing them instantly. Suddenly, he quickly sidestepped, just as Thorfinn's axe was about to come down on his head. Thorfinn smashed into the ground and glared at the bandit leader. The leader smiled at him, and swung his sword, causing more rock spikes to shoot up from the ground, but they shattered once they hit Thorfinn's hardened skin. With all the leaders engaged in battle, the warriors and bandits did their best to keep their distance, but the battle still raged between the barracks buildings. The battle lines blurred, and the fort became a chaotic melee of whirling blades and spilled blood. The bandits had numbers on their side, as more just kept coming from the cave, but the warriors still had Artorias, Roland, Leon, and the squires. Chapter 23. The raid to Artorias smiled, surrounded by corpses. The bandits had made a ring around him, with none willing to attack. It didn't take long for them to realize that he was far beyond any of them, and to engage him in battle would be tantamount to suicide. One bandit, a little slower in the head than the rest, rushed out from behind Artorias. The mage turned into a blur and returned to his previous position before any of the others could react, and the attacking bandit hardly even realized he was dead as his severed head fell to the ground. The squires were fighting side by side, trying to maintain something akin to battle lines even as the warriors charged into the mass of bandits that had only just now finished spewing out of the cave. A group of bandits threw themselves at the squires, but quick sword work forced them back and even left 2 dead. One bandit, a 2nd-tier mage, ran forward. He swung his sword at Victoria, aiming for her throat, but Victoria was saved by her quick reflexes as she just barely managed to block. She rotated her wrist, spinning the bandit's blade away from her, while Luke took advantage of the opening and thrust his own sword deep into the bandit's stomach. The man fell, but the rest of the bandits attacked again. Kevin and John were holding their own, and Luke and Victoria worked together flawlessly, covering each other and watching each other's back. But, as the bandits pushed, the two pairs began to be separated, and the bandits moved to surround them. Luke deflected a spear thrust towards his chest, but a bandit to his side hacked at his exposed arm. Luke gritted his teeth and braced for the pain. He didn't think this bandit would be able to completely chop off his arm since the bandit didn't seem to be stronger than a first-tier mage, but he would most definitely do some heavy damage. Luke heard a whistling sound for a split second, and an arrow buried itself in the bandit's chest, piercing clean through to the heart. The bandit's sword strike never landed, and he fell, dead before he hit the ground. Luke couldn't turn to see who had fired the arrow. There were too many bandits around for him to divert his attention, but he thought he knew who fired it. His suspicions were confirmed as Leon ran over, sword in hand, and hurled himself against the bandits between the squires. Killing that bandit had taken Leon's last arrow, so he had slung his bow and ran over to fill the widening gap between Luke on the right and John on the left. Artorias had taught Leon to never hold back, so Leon swung his sword with all the force he could muster. The bandit on the receiving end of the blow tried to block, but his own sword was knocked out of his hand and Leon's blade fell down upon him. The blade sunk into his shoulder and nearly came all the way down to his heart. "Yeah," Luke shouted as he saw Leon's first strike. "Thanks for that," but Leon just smiled and continued attacking the bandits. With him closing the gap and providing some support, the squires regained their footing and stopped being forced back and held against the tide of bandits crashing down upon them. Not far away, Dame Shira and Sir Roger were fighting side by side against their opponents. They were fighting with the two fifth-tier bandits who had come from the cave, and both proved to be tricky opponents. Dame Shira was unable to continue launching her ice spikes, as the warriors were mixing together with the bandits as they fought, and any miss of hers could hit an ally. Her opponent took advantage of this, along with the vastly increased speed that came with being a wind mage, and danced circles around her. She was unable to do much of anything, except block against his vicious attacks. Sir Roger was faring a little better, even getting in a few hits, but his bandit was a fire mage just like he was, so his fiery mace had little effect. As the two continuously exchanged blows, their only thoughts were, "This is going to be an endurance match, the one who runs low on magic first will lose." But this wasn't going to be an endurance match. The bandit threw a small fireball at Sir Roger, trying to distract him enough to inflict a little damage with his sword. Sir Roger blocked the fireball with a swing of his mace, following through and hitting the ground, creating a small explosion that threw the bandit back. As the bandit tried to recover his footing, he saw a blinding flash of light in the corner of his eye, and everything went dark. Roland had turned his attention away from the mass of bandits and fired a beam of light from his sword at the bandit, piercing straight through his eye and vaporizing the bandit's brain. Sir Roger was briefly stunned, as he had been about to take advantage of the bandit's loss of footing, but quickly recovered. He turned and nodded to Roland, as the paladin sliced through 3 more bandits and ran over. Together, the two joined Dame Shira. Just before this, the Lady Knight had thrust her spear into the ground, a foolish move that would all but disarm anyone else, but Dame Shira knew what she was doing. The wind mage she was fighting was too fast, and he was starting to get a read on her movements, as she felt the air was starting to vibrate and throw off her defense. Her only option now was to use her magic in a different way. The bandit saw her thrusting the spear into the ground, and lunged forward, aiming for Dame Shira's throat. Just as he got within range, he felt his foot slip when it hit the ground, and he ended up sliding forward and falling flat onto a layer of ice emanating from the spear tip. Dame Shira smiled at him, and raised her spear, not wasting a second before thrusting into the bandit's chest. "Good work, now go help the others," shouted Roland. The knights nodded, and Sir Roger moved to assist Sir Andrew, while Dame Shira left to support the Thanes. The 2 fourth-tier mages were just barely enough to tie down Sir Andrew, but with Sir Roger reinforcing him, the bandits were quickly overpowered and killed. Likewise, the 3 other 4th-tier bandits were a match for the 3 4th-tier Thanes, but as Dame Shira arrived, the balance quickly tipped in favor of the warriors. "You damn barbarians!" shouted the bandit leader. He swung his sword in a vertical slash, and when it hit the ground, a row of rock spikes began erupting from the ground. Thorfinn easily dodged them, but the warriors behind him were not so lucky. 3 warriors were killed, while 5 more were injured. Thorfinn grit his teeth in rage and held his axe so tight that his stony knuckles turned white. He roared and charged at the bandit leader. He swung his axe with as much force as he could muster, but the bandit leader ducked and weaved around them, striking at Thorfinn's exposed stomach as he did so. Fortunately, Thorfinn's rock armor was barely even scratched, and he kept swinging. Most of the benefits of earth magic were greatly increased strength, at the cost of speed, but the bandit leader seemed to buck this trend. Thorfinn swung again and again, but he hit nothing but air. The bandit leader, for his part, took every opportunity to hit Thorfinn. The calves, shoulders, and exposed elbow when Thorfinn overswung, he missed none of them. But every time, he would only chip off a little bit of rock, and Thorfinn would keep swinging. Thorfinn's fighting style left few true openings for the bandit leader to exploit, with only his rocky armor exposed, which left the bandit increasingly frustrated. He could also see his allies being cut down one by one, which had him feeling desperate to finish off Thorfinn quickly. "I'll kill you," Thorfinn shouted, his killing intent soaring, even to the point of making many of the weaker bandits in his vicinity queasy. The warriors didn't miss a beat, cutting down the bandits in their moment of weakness, but the bandit leader was unaffected. Thorfinn raised his axe, and swung downwards at him, putting every ounce of his prodigious strength behind it. The bandit leader wasn't stupid enough to take that hit and jump back as fast as he could. The axe passed by his face so close it shaved off a few of his hairs, but the bandit leader had just barely made it. The axe hit the ground, and large cracks spread out like a spider web. He took a few more steps back, then made a risky move. He dropped down low, placing his free hand on the ground. Thorfinn, in his rage, continued moving forward, intent on pressing the bandit leader, when small rock spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, aimed at Thorfinn's leg. They weren't meant to do any real damage to the tribal chief, and their sharp points even shattered when trying to impale Thorfinn's leg, but they trapped his foot just as Thorfinn was taking a step. The chief fell, just barely catching himself before his face hit the ground. The bandit leader wasn't going to miss this opportunity and kicked Thorfinn down just as he was trying to rise. He raised his sword above Thorfinn, preparing to put all of his weight behind it and drive it into the back of Thorfinn's skull when a bright light illuminated everything behind him. This light was Roland's sword, shining like 100 magic street lanterns. The paladin had moved to assist Thorfinn just as the chief ran into trouble and arrived just in time. The bandit leader didn't even have time to bring his sword down before Roland's bright blade removed both of his arms, only leaving a pair of slightly smoking stumps. The bandit leader fell, screaming in pain. Thorfinn immediately wrenched his foot free of the rock spikes holding it down and grabbed his axe. He raised it above him and brought it down upon the bandit leader's head so hard that the ground beneath it shattered. By now, the bandits were thoroughly demoralized, and with their strongest fighters dead, they were quickly finished off. It took a few minutes of cleanup, but the entire open-air portion of the fort was completely secured. There wasn't a single warrior without a bloodied weapon, and many were already thinking about how to describe their glorious victory. Leon and the squire's performance during the battle were equally glorious. They had killed half a dozen bandits apiece and were surrounded by the proof. The knights and thanes had cut clean through the bandits after the leaders were killed, and the warriors had wrapped things up from there, surrounding and pushing the bandits into a tight group that they dispatched quite quickly. But none were as astonishing as Artorias. He was standing amid a pile of about 2 to 3 dozen dead bandits, with not a single hair out of place, smiling serenely like he was out on a stroll through a summer meadow. But despite the fighting dying down, the job wasn't done. 2 of Dame Shira's men at arms went and secured the entrance to the cave, while Roland examined the runes carved into it. After determining that they only scattered magic senses and didn't have any dangerous function, Roland ordered the men at arms to follow him in taking the cave. They were followed by Thorfinn, his thanes, and half a dozen third-tier warriors. Everyone was on high alert. They didn't know what was in the cave and weren't too keen on being ambushed. Fortunately, nothing jumped out at them, and after a short walk, they found themselves in a large well-lit and furnished cavern. There were couches, tables, chairs, dressers, carpets on the floor, and a multitude of magic lanterns illuminating the place. The group quickly determined that there weren't any more bandits hiding in there and moved on to the doors. There were 3 on one side, and 3 more on the opposite. The 3 on the right side were just the bedrooms for the bandit leaders, with little of note within. The other 3, however, were a much different story. One opened into another large cavern, filled with food and large crates packed full of raw silk grass. This was presumably the loot that had been taken from the raided village. Another opened onto the largest cavern yet, with space and furniture to fit over 300 bandits, though it was clear that all the bunks weren't being used. The last door led to a long flight of stairs, descending further into the mountain. While the third-tier warriors secured the living quarters, Roland, Thorfinn, and the Thanes followed the stairs. At the bottom, they found 20 large prison cells, full of frightened tribesmen. They had been kept in near perpetual darkness for several days now, so they recoiled back when the door opened and squinted as light from the stairway flooded into the prison. The knights and warriors stared in shock for a moment, before immediately rushing to open the cell doors. When the doors were opened, the tribesmen continued to shrink back in fear, until one older man's eyes finally grew accustomed to the light, and he could see the warriors. "Chief Thorfinn, is that you?" "Yes, yes it is." Thorfinn didn't know the man's name, but he quickly came forward to help him to his feet. As the old man got a better look at Thorfinn, he allowed himself to believe his eyes and started crying with joy. "Everyone, the brown bear warriors came for us." With that, the frightened tribesmen relaxed and allowed the warriors to lead them out of their cells. As the knowledge that they were now safe sank in, they too began to cry, some in joy at being rescued, and some in sorrow at remembering everyone killed when the bandits attacked their village. Thorfinn walked up to Roland, who was helping the last of the villagers out of the cells. He had a serious look in his eye, and what he said shocked Roland. "I'd like to apologize to you, knight. When you arrived in Vale Town, I was quite rude to you, as were my people. If it weren't for you, not only would I probably not have rescued my people, but those fifth-tier warriors the bandits had would have killed the entire war party." Thorfinn pulled Roland into a brief hug but didn't release Roland's shoulders after it was over. "You saved my life during the battle. You have proven yourself to be a friend to the Brown Bear tribe." Thorfinn pulled Roland into another brief hug before finally releasing the paladin. "We're going to escort these villagers back to their homes, then the war party will return to Vale Town. When we return, I'll fulfill my side of the bargain, and provide you with a guide to the heartwood trees you seek." Chapter 24. The guide. Thorfinn's abject gratitude left Roland feeling awkward and searching for words. "Thank you, I only did what anyone would have done. There's no need for apologies." Roland just rattled off a series of humble words, until Thorfinn waved his hand and cut him off. "Come, let's go see what can be looted from the bandits." Thorfinn decided to just cut things off there, letting Roland relax a little. Back in the main living space of the bandit cave, Roland found an anxious Luke. "Sir Roland, Dame Shira found a noble insignia among the things of those fifth-tier bandits." "What? Where is she?" Luke led Roland and Thorfinn, who had just come up the stairs with Roland, into the bandit leader's room, where Dame Shira was waiting. There were no words that needed to be said, she simply gestured at a nearby table, where a number of things like shirts, tabards, a decorative shield, and a small banner could be seen. Roland rushed over to examine them. They all followed the same color scheme, dark red with a prominent design of an orange four-petaled flower. Roland knew who this sigil signified. He carefully looked over each item to be sure, then muttered, "Marquis Grandison, who's that?" asked Thorfinn from behind him. "A landed noble just on the other side of the frozen mountains." If these bandits had their hands on his sigil, then that means they were likely knights in his service. Roland frowned. Fortunately, Thorfinn didn't seem particularly angry. The bandits were dead, and that was what counted, for now at least. "I won't make that big a deal out of this, knight, on one condition." "Name it. When you return south, you bring justice to this, Grandison." "Of course, I will report his activities to those with the power to sanction him. My kingdom considers your tribe to be a friend, and his hostile actions against the king's friends will not be tolerated." "I suppose that's the best I'm going to get, isn't it?" Thorfinn sighed. Well, the bandits were gone, and the pass they used to come north would be easily sealed by a few mountain scouts causing some avalanches. There were more immediate problems in the west of the Vale, so it was best to just leave it at that. Thorfinn and the knights left the cave. The warriors were relaxing and celebrating their victory, but the villagers weren't so happy. It was true that they had been saved, but almost every adult man had been killed when the bandits raided their village, so things were going to be hard for a while. Roland and the knights went to relax but were pulled into the modest victory celebrations with the warriors, joining the men-at-arms who had already been dragged over. Sir Roger was the only exception, as he was busy tending to the bodies of the two fallen men-at-arms, as both had been his. He made a crude sleigh, like what Artorias and Leon used to carry their furs, and lifted the two bodies onto it. Thorfinn, meanwhile, spoke to the village elder, promising that all the food and silk grass that the bandits had looted would be returned. A brief inventory taken by Harold indicated that there would plenty of loot left over afterward, so Thorfinn wasn't worried about feeding his war party after the few supplies they brought with had been used. Freya. The warriors had collected the bodies, and a few were busy burning them. Freya was supervising them, but when she heard Thorfinn's call, she quickly ran over. Thorfinn watched as the fire slowly spread over the bodies of his warriors for a moment, before turning to Freya. How many did we lose? 72. But the Thunderbirds now lead them to the Sky Mother atop 395 slain bandits. They feast with their ancestors tonight. As for us, let's rest a little for the rest of the night, and get going by morning. I want to bring the villagers home by midday, and then we hurry back to Vale Town. I doubt Hakon Firebeard has made a move in the 3 days we've been gone, but we still ought to return as soon as possible. Right, we'll get to it. By now, the moon had reached its zenith and was beginning its descent. The warriors were quite tired, having stayed awake for so long, so the victory celebrations died down after less than an hour, as everyone fell asleep. Roland was one of the last to close his eyes, as he was looking for Artorias, but it seemed that the man and his son had disappeared after the battle. Even the squires didn't notice when Leon had left, and he had been right next to them during the battle. Roland simply sighed and decided to give up trying to talk with Artorias, as the man clearly didn't want to talk to anyone else. The paladin lay down next to his knights and allowed himself to drift off to sleep. But Artorias and Leon weren't too far away. They had left the fort, and were now in the nearby forest, resting among the trees. If anyone wanted to look for them, it wouldn't have been too difficult, as they even had a small fire burning, to stave off the nighttime chill that descends upon the northern vales. You fought admirably, little lion. I couldn't be more proud. Artorias beamed at his son, while Leon grew bright red from embarrassment, as he had never been able to take compliments very well. Thanks, Dad. How do you feel about it? Your first battle, I mean. Leon calmed down, and his face shifted from pure embarrassment to a more subdued smile. It was exhilarating. I was scared the whole time, and my heart nearly leapt out my chest from how fast it was beating, but I don't think I've ever felt so. I don't know, it's hard to describe. I understand. After my first battle, I was so amped up that I could hardly sit still for the next week. It wasn't even that large a thing, either, just a few of my father's knights and myself, facing down 24 highwaymen. I think you even killed more bandits today than I did back then. Oh, how long ago was that? About 17 or 18 years ago, I think. I wasn't too much older than you, at the time. In fact, after it was over, the man I was squiring for knighted me, and I left the Great Plateau not too long after that. Anyways, you did a fantastic job. You even fought alongside those squires. You've definitely earned that sword. Artorias glanced at the sword that Leon still held, and the younger man held it a little closer with a proud smile on his face. The two settled in for the rest of the night and left late in the morning. They woke up when the war party marched down the path alongside the villagers but didn't start the journey until after they had some good breakfast. It would take the war party 3 more days or so before they would return to Vale Town, but the two of them could move much faster without the first tier and below warriors that Thorfinn had with him, so they weren't going to rush. When they did finally start moving, they left at a brisk pace, reaching the village not long after the war party, but they didn't stay. Instead, they continued onward and arrived at a large hill a few miles away from Vale Town by the end of the day. They waited there for 2 days, spending those days training and meditating until they could see the war party on the horizon. Artorias nodded his head towards the returning warriors, and once Leon was ready, they left the hill without saying a word. The warriors returned to Vale Town, and the entire city succumbed to the celebratory attitude and was partying by the evening. Even the priests came out of their temples to celebrate with the chief. Thorfinn had organized a small feast for the best of his warriors and had begun giving out rewards for the warriors who distinguished themselves in the battle. Of course, Artorias and Leon were nowhere to be seen, as parties weren't their thing, but Thorfinn didn't mind. He'd already spoken to Artorias for a few minutes after arriving at his longhouse. Roland's party was present, however, and were even drinking with the warriors, a far cry from just a week ago when everything had been done to make them feel unwelcome. In a rare moment, Thorfinn had decided to break out his big chair and sat in a small raised alcove that was usually blocked from view by a thin curtain. He didn't much like sitting so far from his warriors, as celebrating with them couldn't be done when he separated himself, but doling out rewards demands a certain etiquette that he didn't want to break. Nicholas, come forward. Torfin's booming voice was heard even over the drunk merchants and rowdy warriors. In response, one of the drunkest and rowdiest of the warriors came forward, stopping before Torfin. You killed over 15 of those bandits, this merits a great reward. The watching warriors shouted and roared in approval, while the merchants and priests clapped and stamped their feet. Torfin reached into a box right beside his chair and pulled out a metal band. I give you this, an enchanted iron arm ring I found in the bandit cave. I had those knights take a look at it, and it seems that this thing can slightly amplify the magic flowing through your arm, strengthening the effect of that magic. Torfin held out the arm ring, and Nicholas gratefully accepted it, to the applause of the rest of the crowd. He quickly rejoined his fellows after thanking the chief. Torfin looked directly at Roland and waved him over. Now, then, Sir Knight, you come forward. Roland looked a little hesitant but came forward anyway. I must give you a reward for your assistance in dealing with those bandits. Tell me, what can I do for you? Roland gave the chief a smile and a curt reply. Your friendship and that guide you promised is all the reward necessary. Nonsense. I must give you something, or what would my warriors think of me? Torfin smiled down at Roland, and the warriors around the hall began stomping their feet and making noise, supporting Torfin, rewarding Roland and his party. Roland looked back at his knights, and they all smiled and nodded at him. Very well, Chief Torfin, if you insist, then perhaps a couple bundles of silk grass. Torfin laughed uproariously, as did most of the hall. A couple, I'll give each of your people 3 large bundles, how about that? Roland sighed. He truly didn't want a reward, he only wanted to find some heartwood amber. You're too kind. As for your guide, I've already spoken to him. He'll be heading east tomorrow morning, so wait at the temple on the largest hill in that direction, and he'll meet you there a couple hours after dawn. I wouldn't delay too long in getting there, either, as this man won't wait too long for you. Only now did Roland feel some joy. A relieved expression broke out on his face, and he stepped back from Torfin. The entire rest of the hall had gone silent when Torfin brought up their guide and where he would be taking them. However, Roland didn't seem to notice. After Roland rejoined his party at their table, Torfin continued handing out rewards. Freya, Asbjorn, come forward. I give each of you one of these ruby rings from the bandit leader. They supposedly store magic, supplementing your own magic reserves in battle. Roland and his party rose at dawn. Torfin graciously accepted their request to have someone watch over the bodies of their 2 comrades who fell during the battle, so there were a few warriors around the storehouse as they left. Sir, the chief didn't ever tell you where this guide would be taking us, did he? Luke had taken note of the reactions of the tribesmen the previous night. He noticed their tightening faces and their slightly fearful looks. Nothing specific, he only said, east. Those tribesmen were acting odd when he told you where to meet the guide. I've just got a bad feeling about this. Roland frowned and looked pensive for a moment. Hey, this guy isn't losing his nerve, is he? Adrianos, the noble man-at-arms, asked from behind with a playful tone. What? No, I'm just a little put off by their behavior. Luke hurriedly defended himself. Don't worry, boy, we'll get this done and be back south in proper civilization in no time. Adrianos threw his arm around Luke's shoulders and pulled back with the other men-at-arms. Luke's words weren't easily dismissed from Roland's mind, though. He didn't pay much attention to the other warriors in the hall, but Luke was quite perceptive, and he wouldn't exaggerate these things. If he felt the need to speak up, then he must really be feeling apprehensive. But Roland was a paladin, and he had a job to do. He would trust that Torfin was above board for now, and if anything too shady happened, they would return to Vale Town and have words with the chief. There was a cluster of hills just to the east of Vale Town, and on the largest, the tribesmen had built a small temple of stone. It had a roof open to the sky and was filled with various carved statues, most of various legendary warriors, but there was one in the back of the temple, directly next to the sacrificial altar that drew Roland's eyes. This statue wasn't as large as the others, but it was far more intricately carved. It was of a large bird taking flight with a horned serpent in its talons. Every scale and feather was visible, and Roland couldn't help but marvel at the amount of detail put into this statue. Nothing else in the temple was particularly noteworthy to the party, as they had all seen so much more in the south, but this statue was almost lifelike, and it captivated Roland. The temple was empty when they arrived. Roland surmised that the promised guide simply hadn't arrived yet, so he spent his time admiring this bird statue. It wasn't obvious to him what the bird was, but it was clearly of importance to the tribesmen given its workmanship and place of prominence. "That is the Thunderbird, a holy symbol to the Veilmen." A voice rang out through the temple from behind Roland. He spun to see who the speaker was and found Artorias and Leon staring back at him from the temple entrance. Chapter 25. Going east. Artorias' sudden appearance made Roland do a quick double take. "What? That statue you're looking at, it's of a Thunderbird." Roland quickly collected himself. He was so transfixed at the quality of the statue, that he had been nearly startled out of his skin. "Oh, it is a truly spectacular piece of art. And, come to think of it, there are similar depictions of Thunderbirds in the cities of the Great Plateau, just south of the frozen mountains." Artorias smiled at Roland. "Indeed, they come from similar legends. It's probable that the people of the plateau and the Veilmen share ancestors, who passed their stories on to their children." "Makes sense." Roland tore his eyes away from the statue. The rest of his knights had been meditating or resting while waiting for their guide, and now they were getting up and preparing to move out. It was clear that they had the same assumption that Roland now found himself making. "You two are our guides, I take it." "Indeed. We'll be taking you east, through a pass in the frozen mountains, into the neighboring vale, and then on to a heartwood glade. The trees there are incredibly ancient, and I all but guarantee that you'll find some amber there." Roland was ecstatic, but he clamped down on his excitement, as he preferred to indulge in those emotions only when the job was done. "Good. Then we'll be in your capable hands." It didn't take the party long to ready themselves, as they were waiting when Artorias and Leon arrived. They set off in good time, due east. Artorias and Leon led the way, moving quickly, but not so much that Roland and his party were annoyed. The squires were second-tier mages, as was Leon, so it was at their pace that the group traveled. The first few hours passed in silence. The initial happiness at getting underway with their real mission had died down, with none of the party willing to let their guard down in front of their guides. No one knew where they were from, or even their real names. The squires had fought alongside Leon during the raid on the bandit fort, so there were some good sentiments there, but Artorias was another story. There had been no real introductions to break the ice, either, as Artorias had insisted that they leave as soon as everyone looked ready, so everyone still only knew the two as Wraith Killer and Little Lion. So, the silence continued. Roland was the one who finally broke the silence. The two guides had an aloof air to them, preferring to stay separate from the party, but Roland couldn't stand awkward silences, so he sped up a bit, and caught up with Artorias. "So, I heard the tribesmen call you Wraith Killer. Do you have a nickname or anything shorter we can call you?" Artorias glanced over at Roland and thought for a while. His face began to curve into a frown, and Roland could sense Artorias' aura begin to roil and churn. It's no problem if you don't. We can call you Wraith Killer if you want." No, it's fine. I suppose you can call me Artorias." "Ah, Artorias, that's a good name." Roland smiled and continued to converse, but he didn't notice that behind him, Adrianos had overheard Artorias state his name, and suddenly started looking their way and paying attention to the conversation. "So, where do you come from? You don't have the same accent as the tribesmen, and you certainly don't look much like them, either." One of the first things that Roland noticed about Artorias that didn't quite seem right was the lack of facial hair. Almost every tribesman had some kind of facial hair, but Artorias was completely clean-shaven. "Why are you so curious, Sir Roland? Who I am and where I come from ought to be of no concern to a paladin. You're clearly very strong, and you don't come from the Vales, so I'm just curious about why you would come so far north." Artorias wasn't quite sure how to respond. He didn't want them to know who he was, but he was a naturally friendly person, even if his circumstances had forced him and his son out into the wilds for so long. "Training. We came here to train. Can't you train down south? There are plenty of good mage guilds that would gladly take in and finance your training, I'm sure of it. Why don't you come with us when we go back south? I can, number." Artorias cut off Roland, and the paladin felt a wave of killing intent wash over him, and he felt like he had been submerged in a freezing lake. But the killing intent was gone as quickly as it had come, and Artorias looked a little embarrassed. Sorry about that, we're not going back south. That's the end of it." Roland was shocked at Artorias' reaction. He had been trying to offer the man a position back in the capital, and even the possibility of a knighthood. In fact, Roland firmly believed that Artorias was much stronger than he was, so there was even a good chance that if he came south, he would be made a paladin. "I should be apologizing, not you. I perhaps overstepped the limits of our relationship, and I apologize for that. Please, disregard my previous statement. Artorias smiled back at Roland. The group had stopped moving, and Leon was watching Artorias with an alarmed look on his face. Artorias looked over at his son, and nodded to him, showing the younger man that he was all right. Leon gave a slight nod in response, and slowly turned back around and continued onwards. Listen, Sir Roland, we ought to speak of the dangers of where we're going. If all goes well, then we won't encounter anything of note, but we should still plan for what may happen if all doesn't go well. I'm all ears, Artorias. Any advice you can give us would be most appreciated. Good. First off, we're only going to travel during the daytime. We'll arrive at the pass before the day's over at this pace, and that's where we'll spend the night. We could proceed further into the Eastern Vale, but there are a number of creatures we'll want to avoid that come out at night. Ice wraiths and banshees are the two big ones, but there are also packs of wind wolves and tree sprites to watch out for. Roland frowned. How would we avoid these creatures at night, then, or will we be able to reach this glade then leave the vale in a single day? We'll make for my home. My son and I live there, and we warded our small fort to repel those nocturnal creatures. I know a few temporary wards that could be used if we are caught away from the fort during the night, but they won't cover up the presence of so many people. We'll make for our fort, then the glade, then back to the fort, and finally the mountain pass. All told, it shouldn't take more than 3 more days. Then I thank you in advance for allowing us to stay at your place. The two men continued chatting about the Eastern Vale, with Adrianos listening in the whole time. Leon continued to lead the group east, while the others in Roland's party talked amongst themselves. They kept walking east and reached the pass in good time. The group pressed on, as Artorias wanted them to camp near the eastern end of the pass, not quite close enough to provoke any of the beasts in the forest of black and white, but he didn't want to waste time tomorrow either. Fortunately, this mountain pass was nowhere near as harsh as what the knights had experienced coming north. There were no frozen forests, no fields of sharp jagged stone they had to climb through, and no sheer cliffs they had to scale. It was just a thin rocky path, just wide enough for 2 of them to walk side by side. The place they decided to camp was a slightly wider part of the pass, and they all settled in for a peaceful night. The following day saw the group arrive in the forest of black and white. Roland and his group were struck by the beauty of the place, with so many colorful trees and plants. But Roland remembered Artorias' warnings about the creatures in the forest, and the need to get to his fort as quickly as possible, so he kept the team moving. The forest was thinner near the edges, so it was quite the pleasant walk at first. There was a gorgeous canopy of green, blue, and even the rare red or purple leaves, and the plants and flowers they saw around had equally diverse colors. Even the nobles in the party were awed, as it would take an experienced gardener a long time to bring such vibrant colors out of an estate's garden. But what truly struck the group was the divine scar. It was near midday when they approached it, and the trees were still thin on the western side of the scar, so they saw it from a good distance away. What is that? One of the men at arms shouted in wonder. I call this canyon the divine scar. It's very deep, and it gets wider as you go south. It possesses a unique aura I couldn't identify, which made me think that an absurdly powerful mage made it with an attack. Roland walked up to the edge and stared down towards the bottom. He was a 6th tier mage, and his eyesight was superhuman, but even he could only see a deep black abyss. It gave him an eerie feeling, like even his light magic would hit that darkness and be completely swallowed. Artorias and Leon seemed a little impatient but gave the rest of the group time to admire the immense canyon, but Adrianos seemed a little unimpressed. In fact, he was looking around, completely bored and ready to continue. But he saw something odd out of the corner of his eye, so he spun his head around to have a better look and saw the branch of a nearby tree extending out like an arm, and reached for one of Sir Andrew's men at arms, so quietly that the man didn't seem to realize it. Connor, get away from that tree! Adrianos shouted out and drew his sword. The tree didn't seem to like that shout, as it abandoned stealth and wrapped its arm around Connor. The man didn't even have a chance to fight back as he was lifted off his feet and held more than 20 feet in the air. The tree was a gnarled and ugly thing, leafless and rotten, but showed an unexpected resilience when Adrianos brought his sword down on the branch arm and left nothing more than a slight scratch on the bark. The others drew their own weapons, but Sir Roger was the closest. He brought his mace to bear, and slammed it into the trunk of the tree, allowing his fire magic to ignite the mace and scorch the bark. Surprisingly, the fire had little effect. Connor began screaming. As the branch tightened around him, he felt his arms begin to crack, followed by his ribs. The tree had 3 more branches and began to wave them exceptionally fast at the party, forcing them back and away from the trunk. This damn thing. Sir Andrew's pale skin darkened to a grayish hue and hardened into stone. He channeled all the magic he could into his arms and lifted his battle axe. He charged forward, allowing the tree branches to fall on him, chipping off a few pieces of stone, but otherwise leaving him unharmed. He swung his axe with all his might and slammed it into the tree. The axe blade didn't chop too far into the tree trunk, but a few more swings brought the blade almost halfway through the trunk. The wild branches seized up, and immediately stopped moving. Connor was dropped from the air and hit the ground with a sickening crack. From the trunk of the tree, a brown bark-like head emerged. It was white and flat, with no facial features save for 2 black eyes the size of eagle's eggs. The head was followed by the upper half of a very tall but very thin body. The entire creature seemed to be made of the same bark as the tree. Nothing more emerged from the tree. It seemed that Sir Andrew had cut the creature in half when he struck it, as it was missing everything below the waist. "What in the name of the ancestors is that?" Sir Roger exclaimed. "That is a tree sprite. Not very strong, but exceptionally skilled with nature magic, and deadly if they catch you off guard." Artorias replied, nodding towards Connor, who was now coughing up blood and struggling to rise. "Stay down, Connor. Let me take a look." Sir Andrew had gone to the side of his man-at-arms and was running his hands over the man's body, looking for blood. "He's going to die. There's nothing you can do," Leon bluntly stated. Sir Andrew glared at the young man. "What? There are only some broken bones. A little bleeding in his lungs, but he'll be fine once we get him to proper healers in the south." "No, my son is correct. Tree sprites like to poison their victims. He's going to die, and in great agony too." Artorias backed up Leon. "Check the back of his head." Sir Andrew gave the 2 a dirty look but did as Artorias suggested. When he tried to turn Connor's head, he felt a wet sensation and noticed his hands were covered in blood. The back of the man's head had numerous pinpricks that were oozing blood, and the skin around them was rapidly turning blue. "What is this?" The knight recoiled and wiped his hand off on a nearby fern. "That is a nasty neurotoxin. It slowly breaks down the victim's brain, and they are awake and aware the whole time. It's a bad way to go." Artorias looked over at Roland, who had come forward to examine the man himself. "You need to decide what to do with him, and quickly. We can't delay too long, or we won't make it to my fort before dark." Roland simply answered, "I understand." Chapter 26. Identity. "We can't just kill him. We can bring him with us, we can get him help." Sir Andrew shouted at his comrades. Connor was his man-at-arms, and they had fought alongside one another for years. Killing him on the word of Artorias was out of the question in his mind. "Look at him, he's obviously suffering. We can't help him now, and he'll die before we get very far carrying him." Dame Shira was for giving Connor a mercy kill. "Indeed, best to end it now." Sir Roger agreed. "He's my friend. I won't just let him die like this, just because he says so." But Sir Andrew wasn't having any of it, and even started directing his anger at Artorias. Leon and Artorias had given the knights some distance and were now watching their argument, all while the subject of the discussion continued to writhe in agony and cough up more blood. When Sir Andrew called out Artorias, Artorias didn't even react. He was waiting for Roland to make a decision and was starting to get impatient. Leon was more blatant about his desire to get moving, constantly checking the sun's position and looking out into the forest. It was almost midday, and they still had a good deal of ground to cover. Leon looked at his father, silently asking what to do. "Just wait, little lion. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it. Sir Andrew, he's suffering. It's best to just get it over with." Adriano stepped forward and gave his opinion. He'd known Sir Andrew nearly as long as Connor had, and they were friends. Adriano's couldn't just sit back and watch his friend die horribly, so he spoke his mind. "No, Sir Roland, please, we can still save him, I'm sure of it." "Enough. I've made my decision." Roland stepped forward and drew his sword. Sir Andrew had been standing in between Connor and the others, while Roland paced and tried to come to a decision, and now that he had, he wouldn't hesitate. "Sir, please." But Sir Andrew still didn't want to give up. "Out of the way, Andy." Roland stopped in front of the other knight and waited for him to move. "Not going to happen. I'll carry Connor back home myself if I have to." Roland sighed. Look at him, Andy. Really look at him. Does he look like someone that can still be saved? Roland spoke with a slow and calm tone, trying to soothe Sir Andrew's frayed nerves, and get him to comply. Sir Andrew looked back and saw Connor had stopped writhing and coughing. Instead, he was just lying there, looking more like a corpse than a living person. His ribs had been shattered by the tree sprite, and his chest was starting to cave in. He was covered in blood, and his skin was so pale it was almost transparent. The only thing that still showed he was still alive was the sound of his rough and pained breathing. Roland placed his hand on Sir Andrew's shoulder. He's gone, my friend. Even if his heart is still beating, he's gone. Let me end it. Sir Andrew grit his teeth, and slowly, reluctantly, stepped aside. Roland gripped his sword tight, raised it above Connor, and drove it deep into what remained of the young man's chest, killing him instantly. Roland's party was silent and solemn. They didn't move and were just processing what had happened. At one moment, everyone was fine, and admiring the divine scar, and the next, a comrade had been taken by a tree sprite so quickly he hadn't even the time to resist. Artorias gave them a few minutes, and Leon grew still. Eventually, they felt that the silence had gone on long enough, and Artorias walked up to Roland. Losing a comrade is never easy, especially when they're a friend. I get that, I truly do, but we need to get moving. Let's grab his body and get moving. We can't get caught out in the forest at night. Roland nodded and only took a few more seconds before jumping into action. First, he swung his sword at the tree sprite had been inhabiting. With a burst of light, the tree was cut in half. Roland swung a few more times, and he had a wooden board, long and wide enough to carry Connor. He grabbed the young man's body and hauled it onto the board. Sir Andrew and Adrianos then grabbed the ends, digging in to make handholds with their strong fingers, and lifted the board, with Connor on top. It didn't take too long, but Artorias was already starting to get anxious. Night falls quickly in the vales, and the sun wasn't waiting around for them. Once everyone was ready, the group set off again, with Leon taking the lead. Connor's body wasn't tied down, as they didn't have anything to tie him down with, so the going was much slower than it was before. The group was more somber, and there wasn't any talking. Everyone just stayed quiet and kept walking. They went north, walking around the divine scar, then turned southeast, towards the purple grass clearing, and the fortified compound. Artorias kept watch on the sky at all times, watching the sun slowly descend through the gaps in the trees. The sky turned from blue to pink, then to red, and the sun finally fell behind the mountains. The sky was still relatively bright, but the vale had been plunged into darkness, and the group was still in the forest. Artorias hurried them along the best he could, but after losing another of their own, Roland's party had lost much of their motivation. Normally, battle-hardened soldiers like them wouldn't be so crushed by the loss of one man, but the forest weighed heavily upon them, and every step became a struggle. Shit, we need to go faster. Artorias was on edge, and very nervous now. The sun was down, and the nocturnal creatures were beginning to stir. He spread his magic senses out as far as he could and kept alert for anything out of the ordinary. Finally, the sun completely set, and the sky grew as dark as the forest, lit only by the moon and the stars orbiting distant plains. Suddenly, Artorias spun around, drawing his sword, and staring into the depths of the forest. The others all drew their own weapons in response and took up a ready position. Leon had been walking several dozen feet ahead but fell back to the group. Sir Andrew and Adrianos carefully set Connor down and joined the others in forming a line facing the same direction as Artorias. They all stood there, waiting for whatever Artorias had seen, for 30 seconds. Sir Roger was about to speak up, to ask what was out there, when they all felt a sharp drop in temperature. Roland's eyes widened, as he saw an approaching fog surrounded by dark smoky shapes. He stole a glance at Artorias. Are those ice wraiths, and their pet banshees? A lot of them. Once Roland asked his question, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that danger was approaching, so the knights began channeling their magic. You there, the ice mage. Artorias looked at Dame Shira. Your offensive magic will largely be useless, our opponents are beings of cold and dark. Dame Shira's face tightened in apprehension, and she stiffly nodded back to Artorias. She gripped her spear tighter, and ice spread out over arms, torso, and legs, forming armor. Whereas Sir Andrew could turn his skin into stone, retaining most of his mobility, Dame Shira couldn't form icy armor on her joints, or it would severely slow her down in battle. Out of the darkness came an ear-splitting shriek. Roland's party had to force themselves not to drop their weapons and cover their ears. Leon and Artorias were more used to this, but Leon looked extremely uncomfortable, shaking and contorting his face in pain. Artorias broke from the line and charged out into the forest. The others in the party watched in shock as he disappeared into the darkness, followed shortly by the sounds of steel colliding with hard surfaces, and more banshee screams. Banshee screams can really screw with an unprepared mage, deafening them and sending the magic within their blood into turmoil and completely out of the mage's control. However, if a mage is expecting it, they can send magic into their ears and safeguard against the terrible sound. Thus, after the first few shrieks, the group was largely unaffected by them. Unfortunately, Artorias wasn't able to hold off all of them, and those that slipped past him came flying out of the darkness and directly at the group. They were grotesque creatures, made up more of a smoky darkness than actual matter, with empty eye sockets, rotten faces, and dark, skeletal limbs. But, as terrifying and intimidating as they were, the knights were stronger. Sir Roland, Sir Andrew, Dame Shira, and Sir Roger all charged at the banshees, cutting them down with every swing of their weapons. Leon edged closer to the squires, who were themselves now behind the men-at-arms. The 4 squires looked at him, and Luke nodded to him. Leon returned the nod, and they turned back to the action. Roland hacked through the banshees with no problem. He was a 6th-tier mage, after all. The other 3 were having a bit more trouble, but the banshees still fell before their might. Their dark fingers scratched at Dame Shira's ice armor and Sir Andrew's stone skin but didn't so much as leave a mark. Sir Roger swung his flaming mace around, catching one in a fiery explosion, causing the others to keep their distance from the crackling flame. Roland was easily the best suited of the 4 of them to kill the banshees. They were beings of the dark, and he was a light mage, so his light beams would cut through them like a hot knife through butter. The banshees pulled back towards the trees a little, but the knights gave chase. Suddenly, out of the darkness, came a light gray fog and another large group of banshees. The fog emanated a cold aura, and the ground froze beneath it. There was a vague shadow of a humanoid being within, and a pair of glowing blue eyes staring at the dumbfounded knights. This being raised its hand, and all the dozens of banshees began flying around the knights, constantly blocking their view and harassing them, but rarely getting close enough for the knights to strike. The squires and men-at-arms gradually began to lose track of the knights within the swirling mass of darkness, though a few brief flashes of light from Roland would occasionally pierce through. 3 banshees peeled off from that group and made a beeline for the men-at-arms. Adriano's was right in front, and he raised his sword high. The first banshee rushed straight towards him, and Adriano's brought his blade down upon it with all the force and magic he could muster. The banshee took the sword to the head and fell, dead before it hit the ground. The darkness that made up most of its body dissipated, leaving only the tiny desiccated corpse of a young child lying at Adriano's feet. He wasn't distracted, however, as the other 2 banshees tore past him. The other men-at-arms managed to stop them, one with a spear to the gut followed by a sword to the throat, and the other ran straight into a shield, bouncing off it and right back at Adriano's. The man-at-arms with the shield was thrown backward into the squires by the impact, so he couldn't take advantage of the banshee's moment of weakness, but Adriano's wasn't so unfortunate. He swung his blade and parted the banshee's head from its neck. The ice wraith watched the entire exchange. It calmly began to advance, passing the knights still trapped by the banshee horde, and towards Adriano's. He could feel the cold, and his body began to stiffen. The hands gripping his sword began to shake, and he almost dropped it. But Adriano stood firm against the monster. The ice on the ground spread to Adriano's feet, and fog slowly surrounded him. He raised his sword, channeling all of the magic within him into the blade, and brought it down upon the shadowy figure within, only for the ice wraith to catch his blade with its hand. Adriano's momentarily struggled, trying to free his weapon from the wraith's frozen fingers, but it wouldn't budge. He unsentimentally let it go, then drew a dagger at his belt. Before he could stab towards the ice wraith, however, the creature swung its fist into his chest like a hammer, throwing Adriano's almost 20 feet away, and most certainly breaking a few ribs. The wraith turned toward the other men-at-arms, its aura emitting a boundless killing intent that hit them like an avalanche. One man's knees buckled, and he collapsed, unconscious. Another dropped his blade, and fell to his hands and knees, sobbing in fear. The others still stood, but certainly not firm. They shook in their boots, and none dared to move any closer. In fact, the wraith began slowly walking towards them, and they backed up. Leon and the squires were all but paralyzed with fear. The wraith's aura was suffocating to them, and it took everything they had not to immediately pass out. Kevin and John fell to their knees, while Luke and Victoria barely stayed standing by, leaning on each other. Leon was the best off of the lot, staying on his feet, but he swayed unsteadily like a drunk stumbling home and could barely lift his sword, let alone wield it with any kind of strength. The wraith reached out for the closest man-at-arms, with its inhumanely thin arm leaving the icy cold fog that surrounded it and giving everyone a good look. Its arm seemed to be made of ice, with a few blue veins glowing gently beneath the surface. The freezing fingers closed around the man's throat and began to squeeze. No one could move to stop it, and the man-at-arms thought his life was over. That is, until everyone heard the sound of thunder. The dark forest lit up from brilliant flashes of lightning, and the shrieks of banshees died away. A few sounds reminiscent of shattering glass followed, and a bolt of lightning blazed through the trees, tearing apart the banshees surrounding Roland and the three knights, and slammed into the ice wraith grasping the man-at-arms. The fog was blasted away, revealing a body made up entirely of light blue ice covered in dark blue veins, a face that lacked a nose, and a sword sticking out of its chest. Of course, it was Artoria's sword. He hadn't wanted to use his magic within sight of the knights, as it might lead to them figuring out who he was, but the ice wraith was starting to threaten his son. All concerns about his identity vanished, and he summoned all the power his lightning could bring to bear. The ice wraiths surrounding him were annihilated, and he returned to the group as quickly as his exceptional magic would allow. Now, with his sword in the final ice wraith, he used his magic one last time, sending prodigious amounts of lightning magic surging through its body. It didn't even have the time to scream, as the ice that made up its body cracked and crumbled. All that was left of the wraith was a pile of ice shards at Artoria's feet. With the defeat of the ice wraith, Leon, the squires, and the men-at-arms quickly regained control of themselves. Artorias immediately went to Leon, only relaxing when he found his son unharmed. Unfortunately, with most of the banshees around Roland being taken care of by Artorias, the paladin saw Artoria's magic. Adrianos, picking himself up while clenching his teeth from the pain, also saw Artoria's skill with lightning magic. The same thought came to both. He's Artoria's Rame. Chapter 27. The glade. Roland quickly mopped up the last of the banshees, and the knights rejoined the party. Adrianos could still move, so he did the same. No one hesitated now, they all knew that. They couldn't stay outside for very long. Even now, they could see the same wraith fog in the forest coming towards them. Sir Andrew picked up Connor's body, not bothering with the board, and unceremoniously threw it over his shoulder. Leon took the lead, guiding everyone through the forest, while Artorias and Roland ran on either side of the group, keeping watch for any more monsters in the dark. Fortunately, after fighting off the group of ice wraiths and a whole lot of banshees, their journey was nerve-wracking but largely uneventful. Artorias and Roland did occasionally see the cold eyes of watching ice wraiths from between distant trees, however, so they never let their guard down. Finally, Leon led the group into the clearing filled with purple grass, and they saw the fort that was built in the middle of it. The group ran to the tunnel entrance, Leon opened the door, and they quickly filed in. Leon led the way, opening the inner door while Artorias closed the outer door. When everyone was behind the walls of the fort, they were able to breathe a little easier. Artorias locked up the inner door, then went to the obelisk, checking to make sure that all the defensive wards were working properly. Roland's party were physically and mentally exhausted, so they simply sat down on the ground and caught their breath. Leon could think of little else but his own bed, but after checking the obelisk, Artorias grabbed him and pulled him towards the supply shack. They grabbed a few large sheets of cloth, and a few pieces of wood, and brought them outside. "You all can use these for tents, as you don't look like you brought any," Artorias said. "Thank you," replied Roland. Roland's party immediately went about setting up the tents, with Leon's help. They were all eager to get to sleep, so they weren't wasting any time. Artorias glanced at Sir Andrew, who was still holding Connor. "You can put him in here, for now. We can throw together a decent litter to carry him out of here, but for now, he'll be okay in the ice shack." He led the knight into the food storage shack, where the sleigh that Artorias and Leon had taken to Vale Town was sitting, still full of food. Artorias had felt a little awkward about having Torfin store it, so he had brought it home himself a few days before the knights arrived in Vale Town. Sir Andrew gently laid Connor down in the ice shack, then went back outside to continue helping out with the tents. It didn't take long for Roland's party to finish getting set up, and the knights immediately crawled into their tent and passed out, with Leon and the squires not that far behind. The men-at-arms also fell fast asleep, except for Adrianos, who only laid down and pretended to sleep. He was contemplating what he saw during the fight with the banshees, the lightning magic that Artorias used, his age, even Leon's presence. He was absolutely certain that Artorias and Leon were the two people he needed to find. Outside, he could hear Roland approaching Artorias, and asking to speak in private. Privacy wasn't too difficult to find, given that everyone had gone to bed, but they still gave the tents some space and went behind Artorias' hut. Adrianos slowly looked around at the sleeping men-at-arms around him, and, certain that they were all asleep, began to channel some of his magic. The light around him began to dim, quickly enveloping him in shadows. He sank down deep into the shadows and disappeared. Outside, Roland and Artorias had gone to the small garden that Artorias had planted behind his hut. Roland glanced around at the colorful plants, admiring the strong and healthy look that each one had. "You have a lovely garden." "Thank you. Are these Aran flowers?" Roland gestured to a group of thorny flowers with short stems and 5 luminescent yellow petals each. "Indeed, they are. You have a good eye. Not many can distinguish Aran flowers from yellow centaurs." "Well, I have an interest in alchemy, and Aran flowers can be used to make a good low-grade healing salve." Artorias smiled. He wasn't skilled in alchemy. Most of what he could do was done by muddling around after reading some of his family's books that he'd brought north 15 years ago. "So, Sir Roland, what did you want to talk about?" Roland went silent for a moment, trying to choose a good way to ask his question. But he wasn't the most eloquent person, so he decided to just be direct. "You're Artorias Rame, aren't you? The second son of Archduke Kairos Rame." Artorias was shocked for a moment and even fought the urge to reach for his sword, which was still at his hip. Then, he sighed. He almost expected this, as he made the choice to tell the paladin his real name, and even showed off his magic when an ice wraith came close to attacking Leon. He still didn't quite know how to deal with this, though. The impression he'd gotten from Roland was that he was a good, honorable man, a trustworthy man, but they hadn't been acquainted for long. Artorias felt that he couldn't just kill Roland, so all he could do was sigh. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Roland could see the struggle on Artorias' face, and after remembering the strength that he had shown during the fight, the strength that easily exceeded his own, he was quick to placate Artorias' fears. "See that you don't." Roland started feeling a little nervous now. Artorias was smiling at him, but the rest of him radiated hostility. "If it's all right for me to ask, why are you all the way up here? If you return to the kingdom, you would be made the Lord of the Great Plateau, and Archduke of the Northern Territories. You're quite bold, aren't you? That's a sensitive topic." "I'm sorry, I'm just curious as to what someone of your noble heritage is doing so far away from civilization, especially when King Julius thinks you're dead and is seeking a successor for the lordship of the Great Plateau." "My immediate family has been completely wiped out, Knight. The only reason my son and I yet breathe is because we ran away to the Vales. If anyone threatens us, I will spare none of my power to make sure they are annihilated." With that said, Artorias gave Roland a look that could freeze a desert and allowed his killing intent to crash upon the knight. Artorias had spent the last 15 years stewing in his guilt and rage over the loss of his wife, then for the deaths of his father and brother. This left him with an extremely potent killing intent. Even Roland, a knight who had been fighting the enemies of the kingdom and keeping the king's peace for his entire adult life and had cultivated a strong killing intent of his own, couldn't face it head-on, and was briefly left with weak knees and shortness of breath before he circulated his magic to combat the pressure he was under. "Why, you can consider," my lips sealed. The pressure coming from Artorias was intense, and Roland could barely get the sentence out. But, once he did, Artorias restrained his killing intent. Roland gasped for breath and took a moment to compose himself. "Well, I suppose we can consider that conversation as having never happened," Roland said as he finished straightening himself up. Artorias smiled at him as if Roland had never said anything at all. "That would be for the best, Knight. Then, I'll be heading for bed. I'll see you in the morning." Roland quickly returned to the tents. It's possible that if he had been paying attention, he might have noticed the shadow gliding across the ground, back to the tent with the men-at-arms. Once inside, the shadow dissolved away, allowing Adrianos to be seen again. The other 5 men-at-arms were still fast asleep, and Roland was still shaken from his brief conversation with Artorias, so Adrianos went completely unnoticed. He'd overheard the conversation between Roland and Artorias. He'd heard Artorias confirm his own identity. Now, he couldn't wait to return to the south. He needed to inform Lord Justin that he'd found the last scions of House Rame. The following morning was rather awkward. Artorias and Leon barely spoke to anyone, except for Artorias telling them the time they'd leave. This behavior wasn't out of the ordinary for Leon, but Artorias had been somewhat friendly to them, only to suddenly become colder now. The group ate their breakfast in relative silence. Artorias didn't seem to be doing it consciously, but he was radiating a slight killing aura. It wasn't putting pressure on any of them, not even the second-tier squires, but it did cause everyone to be cagey and on edge. Roland knew that he caused this shift in attitude, but he didn't know how to make it right. He decided to give Artorias the day to calm down, then try to apologize and reiterate that he wouldn't leak their location. So, with a depressing start to the day, the group set off from the fort. There were no ice wraiths waiting for them when they exited the tunnel, no banshee screams were heard, the forest was peaceful. The animals gave the large group a wide berth. Wind wolf packs ran away on sight, birds scattered, and all the creatures of the forest got out of their way. Consequently, they arrived at the Heartwood Glade by midday. The enormous glade was surrounded by a wall of huge boulders easily 20 or 25 feet tall, so they had to enter through a small gap on the south side. Roland's party stopped and stared in awe as they finally got a good look at the majesty of the Heartwood trees. These were ancient things and stood incredibly tall, many over 200 feet and most others easily over 150, the rest were comparatively tiny, only 30 or 40 feet tall. The entire glade was filled with a peaceful aura that soothed and calmed all who entered. "This place is incredible," Victoria gasped. "Try to keep quiet, this is a sacred place." Artorias quickly rebuked her. Roland looked at Artorias quizzically, and Victoria shrank back in fear. "Why would we need to be quiet? We are surrounded by nothing but trees." Dame Shira didn't want to pick a fight with Artorias, as she knew she would lose, but she couldn't just stand there and let her squire be admonished by a relative stranger. "Have any of you heard the stories about the wars of the old gods?" Artorias looked around. Everyone looked back at him with blank stares, shook their head, or were too preoccupied admiring the trees. "Well, I would look into the Epic of Antares or Tantalus, Divine War Trilogy when you return to the south. One of the details both legends go into are the gods' burial rites. Those who die in the service of the gods would be buried in circles of 10, while the gods themselves would be buried in circles of 7. Their hearts would be removed beforehand, and replaced with a heartwood seed, which is where the tree got its name. Now, take a look at how the glade is arranged." The group examined the trees more closely and saw that most of the trees closer to the boulder wall were arranged in circles of 10 trees apiece, with only the smaller and youngest trees being the exceptions, while the trees closer to the center were arranged in circles of 7. "This place," Roland began, but when he stopped, Artorias finished for him, "is a graveyard and the taller trees are the graves." Artorias looked at each of Roland's party in turn, making sure to have eye contact with each. "There is a clearing in the very center of the glade. That is where we will make camp. Go ahead and search for your amber, but take as little as possible, disturb as little as possible, and everything will be all right." Even the cynical Sir Andrew wasn't going to contradict Artorias here. Everything, from the heartwood trees themselves to the gentle breeze, to the peaceful aura, made them believe that this was indeed a sacred place and that they should be quiet and respectful while they were here. "Very well then, Sir Roger, you take the squires and go with Artorias to set up camp. Everyone else spread out and look for that heartwood amber." Chapter 28. Return journey. Roland, the knights, and the men-at-arms all split off from the group and began wandering around the glade, taking care to disturb the place as little as possible, while looking for any signs of the amber they were there for. Artorias, Leon, Sir Roger, and the squires all made for the clearing in the center of the glade, to begin setting up tents so they could stay the night. Those looking for the amber, despite only speaking in whispers, and restraining their auras as best as they could, were still far more comfortable than those setting up camp. Artorias was still in a bad mood, and the squires could feel it. Sir Andrew was able to shake off the slight discomfort that Artorias' aura brought, but the squires didn't have that kind of power. They began setting up the tents in silence. Artorias and Leon preferred to sleep under the sky, so they had little work to do. Artorias lay down and closed his eyes, while Leon, feeling somewhat restless, decided to go over to Victoria and Luke. Need any help? Leon asked, with some hesitation and uncertainty. The two squires froze in shock. Victoria, the more outgoing one, recovered fast. We'd love your help. She smiled at Leon, and he joined them in their work. After that short exchange, the only sounds were of wooden poles being pounded into the dirt, and the shuffling of cloth as the tents were completed. By the time they were finished, Artorias had fallen asleep, and the killing aura he radiated faded. Leon went and took a seat next to his father, while Sir Roger and the squires sat down in the center of the small camp. With everyone feeling more relaxed without the constant killing intent, the squires began talking amongst themselves while Sir Roger sat and stared off into the glade. What kind of shit is that? Not a chance that Flavius would beat Theodoro in a fair match. My boy Theo's got some thick Drake scale armor, and stoneskin earth magic that can stop attacks from 6th tier mages. Flavius wouldn't even penetrate Theodoro's defenses and would eat shit with a single hit from Theo's maul. Kevin said passionately. From the sounds of it, Leon guessed that the squires were talking about famous arena fighters. He had little to contribute to the conversation, though, knowing only a few stories that Artorias had told him of the enormous arena in the capital city, a stadium that can seat over 100,000 people. It was the only venue in the entire kingdom that could rival Constantine's dome in Tira in size and spectacle. Flavius may have only ascended to the 5th tier recently, but he's got stamina. His wind magic has a very low mana cost, so he can dance circles around the heavier Theodoro. He just has to make the big guy tired. Stoneskin takes a lot of mana to maintain. Luke responded. Did you see Flavius last fight? He almost got turned inside out. And he was using that very strategy, but it didn't work. John added. Yes, but he wasn't fighting a defensive opponent, he was fighting Nikephoros, a water mage. Water mages have weak defense, so they tend to focus on offense, so of course Flavius couldn't take his time and wear Nike down. But Theodoro isn't that fast. He won't be able to touch Flavius, and once he loses that stoneskin, Flavius will end things with a single swing of his blade. What about you, Victoria? Do you like light and speedy? Kevin nodded at Luke. Or do you like tough and strong? He crossed his huge and muscular arms, subtly flexing to appear even bigger. Victoria sat and thought for a moment before a dreamy look appeared in her eyes. I actually like that Antonius guy. The other three squires sighed in dejection. Of course you do, said Kevin, no surprise there. Luke nodded in understanding. Big shocker, that one. John's voice was dripping with sarcasm. What's wrong with that? He's won more than 30 matches in a row. Victoria responded indignantly. Yeah, that's because he's too damned pretty for the arena, Kevin said bitterly. It should be a rule that nobles can't participate, John said, with a tone that could turn wine into vinegar. Victoria looked at the two of them quizzically. What do you mean? His manager and many other arena operators noticed how many ladies turn out to see him, so they generally just have him fight against opponents far inferior to him. Even though most of his matches are set against 4th tier mages, just like him, they are typically far less experienced. Luke replied. Let me ask you something, Victoria. How many of his opponents can you name? Kevin asked. Well, there was Themistocles. Good, but that was like 20 matches ago. Themistocles has come into his own since then, but he had no noteworthy fights before then. Can you name any others? Victoria thought for a while, before finally answering no. Exactly, he fights nobodies. Themistocles became someone afterward, but he's an exception. No one wants to take a risk that Antonius will actually lose, he makes everyone involved too much money. He's a showman, not a fighter. He fights for the money, not for the sport, John said. Luke's face distorted in disgust. Indeed, he's always talking publicly about the 7th echelon gear he has and wears their armor in the arena. And what's wrong with that? 7th echelon has some good gear. Victoria was starting to get worked up now, as her favorite athlete was Antonius, and he was getting dumped on now. 7th echelon has some good enchanted gear, but if you want some good shit, then you'd be better served asking a Heaven's Eye merchant or to go to the blasted furnace. Luke smiled at everyone, then reaching into his leather chest armor, and pulled out a small dagger. In fact, I got this at the furnace. It's got an enchantment that can keep it sharp enough to shave with from now till the plane crumbles into the chaos. I could pierce armor fit for a 3rd tier mage with this. Leon had been listening to their conversation this entire time, as he was extremely curious about the kingdom, but when the talk of enchanting started, his ears really perked up. While the other squires were admiring the shine of the blade, and the workmanship of the griffin bone hilt, Luke noticed that Leon had sat up, and was looking over at them. "Hey there, why don't you come and join us?" Luke waved to Leon and patted the ground next to him. Kevin and John smiled at him, while Victoria looked a bit conflicted for a moment, remembering their first encounter, but then thoughts of Leon helping during the fight with the bandits brought her beautiful smile back out. Despite some hesitation, Leon decided to accept their invitation. He sat down next to Luke, and the squire passed him the dagger to check out. "Interested in enchanting, are you?" Kevin asked. "A bit," Leon tacitly responded. Leon finished examining the dagger, paying close attention to the runic glyph carved into the handle, and passed it back to Luke, who put it back in its sheath. "Thank you." "Yeah, no problem. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. After all, you did help us hold out during that battle the other day." Leon nodded to Luke in acknowledgement, but his face remained completely passive and expressionless. "You're a damn good fighter. Did your father teach you?" Victoria asked, leaning over and smiling at Leon. "Yes." It seemed that was all he intended to say, so after an awkward pause, Victoria continued. "Well, it's a very effective style. Hey, I have a question. Do you know what's up with this veil? Ever since we got here, I've felt drained and weak, like I'm carrying 200 pounds of armor." John asked. Leon looked curiously at him. "I haven't ever noticed anything. This place feels just like the brown bear's veil, just like it always has." "Huh, that's weird. Hey, little lion, was it? Do you have another, easier name we could call you?" Luke asked. "My name is Leon. Everyone just calls me Little Lion." "Ah, that makes sense. Leon, you helped Victoria and myself back in the city too." "Yes, I remember. Some of those thugs had messed with me before, and I broke some of their bones. That's why they ran off." "Okay, but I was wondering if we had somehow offended you because you hit us with your killing intent when we tried to thank you." "If we Sama, I did." Leon looked shocked, and he glanced over at Victoria. She nodded, slightly confused by his reaction. Leon's face grew red from embarrassment, and he looked down in shame. "I'm terribly sorry, I'm still learning how to control my aura." "That was unintentional," he said quickly, with some panic in his voice. Luke looked quite taken aback at that, as control over their aura is typically the first thing taught to a first-tier mage. It's fine, don't worry about it." He smiled at Leon, who was growing more embarrassed by the second, especially with the other squires looking at him. Victoria even giggled at him, finding his actions kind of cute. While everyone at the camp relaxed, the others were out scouring the glade, looking for any signs of heartwood amber. By the ancestors, this place sucks. Ever since we entered the Vale, I've been feeling awful," one of the men-at-arms complained. "Yeah, there's something about it that almost feels like it's weighing me down. The sooner we leave, the better," another responded. "Well then, maybe you should be looking rather than chatting," Sir Andrew reprimanded. The two men-at-arms immediately returned to their objective, and Sir Andrew turned to Roland. "They're not wrong, sir. This Vale really does suck. And that Artorias isn't making things any better. He seemed alright when we met up at that temple, but now he's in a terrible mood." Roland sighed. "I think that's my fault. I spoke with him a little last night, and it seems I've put him on edge. Maybe it's a mistake, given how he reacted last time, but I'll reassure him that I won't tell anyone about him when returning south," Roland thought to himself. Roland, Sir Andrew, and two men-at-arms had decided to go west after entering the glade, while Dame Shira took the other 4 men-at-arms and went east. They were all scanning the trees, looking for anything that might be the amber they need. And Roland was in luck. These were very old trees, and they had a long time to accumulate resin in small pockets and hollows. After about 3 hours, Roland finally spotted a large chunk of amber about 30 feet up the trunk of a tree. He'd hoped it would take less time, as his magic senses had been spread out over a large portion of the glade, but finding something small and inanimate was incredibly difficult with magical senses, not to mention the magic that surrounded these trees were obscuring any amber he might otherwise detect. So, it wasn't until he actually began looking with his eyes that he spotted what he'd come for. Roland began making his way towards the tree with the amber, but he suddenly froze. He'd seen something walking around the base. As the group drew closer, they realized it was a small pack of wind wolves. Wind wolves are a dark gray wolf, with few distinguishing physical characteristics about them other than their brilliant green eyes, and that their fluffy fur was almost always moving like the wind was blowing through it, even when there was no wind. The wolf pack froze as the group approached. Roland's hand went to his sword by reflex, but he caught himself before drawing it. He could feel a subtle pressure being exerted by the trees, and their aura of peace was omnipresent throughout the glade, so he slowly let go of the sword, and stared back at the wolves. After a brief staring contest, the wolves walked away, vanishing into the glade. The group breathed a sigh of relief, and Roland quickly jumped up the trunk of the tree towards the amber. It was lodged in a small crevasse where two small branches sprang out from the trunk, but it didn't take much jostling for Roland to get a hold of it and pull most of the amber out. He swiftly jumped back to the ground with a chunk of gently glowing golden amber the size of his head in hand. He smiled at the rest of the group, and they began making their way to the camp. They now had their amber, and it was time to go home, a prospect they were all eager for. They could almost feel the hot food, baths, and proper beds they had back in the capital, and were it not for the calm and quiet aura emanating from the glade, they would have jumped and whooped for joy. After 10 more minutes, they arrived at the camp. Roland sent one of the men-at-arms to grab Dame Shira's group, and the others all relaxed. The squires were ecstatic at the prospect of going back home, and in their exultation, no one noticed Leon slipping away to somewhere quieter and less filled with people. Dame Shira's group arrived not too long after, and Roland showed off the amber. Everyone finally relaxed, knowing that the mission was almost over, and was as good as done so long as they were careful on the way out of this vale. So, the rest of the day was spent with everyone mostly sitting around the camp, polishing up their weapons and eating some food. The knights and their squires did some training, but it wasn't very strenuous, and when they woke the next morning, the squires weren't even sore. Artorias, throughout all this, continued to sleep. He hadn't gotten much sleep after Roland revealed that he knew who he was, and now he was catching up. Even when everyone was admiring the heartwood trees, golden glow during the night, Artorias slumbered on. He was awake by morning, though. He wasn't emitting his killing intent like he was the previous day, but he wasn't any more talkative. Roland excitedly informed him that they were good to go, and Artorias simply nodded and led them out of the glade. It was an uneventful journey back to Leon and Artorias' fort, and the two all but locked themselves up in their houses while Roland's group rested outside. Their jubilant mood was only dampened when Sir Andrew threw together a wooden litter for Connor and carved a small air rune on the bottom, just big enough to get it off the ground by a foot or so and make it easier to carry Connor back home. The next morning, they left early, leaving the tents they borrowed from Artorias behind, intending to reach the mountain pass as quickly as possible. With the memory of what happened when they dallied for too long still fresh in their minds, as well as seeing Sir Andrew pull the floating litter behind them, they didn't screw around. They didn't slow down to admire the colorful forest, and they didn't stop to stare down into the divine scar, either. They just continued west, towards the mountain pass. The sun was going down when they arrived, so Artorias and Leon decided to stay the night with Roland's group in the pass. Roland took the opportunity to reaffirm his commitment to keeping Artorias' location under wraps, but when he brought up the topic, Artorias fixed him in a steely gaze that made Roland retreat back towards his bedroll again. When the morning came, the squires approached Leon. "Thank you again, Leon, for all that you've done for us on this mission," Luke said warmly, clasping Leon's shoulder. Leon wasn't a fan of that, and jerked his shoulder away, prompting Luke to apologize. "Well, then, I hope we meet again, Leon. Stay safe out there." Victoria gave a beaming smile to Leon, and the young man smiled in embarrassment. "Yeah, you too." He was barely able to speak and gave a shy wave to the squires. And with that, he and Artorias turned and vanished back into the forest. Artorias didn't bother saying goodbye to anyone. Roland nodded to his people, gave a somber look at Connor, also remembering the other two men-at-arms in Vale Town, and led his group west through the mountain pass. Chapter 29. The trek through the pass went faster than it did when Artorias had led them, as everyone was quite eager to get home. They were through in several hours, and on their way back to Vale Town. They arrived back in the small city after an uneventful trek by sundown and made for the storehouse they'd been staying at. The party got settled in, while Roland went to the longhouse to speak with Thorfinn. The chief was busy mediating an argument between a pair of merchants when Roland arrived. He'd gotten word of the knight's return to the city beforehand and had expected Roland to come. As the paladin walked in, Thorfinn smiled, and silenced the bickering merchants with a wave of his hand, followed by a stern look when one raised his voice to complain. "Ah, Sir Roland, welcome back. I assume this means you've found what you were looking for." "Yes, I have, and I must thank you for the assistance of both you and your tribe." "Nonsense. This is what friends do for each other." "No. Indeed. Well, I also came to thank you for your hospitality, and to inform you that my party and I will be leaving tomorrow morning, and I'm hoping you can assist us with gathering a few days' worth of supplies. We can pay in silver, of course." "Sure thing, no problem. Just don't forget the diplomats." "I remember. You have my word as a paladin of the Bull Kingdom. I'll have a diplomatic party sent north as soon as I arrive back in the capital. You can expect it within the year." Thorfinn smiled joyously. "Good. Hopefully, our alliance will last longer this time." Roland returned Thorfinn's bright smile, and said, "I hope so, as well." So, Roland returned to the storehouse, and Thorfinn had a few warriors escort the squires around the marketplace, augmenting their severely depleted supplies for the journey back through the southern mountain pass. None of the party was looking forward to journeying through that pass, however much they wanted to go home. They had little choice, though, as it was the only known path that would take them where they wanted to go. The smuggler's path was already blocked, and even if it wasn't, Marquis Grandison wouldn't simply let them walk through his territory after killing his men. There had been maps of the frozen mountains that showed other routes through, but they had all been lost when House Raim's palace in Tira was destroyed. There were a few distant cadet branches of House Raim still kicking around the plateau, but none could access the private archives deep beneath the palace ruins in Tira, and all the other houses of the Great Plateau were relatively young, 300 years old or younger, and didn't have reliable maps of the frozen mountain range. Thus, the passage protected by Clear Ice Fortress was their only option. The next morning, the party set off with their fallen comrades in tow. Half of the day was spent just returning to the frozen mountains and the pass itself. There were a few small villages in the area, but Roland decided to make camp at the foot of the mountains, just outside the pass. They all got as much rest as they could that night and began the arduous journey through the pass the next morning. They navigated sheer cliffs, rocky paths, and frozen forests, resting in freezing caves. It was a hard and deeply uncomfortable trek, but they were all strong and healthy mages, so after 3.5 days, they emerged on the south side of the mountains, exhausted but otherwise fine. The knights on the walls of Clear Ice Fortress recognized them, and opened the gate, allowing them back into the kingdom. They only stayed at the fortress for a single day, as they were quite eager to return to civilization. They had spent almost 3 weeks in the Vales and were beyond happy to be back on their horses and moving south. The first big city on the road home was Tira, near the center of the Great Plateau. There were a few towns and villages along the road, but they just rode right on past and arrived in Tira only 2 days after leaving Clear Ice. Roland was proud of what everyone had done and arranged for the best rooms he could find on such short notice. The bright lights and city noise of Tira was barely on everyone's mind as they made directly for the beds and passed out. Roland, Sir Andrew, and Sir Roger were the only 3 who didn't, as they brought the bodies of the fallen men at arms to the local royal garrison and arranged for them to be sent to their families. Once that was done, they went back to the inn and joined the others in sleep. The following afternoon, Roland called everyone into his room. He was staying in one of the nicest rooms in the hotel, which was saying something as the hotel was one of the nicest in the city. It had marble floors, walls covered in painted murals, and a courtyard with a garden that was open to the sun. Once everyone was gathered in his entrance hall, Roland spoke. "All right, I'm going to give everyone 3 days of rest here in the city. Go out, have some fun, and relax. Just be back here by noon on Tuesday, got it?" Everyone's faces broke into smiles, and they had to contain their excitement. Fortunately, they didn't have to contain it that long, as once everyone nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's order, he dismissed them all. Victoria sped off to find a tailor for the silk grass she had brought back, and all but dragged Luke along with her. Kevin, John, and 2 of the men-at-arms made for the biggest merchant forum in Tira. Roland, Dame Shira, and Sir Roger decided to wander this ancient city, visiting the major attractions like the Lightning Fields, Constantine's Dome, and the immense library on a hill near the southern edge of the city. "Hey, Adrianos, want to come with us?" Sir Andrew called out. The man-at-arms glanced at Sir Andrew and the 3 other men-at-arms with him. They all had rather lascivious looks about them, so he could guess where they intended to go. "Let me guess, you're all off to the red light district." Sir Andrew and the men-at-arms grinned at him. Of course, we are. We're going to toast to our fallen brothers and find some girls to warm our beds. You should come with, you've earned some female attention. Adrianos smiled apologetically. Nah, I'm going to the Exarch's office. Sir Andrew raised an eyebrow in confusion. Do you have some business with the royal governor? No, but I need to use their calm stones. My sister was always frail, and she came down with a nasty illness before we left. I'm sure she's fine, but I'm still worried, so I'd like to call home and touch base. Alright, I understand. Family's important, you should take care of yours. Anyway, I've heard some enticing things about the Red Lamp, so if you do decide to join us, that's where we'll be. Sir Andrew clasped Adrianos' shoulder, and he and his group left. Adrianos smiled at them and began making his way to an imposing building in the center of the southern district. This place was the Exarch's office and was the only building for about 500 feet, as all the others around it had been demolished. It wasn't very fancy, in contrast to the opulent palaces in the same district, just a large rectangular building about 5 stories high, the very picture of a dry, boring, bureaucratic building. The Exarch of Tira himself was just someone sent to keep the peace in the city after Archduke Kairos Rame had been assassinated, but he wasn't a polarizing man. He did his job well, and no one hated him. He wasn't particularly beloved, either, but so long as the people weren't taking advantage of the fall of House Rame to rebel against the Bull King, then all was well. Adrianos walked up to the large door and pushed it open. The interior of the building was far more decorated than the outside, with marble floors streaked with spiraling black patterns, thick red carpets, and walls adorned with paintings. Adrianos didn't even glance at any of the decorations as he walked through the large atrium, and approached the large granite desk, behind which sat a dozen receptionists. He asked the nearest available receptionist for directions to the calm stone room and walked as swiftly as he could there. His hands were starting to shake with excitement, and his heart beat far faster than it should at the speed he was walking. This was to be a very important call and could possibly mean going back to the home he hadn't seen in over a decade, so it was natural that he was getting nervous. When Adrianos arrived at the communications room, he approached the manager's desk. Here for a call? The manager asked disinterestedly. Yeah, papers. Adrianos gave him his ID papers, and the manager closely scrutinized them, freezing for a moment when he noticed that Adrianos was of House Isonos, but he recovered quickly. When he was satisfied, he gave them back, and asked, where and who do you want to call? Lord Justin Isonos, Exarch of Calabria. Very well, follow me, please. He led Adrianos down a nearby hall, and into one of several rooms branching off from it. The room was very dark, with heavy black curtains lining the room, and only a single magic lantern in the center of the ceiling. The curtains had been enchanted to dampen noise, so unless Adrianos was shouting bloody murder, no one outside the room would be able to hear what was said inside. Wait here, please. The manager gestured to a comfortable-looking armchair, which, apart from a low table in front of it, was the only piece of furniture in the room. The manager left the room, and Adrianos sat down in the chair. About 10 minutes passed before the manager returned, with a bright blue stone in one hand, and a stand to set it on in the other. He first placed the stand, then the stone upon it, and began activating a series of magic glyphs on the stand. The stand was a large black box, about the size of a suitcase, and was covered with barely visible runic symbols, forming an incredibly complex web of interconnected magic glyphs. These glyphs controlled where the accompanying stone would seek a connection, and it required an extremely intricate knowledge of these particular enchantments to connect to the right stone in the right place. After a few more moments of poking the stand, the fist-sized stone began glowing brighter, and it began to gently hover about 2 feet off the stand. The manager finished up, then glanced over at Adrianos. When you're done, simply activate this magic circle. He pointed to a small orange circle the size of a fingernail on the front of the stand. If there are any problems, feel free to come get me. And with that, he left the room, giving Adrianos some privacy. The stone pulsed several times over the next few seconds before a gruff voice was heard coming from it. Calabrian Exarch's office, how may I help you? This is Adrianos Isonos, I need to speak with Lord Justin. Given the way these stones worked, the man on the other end knew exactly where the call was coming from, and thus didn't need Adrianos to confirm his identity. Lord Justin isn't in the building, currently. Is this urgent? Yes, very. Okay, you can either leave a message or wait for us to inform Lord Justin of your call. All wait. Very well. Calabria was over 1,000 miles to the south of Tira, located on a large river that flowed from the western ranges of the frozen mountains, then running south through the capital and splitting off to several merchant cities on the coast of the southern Gulf. Trade goods would flow from these cities upriver, passing through Calabria where the river split and entering the lake in the middle of the capital. This flow of goods through the city had made Calabria rich, and there had been a lot of outrage among the nobility when King Julius had assigned a noble that no one had ever heard of before to administer it. Compared to the much larger cities of Tira and the capital, Calabria looked quite small, but it still had a respectable population of about 100,000. The largest building by far was the summer home of an exorbitantly wealthy merchant who lived in the capital, but the residents of the exarch far outstripped it in terms of luxury and elegance. It looked quite similar to the royal palace, with intricately carved and painted murals on the white stone walls, decorative marble columns and blind arcades, and red roof tiles. The entire palace had been built around a central courtyard large enough to have both an expansive garden and a stone platform big enough to train upon in the martial and magical arts. Currently, this platform was occupied by a grizzled older man, a sixth-tier mage with short brown hair and enormous muscles, and a young woman about 16 years old, a third-tier mage, with long silver hair loosely tied in a ponytail, a fit, attractive figure, and stunning blue eyes. They were sparring with sword and shield, with the older man providing instruction. Above them, from a balcony on the third floor, another man was proudly watching his daughter train with the master at arms. He, too, had silver hair that almost sparkled in the sunlight, and eyes like a crystal-clear blue lake. He carried himself with an air of authority, and despite his thin and unimpressive frame, an aura of strength and vitality emanated from him. This man was Lord Justin Isonos. Yes, your aggressiveness is very good, but you still leave yourself open. The master-at-arms deflected the young woman's strike and kicked out, sweeping her feet out from under her. She fell to the ground for perhaps the 50th time that day. You're focusing too much on your upper body, leaving your legs and feet open. If you lose your footing in a real fight, your head will soon follow. Again, the young woman leapt back to her feet, and with a great roar, threw herself again at the master-at-arms. Her assault was swift and unpredictable. Every strike would be a killing blow had her opponent been mortal, but none penetrated the master-at-arms' iron-clad defense. Everywhere she struck, his shield would appear, and he easily deflected her attack again and bashed her with his shield, knocking her back to the ground. Keep yourself lower to the ground. A low center of gravity will help resist shield bashes and body slams. He demonstrated by spreading his feet slightly farther apart and keeping his knees bent. As Lord Justin watched, the door to the sitting room behind him opened, and Timotheos, one of the mages sworn to house Isonos, walked in. Timotheos bowed, then whispered a few words in Lord Justin's ear. "We've received a call from Adrianos. He says it's urgent." Lord Justin nodded, then turned back to the two training beneath him. "Valeria, that's enough. The rest of the day is yours." He smiled down at his daughter, who looked a bit aggrieved, but gave her father a slight bow and hopped down from the sparring platform, closely followed by the master-at-arms who was still talking about how she could improve. Lord Justin turned back to Timotheos. "Well, let's go see what Adrianos finds so urgent." The two swiftly walked out of the palace, crossed an enormous garden, and arrived at the back entrance of the exarch's office. A few moments later, they had entered a room very similar to the one Adrianos was in, except Lord Justin's was larger and far more richly decorated. The curtains were gilded with gold, and the chair even resembled a throne. But Lord Justin didn't care about the decorations, and immediately sat down while looking to the hovering orb before him. "Adrianos, how have you been?" "Very well, my lord. In fact, I have discovered some information of monumental importance." "Ah, that's what I like about you, always getting straight to the point." "So, what have you found?" "The hiding place of Artorias Rame and his son." That stunned Lord Justin. His eyes widened in shock and his relaxed and easygoing expression froze upon his face. He recovered just as quickly, however, and asked, "You're sure?" "If you're right, then we might be able to go home very soon, so if you're mistaken," a tall dark-haired man from a family known for its lightning magic. He stated his name was Artorias, and he has a son about 16 or 17. Sir Roland, the paladin I was accompanying, came to the same conclusion I did and privately asked the man if he was Artorias Rame, and the man himself confirmed it. Lord Justin tried to maintain his calm look, but it started to slip, as inside he was a maelstrom of excitement. He glanced back at Timotheos, then back at the stone. I'm sending Timotheos and a few others on my fastest horses. They'll be in Tira by tomorrow, and you'll lead them to Artorias and his son. Get this done, and we can all leave this trash pile of a kingdom. He gestured to Timotheos to come forward and speak with Adrianos, hammering out the details of where to meet. As the two were leaving the Exarch's office to return to the palace, Lord Justin said, "Go grab 3 others of your choice and take my Saturnin horses. Oh, and best take a vial of Suliter venom as well, just to be sure." Suliter venom was extremely rare, but Lord Justin had been given 3 vials when he was sent to the Bull Kingdom. "Yes, my lord." Timotheos ran off to gather his team, and Lord Justin calmed his exuberant heart, regaining his calm and serene attitude. Chapter 30. An attack. Timotheos grabbed his 3 best men and barely gave them time enough to pack a few days of food and a change of clothes before dragging them to the stables. Lord Justin had sent word to get his 4 best horses ready, and when Timotheos and his team arrived, the stableman had just finished getting them saddled and ready. The Saturnin horses were lean and muscular, not as large as a courser, but they could run at speeds of over 100 miles per hour and sustain that pace for several days. The 4 men jumped on the horses and sped off, almost knocking over the stableman who hadn't gotten out of the way in time. They were in quite the rush and pushed the horses hard. Tira was a long way away, and they intended to get there by the next morning. So, they rapidly rode west, towards the setting sun, until they were out of the city, then turned north. It was a long night, but the horses lived up to their reputation. The group had made it to an enormous land bridge that led up to the Great Plateau by sunrise and was in Tira just in time for a late breakfast. But none of them had any intention of stopping for food despite their fatigue, as their destination was the only thing on their mind. When the Icenians arrived in the Bull Kingdom 15 years ago, they immediately began to create a spy network. It wasn't to spy on the kingdom, but rather to look for Artorias and Leon. One such spy operated as a baker, and it was his house that Timotheos' group rode to. After arriving in Tira, their pace slowed considerably as the baker's house was far away from the white stone and marble of the richer districts, and as such, the roads were smaller and more cramped. Fortunately for them, most of the people had left their houses to go to work, so despite the slower pace, the 4 men rode through the streets largely unhindered. The baker's place was a small 1-story house with dirty timber walls and a wooden roof. It had a path leading to a private backyard with a tall wooden fence, and that's where the group dismounted their horses. The baker immediately opened his back door and came out to greet them, but Timotheos wasn't interested in his greetings. He only held out a pouch of coins. The baker grabbed the heavy pouch, but Timotheos didn't let go. Instead, he pulled the baker in close, and said, "This money is so you can buy some good feed for the horses. Some people in my lord's employ will arrive in a day or 2 to pick them up, and if they haven't eaten," he left the threat unstated, but the mortal baker was able to pick up on the implication. His face paled, and he nodded furiously. "Good. Now, where is my associate?" "Indoors, good sir." Timotheos pushed past the baker and walked into the house. It was dark, filthy, and filled with the stench of mold. Timotheos' face scrunched up in disgust. "My lord pays you too much for this place to be so abhorrent. Get this house cleaned up." The baker nodded so fast that he had cracking sounds come from his neck. Adrianos heard Timotheos' voice and poked his head out from around a corner. "Cousin, it's been too long." Timotheos pulled Adrianos into an affectionate headlock, then dragged him out of the house. "Arg, where are we going? Shouldn't we talk inside?" Adrianos sputtered. "We're going north. We can talk on the way." Timotheos released Adrianos, and the 5 men walked past the horses and back around to the front of the house. "What about the horses? Wouldn't it be faster to take them north?" Adrianos asked curiously. "Lord Justin only lent them to us to get us to Tira as quickly as possible. They're very expensive, even for him, and he isn't willing to risk them getting hurt or stolen, so we're leaving them here. He sent a collection team after us, and they'll take those horses back to Calabria." "What about us? How will we return back south?" Timotheos looked at Adrianos mockingly, and said, "Oh, is the knight's little errand boy worried about getting a few blisters from walking a bit? No, I just want to get this done fast." "Well, we're going on our own power from here. How far away is our objective?" "About 200 miles north, then another 70 or 80 miles east." "Okay, we can do that before nightfall," Timotheos said confidently. He knew how rough the frozen mountains are, but his group wasn't weighed down by weaker mages, so he didn't think much of it. Clear Ice Fortress wasn't a concern, either, as the group was confident that they could sneak past it with no one the wiser. The group walked down the empty street, and the light around them began to twist and bend, while their shadows grew darker and thicker. Their bodies began to emit a smoky darkness, and they sank down into their shadows. The baker had made sure the horses were securely tied to his fence and came around the house to see off the group, but all he saw were a few lingering wisps of darkness. 5 shadows sped across the streets, sticking to the shadows of buildings and crowds when possible. No one saw any more than the baker, and soon enough, they had left Tira completely undetected. Once out of the city, they went north, keeping the road in sight while staying about 100 feet away from it, well into the dirt, bushes, and trees where no one would notice these moving shadows. In a couple hours, they spotted Clear Ice Fortress. The commander of the fortress was a 6th-tier mage, and his immediate subordinates were 5th-tier mages, but none were attentive enough to spot Timotheo's group. The shadows shot over the ground, past the fortress, up and over the ice wall, and vanished into the frozen mountains. None of the soldiers at Clear Ice saw a thing. The cold still affected them as shadows, and the rough terrain slowed them down a bit, but they lost little time. In fact, even though they had grown tired passing through the mountains, they still emerged on the other side before the sun had set. Despite their mounting fatigue from the all-night ride and crossing the mountains, Timotheos pushed them onwards with Adrianos at his side guiding him. They had no intention of going to Vale Town, going directly east instead, towards the passage to the forest of black and white. Adrianos whispered to Timotheos, "We should rest when we get to the pass." "Why?" asked Timotheos. "It wouldn't be wise to enter that vale after dark. It's infested with ice wraiths and banshees. We're ill-suited to fighting them." Timotheos thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, we'll get a good night's sleep in the pass." That's exactly what they did. Artorias and Leon weren't anywhere near the pass, and no tribesmen ever went anywhere close to the forest of black and white, so they rested without interruption. They were up bright and early and set off as soon as they wolfed down some breakfast. They returned to their shadow forms and sped through the pass, emerging into the forest of black and white not long after. "Ugh, what the hell is that aura? This place feels awful," one of the men said. "I don't know, but it seems to get stronger the farther east we go," replied Adrianos. "It doesn't matter. We have a job to do, and we'll get it done, no matter what," said Timotheos, pushing the group onwards. The sun was still rising, but the vale had grown bright enough that the banshees, ice wraiths, and other, less common nighttime creatures had returned to their lairs, so the group proceeded without incident. The only time they stopped was at the Divine Scar, as even these men were struck with awe at its sight and the residual aura of the titanic attack that made it. But they didn't stop long, just enough to get a good look, then off they were again. It wasn't even noon when they arrived at the purple grass clearing, and laid eyes on the fort. They were still very careful, however, and didn't dispel their shadow forms. "This is the place?" asked Timotheos. "It is. Not that there's too much room for confusion, as there doesn't appear to be any other man-made structure in the entire vale." Adrianos responded. Timotheos very carefully spread his magic sense out over the fort but wasn't able to see anything. He could see many of the wards and enchantments carved into the walls blocking his sight, though. "Well, it seems that wall is very heavily warded. If possible, I'd like to do this as quietly as possible, and there isn't a good way over that wall without alerting the people inside." "How do they get in?" "A tunnel that goes under the wall, with a pair of doors." Adrianos pointed it out to Timotheos. "Okay, we'll wait here, in the shadows of the forest, for the night to fall. We'll get fully rested, then we'll infiltrate through that tunnel. I doubt the wards on the doors will be too difficult for us to undo." Timotheos was disciplined and cautious, despite his pride and sense of superiority. Even if he were tasked with killing a common mortal, he'd wait until night when they were fast asleep to strike. For one, his shadow magic would be far more potent and useful in the dark to accommodate its lack of defensive strength, and for another, he never ruled out the possibility that he would make a mistake or that his enemy would have some means of defeating him that he didn't know about. So, there they waited. The sun slowly crawled up the sky, then began to fall after reaching its zenith. The vale was bright and warm during the day, but as the sun fell, it grew darker and colder. During the evening, the group heard the sounds of footsteps and the rustling of leaves. They turned to the source of the sounds and saw Artorias and Leon carrying a pair of dead wind wolves back to the fort. That's them, muttered Adrianos. The father-son pair were chatting, completely relaxed in the slowly growing darkness of the Vale's evening. The 5 men spying on them were nothing more than shadows in the trees, so it was doubtful whether they would have been seen even if the 2 had been paying attention. They certainly match their descriptions, muttered Timotheos. They're our targets, for sure, responded Adrianos. Should we attack now? They certainly aren't expecting it, one of the other men asked. No, this supposed Artorias is giving me a bad vibe. I think he's stronger than I am, but his aura isn't the easiest to read, responded Timotheos. We proceed with the original plan, wait until night, then infiltrate the compound and kill them in their sleep. They watched Artorias and Leon walk to the entrance tunnel and disappear within. Timotheos and his kill team stayed in those shadows for another 6 hours, watching the tunnel and waiting for the sun to finish setting, then watching the moon slowly rise. Timotheos was quietly impressed with the detail in the wards protecting the fort, as with his magic senses he could see the wraiths and banshees that wandered the forest, but none ever strayed too close to the clearing. This place had been made very safe from the dangers of the forest. But it's not safe from me, he thought, glancing up at the moon as it neared its peak. Let's do this, he muttered, and the team shot out from their hiding place, and arrived at the entrance tunnel in seconds. Once there, they quickly shed their shadows, as they were terrible for interacting with the physical world, given the incorporeal reality of shadows. For stealth, shadow magic was invaluable, but when they need to get past a magically sealed door, there was little they could do but step out from the shadows. As one of the men quickly undid the wards on the door, the rest quietly drew their weapons. Adrianos had his sword, and Timotheos had one as well, but the rest all had shorter daggers, perfect for fighting in extremely tight spaces. The man working on the door smiled derisively. These wards could barely even keep out a 4th-tier mage. After a bit of magic applied to the proper places, the wards shattered, and he swung the door open. Then, he too drew his dagger, and the team filed into the tunnel, immediately making for the inner door. Had they been a bit slower or a bit more attentive, they might have noticed a glyph on the back of the first door gently pulse, then vanish. As their door guy got to work examining the wards on the inner door, the outer door slammed closed, and the tunnel was plunged into darkness. Timotheos and his team were startled, but they were professionals, and it took only a moment for them to pull out small magic lanterns about the size of a watch, illuminating the tunnel. Timotheos looked around, confused, trying to figure out why the door had slammed shut, but the lanterns had only been activated for a few seconds before the stone bricks on the walls cracked and splintered. The team had a brief moment to silently curse, and then the walls imploded with an earth-shaking blast. The tunnel was filled with broken and shattered stone fragments, and the team was right in the middle of it. It felt like every inch of their body was hit with a piece of stone. They were left stunned and disorientated, but being powerful mages, they were left with little more than cuts and bruises. Adrianos was the sole exception, as he was the weakest of the group. He had a long sliver of stone about the length of his hand stuck in his chest, and he was bleeding from the ears. None of them had the time to recover after the implosions, however, as the destroyed walls revealed large water runes. They immediately activated, and the tunnel was completely flooded in seconds. This was followed by a deep bass sound, like the rumbling of huge stones reverberating throughout the forest for several miles. Now, the team began to panic. The man working on the inner door found that it was far more heavily reinforced and warded, and he doubted he would be able to get through it even if he weren't in danger of drowning, and the outer door had closed, locking them in the tunnel. Timotheos, being the strongest and most composed of the team, took a moment to assess his situation. He figured that if he put all his power into one attack, he might be able to break through one of the doors. Breaking through the inner door was out of the question, as it would leave them vulnerable as they exited the tunnel, so he quickly swam back to the outer door. New, stronger wards had appeared on the inside of the door, as if to mock the team's previous attitude, but Timotheos paid it no mind. At higher tiers, a mage isn't restricted to one type of elemental magic, though they'll usually stick with the type they're most proficient at in combat. Timotheos and his team could use shadow magic, but it was poorly suited to actual combat after their cover is blown, so if they had to fight, they'd use a variety of different powers. In Timotheos' case, he was able to use wind magic. He concentrated his magic into his sword, and the water was repelled a few inches away from it. He then swung his sword at the door, putting all his strength and power behind the strike. An enormous blast of air hit the door and shook it violently. The door held, but the wood it was made of began to splinter and bend. Timotheos followed up with a second attack, and then a third. He kept striking the door until finally, after half a dozen strikes, it burst free from its frame. The water surged through the opening, but the depression leading into the tunnel wasn't very big, so it didn't go far. Timotheos and his team were still able to swim out of the tunnel and drag themselves back onto dry land, however. After taking a few moments to catch their breath, and Adriano's removing the stone sliver still lodged in his chest with a wince of pain, they looked back at the fort. "What's the chances they didn't hear any of that?" one of the men asked. "Non-existent," replied Timotheos. His eyes wandered over to the walls. They had been warded to keep away the beasts of the forest, not repel humans. There were alarm enchantments at the top, though stealth had been completely blown at this point. "Fuck it, we're going over the walls." Timotheos growled angrily. They all knew that they had lost the element of surprise, so no one argued with him. They just gripped their weapons with renewed resolve and leapt over the 15-foot-high walls. There, they were greeted with the sight of Artorias standing by the central obelisk, sword in hand, and fury evident on his face. His killing intent soared, hitting them like a brick wall, but they too had powerful killing auras, and they were left largely unaffected. Timotheos and his 3 men quickly spread out to surround Artorias, while Adriano's looked around for Leon, who they couldn't see. "You all have made a grave mistake in coming here," spat Artorias as his body became wreathed in lightning. He raised his sword and attacked. Chapter 31. The fight. When Artorias and Leon had returned home just a few hours before, they had no inkling that this night would change everything about their lives forever. It was just a night like any other. They hung up the 2 wind wolves they hunted in the ice shack, while Artorias prepared some dinner and Leon meditated. Almost a week had passed since Roland and his party had left, so life had largely returned to normal. Leon went to bed relatively early, but Artorias stayed up for a while longer, as he wanted to take some time to look at the stars and think. "We should leave this place since I've been identified. But where should we go? Going further east is too dangerous, and west is too populated." Artorias felt that Roland was worthy of trust, but it never hurt to be careful. The only thing that gave him pause was what Leon would think about the move, as he still hadn't brought it up with his son, yet. He dozed off without deciding on anything not long after sundown, but he was awoken when he heard a loud explosion and felt the shockwave rush through the ground. He jumped to his feet, took a moment to look around and shake off the last vestiges of sleep, then charged back to his house to grab his sword. He heard the torrential flooding of the tunnel and knew that the fort was under attack. To confirm it, all the runes on the obelisk began flashing a dark red, and it gave a deep rumble that echoed throughout the forest. Leon, shocked and bleary-eyed, emerged half-dressed from his house. "Leon, get back inside, now!" Artorias shouted, and Leon blinked once in confusion before the reality of the situation sank in and he ducked back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Artorias heard a few dull thumping sounds coming from the tunnel, and a few moments later, 5 men jumped over the walls, landing in the grass just off the stone courtyard. He recognized Adriano's, and his blood began to boil from rage. "Did that paladin betray me? He promised that he wouldn't speak a word about our location," he thought, thinking for a moment that his impression of Roland was wrong and the paladin was to blame. But he put that out of his mind for now. There would be time enough for placing blame when these intruders were dead at his feet. Artorias called forth his magic, becoming enveloped in lightning, and let his killing intent pour out of him. Timotheos and his men did likewise. Although their killing auras were slightly weaker than Artorias, they still stood firm against him. Artorias glared at them. "You all have made a grave mistake in coming here," he said with obvious rage. He raised his trusty sword, then lunged forward, crossing the distance between him and the closest intruder in a blink of an eye, bringing his blade down backed with all his might and fury. This man was an earth mage of the 6th tier, but he barely had time to summon a rock pillar from the ground to block Artorias before the sword came crashing down upon it. The rock blocked the sword, but the lightning that Artorias was wreathed in arced around the pillar and hit the man like a battering ram. He flew backward, with Artorias' lightning magic coursing through him, ravaging his body. Artorias turned to the next man, but this guy wasn't going to be put on the defensive. This man's dagger wasn't suited to defending against Artorias' longsword, so he simply dropped it and a gout of flame burst out of his hands, directly in Artorias' face. A few singed hairs didn't matter to Artorias, however, and he stabbed out with his sword, piercing straight through the attacker's chest and skewering his heart. Artorias then blasted his opponent with lightning, filling his entire body with it, tearing apart his magical body and shattering his soul realm. The man breathed his last, and Artorias withdrew his sword, allowing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Timotheos saw this as an opening and targeted Artorias' exposed back. He swung his sword, sending a sharp blade of wind slicing through the air towards Artorias. Lightning magic was extremely weak on defense but made up for it with nearly unparalleled speed and explosive attack power. Artorias put these traits on display as he seemingly turned into a lightning bolt for a split second and dodged Timotheos' wind blade, which then tore through the wall behind him. The solid and magically reinforced oak logs that made up the wall were sliced clean through, and almost a fifth of the entire wall was cut in half. Light magic was perhaps the only type of elemental magic that could match Artorias' lightning in sheer speed, but Timotheos used his wind magic to put that to the test as he closed the distance between himself and the lightning mage in a single step. The two men became a blur of whirling swords that crashed against each other with ear-splitting shrieks. Artorias' lightning surged against Timotheos and the wind mage countered with blades of wind. The ground shook from the force behind every attack and the other mages couldn't even get close to assist Timotheos. Adrianos decided to take this opportunity while Artorias was distracted to look for Leon, as the young man still hadn't shown himself yet. He darted towards Leon's house and kicked the door. Artorias had indulged his every paranoia when building this place and had even reinforced the two houses, so the door only bent inwards a little, and held against Adrianos' attack. Meanwhile, the last of Timotheos' men went to help his injured comrade. "This is bad, I think this guy is at least late 7th tier, close to breaking through to the 8th, the injured man said with pain as the other cauterized his wounds with fire magic, though he couldn't do anything about the lightning burns. The fire mage frowned. Timotheos was 7th tier as well, but the soul realm grows throughout the entire 7th tier. A mage enters the 8th tier once the soul realm grows to have a diameter of 100 miles. The bigger the soul realm, the more magic the mage has to draw upon. Timotheos' soul realm was only about 75 miles, which meant that Artorias probably outclassed all of them in raw power. "Then we'll have to work together and beat him with numbers and skill," the fire mage said to his injured companion. By now, Adrianos had realized that he wasn't going to get through the door, not while he continued to limit himself. Roland and his knights all thought that Adrianos was only a 4th tier mage and Adrianos allowed them to continue thinking that way. This allowed him to go wherever the paladin went and kept him out of the spotlight. But now, he sighed, and ice began creeping over his skin. He completely unleashed his power, that of the 5th tier, and began wailing on the door again. This time, it only took 3 more kicks for the door to cave inwards, barely clinging to its hinges, and Adrianos was inside. He looked around, but since his magic senses hadn't been able to penetrate the wards on the house, he didn't know where Leon was, or if he was even still in it. But he wasn't hiding just behind the open door. He had drawn his hunting knife, channeled all the magic he could into it, then lunged out at Adrianos. The blade stabbed towards Adrianos' exposed neck, but Adrianos' reflexes were sharp, and he was much stronger than Leon. Icy armor quickly appeared, deflecting the blade and throwing Leon off balance. The spy then twisted his upper body and slammed his fist into the side of Leon's chest. The younger man was thrown across the room, crashing into the wall with a sickening crunch, and fell to the ground. He tried to rise, but the pain overcame him, and he collapsed again. Adrianos quickly approached, sword drawn, and prepared to stab downwards into the 16-year-old. However, just as he brought the sword up, he heard a tremendous thunderclap that shook the entire house, and a scream of pain from Timotheos outside. In a flash of lightning, Artorias had appeared behind Adrianos, his face shrouded in shadow and his own furious killing aura. In one swift motion, he brought his sword down upon the spy's shoulder, cutting straight through the muscle and bone and all the way through the waist. Adrianos didn't have time to even shout in surprise before his life ended. With the door busted open and the wards carved into the house's walls disrupted, Timotheos was able to use his magic senses to see his cousin cut down. His face twisted in grief, but he knew this wasn't the time to lose his head. He glanced at his remaining 2 men. "This guy's soul realm probably exceeds 90 miles. We're not going to overpower him," he said grimly. "You and I will engage him, you'll prepare the venom and strike when you get an opening." The fire mage nodded and moved to join him, while the injured man began fumbling around in a small pouch he had at his waist. Inside Leon's house, Artorias took the brief respite to check on his son. Leon was still alive, but Adrianos hadn't just broken a number of ribs, he had also sent some of his power into Leon's body. It wasn't enough to freeze him, but Leon had fallen unconscious from the pain and shock while his body naturally used its own magic power to fight back against Adrianos. "Rest here, my boy. Let me take care of this," Artorias whispered, gently placing his hand on Leon's shoulder and sending some of his own power to help drive out Adrianos' ice magic from his son. Then, he stood and calmly walked back outside. As he stepped back out into the moonlight, Timotheos and his fire mage were waiting for him. Their quick fight had taken its toll on Artorias and Timotheos, as each saw that the other was bleeding from dozens of tiny cuts, and they were covered in bruises. Timotheos even had a large gash on his stomach that he was desperately trying to ignore for now. Artorias spat out a mouthful of blood, then charged again with a flash of lightning, slashing his sword towards Timotheos. Timotheos parried the attack with a well-practiced swish of his own sword, while the fire mage snapped his fingers and directed a fiery explosion towards Artorias. For a moment, their view of Artorias was blocked by the bright orange flame, but a blast of lightning cut through it and slammed into the fire mage, severing an arm. The mage dropped to his knees in pain, and the fire dissipated. Artorias' clothes were a little singed, and his fingers slightly blackened, but that didn't stop him from following through with another lunge at Timotheos. Timotheos successfully blocked but was forced back a step. For a moment, he contemplated how such a common-looking sword like the one Artorias was using was able to stand up to his ornate heavily enchanted black steel blade, but he forcibly stamped down on those thoughts. Artorias' fighting style was extremely aggressive, and it left him with little room for anything but concentrating on his defense. The fire mage had almost lost consciousness from the loss of his arm, but he clenched his teeth and raised his one remaining arm for another attack. He used all the magic left to him and conjured a small flame in his palm. It was only about the size of a butterfly, and it very gently roiled and seethed. But when the mage pushed it out towards Artorias, it flew across the stone square with blinding speed. It hit Artorias in the back and exploded with great fury. Artorias cried out in pain, before tearing off his burning shirt. Timotheos swung his sword into the flames, hoping to catch Artorias while he was distracted, but the lightning mage had surged backward in a flash of lightning, stabbing his sword straight through the fire mage's throat. The dead fire mage fell back while Artorias turned back to face Timotheos. Both men were breathing very hard and had little magic power left in their blood, but their soul realms were recovering their reserves. The two carefully circled each other, never allowing their attention to waver for a single moment, always keeping the other in sight. And that was Artorias' mistake. Timotheos had circled around Artorias in a direction that left his last man behind the lightning mage, and he had just finished applying a thick black liquid onto his dagger. The injured man was the weakest of the three that Timotheos had picked, but he was still an earth mage of the 6th tier. And now, he saw his chance. Artorias wasn't paying any attention to him and had left his burnt back wide open. The injured man struggled to his feet as quietly as he could and made very brief eye contact with Timotheos. Timotheos began slowly inching towards Artorias, who narrowed his eyes and tensed up, preparing to lunge forward again. Unfortunately, the injured man made the first move. He had crept up on Artorias, and when he was in range, stabbed forward with his knife. Artorias realized what was happening, and twisted out of the way just in time, slicing the injured man in half at the hips in the same motion. Timotheos, too, took the chance to move. While Artorias was turning back around to face him, Timotheos gathered all the mana he had left and channeled it into his legs. He sprinted at the dagger, catching it as it fell from the injured man's lifeless hand. Artorias' eyes widened as he realized he wouldn't be fast enough to block this one, and he braced himself. Timotheos drove the knife home, sinking it deep into Artorias' chest. But Timotheos bet it all on this one last attack, and now he was in striking range of Artorias. The lightning mage raised his sword and stabbed it through Timotheos' shoulder. The sword traveled down into Timotheos' chest, impaling his heart and shattering his soul realm. Artorias' magic power flooded through him, ripping his magic body to shreds, and Timotheos knew that his life had come to an end. He lamented that no one would be able to report back Lord Justin. He lamented that he hadn't been able to complete his mission, as even if Artorias died now, his son would still live on. Perhaps most of all, he lamented that his cousin died so far away from home and that neither of them would ever see that home again. All breath left his lungs, and his eyes closed, never to reopen. Artorias lasted slightly longer, standing amidst the broken and burning remnants of his home. The storage shack had been cut in half from an errant wind blade, large parts of the wall had been cut to pieces, much of the grass was still on fire, and the tunnel was flooded. But he wasn't thinking about any of that right now. He took a few staggering steps towards Leon's house, but the venom that coated the knife in his chest was potent and was already coursing throughout his entire body. The last of his strength left him and he collapsed, unable to move. "Dad." For a moment, he thought he heard Leon's voice, but he couldn't be sure, as he felt his consciousness slip away. Chapter 32. Serana Artorias woke in his own bed to the sound of crackling flames and the smell of burning flesh. Sunlight was peeking through his windows, and he knew that it was morning. He felt weak, far too weak to do much more than slowly run his hands over his body, trying to check his wounds. Timotheos had left him with numerous cuts and bruises in addition to the knife to the chest, not to mention the burns from the fire mage on his back, but Artorias couldn't feel any of them. It seemed like they were all healed, but that also left him confused. His wounds were gone, meaning Leon must have done something. Artorias did remember thinking he heard Leon's voice before he fell unconscious, but that didn't explain his weakness. If he were healed, then he should have regained enough strength in those few hours to do more than weakly move his hands. Artorias stopped thinking about that for a moment. He had just woken up, after all, so he cleared his mind, and took a second to chase all the grogginess out of his head. Then, he re-evaluated himself. His body was devoid of mana. His blood didn't have even a single wisp of magical power within it. His heart gave a startled jump when he realized that, but he was in for far more dire realizations as he continued. He threw off the blanket that was covering him, and he found that the veins in his chest had turned black, and when he tried using his magic body to see inside, he found that his bones were no longer producing blood or mana. All the marrow within him was melting into a black sludge, and the only reason he wasn't screaming in pain, he realized, was a pair of pain-relieving spells on his forearms. Artorias was panicking now, but his body was so weak he couldn't do any more than just lay there and continue evaluating his condition. As it was, he doubted he would live much longer in this state. His body was a mess, even though all his surface wounds had been healed. Now, he cast his magic body into his soul realm. He appeared seated on a throne of white marble on a platform of clouds, high up in a bright, circular throne room at the center of his mind palace. He immediately rose and vanished out of one of the large nearby windows. He didn't stop for a moment to look at anything in the heavenly palace he had constructed but instead flew straight to the edge of his soul realm in an instant. Normally, the soul realm would always be surrounded by an endless bright gray fog, known as the mists of chaos, but that wasn't what Artorias found. The sight that greeted him at the very edge of his soul realm was a blackened mist that was slowly dissolving his soul realm, breaking it apart and swallowing it piece by piece. At that moment, Artorias knew without a shadow of a doubt that he was going to die. He experienced a whirlwind of emotions: fear, anxiety, sorrow, anger, fury, and so much more. He raised his fists and screamed at the heavens, in a primal bellow to vent his frustrations, and when he allowed his arms to fall, his face was covered in tears. He was dying. He had maybe another day to live, at the rate his soul realm was being consumed. He stared, hollow-eyed, at the oncoming black fog for a few minutes more, then withdrew his magic body back to his mind palace. He collected himself, then sat back down on his throne. His eyes opened, back in his house, and he calmed his wildly beating heart. If this was going to be it, he decided, then he would go out with some dignity, damn it. He would honor the memory of his family and his ancestors by not losing his civility in his final moments. Taking some time to collect his thoughts, he began running through a mental checklist of things he prepared for this event back when he had first started building here. A few minutes later, his door opened, and Leon entered, dusting off a bit of soot on his shirt as he closed the door behind him. He looked up and saw that Artorias was awake. "You're up." Artorias smiled weakly back at his son. "Your powers of perception are truly legendary, little lion," he said sarcastically. He waved Leon over as best he could and had him pull up a nearby chair. Leon looked all right, no sign of any injuries from the previous night. "How are you doing? I thought you had a few broken ribs at least, but you look fine," Leon smiled with a bit of embarrassment. "I did. When I woke up, you had just finished killing that last guy, then collapsed. It was kinda painful, but I carried you in here after digging out a few healing spells to stop the bleeding." Leon nodded to a first aid box Artorias had made several years ago. It was normally filled with half a dozen minor healing spells as well as an assortment of other materials for use in making bandages, tourniquets, and splints should those spells fail or prove inadequate, but now those spent spell sheets were lying crumpled up in a pile next to it. Afterwards, I searched those bodies and found some much cooler healing spells. I used 2 to fix up my ribs, they finished healing a couple hours ago. Then, I used the last one on you, to clean up the last of your wounds. How do you feel? You did a good job, my boy, you really did. I assume what I'm smelling are unruly guests being disposed of. Did you find anything interesting on them beforehand? Leon shook his head. While Artorias was unconscious, Leon had searched their bodies, stripping them of anything of value he found. They had a fair amount of money, some high-quality weapons, and those powerful healing spells, but little else. There was no identification, nothing that might have told Leon where they had come from or why they attacked. Once he was done with his search, he piled up their bodies and drew 3 crude fire runes around them. He wanted to burn their bodies until they were completely unrecognizable, then bury the remains in the forest, but the fire didn't start immediately. After some fiddling around with it, he eventually realized that his fire runes weren't drawn correctly and tried to correct them. It took him 3 tries with the runes before he managed to get the bonfire started. At this point, the flames were almost half as tall as the obelisk, and he wasn't sure if there would even be anything left to bury when the fire died down. That's a shame. I was hoping they might have carried something that might have indicated where they came from, though I guess they would have had something like that in their soul realm. Carrying things in a mage's soul realm was always pretty risky. If the mage suffered critical damage to their soul realms, then their things could be lost. If the mage died, however, then whatever they had in there would certainly be lost forever, which is why most generally kept their wealth and other valuables locked up in a Heaven's Eye bank, so their families wouldn't be ruined if they were unexpectedly killed. Artorias glanced out of the window for a brief moment, then sighed and turned back to Leon. "Listen, Leon, we need to talk." Leon had been absent-mindedly looking around but looked back at his father after hearing his uncharacteristically serious tone. "You did a wonderful job patching the 2 of us up, you really did. The absolute best you could under the circumstances. However, I think that dagger I was stabbed with was poisoned." Leon's eyes widened in shock and his heart jumped in fear and panic. Artorias used as much strength as he could, and raised his arm, resting it on his son's shoulder to calm him down. "I'm probably not going to live long enough to see tomorrow morning. You need to keep calm, and listen to me now, okay?" Leon had no idea what to say. He had never been in a situation like this before and was caught off guard. His face contorted with grief, anger, worry, and formed twisted expressions he had no words for. But his father had raised him to have a powerful killing intent, raised him in the wilds where death was nearly omnipresent and had taught him about death almost from the moment the young boy could hold a bow. After a whirlwind of emotion, Leon shut his eyes, grit his teeth, and regained control of himself. His face settled back into his usual stony expression, though not without a few twitches and minor grimaces. He could be strong for now, at least until Artorias had said his piece. No, he would be. When Leon's face fell back into stoicism, Artorias smiled and continued. "I've never told you about your mother. That was never fair to you. I let my own grief and anger get to me. I'm sorry about that, little lion. I should have been strong enough to tell you about her. A child should know about his parents, especially you, given that the reason she's not around is the same reason we're in this vale." Artorias paused, searching for the right words, while Leon listened with rapt attention. He had asked about his mother before, but Artorias had never given him any real, concrete answers. "Let's see, I suppose we should start when we met. I wasn't much older than you, it was only a few weeks after my 18th birthday. I was killing some time with some of my friends at a private arena in Tira one of them owned. It was a nice, chill time. Some booze, some flirty hosts and hostesses, good food. There were some small fights going on for the entertainment of the other patrons, but we were only there to hang out and weren't really paying attention. Well, that is, until one person started winning. And not just winning, she was annihilating her opponents with a single wave of her hand. She wasn't even using any elemental magic, she was just tossing them out of the fighting ring one after the other. When I finally turned my attention to her after 10 straight victories, I was immediately captivated. Hair as dark as night, and these striking gold eyes. In fact, you get your eyes from her, little lion. And her face, her body. Artorias lost himself for a moment, reminiscing about his wife and her extremely fit and well-endowed figure, but a glance over to Leon brought him back to reality. Ahem, Serana was exceptionally strong and beautiful, even by the standards of a prideful son of House Rame. Watching her fight drove me and my lady-loving friends almost into a frenzy. When she ran out of scheduled opponents, we practically tripped over ourselves challenging her, trying to get her to notice us. She accepted all of our challenges, but only after gouging out 10 pounds of silver from each of us. And she beat every one of us in turn. Artorias' face then broke out into a broad smile, and he puffed out his chest in pride. But I was the sole man among us who managed to take one of her strikes and not be immediately thrown out of the ring. Of course, I was pushed right to the edge and just defending against her overwhelmed me, let alone going on the attack, but I will never forget the words she said to me right before hitting me again and finishing the match. She smiled at me, then said, "Huh, I've decided that I like you." Then, she kicked me, and I fell on my ass, to the great amusement of the crowd. Needless to say, I asked her out, but she just smiled at me and refused. Now, little lion, sometimes, when you want to woo someone, you do embarrassing things that you look back on and think, kill me. Kill me now. Artorias chuckled, then began turning a bit red from shame. I'll spare you the gory details, but she continued to fight there, and even appeared in other, larger arenas. I never missed a single match, and I even challenged her a few more times. We got on good terms, and after some persuasion, I convinced her to come back to the palace and be my sparring partner. Half a year later, we were thoroughly in love, and we weren't fighting during those sparring sessions anymore, he. Leon facepalmed. He didn't want to hear about that. But things couldn't stay that way forever. I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. We were happy as could be for a few weeks while we made our wedding plans until I finally introduced her to my father. He was not so happy. She's just a commoner. An arena whore is no match for you. She doesn't love you, she just wants your name. Artorias put on a very high-pitched and nasally voice when he quoted his father, something which he knew would have infuriated the man if he were there. Leon was bursting with questions, but he kept his quiet. He wanted Artorias to continue, as he didn't forget that his father told him to listen. Well, he never did accept us. So, 2.5 years later, we lived in the capital, rather than Tira. We were married. I had just broken through to the 4th tier, been introduced to the king himself, and assigned to his personal guard. Serana had just given birth to you, and she was running our small, private estate by herself. Things were as perfect as they could be. But good times don't last. I remember that day, the day that shattered our lives and forced the two of us to flee all the way to this desolate pile of nothing. Artorias' face rapidly shifted, going from a happy smile to a much darker expression, like barely contained fury and anguish. Leon recognized it as the one his face would always shift into whenever he asked about his mother before now. It was 15 years ago, and I heard a knock at our front gate. Chapter 33. 15 years ago the Rame villa in the kingdom's capital was very different compared to the other noble villas in the district. The estate was just as extensive as the others, but whereas the other nobles would fill their land with gardens and guest houses, Artorias' villa was surrounded by a dense forest of exceptionally tall trees and thick bushes. The other nobles' villas were large and sumptuous, filled with magical trinkets and lavish decorations. Artorias' was luxurious to be sure, but it was much smaller, more intimate, and eschewed the gaudy golden trappings of his neighbors in favor of a much simpler and cleaner aesthetic. The walls were bare, bereft of the intricate mosaics and reliefs that the nobility loved. There were no marble statues, no grand columns covered in runes, no multicolored magic lanterns. It was a small place, built for a private family. The furniture wasn't fancy, and the floors were a dark wood with a shiny finish rather than marble. But that wasn't to say that the place was cheap, either. The land itself was just as large as the other estates in the neighborhood, and the building materials were of a very high quality, despite their simplicity. Even though he had been exiled from his family, the 22-year-old Artorias was more than wealthy enough to afford this noble estate. He was a newly made knight in the service of King Julius, and the king was generous to his men, especially when the knight in question was the son of his best friend. The road leading into the villa was small, and it wound through the trees like a snake. Few people bothered going to the villa given the attitude of its residents, but on a seemingly ordinary night 15 years ago, 2 men stumbled down this road. One of these men was tall, with golden hair and equally golden eyes. He was well built and handsome. The other was shorter and thinner, with sandy hair and light blue eyes. He was covered in blood and was half carried, half dragged by the first man. "Hold on, man, we're almost there," the first man said to his injured comrade. He had a small glass orb in his free hand, with a single drop of blood floating inside. The drop was being pulled in a certain direction, leading the men straight towards the villa. It was almost touching the glass, indicating that they had almost reached their destination. The first man glanced at the man he was carrying. This was his cousin, Fane. He was one of their clan's few experts on spatial magic, and it was by his power that they had gotten so close to their princess. Unfortunately, the spatial tunnel he created had begun to fray and destabilize near the end of their journey, forcing them out within the capital several miles from their goal and leaving Fane severely injured. After a few more agonizing steps, the two finally came within sight of the villa. Riker, the first man, spread his magic senses over the entire estate and saw the family within. Artorias was in the front courtyard, practicing his techniques with his trusty longsword. Serana was in the bedroom, rocking baby Leon to sleep. When he saw the baby, Riker felt his blood begin to boil in fury, but he quickly clamped down on it, proceeded to the imposing front gate, and loudly knocked. Artorias narrowed his eyes in confusion. Who would come calling at this hour? Night had long since fallen, so even at a more social household, they wouldn't be expecting visitors. He sheathed his sword, strode over to the gate, and opened it a crack to see who it was. Riker immediately pushed the gate open even more, shoved past Artorias, and walked into the villa's courtyard. Artorias, in surprise and shock, drew his sword. "Stop right there," he shouted. Riker stopped right there. Then, he slowly turned his head and made eye contact with Artorias. His boundless killing intent spilled out and hit Artorias like an avalanche, forcing him to his knees and driving all the air out of his lungs. Artorias hit the ground, unable to lift his arms, or even draw a breath. "What's going on out here?" Serana heard Artorias shout and came out to investigate. When she saw Artorias on the ground, she immediately grew enraged, her hands turned into fists, and she moved to attack Riker. But, when he turned back around to face her, her face became one of shock, and she came to a stop. "Riker," she asked. Then, she finally fully processed what she was seeing, and noticed who he was carrying. Fane. She rushed forward and took his other arm, then glared at Riker. She didn't need to say anything for him to get the message, and his killing aura abated, allowing Artorias to stand back up. "These are my cousins, get our first aid kit," Serana shouted to him. Artorias stared daggers at Riker, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly ran towards the bathroom. Then, she addressed Riker again, with a cold and angry edge to her voice that sent shivers down his spine. "And you, come with me." They carried Fane into the living room, just off the courtyard, and gently laid him down on a large sofa. Artorias joined them after a few seconds and began applying healing spells to Fane's wounds. Once the bleeding began to stop, Serana turned her full attention to Riker, who was sitting straight as a board and looked more than a little nervous. "Speak. Why are you here?" Riker's gaze briefly wandered over to Artorias while he thought about the correct words to say, something that Serana didn't miss. "He's my husband. You will treat him the same way you'd treat me." This made Riker's heart go into turmoil. This filthy thing has dared to touch the princess. But, fortunately for him, he didn't say that out loud. Given how coldly Serana was treating him for even threatening Artorias, he felt she'd beat him into the ground if he did. "Lady Serana, the Patriarch has ordered us to find you and escort you back home." Serana's eyes widened in anger, and she began shouting, "What? No, he promised me that I could be gone for 20 years, we're not even a quarter through that yet. Who does he think he is, going bah?" But Riker cut her off with a single sentence. "The clan was attacked." Serana quieted down. Her beautiful face was one of shock, but it very quickly turned back to anger. "What? Who would be so bold as to attack us?" "We don't know. But many of our warriors are dead, and the Patriarch was advised by the Council of Elders to recall every clan member from their adventures. He agreed, and he sent us to you. Is that why Fane is so badly hurt?" "No, the Patriarch ordered us to get you with all haste, and he gave us a dislocation crystal to return. Unfortunately, We didn't possess any crystals that would get us here, so Fane had to create a spatial tunnel to get here as fast as possible. But this place was a little too far away, and Fane ran low on mana, causing the tunnel to begin collapsing while we were still in it. He struggled to maintain it, but in the end, we were ejected a few miles to the south, right in the middle of the city. At least the people here are beyond weak, so we made it here without being detected. That derision in Riker's last comment made Serana give him a dirty look, but she looked away and began pacing in thought. She had many questions, but this wasn't the time for it. Riker and Fane were her cousins, they wouldn't come so far just to lie to her. So, if the clan was under attack, then as much as she might hate it, they'd have to go home. Very well, you can take me back to my father. Riker's face relaxed in relief, but immediately tightened up from discomfort and disgust when she continued, but my son and husband will be coming with. Riker was about to try to protest, but when he locked eyes with Serana, he froze. She was smiling, but it was a sinister challenge rather than an expression of happiness. She was daring him to try and refuse. He was no fool. He reluctantly nodded in agreement. Good. Her face lit up with a genuine smile, one which could make the sun pale in comparison. She then gracefully walked across the room, to where her husband was finishing up tending to Fane. She hugged Artorias from behind, pressing her ample chest into his broad and muscular back, and whispered into his ear, "You won't refuse to come with me, will you?" Artorias looked around. He loved this place, but his home was still Tira. If he did leave, the only regret he might have would be leaving his father and brother behind. They didn't leave things off on the best terms, with the two almost literally throwing him out of the palace, but Artorias was confident that after a few years away, or maybe a few decades in his father's case, they'd be able to reconcile. Serana noticed the slightly conflicted expression on his face and knew what it meant. She reached around and took his face in her hands, turning him to look at her, and gave him a sweet, tender smile. "It won't be forever, my love. We'll come back as soon as we can, I promise." Artorias only took one more moment to think, then smiled back at her and pressed his forehead to hers, whispering his agreement to her. Then, he turned to go to the bedroom to pack a few things and to get Leon. After he walked out of the room, Riker spoke up. "My lady, you are the princess of the clan, the patriarch's only daughter. Why would you stoop so low as tea? You will not finish that question." Serana gave a look that could cause a tree to wither and die, and Riker immediately shut his mouth tight. Right then, the front gate was blasted inwards with a tremendous roar, crashing through the courtyard and into the wall of the villa. Riker sprang to his feet, while Artorias ran back into the room holding Leon. "Were you followed?" Serana asked her cousin. "Impossible. No way Fane's spatial tunnels can be tracked. But you said it started breaking down at the end." Riker knew she was probably right as he thought about it, as Fane usually only made short jumps with his spatial magic, but longer jumps were far more complicated. A jump as long as the one they made to get here, there would be no way to completely mask it. He immediately charged out the door to confront whoever attacked the gate. Standing in the courtyard were half a dozen men, all dressed in black with their faces covered in featureless masks. There was absolutely no way to tell who they were, but Riker didn't even try. As soon as he saw them, he opened up with a blast of crimson flame, swallowing up half the courtyard. The attack did little against their attackers, however. A wall of ice appeared between Riker and the men, dissolving away the instant the fire died down. The men in black then went on the attack themselves, conjuring enormous blades of wind and spikes of ice and rock to fly towards Riker. Or, more accurately, to where Riker had been before the smoke from his flames obscured his position. Their attacks tore into the villa, tearing it to pieces, but none came close to Riker. Riker took their moment of blindness to send a fireball careening towards the closest of the attackers. Just as it was about to explode on him, a shield of light appeared in front of him, preventing any injuries. "TCH," muttered Riker. Even in this brief exchange, he could tell that his opponents were strong, perhaps almost as strong as he was. Maybe he could take them on one, but this, he sent out another gout of flame, but it collided with an eruption of ice. The two attacks tore up the courtyard beyond recognition but did little to either side. Before Riker could follow up with another attack, the ground beneath him cracked open and he lost his balance. It created a brief moment of distraction, but a moment is all that's needed in a fight. Before Riker could right himself, two wind blades and a beam of light hit him in the chest, throwing him backward and completely destroying that wing of the villa. Meanwhile, back in the living room, Serana was just about to head outside to help Riker when two more attackers burst in through the windows. She reacted quickly, though, and sent them both flying backward with a kick. This stunned Artorias. He knew she was far stronger than he was, but she was so fast he barely even saw her. His awe grew even more when black flames sprang out from her arms, setting both attackers alight. These flames gave him a palpable feeling of dread, and he held his son close. These two attackers were injured, but with a quick gust of wind and a flash of light, the flames were extinguished. They threw themselves into attacking Serana, but she responded in kind. Black fire was met with blades of wind and light, and the villa was torn asunder. Hearing the fighting, Fane blinked awake. It took him only a moment to realize what was happening, and he pulled the dislocation crystal out of his soul realm and began activating it. Riker pulled himself out of the rubble of the villa and attacked those outside again, but as soon as he felt the magic of the crystal, he put all of his magic into a single attack. All the ground around him in a 20-foot radius went up in a tornado of crimson flame that stretched over 60 feet high, and the 6 men outside briefly retreated. This gave Riker the space he needed to fall back to the living room. Serana, for her part, had thrown back her two opponents with a pair of black fireballs, and Fane stumbled over to her side. Riker burst in and joined them. Artorias wasn't too far away, covering Leon with his body, but when he saw the other three group up, he made to do so as well. Unfortunately, Fane didn't give him the opportunity. Riker had enough time to give him a disdainful look, while Serana reached back to him in terror after realizing what Fane was doing. The crystal in Fane's hand conjured a deep black sphere, with a hint of blue in the center, and enveloped them. The last thing Artorias heard before the sphere disappeared was Serana's voice shouting, "No! Why?" and they were gone. Artorias stared in disbelief, but the two men struggling to put out Serana's black fire brought him back to reality. He wasted no time and grabbed what he had packed, held Leon closer, and sprinted out of the villa's back door. Riker's flame tornado died down as soon as he left, and the 6 other attackers burst in through the ruined walls. "Shit, we missed them. The Great Lord, damn it. Even their princess was here," another shouted. "Enough," the man who was evidently their leader said. He waved his hand, and a spinning ball of wind helped the last 2 men beat out the last of the black flame clinging to them. There were 2 more here, a man and a baby. I think that might have been that woman's husband and child. We're going after them. That implication was not lost on his men. If they killed those 2, then this mission wouldn't be a complete failure. They'd have to kill them eventually anyway, or the child at least. But, before they could spread their magic senses out over the city and find them, they all felt the attention of those far to the south. 6 people had seen them. 4 of their magic senses faltered in fear when they felt the strength that came from these 8 men. The leader didn't pay those 4 any mind, but the other 2 came from a giant stone tower in the center of the plain. "Wait!" he shouted in panic. "It seems the Grave Warden and his disciple have spotted us. We must leave now. Prepare the crystal." One of the men pulled out a dislocation crystal of their own and activated it. The group huddled around it and waited. This crystal was clearly inferior to Fane's, as it charged much slower than his. "What are we going to do about those 2 that are still here?" asked one of them worriedly. "We'll just have to let Lord Cameron know. He'll take care of it. Probably send a vassal like Cornholos or Isonos to deal with them. We should worry more about what he'll do to us, though," the leader responded. Indeed, they had failed. They hoped they'd get off light. The crystal finally activated, surrounding the 8 men in a black sphere, then vanishing. The battle was exceptionally loud, but it was a very large neighborhood of wealthy people, all with private security. Consequently, it took a little while for the local garrison to arrive. When they did, they found the Rame Villa in ruins, with the rubble still burning and immense spikes of rock and ice jutting up from the ground. Chapter 34. Artoria's last breath. Leon was stunned by Artoria's story. The attack on the villa, his mother and her cousins, Fawn and Riker, these black-clothed men. He had just been given plenty to process, but Artoria's wasn't quite done yet. "I hid in the forests by the capital for a while, before I realized that they weren't following me. I rented a room back in the city and laid low for several days. I hoped Serana would return. I waited at an old temple, built back before the first Bull King began conquering his neighbors when the people there still worshipped the sky. We were married there, and if she came back, that's where she would have gone. But she never came. I waited there a week, and she never came." Artoria's voice was growing weaker, but Leon could still hear the sorrow and bitterness in it. We couldn't stay there. The villa was gone, Serana was gone, and my father had disowned me for marrying her. I could have gone back to Tira, done my best to make peace with him. I doubt he would have thrown his own infant grandson out onto the street. But I was still angry at him. I took us north, keeping away from prying eyes. The kingdom thought me dead, and that was for the best. No one knows the Great Plateau like my family. There are hidden paths in and out of the northern vales, and we slipped through one, arriving here undetected. After meeting and staying with Torfin for almost a year, I brought us here, and made it our home. But it was never meant to be permanent, said Leon quietly. He remembered a certain training expedition 5 years ago where Artorias took him south through one of those hidden paths. They stayed far away from any settlements larger than 50 people and made camp several miles away from the outskirts of Tira. Artorias made Leon wait at the camp, then went into the city. Leon waited almost the entire day for his father to return, and when he did, he made them pack up and go back north immediately. It didn't matter that the sun was setting, they left immediately and were back north of the frozen mountains as soon as their legs could carry them. Artoria's mood had been weird when he returned, too. He'd brought a number of books and maps, but he hardly said more than a few words at a time for the next month. Artorias nodded to Leon, acknowledging him as correct. Indeed, this was never meant to be a permanent home. 5 years ago, when we went to Tira, I had meant to find my father and finally make peace. I had talked myself into thinking that those who attacked our villa in the capital surely weren't still in the kingdom, they had most certainly moved on by now. But when I arrived at the palace, I found it in ruins. My childhood home was completely wrecked, with hardly a single column left standing. I asked a nearby citizen what had happened, and he told me that my father and brother had been killed in the battle that destroyed the palace. No one knows who did it, but their description was familiar: masked men dressed in black. Leon understood. It was obvious what had happened. After failing to find Artorias, their enemies had guessed that he'd gone to his father for help. They attacked and killed the Archduke, but still failed to find them. I should have told you all of this sooner, little lion. It shouldn't have taken this, it shouldn't have taken death to loosen my tongue. Artoria's voice was growing even weaker. It was becoming a challenge for him to continue speaking, but he needed to. There were a few last things he wanted Leon to know. You're not going to die, Dad, just tell me what I can do. Artorias sighed and smiled at his son. There isn't anything that can be done, my boy. You already did everything you could when you used those healing spells. By now, my soul realm is less than 10 miles, and I'm not long for this world. Leon didn't want to believe it, but Artorias wouldn't let him deny it. Leon's hands clenched into fists, but his eyes still remained dry. Artorias appreciated that. He didn't want his last memories of his son to be of him crying. Artorias took a deep breath. Breathing was starting to get hard, so he had to use it a bit more judiciously. Listen, when I'm gone, destroy the obelisk. Wah, destroy it, yes. Use the circle I designed for it. There's something buried underneath that I want you to have. Other than that, there are maps and books in this house that you will find useful too. And check the sleigh in the ice shack. I got you a present when we were last in Vale Town, supposed to be for your birthday. Yes, was all Leon could say. Do me one last favor, little lion, won't you? Anything. Good. Do you remember the ending to the Epic of Antares? Artoria's face had gone almost bone white, but his expression still turned somewhat embarrassed. Of course. Look in the front pouch of my satchel. Leon stiffly walked across the room towards the satchel, and after a moment of rummaging around pulled out 2 small objects. They were the heartwood seeds Artorias had found when they had gone out to awaken Leon's bloodline. One was glowing a bright gold, so bright that Leon almost had to squint to see it. The other was completely black, like a lump of coal. If it didn't have a radiant magical aura, Leon would assume it was dead. Leon understood what Artorias wanted. Now, at the end of the Epic of Antares, the titular character is buried in the tradition of the gods. His heart is removed and replaced with a heartwood seed. Leon's hand clenched over the seeds, and he slowly turned back to Artorias. He looked his father directly in the eye and nodded. Artorias smiled at his son. Leon numbly walked back over and sat down. Neither spoke for what seemed like an eternity. Artorias broke the silence when he weakly held up his arm and placed it on Leon's shoulder. I don't say this as often as I should, but I love you, my son, and I couldn't be prouder of you." He didn't have the strength left in him to pull Leon into a hug, but Leon didn't need to be pulled. He gently wrapped his arms around his father, and the two men held each other close. "I'm going to find Mom. I'm going to find her, and I'm going to make those who separated us and killed our family pay. They'll realize that making an enemy of House Rain was the worst mistake of their lives." Artorias smiled and gave a weak chuckle. "I'd expect nothing less from my son, and the descendant of the Thunder Kings." Leon and Artorias separated. Leon didn't quite know what to do with himself. He was shaking. Artorias noticed. "Get out of here," Artorias said lightheartedly. Leon looked back in confusion. "Go on, you shouldn't have to be here. We've both said what we need to. Now go on, let me die in peace." Artorias' usual smile wasn't on his face, but he did his best to get it there. "Go, I don't want you to watch me die. You're my son, I don't want you to see me die. Go, leave me to my thoughts." Artorias was more insistent now. As insistent as he could be. Leon slowly stood and walked to the door. Just as he was about to leave Artorias' bedroom, he turned back and said, "I love you, Dad. Goodbye." Artorias managed to give him a warm smile one last time, and Leon was out the door. Leon felt numb. He didn't quite feel what was happening was real, but he walked out of Artorias' house anyway. He stumbled across the cracked and broken stones in the courtyard and collapsed before the obelisk. He sat with his back against the cool stone for a long time, he didn't know how long. It began raining sometime, but he barely noticed. The bonfire that had consumed the bodies of Adrianos, Timotheos, and the others in the kill team died down, leaving nothing but ash and a few charred bones. Leon still just sat there, completely numb to it. After Leon left, Artorias let his smile drop. "This is it, he thought. After losing Serana, it was always his dream to find her, to put what remained of his family back together. That would never happen now. Artorias began tearing up. He couldn't help it. No one wants to die, least of all someone who still has unfinished business. He kept his mouth shut, though. Leon was all he had left, and he wasn't going to let his son's last memory of him be of a broken man crying out of regret. Leon had grown into a man he could be proud of. Artorias had done his best to raise Leon in as safe an environment as he could find, and he hoped that Leon would be able to find his own way in the world now. His only regret about his son was that, out of Artorias' own paranoia, Leon never grew up with other people around. He wasn't a social person. But he was strong. With their enemies still out there, strength was what Leon needed, and that was what Artorias had strived to give him. Artorias closed his eyes and cast his magical body back into his soul realm. It had yet to fully succumb to the venom that had poisoned him, but it was in complete tatters. Apart from his mind palace, only a few scattered and rapidly shrinking islands were left. Even his grand and majestic mind palace was now beginning to crumble. Its towers of white gold weakened and collapsed. The windows shattered, and the stone broke apart. The columns supporting the great halls cracked, and the halls went the way of the towers. Artorias watched the gardens wither and die. He watched the barely visible remains of the light in the mists finally fade away. He watched the darkness break the last of the land in his soul realm and encroach upon his throne room, the last vestige of his once beautiful mind palace. He sat on his throne of stunning white marble and watched the darkness seep through the doors and windows. The walls were entirely consumed in minutes, allowing the poison to inch across the floor, devouring the granite tiles he had so carefully designed. The walls splintered and fell, and the darkness rushed in. He didn't see what happened next. He leaned back in his throne and closed his eyes. Tears still rolled down his cheeks as he thought of his father, always so stern and authoritative. He thought of his proud and noble brother, his friends from childhood, all the people he'd known from back home. He thought of the kindness shown to him by King Julius, and of Thorfinn, who had always had a place for him and his son in his longhouse. But most of all, he thought of Serana. The first time he saw her, his first challenge, the moment she agreed to be his sparring partner, and the moment they first admitted their love to each other. He vividly remembered when he proposed, when they were married, when she told him she was pregnant, and the birth of Leon. Above all, he remembered when she was taken from him. And now, he would never see her again. The darkness was upon him. His throne melted away beneath him, and the darkness flooded into his magic body, causing it to dissolve away. Artorias never opened his eyes. He didn't hear the rain fall upon the roof of his house, he didn't hear the howling wind of a growing storm, and he didn't hear the thunder that rocked the heavens. He didn't see the last light in his soul realm, either. As he succumbed to the darkness, there was one last thing in his soul realm, one last thing the venom couldn't touch. His ancestor flew through the void and watched his magic body disappear. It watched with its bright eyes as the last thing within Artorias vanished, the enormous marble slab upon which the throne sat. Carved into it was an intricate formation of runes and runic glyphs telling the story of an immortality-seeking mortal, in the shape of a bird of prey with its wings spread and talons outstretched. This was Artoria's mana glyph. Lightning blazed through the bird's eyes, and its feathers sparked and flashed. It witnessed the death of its descendant, and screeched in anger, causing thunder to resound throughout the void. But Artorias didn't hear it. In his house, his body took one more ragged breath, and never took another. Chapter 35. Burial. The rain beat down upon the fort. Wind buffeted the trees in the forest and the walls creaked incessantly. Lightning flashed across the sky and its thunder was heard far and wide. But Leon barely acknowledged any of it. He still sat slumped against the obelisk, not caring about the rain that soaked his clothes or the wind that howled in his ears. His father had died. Leon didn't need to see him to know, he could feel it. He didn't cry or curse his enemies. He just sat there, unmoving. The storm eventually passed. Leon didn't notice when. He must have fallen asleep at some point because suddenly the sun was shining down on his face. He was still holding the heartwood seeds. The golden seed pulsed with light and heat, while the black seed felt cold and icy. Leon gripped the seeds tighter, turned his eyes towards the door to Artoria's house, and steeled himself for what he now had to do. He began moving his stiff body, struggled to his feet, and shook his limbs awake. He slowly walked to Artoria's house, stopping just before the door. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, then walked inside. Unlike Leon's house, Artoria's bedroom and living room weren't separated, so Leon saw his father immediately. Artorias was still lying in bed, looking almost like he was peacefully sleeping if it weren't for the grayish tone his skin had taken on. Leon knew he was gone, but just to be sure, he checked Artoria's pulse and made sure he wasn't breathing. Then, he carefully removed the fur blanket covering him and gingerly picked his father up, hooking his arm around Artoria's cold back and legs. Leon carried Artorias back outside and laid him down on the stone slab that Artorias used to cook on. Leon had no intention of ever using the slab for cooking again, so he didn't much care about keeping it clean. He retrieved his hunting knife from his house and came back outside, looking like he was sharpening it on a whetstone. He walked back to the slab and continued to sharpen his knife. Leon's face was stony and detached, but the irregular clinking of the knife against the stone betrayed his agitation. He was going through the motions of sharpening the knife, but his hands were shaking. He stood there, pretending to sharpen his knife for several more minutes, but he couldn't stall forever. Eventually, he put the whetstone down and took a deep breath. Leon had no experience cutting open a person, but he had skinned many an animal in his years of hunting, so he had some confidence he could do this. He placed the blade of his knife against Artoria's abdomen, just under the sternum, bit the inside of his cheek to banish the last of his reluctance, and put pressure down on the knife. The blade slowly sank into Artoria's skin and Leon carefully sliced downward, until he had enough room to reach his hand in. As Leon began reaching his knife hand into Artoria's chest, slowly moving organs and cutting through muscle, he didn't realize he was being watched. Deep within his soul realm, his ancestor observed everything. The Thunderbird seethed and stewed in its anger, flying in tight circles around that tiny island in the mist. It had been watching the decline of its clan for years beyond counting, and seeing one of the last of its descendants fall destroyed its usually aloof nature. Lightning arced throughout Leon's soul realm as the Thunderbird watched Leon prepare Artorias for burial. After a few more laps around the island and watching Leon fumble uncertainly with his knife, the Thunderbird finally lost its last tiny reserve of patience and landed on top of the throne. It stared down at the figure of Leon sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, and lightning began surging out from its feathers and into the young man. Outside of his soul realm, Leon grew momentarily nauseous and he stumbled back a little. Then, his eyes glazed over and the shaking in his hands stopped. Just as reached back towards Artorias, he heard a voice. "Don't remove his heart, cut it open and place the heartwood seed within." The voice was incredibly deep and inhumanely resonant. Leon was sure without a shadow of a doubt that he'd never heard it before. But, he implicitly trusted it. He could feel that it meant him no harm and that it knew far more about this matter than he did. But, the Thunderbird would take measures to ensure Leon forgot the voice once he was done. It had a reputation to maintain, after all. Leon hadn't created a magic body yet. The type of artificial magic body he currently possessed was just a weak thing many ancestors would often create for their descendants, so they could access their soul realms during bloodline awakenings. Only an exceptionally powerful soul residing within a weaker soul realm can create something like this, and it allows the one who made it certain advantages. For instance, the Thunderbird was currently using this direct connection between it and Leon's mind to suppress Leon's emotions, allowing the young mage to work without the sorrow and anger he felt affecting him. This connection also allowed it to speak to Leon. The old legends Leon was familiar with had changed throughout the millennia, and the information presented within wasn't quite accurate. The Thunderbird corrected Leon, as the heart should never be removed when burying someone with a heartwood seed. The proper ceremony was for the seed to take root within the heart, not replace it. With the help of his ancestor, Leon's work rapidly sped up. He quickly located Artoria's heart and made a small incision with his knife. Then, he removed his hand, put down the knife, and grabbed the golden heartwood seed. He supposed that the black seed would have worked, too, but he wouldn't feel right using it. The golden seed was far more appropriate for a burial worthy of divinity. With the utmost care, Leon slid the heartwood seed into the hole he'd cut into Artoria's heart and removed his hand for the final time. With that, the most uncomfortable part was over. Leon went back into Artoria's house, grabbed a shirt, and pulled it over his father. For a brief moment, Leon contemplated making a casket with some of the scrap wood, but then he heard that deep voice from within again. The aura of the seed will surround him. He will be untouched by decay. So, without a need for a casket, Leon moved on to the last item on the agenda, where to lay Artorias to rest. And he knew exactly where. He walked right up to the obelisk and located a runic circle near the bottom that was on the opposite side from the others that controlled the obelisk's functions. Leon placed his hand within and began channeling his magic into it, causing it to activate. There was a slight delay of about 5 seconds, enough to make sure that the activation wasn't by accident, and then Leon removed his hand. The circle glowed a dark red, and after a few seconds, cracks rapidly spread out from it and spider webbed all over the obelisk, shattering it into countless pieces. The heightened magic density in the air due to the obelisk immediately rushed outwards now that the obelisk was gone, and Leon could sense that the aura chasing away the forest monsters was now coming solely from the wards in the walls. Leon began kicking and throwing away the shards and chunks of the obelisk, and after grabbing a shovel from the remnants of the storage shed plus 10 minutes of digging, he found a large wooden box beneath the remains of the obelisk's stone base. He pulled the box out of the 7-foot-deep hole he was in and set it aside for the moment. This was it. Right in the center of the fort was where he would bury his father. Leon cleared away a few more bits of stone, making enough room for Artorias, and he respectfully placed his father within. Half an hour with a shovel got him enough dirt to cover the grave, and for a finishing touch, Leon used the loose rocks and broken stones from the obelisk to construct a small cairn above the grave. With the deed done, Leon finally internalized that it had happened. Since the day before, there had been a large part of him that wasn't quite accepting the events of the past couple of days, but now he was coming to terms with reality. Within his soul realm, the Thunderbird stopped suppressing Leon's emotions, but it wasn't done exerting its influence over its descendant. The bright mist surrounding the island darkened in an instant, causing rain to fall and wind to pick up. But, most startling of all was that lightning began to strike the throne, and more importantly, Leon. The young man himself didn't realize it in the state he was in, barely registering anything outside of staring at the cairn, but his body became flooded with magic power, far more than when the obelisk was increasing magic density in the area. This magic spread throughout his body, fusing with his blood and coursing through his veins. It was absorbed by his internal organs and much of it was even stored in his heart. But, most critically, it was seeping into his bones. After the ritual, Leon was well on his way to becoming a third-tier mage. He just needed a bit more time to allow his bones to adapt to his magic. But now, with the help of the Thunderbird, his body was overflowing with magic and a great deal of that magic was being consciously directed by the Thunderbird into Leon's bones. The Thunderbird had taken off and was flying around the island again, but it was still very easily controlling its magic, using it to benefit its descendant. But, for the briefest of moments, a reddish-orange light pierced through the storm clouds, bathing the island in light, then disappeared as fast as it had come. The Thunderbird lazily turned its head in the direction the light had come from, but nothing could be seen. The dark clouds were thick, and no more light was shining through. But the Thunderbird could still vaguely sense it, the other in the mists. "Finally feel like joining us?" the Thunderbird asked, its voice casually booming and echoing throughout Leon's soul realm, but its question was met with silence. "I guess not. Does it truly mar your pride so much that our descendants actually produced such a miracle? How many childless marriages have our lines had?" The Thunderbird waited for an answer it knew wasn't going to come before continuing. "Shall I take this as you not knowing? Well, look who isn't so infallible now." It chuckled to itself, though its avian face couldn't smile or make anything resembling human emotion. "Well, I know how rare such a child is. And he needs some help. I will show him my favor and promote him to the third tier of the magic realm." The Thunderbird once again glanced out into the distance, towards the eyes it knew were closed. "You should do something, as well." He awakened his blood. "That you now deny him his own power actually sickens me a little." "Ah, well, not like I can force you to do anything. But I will continue watching over this growing lion. I must do this, he is my last descendant. Or the last with awakened blood and thus the only one that matters, anyway. All my other branches have seen too many dormant generations to awaken their power." Now, it morbidly laughed to itself at the capriciousness of the universe and calmly watched the lightning fall upon Leon. "My last true descendant. And to think, my clan was once one of the mightiest in existence, ruling great swaths of the Nexus and had subjugated entire plains. They even outnumbered your clan at their peak. And now this young man is all that's left." As the Thunderbird immersed itself in memories of a more glorious time, the lightning stopped crashing down upon the throne, the rain stopped pouring, and the wind died down. The Thunderbird had stopped flooding Leon's body with magic. It no longer needed to, given what it could sense coming from Leon's bones. It took one last look in the direction that light had come from, but after seeing nothing, the Thunderbird flew back out into the mists. Chapter 36. Ambition. Leon sat in a daze in his ruined courtyard for several more hours before his stomach growled loudly enough to grab his attention. This finally brought him out of his stupor, his hunger forcing him to realize how unseemly his behavior had been. He understood that there was nothing wrong with mourning, but he had almost completely shut down. He got to his feet with a sigh and with one more look to the cairn, he walked to the ice shack. He had no desire to cook anything, so he just grabbed some bread and a couple dark blue fruits, and started walking back outside, until he remembered one of Artoria's last instructions. The sleigh was over in the corner, still laden with everything Artorias had brought back from Vale Town. Leon went over to it and took a look at what was packed away on it. It was almost all food, and Leon began taking sacks of grain, fruit, and potatoes and tossing them over in a nearby corner. Buried beneath all the food was a leather bag. Leon grabbed it and immediately opened it. What was contained within was a magnificent long coat, made of the snow lion's fur and trimmed with its mane. It wasn't bulky, so Leon could fight in it if he had to, and was damned stylish to boot. There was also quite a bit of extra fur still in the bag, as the snow lion had been very large, but what drew Leon's eye was the last item in the bag, a small necklace made from one of the lion's fangs. Leon hadn't even realized Artorias had taken one after skinning the lion. His fingers closed around the fang, and he fought back tears. His sorrow didn't last long, though, before it was replaced by rage. His hands began to shake again, but where it was out of shock and sadness before, now it was out of extreme fury. In his 16 years of life, Leon had never truly been in a position to experience such intense anger and rage, and he stepped back from the sleigh, putting the lion coat down. He tried to suppress his anger, but now that it was upon him, he couldn't. His body became filled with adrenaline and his killing intent soared. He burst out of the ice shack and grabbed a woodcutting axe out of the storage shack. In his blind rage, there was only one thing he could think to do. Walking over to the charred remains of the 5 men he'd burned the day before, he began wildly smashing with his axe. There wasn't much left from the bonfire, but there were a few bones that now crumbled to ash under his onslaught. It didn't last long, but he felt a little better when it was over. What little remained of the 5 who attacked the fort was now crushed and scattered to the wind. But with this small amount of catharsis came some mental clarity. It wasn't long past noon now, and Leon knew he couldn't stay here. Even if the obelisk was still intact and keeping the wraiths and banshees away, he knew he was still too weak to deal with most of the creatures in the forest. Leon estimated that he wouldn't last a single month in the forest of black and white without Artorias. Leon looked at the lion's fang in his hand again. This was his hunting trophy, and he would wear it proudly. He put the necklace on, and after a brief moment where he glanced at the stone cairn, he quickly went to his house. He grabbed the largest backpack he had and packed a few changes of clothes. Returning to the ice shack, he put enough food to last 3 days in as well. Then, it was on to Artoria's house. His father had far more possessions than Leon, most of them far more valuable as well. The best example of this would be the longsword that had almost never left Artoria's side. Despite its simple and unexceptional look, that sword had been passed down through House Rame for generations, serving mages of all calibers, from 1st-tier novices to 7th-tier titans. Archduke Kairos had given it to Artorias after his first battle, so he could continue to protect the house. Now, it was Leon's turn to take it up. But the sword wasn't all there was, as the books Artorias had were also extraordinarily valuable. Most were historical or cultural texts, books that Artorias had Leon read during their lessons. Others were more practical books on the basics of magic or compilations of legends and myths. Leon examined each and every book, sorting them by importance. By the time he was done and there weren't many books, so he was done fairly quickly, he had chosen 4 to take with. The first was about defensive wards and enchantments, the second was the history and legends of House Rame, but the third and fourth books were untitled and beyond rare. One was a detailed explanation about the enchantments and magical formations devised by House Rame, and the other was an introduction to House Rame's signature lightning magic. Next, Leon took out Artoria's maps. These maps were far more precious than the rest of the books, as they showed the hidden passages through the frozen mountains that had been discovered by the Rame Archdukes, and the Thunder Kings before them, among other things. Leon selected a few choice maps from the collection, one that showed his chosen path south, another was a map of the Great Plateau, one more was of Tira, and the last was of the old palace complex in the city, even showing the location of the private archives. Finally, Leon moved on to the wooden box from under the obelisk. It had a locking enchantment placed upon it, but the lock wasn't even as robust as the locks placed on the doors of the fort. The box was locked more to keep insects away from what was inside the box. But even with that in mind, Leon dispelled the lock with surprising ease. He suspected that Artorias had written the enchantment to allow him to open it. The box was very large, almost big enough for Leon to curl up inside if he wanted. But, oddly enough, there wasn't much within. There was a smaller box that contained 3 metal tubes with 100 silver coins each and a couple of documents. These documents were of the utmost importance for Leon and Artorias, as they were their birth and citizenship records. In addition, Artorias had packed away a card made of gold, with the words, Heaven's Eye, printed on one side, and a string of numbers and letters that Leon couldn't quite make out due to the heavy enchantments placed upon the card. This card would allow its holder to access the accounts and vaults associated with it. Leon decided to give the bank in Tira a look, now that he had the card. He wasn't too worried about them leaking his identity, as even he knew of the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild's reputation. So, into his pack went the books, maps, his birth records, the silver coins, and his golden card, and around his waist went his family's sword. All the other books, maps, and documents went into the chest. Leon was about to lock the chest, but something occurred to him. He went back to the ice shack and grabbed the rest of the lion's fur. He couldn't take the pelt with him, there was still far too much of it for him to be able to spare the room. So, he placed the fur inside of the box. It wouldn't rot away within, and Leon planned to hide the box, so he could return someday and take everything else he couldn't carry. These books and maps were all very rare and valuable, after all, even though they weren't important enough for him to pack. He knew exactly where he would hide the box, too. He walked over to his house, axe in hand. With a few good swings, he cut away some of the wooden planks that made up his floor. The supports and foundation of the house slightly raised it above the ground, but Leon wasn't planning on hiding the box in that crawlspace. Instead, he grabbed a shovel and began to dig. The work went surprisingly quickly. Leon was momentarily confused as to why his body felt so vigorous and energetic, but when he inspected himself on a whim, he realized that his bone marrow was producing mana. He hadn't even noticed in his stupor of the past couple days, but his bones had finally fully adapted to magic, and he had become a 3rd-tier mage. His heart beat in excitement, but he wasn't particularly in the mood to celebrate. So, instead, he turned back to his work, but that small amount of good news was just what he needed to put the spring back in his step. By the time he was done, the hole was about 5 feet deep, and the sun had almost fallen past the mountains in the distance. Leon didn't mind, he'd wanted to get a good night's rest before leaving, anyway. He grabbed the box and placed it down in the hole, then pushed the mound of dirt in his living room over it. Now, he was largely done with his preparations. There was only one more thing he needed to do when morning came, then he could leave. There was no way he could leave before then, though. He couldn't just stay here, either. The wards in the walls could keep the banshees away, but a determined ice wraith could still force its way in. It would take a while for the wraiths to realize that the fort was now vulnerable, but Leon would be long gone by then. This was going to be his last night in the only home he'd ever known. He walked around the fort, burning every detail into his mind. He'd known that he'd eventually leave, but he never thought it would be under such circumstances. A deep melancholy set in, as he finally came to the small pond behind his house. He took off his clothes and jumped in, knowing that it would probably be his last bath for a while. Without realizing it, he fell asleep as he relaxed. He awoke just as the sky was beginning to brighten, and when he realized the time, he moved swiftly. First was breakfast. Some bread, fruits, and dried meat saw his belly filled. Then came the harder part. There was no guarantee that those who sent that kill team here wouldn't send anyone else, so he didn't want to leave anything behind. He ran through the buildings one more time to make sure he wasn't missing anything, then he grabbed his pack, put on his lion's fur coat, and secured Artoria's sword around his waist. On the outside of all 5 buildings in the fort was a small runic circle, placed on the back wall protected by a sliding wood panel, and operated just like the runic circle that destroyed the obelisk. Leon placed his hand within each one in turn for several seconds, channeled some magic into the circles to activate them, then stepped back and waited for the fire runes carved into the foundations to do their thing. It started slowly, just a little bit smoke, but the flames started by the runic circles soon consumed the storage shacks and the 2 houses. The remaining pelts caught alight, and the food in the ice shack became more than a little overcooked. What remained of the storage shack collapsed upon all the tools and spare materials it housed, but Leon didn't care about any of it, as it had all been acquired in Vale Town and was thus of relatively low quality compared to what he would soon see in the south. It took the houses slightly longer to burn, but the flames that spread over them were relentless and they joined the shacks in a conflagration in due time. Leon calmly watched his home burn. His heart wept, but he managed to keep his eyes dry. He glanced at the cairn and steeled himself for the future. He found his mind turned to a conversation he'd had with his father not too long ago. Artorias had told him that he was ready for his mana glyph. This mark would come to represent him, and its creation was not to be taken lightly. Leon knew what he wanted his to be, now. Deep within his soul realm, a dramatic change was happening. Nothing about the island itself was changing, but a small amount of the mists of chaos that surrounded the island were being pulled in towards the throne. The mist gathered, condensing into an extremely bright light. Sensing this event, the Thunderbird very quickly came back, flying out from the mists to watch. After several more moments, the force pulling on the mists lessened, then vanished, allowing the endless mists to be pushed back off the island. But that bright light stayed. It hovered over the throne, occasionally pulsing, but otherwise not doing much else. But the Thunderbird continued to watch with patience. That patience was rewarded, as the ball of light began to form a line of floating runes, then it curved downwards until it formed a simple runic circle. After a few more minutes, the runes finished forming, and the light died down somewhat. The circle floated down and burned itself into the back of the throne. The Thunderbird couldn't help but laugh when he read what it said. I am Leon Rame, son of Artorias and Serana, descendant of the Thunderbird and future king of the heavens. Ha ha ha, yes, I would expect nothing less. The Thunderbird's eyes narrowed in approval, and it beat its wings in happiness. This mana glyph was far simpler than the vast majority, but it perfectly represented Leon. Leon himself had no desire for opulence and luxury, but he wanted to find his mother and avenge his father, but to do those he would need strength. He knew he was far too weak right now, and only by aiming for the absolute peak would Leon find the power he needed, even if he couldn't even fathom what that meant right now. But he would. The Thunderbird couldn't do much more than what it had already done, but it knew that it only had to be patient for Leon to gain the power to come here himself. At that time, the Thunderbird felt it would be much more willing to speak with its descendant than it was when they first met during Leon's bloodline awakening. So, It was with an elated heart that the Thunderbird flew back into the mists, confident that it had its first proper successor since the old Storm King died, over 80,000 years ago. As for Leon, he took one last look at the cairn, then he turned around and descended into the tunnel, leaving the fort behind. The Thunderbird wasn't the only being that had been closely watching over Leon these past few days. On an island at the center of the sea that lay at the heart of Eterna thousands of miles to the south, was an immense stone tower. At the very top of this tower sat a man. There was a look of profound surprise in his eyes after he saw Leon slice open Artoria's chest and leave the golden heartwood seed. Well, this boy is just full of surprises, isn't he? Chapter 37. West, what kind of surprises, master? Asked the apprentice at the top of the stone tower. Well, I never would have guessed that he'd know the proper method of burying someone with a heartwood seed. I'd thought records of that particular ritual had long been forgotten on this plane, unless, the apprentice waited a moment for his master to continue, but the master remained silent. Just when the apprentice was about to ask what the master meant by, unless, the master said, oh well. No use speculating about it now. I'll keep an eye on the boy and if I see anything too concerning, I'll act on it. The apprentice respectfully bowed, then disappeared back into the tower. The master took one last look back north before following. That old hawk isn't speaking to him, is he? That would be the most surprising thing of all. The tunnel leading out of the fort had been flooded when Timotheo's team attempted to sneak through, but it had drained in the days since. Of course, that didn't fix the shattered stone walls, which had begun to sag and were clearly close to collapse. Leon hurried through, but not so fast that he didn't close and lock the inner door. The outer door was still battered and broken from Timotheo's breaking out, but Leon didn't bother fixing it, as he had no time, and it hardly mattered now anyway. He bolted out of the tunnel and kept up his pace as he vanished into the tree line. There was no time to lose, he had to make it to the pass by sundown, or he'd almost certainly be caught and killed by ice wraiths. First was to go north. The divine scar lay between him and the pass, and there was no way he was going to climb down that thing. Leon blazed past the trees and underbrush of the forest, slowing down only to adjust his pack and keep his sword tight around his waist. The bright and vibrant colors of the forest held no interest for him, and he was in too much of a hurry to appreciate them even if they did. But, before he made it far enough north to pass the divine scar, he did come to a full stop once. There was a beast in his way, an enormous monster with pitch-black fur and claws like the sharpest of knives, a black iron bear. Leon wasn't being subtle as he hurtled through the forest, and the bear noticed him before Leon noticed it. Had this been a week prior, Leon might have relished the opportunity to test himself against such a foe, but now, he just wanted to get out of the veil. The bear was busy feasting on a large deer, but it raised its bloody snout and glared at Leon with its tiny red eyes. There was a brief moment of silence where the two just stared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. The bear broke that silence by shambling a few steps towards Leon, pushing itself onto its hind legs, making itself almost 15 feet tall, and gave a roar loud enough to startle smaller animals half a mile away. Leon took the hint and bolted. He turned east and sprinted off deeper into the forest, while the bear turned back to its kill. After that mercifully brief encounter, Leon didn't run into another living thing on his journey. He was making a ton of noise, and anything he might have seen had noticed him first and gave him a wide berth. After heading into the trees for several hundred feet, Leon turned back to the north, until he judged that he had gone far enough, and swung back around to the west. He glanced up. He was making great time. It wasn't even noon yet. When he and Artorias usually made this journey, they went at a much more leisurely pace, but on the other hand, something like the black iron bear might have sensed Artoria's radiant aura and cleared out before laying eyes on the two men. That being said, Leon was still pleased with his progress. But, he didn't slow down. He was a little hungry and getting a little tired, but just the thought of the ice wraiths kept him moving. All this time, he was thinking. He wanted to find out who those men who attacked him were and why they attacked his home, and the best place to start was with Roland, to question him about that man at arms he'd recognized. The problem with that was that if Roland were his enemy, then he would probably be crushed as soon as they met. He was only a third-tier mage, after all, while Roland was at the late 6th tier. Leon still had some doubts as to whether Roland was involved, but he decided not to seek out the paladin for now, at least until he could look the man in the eye as an equal. So then, his objective was to seek power first, and only then would he pursue answers. There were a few possibilities in that respect. Artorias had often spoken about the gladiator fights in the southern arenas, which might be one way for Leon to train and gain strength. The thing that gave Leon pause about that was the style. He wasn't too comfortable with fame and attention, so he decided against that for now. He could sign on with a magical guild. They might be willing to finance his training, but they could also expect quite a bit of work out of him in return. There were few guilds that wouldn't accept a 16-year-old third-tier mage, but Leon knew that his gains would be minor until he had spent a good deal of time with the guild and built up plenty of trust. This would tie him down to the guild, and wouldn't give him enough time or authority for him to find out who sent those men. This left his last option, joining the Knight Academy. He was still young enough to join, and more than strong enough already to graduate. If he were to be knighted by the Bull Kingdom, he could relatively easily gain the strength and influence he needed to investigate his enemies and pursue his revenge. Leon smiled in anticipation as he ran through the forest. His father had told him enough stories and made him read enough books that Leon had always fantasized about being a knight, especially when he was a child. Now, he might just make good on those fantasies. No, he decided that he would make good on them. Leon just had to think about the possibility and he was already sold on the idea. He would go south and sign up at the Knight Academy. With his short-term goal decided on, Leon became excited and picked up the pace. Fortunately, he arrived at the mountain pass with no difficulties and time to spare. The sun was still well above the mountains, but Leon's muscles were starting to give out. Leon released some of his stored magic out from his heart, turning it into mana, and allowed it to feed his muscles, relieving his fatigue. He walked a good ways into the pass, finding the same place that he'd stayed with the knights when they had passed through, and laid down. Here, with the mountains surrounding him, the sun had already set, but there was no danger that creatures of the Vale would venture out into the pass. So, after a quick meal, Leon fell asleep. The pass was still dark when he awoke, but the sky was already turning blue. He didn't screw around, wolfing down a few pieces of bread and dried meat for breakfast, then immediately taking off. This leg of the journey wound up being quite uneventful. It was just a straight shot west and following the first road he encountered northwest all the way to Vale Town. Just like last time, word was brought back to the longhouse when he was spotted by the warriors on watch. There was some confusion as to why he was back so soon, and why Artorias wasn't with him, but Thorfinn loved Leon like his own nephew and prepared for his arrival. Sure enough, Leon walked through his doors just in time for an early dinner. "Little lion, welcome, come on in, you have great timing, we were just getting ready for dinner." Thorfinn clapped Leon on the shoulder and led him to his table. The merchants and other warriors in the longhouse shouted and raised their mugs and mead horns in welcome, as well. Everyone here was fairly familiar with Leon's behavior, so his lack of expression or speech as he followed Thorfinn didn't strike any of them as odd. Thorfinn himself was his usual jolly self and didn't pay enough attention to Leon to realize anything, either. When they had sat down, Thorfinn waved over some servants and had them bring Leon some food and mead. "So, what brings you so far away from home?" Thorfinn asked good-naturedly. Leon barely touched the food brought to him. He just looked back at Thorfinn's face, flushed from the mead he'd been drinking, and said in a deadpan manner, "My father is dead." Silence broke out over the entire hall, as despite a few other conversations happening, Leon's statement still shocked everyone present. Thorfinn froze as well. "What?" he asked quietly. Leon's expression didn't change, and Thorfinn quickly realized that he was being deadly serious, that Artorias was truly no longer in the land of the living. What happened?" he asked Leon incredulously. 5 men attacked us a few days ago. Dad killed them, but they stabbed him with a poisoned dagger. Tried to heal him, but Leon trailed off there, and his gaze drifted to the floor. A battle between anger and sadness erupted on Thorfinn's face, but he still placed a slightly shaking hand on Leon's shoulder and said, "Little lion, Thorfinn paused to choke back some tears, then continued. "You are always welcome in my hall. Before we continue, why don't you get some food in you?" Thorfinn gestured to the roasted chicken, baked potatoes, and freshly baked bread in front of Leon. The younger man nodded and slowly began picking at his dinner. Silence continued to reign in the hall, while Leon ate and Thorfinn processed this information. Artorias was his best friend, a man who came to his aid when the Red Crow tribe was ravaging his lands, a man who was like a brother to him. But Thorfinn was ultimately a 5th-tier mage who was quite used to death, so he managed to Control his grief. He knew he'd be spending this night in the nearby Sky Temple, praying for the Thunderbirds to guide his brother to the Sky Mother. Leon didn't attack his food with his usual gusto, but he was still finished quite quickly, as Torfin was still lost in thought. He politely gave Torfin some time, and after a few more minutes, the chief turned back to Leon. So, what's your plan now, little lion? Going south. I intend to join the Knight Academy. I'm too weak to seek answers or revenge right now, and enrolling in the Knight Academy sounds like a good way to gain strength. I'll need that strength if I want to find whoever sent those men and cut them in half. Leon said in an even tone, though his voice turned very hateful by the end. You know, you could always stay here. There isn't a man among my warriors who would ever sell you out to some southern bastard who comes north. I know. Still, have to go. Won't get revenge if I don't. Despite the simplicity of his replies, Torfin could see the determination in Leon's eyes. He wasn't going to convince him to stay. He recognized that look from Artorias whenever he made up his mind to do something. When do you plan on leaving? You could wait a little while. Many of our merchants are preparing to go south to sell their silk grass in anticipation of our alliance with the bulls being renewed, and you could accompany them. I want to leave tomorrow. And I'd rather travel alone. I don't know those merchants, I don't want to travel at their pace, and I don't want to go through Clear Ice Fortress. But, I'd like to ask for your help with supplies. Of course, you are my brother's son, how could I not? But, how do you plan on crossing the frozen mountains if not by going past clear ice? Torfin waved as he waited for an answer, and another servant hurried up. Just tell him how much food you need, and he'll see that you get it by morning. Thank you, Leon said curtly. He spoke a few words to the servant and turned back to an expectant Torfin. I know a hidden path through the mountains. My father and I took it a few years ago to visit the Great Plateau. Torfin nodded, with a slightly more relieved expression. If Leon was familiar with the path, and if it was one that Artorias had shown him, then that was enough. With all that said, he threw his arm around Leon in a fatherly manner. Little lion, you will always be welcome in my hall. Should you ever need anything, remember that you have friends in the brown bears. Now, let's drink to the memory of the Wraith Killer, and celebrate his life. Torfin raised his mead, all the others in the longhouse somberly raised their cups to join their chief, and Leon followed suit. None were particularly in the mood for celebration, as Artorias had always been a friend to their people, but the brown bears weren't given to mourning in public, so they drank. It would be a quiet few weeks in the longhouse after this, for sure. Leon, for his part, didn't partake in the drinking very much. After less than an hour, he excused himself and went to bed. Just as Torfin promised, when he woke up, enough food had been brought to him to last almost 2 weeks. It was so much, in fact, that he had some trouble fitting it all into his pack. But, after almost half an hour, he finally had everything packed and ready to go. He met Torfin as he left the longhouse, thanked him for his hospitality, and continued on his journey south. Chapter 38. The Prison in the Mountains. Leon departed from Vale Town early in the morning. Torfin watched as the young man quickly walked out of the longhouse and down the hill, and hoped he would be all right. He didn't have any specifics, but he knew that without Artorias, Leon no longer had any family to rely upon. He was very tempted to accompany Leon, to make sure his best friend's son was safe, but he had a tribe of thousands to look after, and he couldn't just leave them. Leon much preferred going off on his own, though, as his time in the Forest of Black and White had made him someone who wasn't very comfortable around other people. So, down that hill he went, through the streets, past the merchants haggling over the silk grass they were gathering to bring south, and straight out of Vale Town. After a few hours had passed, and he had put some good distance between himself and Vale Town, Leon pulled out his map. 5 years ago, Artorias had taken him south through a cave system that ran straight through the frozen mountains, connecting the Great Plateau to this vale. He did have maps that gave him 3 other choices, including going through clear ice, but this was the route that Leon planned to take, as it was the one he was most familiar with. His route had him following the road south for several more hours, turning eastward as he entered the forest that surrounded the central plain. He made camp as the sun fell and kept going the following morning. He guessed that it might take the rest of the day to make it to the mountains, and maybe another to find the right cave entrance. The mountains in that area were absolutely pockmarked with caves, but he was confident that he would remember the correct one. Things went about as expected. with Leon arriving at the foot of the mountains by nightfall. The next day, he began his search. The environment was rocky and very uninviting, as the forest ended hundreds of feet from the base of the mountains. There was one mountain in particular that he remembered climbing 5 years ago, so that's the one he made for. The ground was broken and rather unstable, with small rocks frequently sliding out from under his feet as he made his way up. There were a few caves on the way up, but he didn't stop. Those were far too big for them to be the entrance he sought. He didn't need to go too far up, only about a quarter mile, an easy task for a third-tier mage. The slope became steeper as he ascended, eventually requiring him to climb with hands and feet, and he slowed considerably. But, not long after midday, he finally located his cave. It was about 100 feet up a sheer stone cliff, with very few handholds, but ending in what could only be described as a large platform about as large as the platform he was on when he awoke his bloodline just at the mouth of the cave. This was the part Leon was most worried about because when they had gotten to this point last time, the then 6th tier Artorias had decided to pick Leon up and jump straight to the platform. Without his father there, Leon was forced to make the climb. As he was a 3rd tier mage, Leon was able to jump about 30 feet. He attempted to display this ability, but the boulder he was standing on rolled out from under him. Leon floundered in the air, just barely grabbing onto a rocky protrusion about 15 feet up and preventing him falling back down. The boulder rolled back down the mountain, disturbing other rocks and boulders and causing them to fall. Leon grit his teeth as he watched this cascade into a small avalanche, crashing down into the forest with a deafening roar. Leon took a deep breath and turned his eyes back skyward. It was a hard climb, with handholds he reached out for giving out under his weight twice. But, after about a quarter of an hour, Leon pulled himself over the edge of the platform and found himself at the mouth of the cave. Taking a few minutes to rest, Leon walked confidently into the cave. The entrance wasn't that big, only just big enough for Leon to enter without tucking in his extremities. The air grew colder as he advanced. It was nice and warm out in the sun, but that heat died out not too far from the cave entrance. Leon continued on despite the chill, tightening his coat without missing a step. The heat wasn't the only thing that disappeared the further in he went, with the light vanishing soon after. This didn't affect Leon all that much, as he could channel enough mana to his eyes that he could see. His vision wasn't as clear as it would be outside, but he wasn't stumbling around blind. The tunnel grew larger further in, to the point that Leon began having trouble seeing the walls and ceiling. About 500 feet in, the floor began to gently decline, so Leon was walking down into the mountain, rather than through it. The last time he was here, he wasn't strong enough to see. Artorias had to conjure a constant stream of lightning in his hand to use a makeshift torch so Leon wouldn't trip on any loose rocks. Leon smiled bitterly as he remembered Artorias' mostly helpful but also slightly mocking smile when Leon had finally admitted he needed the help to see. The cold grew worse. There was frost on the walls, and even the occasional patch of ice on the floor. The ceiling had faded from view, but not too much, as Leon could see icy stalactites looming out of the darkness. Half a mile in, Leon came to a fork in the cave, with 3 paths ahead of him. He knew from the map that the path on his left hit a dead end several hundred feet in, while the path directly ahead of him continued down into the depths of the mountain. The path on his right was the one he wanted. It also continued further down, but would eventually even out and give him nearly a straight shot right through the frozen mountains. The tunnel was so straight, in fact, that Artorias had theorized that the entire cave system had been man-made. So, down the right path he went. This tunnel was much narrower than before, like a side passage as opposed to the main hallway. The slope eventually evened out about a mile in, just as Leon knew it would. But, Leon started to get a bad feeling as he went. This tunnel wasn't in the best of conditions when he was here last, but the walls and floors looked positively dreadful now, with innumerable cracks running throughout the stone. The air was getting colder, too, far colder than what Leon remembered. A few hundred feet later, Leon found out why. Shit, he muttered, as he stared at the cave-in. Large chunks of stone and ice now barred his way forward, completely blocking off the tunnel. He wasn't stupid enough to try and move some of it, as that could easily cause other cave-ins, but there wasn't much else to do. He pulled out the map again. There wasn't any other way through marked on it, and if he wanted to find another way through the frozen mountains without going past Clear Ice Fortress, he would need to go all the way back to the ruins of the fort in the Forest of Black and White and unearth the other buried maps. Leon walked back a comfortable distance from the cave-in, and sat down, leaning against the wall. He scoured the map, looking for anything. Nothing jumped out at him, so he pulled out his map of the Great Plateau, to see if there was anything there that could help. All he saw on there was clear ice. He sighed. There was no way he was getting through here. The cave-in obviously showcased this tunnel's structural instability, and he had no idea how far down the cave-in went. He was far too weak to just go through the frozen mountains on his own. There were a great many monsters of snow and ice that would just love to devour a warm-blooded young man, assuming he didn't just freeze first. Leon looked back at the map again. He didn't see anything obvious, but something did catch his eye. Back at the fork in the tunnel, there was another path that led deeper into the mountains than the one he took. His map didn't show where that path went, it just stopped. There was a very old rune next to it and a messily written note next to that. The note simply said what he already knew, that the tunnel led deep into the mountain. But that rune, he knew that was something else. Near the exit on the other side of the frozen mountains was another fork in the tunnel, but that only had two available paths. One led to the exit, and out of the tunnel, but the other was the same as the tunnel on this side. It clearly descended into the mountain and ended with the same rune. Leon struggled to remember the meaning of this particular rune. Artorias had made him study runes, especially since Leon had an interest in enchantments, but it was mostly the modern runes that he studied. Modern runes are similar to an alphabet, with only several dozen runes in total, but each rune having a corresponding sound that can string together in various patterns to form words, which are better described as glyphs. These glyphs are utterly incomprehensible to anyone unfamiliar with the language of enchantments, but those who practice the enchanting arts can even speak these glyphs out loud. In fact, most of the written alphabets in Eterna were based at least partially on these runes. On the other hand, much older runes like the ones seen on this map represent ideas or concepts rather than sounds. As a result, these runes could be far more powerful when used for enchantments, but also far more limited. They could be identified by their distinctive series of wedge-shaped scratches and bore little resemblance to modern runes and letters. For example, the enchantment placed upon the training sword Leon used to spar with Artorias that glowed in accordance with the magic Leon channeled into it was made with the newer, more common runes. There are several different runic glyphs that can make that particular enchantment, not unlike using multiple spellings for the same word. To do the same thing with ancient runes would require a specific rune, and if that rune wasn't known, then the enchanter is out of luck. With all that in mind, it makes sense that Leon couldn't remember every single ancient rune he'd seen in Artorias' textbooks, but the one he saw on his map was certainly very familiar. He'd seen it before, he knew it. He sat and pondered it for a while. He figured that the implication here was that these tunnels both went down into the mountain towards the same place, which could potentially mean a way through, bypassing this cave-in. Leon wasn't that eager to go down there, however, as he still couldn't remember what the rune meant. It wasn't death, he knew that one. It wasn't any of the 7 elements of magic, as he knew all those as well. He stood back up. There was little point in staying here, and he was getting a little cold despite his coat, so he started walking back to the tunnel fork, where it was warmer. But what was that rune? Leon could just kick himself for not bringing along his book with ancient enchantments, but he had left it in the sealed box he had buried, alongside those other maps. Leon glanced down at the map again, examining the rune again. Box. No, that's not it. Locked. I think, something to do with locks. Box and lock. Lock and box. Safe. Vault. He mulled it over for a few minutes until it finally struck him like lightning. Prison. The rune meant prison. But, a prison for what, he wondered. Chapter 39. The prison in the mountains. Leon walked all the way back to the fork in the tunnel. His route forward was blocked and going all the way back wasn't an option. The only way was to continue further down into the mountains, towards this prison. He hesitated, for a moment, thinking that maybe going through Clear Ice Fortress wasn't that bad of an idea after all. But, he stomped down those thoughts. Clear ice is the only way through the frozen mountains that is commonly known, and those men who killed his father would have had to come through it. They might have friends waiting for them to return, perhaps even the paladin Roland. Leon wasn't going to take the risk of going south by the common path. Yes, going the road less traveled was far safer. Or at least, that's what he kept telling himself as he took a step down this tunnel, going deeper into the mountain range. The entrance to these tunnels was very narrow, just big enough for Leon to enter without squeezing, but it grew larger as it descended. The collapsed passageway, however, hadn't followed this trend. It was of uniform size for several dozen miles, all the way to where it joined the exit tunnel. But Leon noticed that this passage he was now walking down did continue getting larger. His limited ability to see put him on edge. The edges of the tunnel faded out into the gloom, and he had long since lost sight of the ceiling. Living in the forest of black and white had given Leon some backbone. He didn't run away easily when anxious. But this tunnel was certainly making it difficult to stick to that record, as its oppressive silence and lack of light were getting to him. His eyes darted around, his heart beat like crazy, and the only thing he could hear was the blood rushing through his head and his footsteps echoing in the immense hall. Eventually, it grew so dark that Leon began walking alongside one of the walls, so he wouldn't get lost in this gargantuan passage. He could barely make out what was on the map, but the map only followed this tunnel for several miles before ending with the prison room anyways. After about an hour of careful walking, Leon had gone past the last point marked on the map, but the tunnel continued going deeper and deeper into the earth. He did eventually start to calm down, but as his heart rate slowed, he stumbled. He couldn't even see the floor in front of him, even with mana constantly supplying his eyes with magic power, and the floor had suddenly evened out. He had expected the gentle ramp to continue, but when his feet hit flat ground sooner than expected, he almost lost his balance. With the more even tunnel floor, Leon's anxiety deepened. He figured he was probably close to whatever this prison was. The temperature grew warmer as he kept moving. As a third-tier mage, he went largely unaffected by more extreme temperatures, but after another half-mile or so, he had to stop and take off his coat. A few minutes after getting going again, Leon noticed his surroundings getting a little brighter. A very dim light was being emitted from what looked to be a wall a few hundred feet onwards. He could just barely see that embedded in this wall was a narrow trapezoidal plate about twice as tall as he was. Set in the middle of this plate was the source of the dim light, a softly glowing red runic circle. Leon closely examined the runic circle and quickly determined that it was meant to open something. Judging by its placement, Leon figured the metal plate was a door and would be opened by the runic circle. There was nothing else around that he could see, just the same smooth stone of the tunnel. Seeing nothing else he could do other than turn around and leave, Leon hesitantly placed his hand against the runic circle. There was a bright flash that left Leon blinded for a moment. He quickly jumped backward, straining with his ears to hear anything, but there was nothing to be heard. The tunnel was still as silent as ever, and when his eyes recovered, he noticed that the plate had disappeared. In its place was another tunnel, this one more obviously artificial as it was made entirely of the same shiny gray metal as the plate. This passageway had the same trapezoid shape as the plate, with the ceiling and floor being parallel, but the floor was slightly wider than the ceiling. Leon could sense an incredible amount of magic power flowing through the walls. This prison clearly had a great many enchantments worked into its foundations. It was a little brighter in the passageway, but not so much that Leon lowered his guard. He was comforted by being able to see the walls again, though. He took a deep breath and stepped through the open door. He regretted it immediately, as he looked back after a few steps and found that the door had silently reappeared behind him. Leon's heart sank, and he began searching the door for some way to open it from the inside. Not finding anything, he took to trying to force the door open, but to no avail. His measly third-tier strength didn't even make a dent in the metal plate, not even when he drew his family's longsword and took a few swings in desperation. Fortunately, the sword was completely unblemished, but so too was the door. Leon sighed and sat down by the door. He needed a moment to collect himself, not to mention he was very hungry and tired. He had a quick meal while watching the door. There were no runic circles on the inside, and none appeared while he was waiting, which only made Leon start to panic. He forced himself to calm down, slowing his breathing and closing his eyes. He crossed his legs and began to meditate. For the first time, Leon stopped concentrating on the door and focused on the magic in this place. He was startled. There was an enormous amount of magic flowing through the walls of this passageway, far more than he had initially sensed when the door had opened. He meditated for a few more minutes to finish bringing his heart rate back down, then stood up. The magic he sensed was flowing like a river deeper into this prison. The door wasn't going to budge, and if there was going to be any way out, he would only find it by going further in. Leon was far more on edge here than he was in the cave tunnel. This passageway was brighter, and he could see much farther, but he was also trapped in here. He suspected there was some kind of sound-dampening enchantment in the walls because, despite the smoothness of the walls and floor, his footsteps didn't echo. The passageway was dead silent, and this silence weighed down on him, pushing him further into paranoia. This passageway wasn't nearly as long as the cave tunnels, ending in another door after only a quarter of a mile. Unlike the door at the entrance, this one was clearly not in any working order. There was no runic circle to open it, but the right half had been ripped and torn outwards like some imprisoned beast had forced its way to freedom. Leon hopped through this twisted hole and found himself in an empty atrium of sorts, that led into two more long passageways on his left and right. The halls still retained their trapezoidal shape but also had numerous other doors on the sides. There was little indication of where he should go from here, but the magic he sensed was flowing to the right, so that's the way Leon went. Along the way, he poked his head into a few of these other doors, as fortunately they still had functioning runic circles. A few were locked, but those he could enter were largely empty. There were one or two that had gray metal boxes strewn haphazardly around, but they held nothing within. Most of these rooms had a bathroom as well, and Leon found the water enchantments in the toilets and baths still functional after a little experimentation. Leon frowned. This prison didn't seem particularly prison-like, with home-like amenities that still worked. Why is this place so abandoned? Could it have to do with the giant hole in that door? If this was a prison, did whatever the builders were guarding escape? But speculation wasn't going to get him very far. There weren't any books or other writings that could give a clue, so he simply pressed on. After about 500 feet, the passageway forked again, this time giving him 3 options to choose from. Again, Leon calmed himself and felt the way the magic in the place was flowing. It was going down the left passage, so that was the way he went. This hallway ended in another door, this one locked up tight. There was a runic circle to open it, but it didn't respond to Leon's attempts to activate it. He spent another half an hour there, trying to open the door. All the magic he could sense was being funneled through it, so he knew that there was something important behind the door. He sighed. He was very tired now. It was probably around midnight, but being so far underground, he could only guess at the time. Leon turned around and walked away from the door. He needed rest, and he began searching through the multitude of other halls and doors, looking for someplace decent to catch a few hours of sleep. He quickly found that this place wasn't laid out in any way that made sense. The halls and rooms kept looping back into one another, creating a maze that he very quickly got lost in. There were even a few times where he intended to walk in a circle, taking 5 rights or lefts, and finding himself far away from where he intended. Needless to say, he quickly became lost. The only thing he could sense that anchored himself was the flow of magic, constantly surging through the walls and back towards that locked door. Finally, after perhaps an hour or so of wandering through the empty halls, Leon found a large ornate door, covered in a golden mural with a golden bird set in the very middle. The runic circle to open the door was placed directly below the bird as if clutched in its talons as it spread its wings to take flight. Leon opened this door and found a vastly different hallway. Where he had previously only found empty and unadorned rooms, likely living quarters, meeting rooms, and lounges before they were cleared out, he now found someplace that wasn't empty. A purple carpet covered the floor, so thick Leon almost bounced off. The bottom corners of the hallway burned with a bright white flame, illuminating the entire place, and nearly blinding Leon until he hurriedly stopped channeling magic into his eyes. This white light from the flame hit the enchanted angled walls in such a way as to form pictures of light, hovering just off the walls. These pictures depicted valiant warriors, triumphant kings, great cities, and radiant gods, all so real Leon almost thought they weren't just enchanted projections. Leon took a minute to marvel at the scene before him, but eventually, he noticed the only other door in the hall, down at the other end. He quickly came over and opened it, revealing a splendidly decorated room, with the same light decorations as the hall, and with the furniture still present. Immaculate couches, chairs, tables, a desk, several display cases, and in the very center of the room, a luxurious bed that Leon wanted nothing more than to collapse into. The only thing that stopped him from doing so was the chair directly behind the desk over in the corner of the room, and the skeleton that still sat on it. The skeleton was slumped down far enough that Leon didn't notice it at first, but once he did, he froze for a second, then walked over to it. Given the state of the room, Leon guessed that this was the skeleton of the person in charge of this prison. He had to admit, though, that he was starting to doubt his translation of the rune, as he hadn't found anything that resembled prison cells, so far. He gently moved the chair, inspecting the skeleton and desk for any clues as to what happened here. And find something he did, in the form of a small rolled-up scroll in the bony hand of the skeleton. After carefully extracting it, Leon unfurled the scroll. The kingdom has suffered a great catastrophe. The exalted Storm King has fallen, or so the reports indicate, and so all the warriors we brought with us to this plane have been recalled by the princes, to seek vengeance. We have also been specifically ordered to end the experiment, but our guests cannot be released and expected to accept a simple apology. My warriors will go to our princes, but I will stay, to maintain the wards. We can ill afford to add to our list of enemies in this moment of crisis. There was nothing more. Leon frowned. Most of what was written he didn't understand, but he knew that he guessed right, and this person was the one in charge. The rest he would mull over in the morning after he had gotten some sleep and searched the rest of the room. But he had no idea that something was stirring, in the deepest levels of this place. Someone has found this place, it said. Chapter 40. The prison in the mountains 3. The being in the deepest reaches of the prison had been there for a great many centuries, since long before the prison had been abandoned. In fact, the prison had been built for the specific purpose of containing it and some of its brethren. The men who captured it had wanted something from it. They had wanted it so badly that they had imprisoned it in this remote place, but it had been so long that the being couldn't quite recall what they had asked it for. Perhaps its memory would return when it had shaken off the last bits of sleep. But what had awoken it in the first place? The being looked around in confusion. Its surroundings were no different from when it had last opened its eyes over 10,000 years ago. But it had definitely woken up for a reason, it was at least certain of that. Several more groggy minutes passed while the thing analyzed its current situation until it finally found what had disturbed its sleep. There was a faint clanging sound resounding throughout the room, that of a very distant sword striking against a wall, to the best of its knowledge. The sound was nearly imperceptible, so much so that almost anyone else wouldn't have heard a thing. But this being's senses were sharp indeed, and the millennia of silence and isolation had made it very sensitive to strange noises in the complex above. It summoned all the power it still possessed and tried to peer through the wards holding it in place. It didn't have much power left, most of it had been sapped away by its restraints, but the wards were incredibly ancient and had long since begun to fail, so its magic senses slipped past with little difficulty. Despite this, the being couldn't help but sigh in dejection. It had truly fallen far, as everything holding it down had decayed to the point that it would have been able to easily rip and tear it all apart if it were still in its prime. Its magic senses shot through this lowest level and began rising up, permeating the entire prison complex. It took some time, especially since the being was still so weak from its long slumber, but it eventually caught sight of Leon, following the flow of magic towards the first of the doors sealing off this level. It didn't believe its own magic senses, at first. It had been down here so long that it no longer quite trusted itself to see the truth. Hallucinations are rarely so obvious, after all. It watched Leon try to open the door several times, to no avail, and turn around to search the rest of the prison's living quarters. Leon poked around the meeting halls, the cleaned-out library, the still and silent living spaces. Leon was fairly thorough, stopping to check out every unlocked door he passed, but not exactly going through every deserted room with a fine-tooth comb, either. Eventually, Leon arrived at the entrance to the prison lord's chambers. The opening of that door with the golden mural slightly altered the flow of magic within the prison. It wasn't enough for Leon to notice, but the being watching most certainly did. It was left shocked, as it finally began to entertain the possibility that Leon wasn't just a figment of its imagination. It watched Leon closer, examining each and every wisp of magic that was emitted by the young man. It was left exhausted from the exertion, but it considered it completely worth it, as it gave it a chance to finally escape from this accursed place. Someone has found this place, it said to itself. Leon was real. It doubted its senses no longer. The strain of using its magic senses for so long and from such a distance had left it unable to communicate with Leon, but the last thing it saw before it needed to rest was Leon settling into the prison lord's bed, so it knew it had some time. It withdrew its magic senses and began to consciously build up its magic reserves, getting ready to speak with someone for the first time in dozens of millennia. Leon slept wonderfully that night. The prison lord had a taste for the finer things, and his bed was something he had particularly obsessed over. It was so big that Leon almost lost himself in it, and so soft that he sank down quite deep. He had never been so comfortable in his entire life. The soft sheets, the warm covers, and especially the fluffy pillows were all things he had never once thought about. Artorias had told him so many things about the luxuries enjoyed by the rich South, but beds were never something he had spoken of, and consequently, were never something Leon had considered. After a lifetime of sleeping in forests, or on hard wooden beds with not but a few layers of fur, this bed felt almost life-changing. Leon slept for a long time. He badly needed the rest, and despite how tense he had been the previous day, he now woke with a huge smile on his face. He really needed to get a bed like this for himself as soon as he could. That smile grew wider as he anticipated what new things he would find when he reached Tira. His smile faltered a little when he remembered the maze he was currently trapped in, but he was confident he could find a way out. Leon enjoyed laying there for a few more minutes, then pulled himself out of bed. There was a bath in the corner, but he was very disappointed to find the enchantments powering it were too decayed to use. He couldn't see anything he could use to cook with, either, though he figured someone important enough to have a room like this would have had servants bring him food from a separate kitchen. Thus, he could only snack on some bread and dried meat for breakfast. Just as he finished eating and was about to continue going through the room, looking for a map of the prison or anything else useful, he froze. He felt a shiver run down his spine, and it felt like something was staring through him. For a moment he hoped he was just being paranoid, but that moment passed when he heard a voice in his head. Hello. This voice was very peculiar. Far too deep to be human, and slightly resonant, like there were one or two more people who were saying the same words very quietly at the same time. One of these quieter voices sounded feminine, but the Ma'an voice was quite masculine, so Leon assumed it to be male. Leon spun around when he heard, his eyes darting around trying to find anything that might look like the thing speaking to him. Of course, he saw nothing, and the voice continued. It seems, you can hear me, you needn't be afraid. The voice seemed oddly breathless, as well as if speaking wasn't something that came naturally, and it had to exert itself to form the words. I believe that we can help each other. We are both trapped. Leon relaxed a little, but still kept one hand on the sword at his waist and decided to try responding. Who are you? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. My name is Xaphan. Xaphan, okay. You said we could help each other. What did you mean? Leon knew that this Xaphan was undoubtedly much stronger than he was if he could speak directly into his mind. He didn't think he could be of much help to someone strong enough to do that, but it would still be wise to step lightly. We are trapped here together. I can't move, but I know this place. You could free me and yourself at the same time, with my guidance. Could you be more specific when you say trapped? Leon still remembered that the rune used to describe this place was prison, and the skeleton in the corner had given his life to stay and maintain the enchantments in this place. Of course, Xaphan knew this wasn't going to be so easy. But he also wasn't averse to telling the truth, or at least, he felt that lying wouldn't do him much good in the long run. I am imprisoned here, in the lowest cells. Leon frowned slightly when he heard this. Xaphan seemed to notice, though, and continued, I understand your hesitation. I would hesitate, too, in your place, so I will offer a token of sincerity. Leon felt a slight pressure between his eyes and a very brief twinge of pain. He almost shouted in anger, but then he felt like he could see all the rooms and hallways in the prison. This only lasted a moment, but the layout of this place stayed lodged in his mind. I have given you the map of this place. In the very center of the third floor is the control room. That is where you will want to go. Again, Leon frowned. In that map given to him, he now knew where the exit was, assuming the map was correct. It seemed to be accurate, from what little he could remember of how he had gotten here, and he could presumably just leave now if that were the case. Of course, that would put him in a very awkward situation with Xaphan. But his frown didn't escape Xaphan's notice this time, either. You can't leave. You can see the way out, but you can't leave yet. See for yourself. I can wait. I have waited for so long. What's a few more hours? That certainly made Leon feel guilty, but he was absolutely going to check on this exit before doing anything else. He grabbed all of his things, and very cautiously exited the room, casting one last look back at the bed as the door closed behind him. Xaphan didn't continue to speak as Leon made his way through the halls. Leon felt that talking was very difficult for this guy, and he was more comfortable traveling in silence, so he didn't press it. Besides, if things turned out like Xaphan had said, they would have plenty of time to talk later. It took a bit longer than the few hours that Xaphan had predicted, as Leon was moving slowly and was constantly on the lookout for any potential traps, but he eventually arrived at the exit. In the process, he decided to place at least some trust in the map Xaphan had given him. It had led him to the door, after all. Along the way, he had even learned why the halls were so confusing and seemed to loop back into each other without overlapping. This complex used spatial gateway enchantments, essentially teleportation magic, in lieu of stairs or magic lifts, and they were set into the walls so subtly that Leon hadn't noticed when he'd walked through them. Unfortunately, with the state the complex was in, many of these gateways had ceased to function, leaving the hallways leading into them dead ends. When Leon had concluded to the best of his ability that there were no traps waiting for him, he crept forward to examine the exit hallway. He knew that this was indeed the exit, as it was incredibly similar to the way he had used to enter the prison. The air was getting colder, returning to a more normal temperature, but Leon had adapted to the higher temperature inside the prison and shivered a little. There was another door blocking the tunnel out, and just like back at the other exit, it seemed like something had forced its way through in an effort to escape. The difference here was that there was a clean hole, like something had cut a perfect circle through the doorway rather than torn through like an animal. Climbing through this hole, Leon found the piece that had been cut out still lying on the floor on the other side. A quick jaunt down the long tunnel had Leon at an identical metal plate blocking him from leaving as the other exit. Just like the day before, Leon searched high and low for a runic circle to open the door, but again, couldn't find anything. He gave the plate a few noncommittal pushes, but it was enough for him to know that he wasn't going to get anywhere trying to force it open. He sighed and turned around to head back inside. "Hey Xaphan, can you hear me?" he called out. Yes, perhaps he could find a way out on his own, but Leon decided to at least hear out what Xaphan had in mind when he'd said they could help each other. "What's your plan?" Chapter 41. The Prison in the Mountains IV, what's your plan? Asked Leon. "Come closer, then explain." Leon frowned. Xaphan's voice had been extremely weak from the start, but now he could barely hear him. He jogged back into the labyrinthine halls of the prison from the locked exit. He followed the flow of magic in the walls, and after about half an hour found himself again in front of the sealed door down which all the magic disappeared. He was almost certain that Xaphan was somewhere through this door, and that this was as close to him as he could get. "Thank you, this communication technique is exhausting, seems quite useful, though." "It is indeed. Perhaps I will teach it to you, should you help release me. Speaking of which, your plan. You must go to the central enchantment hub. There, you can unlock these doors." "Why do these doors need to be unlocked? Couldn't I just unlock the exit instead?" "No, this prison was built for me and those like me. The exit is locked because all the magic here is being used to contain me. Release me, and the doors will unlock him." Leon didn't quite believe Xaphan, but his explanation did make sense. If the doors were simply locked, then there would still be runic circles on the inside of the exits. But that still left something he was curious about. If there isn't enough magic left powering these enchantments to open the doors, then how was I able to enter in the first place? The enchantments outside are for emergencies, like critical magic depletion. In the main magic crystal powering this prison, the door still works, but the enchantments needed to open from the inside don't. What? Why the hell are the doors designed that way? Why aren't there emergency door openers on the inside? Wouldn't that make more sense? This is a prison, not a fortress. Leon frowned. He had to admit that Xaphan had a point. A prison is supposed to keep something in, rather than everything else out. If a prisoner got loose, or the enchantments couldn't be powered anymore, then the doors would lock and the prison lord could wait for reinforcements. He supposed he could understand that attitude, though it didn't diminish his anger. Leon sighed. No matter how angry he might be at the design choices the architects of this prison made, he couldn't change them. He simply has to deal with what's in front of him. "So, this enchantment hub, where is it?" Rather hearing a response from Xaphan, Leon felt the slight twinge of pain in between his eyes again, and the map of the prison complex appeared before his eyes. He felt his attention being called towards a large circular room in the center of the bottom floor. With a quick scan through the map, Leon decided on the best route, bypassing a few non-functional gateways, and promptly turned around and started walking. Can I take this to mean you will help me? Up until this point, Xaphan's resonant voice had been largely emotionless, with an even tone and as measured a cadence as he could manage. In fact, if Leon had to describe Xaphan, he would have said he sounded defeated and resigned to his fate. But with this one question, Leon heard something a little different. He wasn't too experienced dealing with other people, but he felt that it sounded a little hopeful now. Still thinking about it, Leon was inclined to release Xaphan, but he wanted to save the final decision for when he could look Xaphan in the eye. He continued walking through the seemingly endless hallways of the prison in silence. Xaphan didn't disturb him, he needed to save his magic power. As he walked, he analyzed the map Xaphan had given him. The top floor looked like offices and enough living quarters for thousands of people, while the second floor down held larger rooms, like meeting halls in the prison lord's chambers. The third floor seemed to be the nerve center of the prison, with armories and the enchantment hub. Leon was looking forward to exploring these armories, but when he arrived a while later, he found them all cleaned out. This made sense, as if even the living quarters were empty, then the weapons were most certainly gone. The only place left for him to see was the enchantment hub. He quickly made his way there, and found himself in front of an intimidating door, with a bright flashing red runic circle at chest level. Leon tapped the circle, which promptly vanished with a short arcane ring. Leon waited in front of the door long enough to start getting nervous, thinking that it wouldn't open when he felt a rumbling beneath his feet. A crack appeared at the top of the door, releasing an incredibly bright light, and the door slowly sank into the floor. The room beyond was so bright that Leon had to close his eyes and stop magically enhancing his eyes in order to not be blinded. When he opened his eyes, he saw an enormous cavern, perhaps a quarter-mile in diameter and perfectly spherical, with a comparatively small platform in the exact center. The walls were covered with bright glowing multicolored glyphs and magic formations, so many and so detailed that Leon was unable to focus on any one by itself. There were millions of runes that seemed to flow into each other and even seemed to be slowly moving, rotating on independent axes around the central platform. In the center of that platform was a huge glowing dull orange spherical crystal and a number of magic control panels that lined the edges. Leon could sense an enormous amount of magic power contained within the crystal, with that power spiraling out and feeding the countless enchantments that covered the walls. He felt momentarily nauseous, as the magical aura of the room was overwhelming to his third-tier senses. After a few moments of weakness, however, he steeled himself and walked into the room. The walkway leading to the central platform was wide and sturdy, made of the same dark gray metal as the rest of the prison. There weren't any railings, but Leon could see small holes on the edges of the walkway as if railings had existed at one point but were now missing. He hurriedly crossed the platform, consciously blocking out as much of the magical stimuli that surrounded him as he could so as to not vomit and reach the platform. He had intended to examine the enchantments in the hub, but the map given to him by Xaphan was clearly not to scale, as he could barely lift his head to see the titanic dome covered in so many runes that he could barely make out even a single recognizable enchantment. Instead, he took a deep breath and turned his attention to the crystal. He had no idea where else to start, but this seemed as good a place as any. Now that he was closer, he could see tiny runic circles placed at regular intervals all along the surface of the crystal. All the magic emitted by it was flowing out through these runic circles. Leon guessed this was to control the amount of magic being emitted by the crystal, but there was something odd here. He examined the first runic circle closer and determined to the best of his third-tier senses that the circle could handle far more magic than was currently flowing through it. This crystal was absolutely on its last legs, that much was becoming clearer the more Leon studied it. The sickly orange hue it had taken on was proof enough that it was dying. But, that being said, there was still a gargantuan amount of power left in the crystal, more than enough to power the main enchantments locking Xaphan away for far longer than Leon could estimate. Leon then turned his attention to the control panels on the edge of the circular platform. He didn't have the slightest idea what anything did, as there were no instructions or labels with the runic circles and magic glyphs covering the panels. He only had a very basic understanding of enchantments, so trying to decipher them was out of the question as well. He sighed and decided to ask for help. "Xaphan, I don't suppose you know what controls I need to open those doors?" Xaphan didn't answer verbally, but he sent a vision to Leon of the correct runic circles and glyphs to activate. After one last moment of hesitation, Leon followed the instructions, then hurriedly walked out of the room. The door rose up, sealing the hub immediately after Leon left. Leon took a minute to recover from how overwhelming that room was, then didn't waste any more time returning to the door leading to Xaphan. "So, Xaphan, what exactly did I just do?" Leon asked on the way. "You initiated my release. Well, you are unlocking all the cells, but I am alone, down here, just initiated. What are the other steps?" "There is another enchantment control hub down here. You need to input the same commands there that you just did, and that's it. You'll be free." "No, you will need to release my final chains in person." Leon nodded, confident that Xaphan could see him, and hurried along. When he arrived at the large door leading to the cells, he was quite happy to find that the instructions Xaphan gave him were correct. He opened the door with a simple tap on the runic circle. The door glowed with a bright white light, then vanished in an instant. Beyond was a large octagonal chamber, about half as large as the enchantment hub. The only thing within was a console in the very center with a single magic glyph glowing brightly on it. Leon already knew from the map that the entire floor of this chamber was a magic lift that would take him down to the cells, so he didn't hesitate to walk over and activate the glyph. There was a slight tremor in the floor in response. The tremor didn't fade, however, and the entire floor began to descend. The descent started slowly, but rapidly gained speed, until Leon started feeling slightly unsteady and had to grab onto the console to maintain his balance. He descended for what seemed like 10 minutes, but eventually, the lift slowed down. The enchantments powering it seemed to be a little faulty, however, as it didn't slow down fast enough, and slammed into the ground, throwing Leon to the floor. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, but he rose to his feet a little angered and embarrassed. He didn't dwell on it, though, and after checking to make sure the lift was still functional, he made for the only door he could see. His map showed 5 cells, and the secondary enchantment hub directly before. To get there, he needed to make his way through a 200-foot-long tunnel with 5 more security doors. The doors were unlocked, though, only serving to slow him down a little. Something he did notice that had him a little concerned, though, was the temperature. The entire prison complex was already quite warm enough that Leon had taken off his lion's coat, but now it was getting to be very hot. Leon even noticed that he was starting to sweat, something that rarely happens to mages past the first tier. "Xaphan, what's up with the heat in this place? Do you have any idea?" "That will become clear soon." Leon was very close to Xaphan now, close enough to know that that pause was due to hesitation, not the exertion of mental communication. That certainly felt off to him, but he was very impatient to leave this place and continue heading south. He was already rather behind schedule on that front, so he just wiped the sweat from his forehead, frowned, and pushed on. The secondary enchantment hub wasn't nearly as large as the previous one and didn't have an enormous crystal in the center. Consequently, Leon wasn't hampered in the slightest when he arrived. He quickly repeated the same runic circles and glyphs he had before and made for the cells. It was time to meet Xaphan face to face. Chapter 42. The prison in the mountains. Within the secondary enchantment hub were 5 doors, all leading to separate cells according to the map. 2 of the doors were open, showing short tunnels and empty cells several hundred feet away. 2 more doors were destroyed, matching the damage Leon had seen by the exits, with one rent and torn apart, and the other with a perfectly round hole knocked out of it. Leon could see that those cells, too, were empty. That left the last cell, the one in the middle. Leon walked over to the runic circle in the center of the door and activated it. The door descended into the ground, and Leon walked through. The temperature grew hotter and hotter the farther Leon went into this tunnel, and he grew more and more anxious along with it. His left hand went to rest on the sword at his belt. His hand was shocked when it touched the metal pommel. Just static, Leon figured. He paid it no more mind but was strangely comforted by it. He arrived at the last door, the final obstacle between him and Xaphan, and hopefully the final obstacle between him and continuing south. He reached out his right hand, keeping his left on his sword, and opened the door. He was blasted with hot air as the large door opened, and he squinted from the sudden onrush of tears it brought. He could hear the crackling of flames, and he could sense that all the magic flowing through this prison was concentrating here. After an almost painful few seconds, the door finally fully opened, allowing Leon to see inside the cell, and he was left staring in awe and fear. The octagonal cell wasn't too large, barely taller and wider than the passageway. It had a row of magic panels off to the side, and a raised platform in the center. From the ceiling came half a dozen massive tree roots, each thicker than Leon was tall, and several rows of magic barriers between the walls and the platform. But, above all, what drew Leon's attention was what was on the platform. It looked vaguely like a human body, but easily 12 feet tall, and completely enveloped in flame. This fire was thick, and radiated an intimidating power, while also obscuring most of the details Leon might have been able to discern about the figure within. What he could see, however, were the tree roots, impaling the figure and forcing it into a kneeling position. Artorias had told Leon stories about beings like this before, but not even he had ever seen one. He had taught Leon enough to identify it, though. "You're a demon." "Indeed I am." Xaphan no longer needed to speak with Leon mentally, as the young man was now in the same room as him. His voice was still incredibly deep, but it had lost its remarkable resonance. "Does this change anything, young warrior? Does seeing me now like this terrify you so much, that you will give up on leaving this prison?" Leon shook himself a little. He was a little ashamed. One look and he had lost his reason. He attempted to discern Xaphan's power, but he couldn't quite make it out. Leon slowly walked forward, trying to get a better read on Xaphan. The demon himself just patiently waited for Leon to finish, as it wasn't like he was going anywhere. As Leon approached, he was able to see through Xaphan's aura a little easier. He felt that the demon was stronger than he was, to be sure, but still weaker than the fourth tier. But that made Leon frown in confusion. Whoever built this prison had invested a great many resources into it, far too many for just a single third-tier demon. "You seem too weak, barely above me in raw power. Yet, you are imprisoned here and are in possession of at least one very advanced communication technique. I have a few guesses that would explain this, but I'd rather just ask you, why are you here? I wasn't so weak when I was summoned and captured. In fact, my strength is what led the Storm King's mages to summon me. They wanted to force me into a contract, to add my power to theirs. I refused." Xaphan was very proud once, but he had been locked in place in this prison for far too long to retain any arrogance. If Leon asked, he would answer as best he could. "But if you were so strong, then why weren't you able to escape? It looks like the mages who summoned you held two others, but they managed to break out. I was the strongest, and so the strongest enchantments held me. I never knew my fellow inmates, but even when my restraints were new and well maintained, I could vaguely sense their power. And I wasn't impressed. My bonds have lasted far longer than theirs, and have taken far more from me. You see these roots, they have leached almost all of my power. I have been left with barely enough to communicate with you while you're still in the prison complex." Silence followed. Leon wasn't sure what to do, and Xaphan let him think. Neither spoke for several minutes. "Should I remove your restraints, there will be enough magic in this complex for me to open the doors." "Yes, but what will you do if I do decide to release you? What's to stop you from trying to kill me?" "I will not attempt to harm you," Xaphan immediately replied. Leon didn't seem convinced and looked at Xaphan skeptically. "I am a demon, my word is my bond." Xaphan had been helpful so far, but Leon barely knew him. They had only met less than a day ago. Artorias had some choice words for those who study demonology, and none were polite, so Leon wasn't too keen on releasing Xaphan now. However, the memory of being thrown across his house, of being helpless while his father fought off those invaders, of being powerless to save him, Leon would never forget these things. He needed power, he needed to get south. To that end, an idea occurred to him. "Make a contract with me," he said. Xaphan was stunned. He was about to immediately answer no, but he stopped himself. He'd been trapped for so long, this might be his only way out. But he was firmly against lowering himself to accepting a contract from a mere third-tier mage. The Storm King himself, one of the most powerful human mages in all of history, wanted to forge a contract with me. "I refused him," said Xaphan. "And look where that got you, locked far beneath the earth for, how long exactly?" Leon interrupted, to Xaphan's annoyance. The demon glared at the young man but continued regardless. "What could you possibly offer that would be of worth to me, in exchange for my service? You will never leave this prison without my help. Judging by your current strength, compared to what you claim it once was, you have fallen a long way. You'll eventually waste away to nothing if you don't find a way out. You've helped me thus far, so I don't think you're confident that you can escape with your own power." Xaphan couldn't really deny anything Leon just said. He had largely accepted that he would die down here until this young brat had arrived. He didn't want to die, especially not when a chance to live was right in front of him. But he still couldn't quite accept it. Where would you go if you were released? You were summoned, but could you return home from here with your power? Even if you did, could you still live as broken and feeble as you are? Leon wasn't going to let up on him, though. He kept pressing, waiting for Xaphan to answer. "I don't claim to know much about demon culture, but I have heard of their insatiable demands for blood sacrifices, for the worship and adulation of human thralls, of the enmities between various demon-worshipping cults. I have also heard of the antipathy most of humanity has towards demons, thanks to the actions of their followers. If you did escape under your own power, how long would you last without support? I am offering you something, Xaphan. I am offering you a chance to recover your lost power. I am offering you my support and help, and most of all, I am offering to take you away from this prison." Leon let his words sink into the demon. He hardly noticed the sweat on his brow or the extreme heat of the flames on the raised platform. He just stared at Xaphan, subtly tightening his grip on his sword. But, after half a minute of waiting, Leon spoke up again. "I suppose you won't accept, then. Perhaps I should just kill you right here." Leon drew his sword, and let his killing intent spill out. His aura spiked and hit Xaphan. The demon barely moved in response, not that the roots allowed for much movement, easily dissipating Leon's killing intent with his own potent aura. "You think you can harm me? I could tear you to pieces, boy." The flames surrounding Xaphan intensified, completely obscuring the vague shadow within. "Really, would you care to put that to the test from all the way over there? Your current strength isn't so far removed from my own that you would walk away unscathed even if you won, and then where would you be? All alone in this world, wounded, and surrounded by humans who would gladly end your life in a heartbeat." Xaphan glared at Leon, but the young man smiled back, clearly anticipating a fight. They stayed like this for another minute, before Xaphan's flames died down to their previous intensity. He clearly lacked the power to sustain them, and Leon smugly smiled even wider. The flame demon hated this. He had denied his own summoners, but this boy would think to command him. But, try as he might, he knew that everything Leon had said was accurate. He didn't have much choice. He could either live, or he could enter a fight that he had a good chance of losing. Xaphan grit his teeth, and asked, "And the terms of this contract?" Leon lowered his sword, but he didn't sheath it. "You will provide me with some of your power, teach me what you know about magic, and advise me to the best of your ability. In return, I will allow you to rest and heal within my soul realm, and will do my best to provide you with the resources you need to regain your strength. We will never betray each other, and we will be full partners, acting in the other's best interest in addition to our own. What do you say?" Xaphan had to admit, it wasn't that bad of a deal, especially in his current situation. Leon stating that they would be full partners was definitely an unexpected plus, and one that Xaphan appreciated. "Very well. However, I must first know your name if we are to be partners." Leon sheathed his blade and restrained his killing intent. "My name is Leon. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Xaphan." Xaphan ground his teeth in annoyance, but he continued anyway. "I, Xaphan, Lord of Fire and Prince of Demons, accept the contract proposed by Leon. I will support him to the best of my abilities, with power, wisdom, and knowledge. And I, Leon of House Rame, accept the fire demon Xaphan as my partner and will support him in regaining his former strength and power. No blood sacrifices though. Anything overly demonic will probably end with me, and you by extension, killed. This is a partnership for mutual benefit, so we should refrain from such unappealing methods. I would not ask you for blood sacrifice, anyway. I understand the need for discretion, especially while you are still so weak, and I regain my power." The contract was complete. A bright golden thread shot out from the shadow in the flames, and sped into Leon's chest, forging a connection between the young man and the demon. Leon could sense Xaphan through this connection, and Xaphan could sense Leon. Due to this connection, Leon immediately felt the heat recede, even though he knew that it didn't. He simply had an immunity to Xaphan's power now, and the heat from the demon's flames could no longer touch him. He smiled and walked over to the enchantment control consoles by the door. Xaphan easily instructed him on removing the restraints, and the roots impaling Xaphan and keeping him pinned down withdrew. For the first time in a very long time, Xaphan was finally able to move again. He struggled to his feet and watched the tattered remains of the other wards and enchantments that imprisoned him on the platform fade away. He felt elation, and quickly jumped down, landing directly in front of Leon. His landing wasn't all that graceful, given his relative weakness, but neither minded. They just looked each other in the eye, and then Xaphan disappeared in a rapidly shrinking ball of fire. This fireball shrunk down to the size of a fingernail and shot into Leon's chest. Leon felt an incredible burning sensation, but it was oddly pleasant. It faded as quickly as it came, and he knew that Xaphan was now taking up residence within his soul realm. Chapter 43, Leaving the Prison. Xaphan, can you hear me? Leon had felt Xaphan enter his soul realm, but he wasn't clear as to how he could communicate with the demon. Artorias had told him that he would need to form his magic body before he could enter his soul realm with his own power, which meant he would need to be a 6th-tier mage. That would be a long time from now, Leon reckoned, longer than he was particularly willing to wait. I can hear you, young mage, but do me a favor, and don't speak out loud when talking to me. You are my partner now, and if my partner looks insane, then that also reflects upon me. Well, then how should I speak to you? Leon demanded with a little frustration. You can direct your thoughts toward me. You can read my mind. No, perhaps you could think about what I just said, rather than immediately doing what I just asked you not to do. Now, direct your thoughts to me, and I shall hear them. Don't focus your mind on speaking to me, and I won't hear you. It's that simple. Leon clenched his jaw in anger but forced himself to calm down. Can you hear me, you short-tempered demon? Leon asked, within his mind. I can. Good job, you didn't look so ridiculous that time. Leon wasn't sure, but he thought he heard the sound of condescending clapping. Yeah, this is going to be a wonderful partnership. So glad I did this. Leon thought sarcastically to himself. He sighed, and walked out of Xaphan's cell, with the distinct feeling of having made a terrible mistake. He was immediately encouraged, though, when he saw the hallway had lit up with the same magical white flame in the bottom corners of the slanted walls that he'd seen in the prison lord's chambers. These lights illuminated the entire hallway with a gentle indirect light that Leon quite liked. Now, he wouldn't have to constantly direct mana towards his eyes. Looks like you were telling the truth, demon. Without the need to maintain the wards in your cell, this prison now has magic enough to turn on the lights. Of course, I was telling the truth. I'm a demon, not some half-baked populist politician. Damn, where is all this coming from? Xaphan had been nothing but patient and courteous up till now, but he seemed to be growing more arrogant by the minute ever since forming that contract, leaving Leon a little taken aback. Perhaps it comes from being threatened and coerced into a contract during a moment of weakness by some little brat who hasn't even seen 2 decades. And maybe you simply didn't hear any of this while I was still guiding you towards the exit of this forsaken place using an exhausting communications technique. Well, when you say it like that, I sound like an asshole. You are an asshole. Leon frowned and continued to the lift in silence. The lift itself wasn't damaged at all, despite its rough stop earlier, so Leon immediately activated it, and spent the time it was returning to the first floor allowing his magic power to course through his body. He was a 3rd-tier mage, which meant that the next step for him was for his organs and brain to adapt to magic. Having his mana constantly inundate his head and core with magic was the best way for him to train right now. Once he made it to the Bull Kingdom, he could look into finding some pills, potions, or spells that might accelerate the process, but for now, he was stuck with basically the same methods he'd been using since his father first had him begin his training. Leon was also trying to get a feel for any power that Xaphan might have provided him with. And, at least in the time it took for the lift to arrive back at the first floor, he was unable to sense any changes to his power. Hey Xaphan, I thought I would gain some power by making a contract with you. In fact, providing me with power was one of the provisions of the contract. He felt some irritation directed towards him coming from his soul realm before the flame demon answered. I can't give you what I don't have. How long do you think I have been stuck down there, wasting away? I have no power to give you, and I won't until I've spent some time recovering. Until then, you will have to make do with my wise counsel. Leon sighed in dejection, something he felt he would be doing a lot more of now. But, he pushed that out of his mind. Since the exit was most likely unlocked, he could leave right now, but he doubted that he would make it very far before needing to stop. He wasn't too sure what time it was, given how long he'd been down in these sunless caves and prison passageways, but he figured it was probably getting late. He was very tempted to simply return to the prison lord's chambers and go back to sleep, to leave in the morning fresh and ready. A few minutes later, after his empty stomach started growling, he decided to indulge in that temptation and went directly back to the prison lord's chambers. Xaphan clearly wasn't in a hurry, or possibly even paying attention, because the demon didn't say a word even as Leon choked down some food and jumped back into that luxurious bed. The young man had lived a hard and rather solitary life, never knowing comfort that came even close to this, so he savored each minute until falling asleep. It was only the prospect of leaving this prison that got him out of bed when he awoke. To his delight, he found that the bath was working again, so he took the opportunity to clean off the sweat, dirt, and grime that had accumulated since he had left the forest of black and white. So, with breakfast in his belly, a clean body, and a rested and refreshed mind, Leon made for the exit. On the way, he tried asking Xaphan a few questions, as there were things he was curious about. He also hoped that the demon would be in a better mood, and would be willing to answer them. "Hey, Xaphan, I have a few questions, if you would indulge me." "Sigh, what is it? What can you tell me about this Storm King? You've mentioned him several times, as did a note from the prison lord." "Well, I don't know much, I barely interacted with humans even before his little minions summoned me." Leon's face contorted in disbelief. "How could you be so strong that, according to you, one of the most powerful human mages ever wanted to forge a contract with you? Don't demons gain most of their strength from blood sacrifices and human worshippers?" "Of course not. We can certainly augment our powers with those things, but we grow and increase our strength and magic in much the same ways you humans do, through training and practice. And the odd spot of killing and devouring other demons and compatible elemental creatures. Besides, I've never been too keen on blood sacrifices. You readily admit to violence and cannibalism, but draw the line at blood sacrifice." "Good to know." Xaphan just ignored that comment and continued regardless. "To answer your question, the Storm King was an incredibly powerful mage who ruled basically this entire plane at one point. I couldn't tell you how strong he was, as I never saw him in person, but if his subordinates were anything to go by, then he completely outclasses anything in this tiny corner of the universe by many orders of magnitude. Kind of weird that he'd actually conquer this plane of all places." "What do you mean by that?" Xaphan paused, before asking a question of his own. "How much about the layout of this universe do you know?" "I'm guessing it isn't that much, given how weak and alone you are." Leon grit his teeth in irritation. "Why don't you just say it, then?" "HMPH. There are countless billions of planes in this universe. Some are small, a few dozen miles across, just barely large enough to build a small city and have enough space to feed it. Some planes are much larger, hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles end to end. This plane is rather average, not even 100,000 miles in diameter. All the planes in the universe have at least one star and moon orbiting them, which are the stars you see at night. The climates of the planes themselves can vary wildly, with entire planes made up entirely of fire, water, or possibly light, in contrast to this one, which has a fairly even mix of just about every magical element. But, one thing they all have in common, despite their differences in size and elemental makeup, is that they all point towards the center of the universe. The brightest star in the very center of the sky, up, for every plane in existence, is the Nexus. That is the playground for the truly strong, that is the place the Storm King came from, without a doubt. Leon listened very attentively to Xaphan. This was all new to him, and he was fascinated. "So, then, you've been to this Nexus before, demon?" "No. The Nexus is the realm of humanity, while demons inhabit the void, the space between and outside of the planes." "And what's that place like? You called yourself a Lord of Fire, so there must be some kind of civilization, right?" Xaphan grew silent. Leon waited expectantly but grew rather awkward and embarrassed as the silence continued. After about 15 seconds, Xaphan finally spoke again. "The Storm King was not native to this plane. There's no way he should have ever come here, but he did. And he summoned me, or rather, he had his little butt boy Constance summon me for him, as well as 4 other demons." "Wait, 4? I thought it was just you and 2 others. I'd forgotten about them, as they were summoned before me. 2 demons accepted the Storm King's offer, but I and the 2 summoned after me refused. Many years after the Storm King's warriors abandoned the prison, those 2 others managed to escape, but I have no idea what happened to the first two. I have no idea what happened that made those warriors abandon the prison either. Come to think of it, I found a note from the prison lord saying that the Storm King was killed, and his princes recalled the warriors to exact vengeance. Ha, serves him right for trying to enslave me. It seems his dickhead sons are dead, too, given that their warriors never returned to the prison. Hehehehe, I wonder who got him. Probably the Realm Lord, or some other force that invaded this plane. I doubt anything else would have killed him. As I said, he was far too powerful to be here. Realm Lord, explain. Maybe you could ask a little more politely and I'll consider it. Explain, please. Number. If you want me to explain something, don't be an ass about it. Leon sighed in anger again, but he had made it to the exit by now, so he couldn't help but get excited. Well, look at that, demon, you were right. In front of him, he could see the brightly shining runic circle on the door, just waiting for him to open it. Of course I was right. No enchantment here can escape my discerning gaze. Xaphan said pridefully. Except those enchantments trapping you, apparently, otherwise why would you have remained here for so long? Leon shot back with a smile. Well, I did see through those damned wards, but how would I have removed them? Did you see my restraints? Yeah, you're a real genius, a demon of unparalleled strength and wisdom, a being that even a mighty king would consider lucky to have met. And also, someone who has spent the last who knows how long trapped like a dog in a kennel. Watch it, boy, Leon chuckled, but both thought to themselves, this damn guy, about the other. Leon didn't let it get to him, though, as he confidently strode up to the runic circle, and activated it. He was, admittedly, a little surprised when the door flashed and vanished. Not so much that he waited for it to close, though. He quickly crossed the prison's threshold and walked out into the caves beyond. Chapter 44. Reaching civilization. The southern side of the prison was pretty much identical to the northern side. The door closed a few seconds after Leon had stepped through, leaving the caves pitch black, but for the door's glowing red runic circle. Leon immediately went back to channeling magic into his eyes in order to see, and quickly put some distance between himself and the prison. As he walked through the cave tunnels, the air grew much colder. The extremely warm prison had been cooling down ever since Xaphan had moved to Leon's soul realm, but only now did it get to the point that Leon needed to put his coat back on. Less than a mile down the immense tunnel, Leon felt the ground angle upwards, and he began ascending towards the surface. As he continued, he grew nervous about what he might find. The tunnel that bypassed the prison had collapsed, showcasing the instability of the caves, and Leon hoped that the cave-in didn't stretch all the way to the southern exit. He was in luck in that regard, as he soon found himself at the fork shown on his map, where the bypass met the tunnel back to the prison. Leon smiled in relief, checked the map, and kept going. Xaphan didn't disturb Leon, but the young man could feel a subdued sense of excitement from his connection with the flame demon, in anticipation of finally seeing the outside again. Leon hadn't been down there for very long, but the feeling he got from Xaphan was infectious, and he started to feel the same overpowering need to leave this place that Xaphan did. But Leon's pace was steady and unwavering. He kept calm and just walked forward until he felt a slight breeze from ahead. He could no longer contain himself, and sped up, walking faster and faster until he broke out into a full-on sprint. He was a third-tier mage, so his sprint was quite fast, and he reached the exit in no time. He did slow down at the end, though. He remembered from when Tiraeses had taken him through these caves that this tunnel exited onto another small platform, similar to what was on the north side, and Leon wasn't too keen on running straight off the cliff. The sun was still out when Leon burst out from the cave mouth. He stopped just before plummeting over the cliff edge, and stood there, basking in the sun. He was like that for several minutes, enjoying the feeling of the sun on his skin and the wind in his hair. Xaphan kept his silence, but Leon could tell that the flame demon was beyond ecstatic to be experiencing fresh air again, even if it was through their magical connection. In fact, the demon's influence was why Leon was so happy to be out of the caves. But, when Leon came to, he noticed that the sun had only just begun to fall. It was hardly past noon, so he had plenty of time to continue on his journey and put this prison far behind him. He glanced down the cliff. It was just as tall and sheer as the north side, but Leon was undaunted. He was a third-tier mage, after all, and while he wouldn't willingly jump off this cliff onto the unstable-looking rocks below, climbing down posed no problem for him. Once on the ground, he put his map with the cave system into his pack and retrieved the map of the Great Plateau. Clear Ice Fortress actually wasn't too far away, only a few dozen miles to the west, but that wasn't his destination. There wasn't much to the south of Clear Ice, a few scattered farming villages and mining towns, but close to the western edge of the plateau was a huge dot. Leon knew that that was Tira, the capital of the three duchies of the Great Plateau, the seat of the old archdukes that ruled them, and his current destination. He went due south for several miles, keeping to the cold and rocky slopes of the frozen mountains. Perhaps Xaphan was curious about his new partner, perhaps he was in a talkative mood after leaving the prison, or maybe he was just bored, but he broke the silence with a question after only an hour. "So, what are your plans, young mage?" The demon chose a bad time to finally speak up, as Leon was climbing over a large frozen boulder that blocked his way. Hearing the demon's voice in his head startled the young man, and he lost his grip, sliding down the icy boulder and back to the ground. Leon sighed in frustration and at Xaphan's lack of apology before answering. "I am going south, to Tira." Leon steadied himself on the loose stones beneath his feet, then jumped clean over the boulder. The boulder wasn't something that really needed the jump, but Leon was now self-conscious about having fallen off after being startled by Xaphan. "And then, I'll be checking out my family's old home, then seeing what is in their vault in the city's central bank." "Your family was rich, then? You don't plan on living on inherited wealth to do nothing but sit in a room and cultivate your magic day in and day out, do you? That would get boring quite fast." "No, I'm just curious as to what was in the vault. My family has been the ruler of this great plateau for millennia, so there must be something. After that, I'll probably head south. I want to enroll in the Knight Academy. Not a magic guild. There should be plenty of schools and organizations willing to take you in, probably in exchange for less work than being a knight. And what would you know about it, having seen nothing but the inside of that cell for longer than this kingdom has existed? I have lived for a very long time, boy, and have seen a great many things. I doubt this Knight Academy is anything new. The only thing you should worry about is your own power, your own journey. Don't waste your time serving some lord or king who will never acknowledge you. My own power is why I want to become a knight. A decade or two spent fighting against the enemies of the kingdom sounds like a far better path to power than signing up for some mage guild. Besides, most mage guilds don't teach combat magic, which is what I'm interested in." "Well, your choice." Xaphan returned to silence, and Leon pushed on. There was a sparse forest on the edge of the mountains, which Leon quickly entered after leaving the rocky slopes. He traveled directly southwest, towards the road connecting Tira and Clear Ice Fortress, and Leon intended to follow that road straight to the city. The sky grew dark before he arrived, though. For a moment, Leon's heart began to race, and he had to force himself to calm down after seeing the sunset, as he was in no danger of ice wraiths here. He decided to make camp, and continue in the morning. When leaving Vale Town, Thorfinn had given him one of the best steaks the market had. Leon intended to cook it up for dinner, and gathered some firewood. As he was gathering up the twigs and leaves to start the fire, Xaphan spoke up. "Are you not going to use magic to light this fire?" "Wasn't intending on it. I could make a fire rune, but it would probably take half an hour and several tries. Quicker just to make a fire by hand." Leon felt some slight disapproval coming from Xaphan, but he ignored it and reached for a flint and steel. Xaphan tried to ignore Leon's actions, but in the end, he couldn't. Leon had gotten the twigs and leaves to begin burning from a few sparks and was now blowing on the tiny flame to get it to grow. Xaphan watched in disgust, eventually interrupting the young man. "I can't watch this. Stop this immediately." "Can't. Just got the fire started." Leon started stacking a few small branches and logs around the tiny fire. "Stop this at once." Xaphan let his fury out in an immense shout, startling Leon and making him freeze in place. But it was only for a moment. "What is your problem? You doing this right in front of me? Cease this foolishness at once." "Well then, how the hell do you expect me to get this fire going?" Xaphan was quiet for a moment. "You might be able to call upon some of my power. Not much, but certainly enough to stop this idiotic act." "What? I thought you said you had no power to give me. I assumed you meant for battle." "Using my power for battle would be quite impossible, or at least, absurdly inefficient." Sigh asterisk. "All right, what do I do?" "Hold out your hand towards the firewood. Usually, you would call upon your own magic from within your blood and your soul realm, but you won't do that this time. Instead, try to sense our connection. You can use that to call forth some of my power. Leon felt like asking for more specifics, but he found that he didn't need to. If he had to put it into words, it was like pulling on a thread, one that connected him to Xaphan. It was actually startlingly effortless. He felt an intense, but comforting, heat erupt in his chest, then flow through his outstretched arm. A tiny flame appeared in his palm, no bigger than that of a candle. Well, would you look at that? Leon muttered to himself. Don't talk to yourself. It's a bad look. Leon ignored Xaphan. He was far more concerned with examining the flame in his hand. He tried to call up more of Xaphan's power, but no matter how hard he pulled that thread, he couldn't feel anything more. Don't waste your time, there is no more to call upon. Xaphan said bitterly. Although, that was far quicker than it should have been, the demon thought to himself. Xaphan went quiet, resolving to investigate a suspicion he had. Leon happily used this fire to set the gathered wood alight and took a package out from his pack. This was the steak Thorfinn had given him, about twice the size of his palm, lightly salted and wrapped in leaves enchanted by the greenhand farmers of the Vale. The leaves would help keep the meat fresh for a few weeks. Leon also grabbed a small iron spike, just large enough to stab the steak and roast it over the fire. He smiled as he remembered his father's insistence on always keeping a few cooking utensils whenever they went out into the forest of black and white to hunt. Essential to life, he'd called them. Along with the iron spike, Leon also had a spare knife and a small set of tongs. When he felt that the meat was thoroughly cooked, he held it between the spike and the tongs, and happily ate it like corn. When he was done, he fell asleep, feeling rather content. Leon got moving early in the morning. He had a quick breakfast of bread and fruit and got moving less than an hour after the sun came up. He made good time, finding the road to Tira in less than 3 hours. He didn't leave the forest but stayed close enough to the road to follow it straight south. Occasionally, he would see a few people going about their business, walking along the smooth stone road, usually heading south just as he was, and he never let these people see him. He would occasionally leave the trees and walk along the road, but only when he encountered a farming town, and the wide open fields were too big for him to justify going around. Not too long after midday, Leon finally saw the first few buildings on the outskirts of Tira. They were only small houses, made of wood and stone and lacking any enchantments, but he could finally say that he had arrived in Tira. Chapter 45. Charles. Most of the people who lived on the north side of Tira were commoners of lesser means. All the nobility and wealthier folk lived to the south, as Tira was a very large city, and living on the south side meant almost an entire day could be shaved off when they journeyed to the capital or one of the southern trade cities. But, despite the north side being commonly considered the slums of Tira, it wasn't without its charms and creature comforts. The roads were paved, if somewhat more run down and cracked than further into the city. The houses weren't falling apart, the people looked well fed, and there wasn't any sign of gang activity. All in all, a fine, if somewhat impoverished, place to live. But, no matter where the city is, or how safe it might be, there are always assholes. Leon had barely walked 500 feet into the city before he heard the sounds of fighting, or rather, the sounds of someone getting beaten several streets over. Following the sounds, Leon found himself staring down an alleyway between a house and a butcher shop where he saw 3 large men, roughly early to mid-20s, kicking a younger man in the stomach. The young man, who looked about Leon's age, was already curled up on the ground, shielding his head from their strikes. Ha ha ha, this little weakling thought he was so tough. Yeah, maybe if he weren't so stupid, knew his own limits, and just coughed up the money, this wouldn't be happening. Gah, stop, please. What's that, little baby? You want us to stop? Maybe you should empty those pockets first. The young man looked up and saw Leon looking curiously back, at the far end of the alley. Help me, please. His cry for aid caused the 3 older men to notice Leon. Hey, fuck off, kid, shouted the biggest one. Yeah, you want to join this little bastard? Asked the thinnest one. The third man didn't say a word. He was far more observant, though that isn't saying much, and noticed the sword Leon was carrying. He also saw Leon not batting an eye at the threat his friend made. He was a second-tier mage, a veteran soldier who had fought against Valeman raids before while he was serving in the Northern Legions, and he could tell just by looking at him that Leon was trouble. Leon, for his part, didn't say a word. He simply looked back at each of the 4 men, then turned and walked away. The veteran thug smiled and turned back to the young man on the ground. Look at that, no one's going to save you. No one cares about you, so just give us your money, and maybe we'll only break one leg. The victim just curled back into a ball, shivering and trying his best to ignore the kicks. Leon heard every hit as he walked away, every little cry and whimper from the young man, every snort of glee from the thugs. Not my problem, he told himself. There weren't many citizens around. Even for a mostly residential area, the street was oddly devoid of people given how loud these thugs were being. Even the few people who were around seemed to be staring at the ground as they went about their business, or else looking anywhere but towards the alley. Well, not my problem, he told himself again, but he had stopped walking. Keep walking, just ignore it, like everyone else. He heard one of the thugs laugh as another kick fell upon the young man. He clenched his teeth, his hands balled up into fists, and he sighed. Then, he turned back around. The thugs didn't even hear him approach before he was upon them. Leon's potent killing intent froze them in place through sheer terror, and before they could process what was happening, Leon's fist had already slammed into the side of the thin thug's face. The thin man's body whipped around from the force, hit the wall of the butcher shop, and slid to the ground. He was barely a first-tier mage, and Leon's punch had knocked him out almost instantly. The large thug fared a little better, as he had almost entered the second tier, but only one punch to the gut from Leon was needed to incapacitate him. He fell, clutching his stomach and retching uncontrollably. Despite his own battle experiences, and what he thought was a powerfully honed killing intent, the veteran thug was about as much a match for Leon as his buddies were. He had barely regained control over himself when Leon pressed his hand against his face, swept his leg out from under him, and slammed the back of his head into the ground. This would have been a fatal injury to a mortal, but fortunately for him, the thug was a second-tier mage, and so merely fell unconscious. He'll probably live, thought Leon. The young man on the ground was stunned. The thugs tormenting him had been taken down in seconds, and couldn't even fight back. He looked up at Leon with a look of both terror and thanks. Leon hardly spared him another glance before turning around and walking back towards the main street. The young man scrambled to his feet, and ignoring his injuries, ran to catch up with Leon. Wait, please don't go, let me have the opportunity to thank you properly. Leon ignored him, wishing he would just go away and leave him alone. The young man wasn't deterred, however. My name is Charles, you really saved me, there. Those thugs tried to rob me, and when I tried to fight back, they dragged me into that alley. I don't even want to think about what they might have done if you hadn't shown up. Leon still didn't say a word. Charles was very loud, and Leon wasn't good with people, so he had no idea how to handle him. But, if there's anything I can do for you, just say it. You don't look like you're from these parts, if you need a guide, please allow me the honor of showing you around. This finally got Leon's attention. He had a map of the city, but it was decades out of date. The city had grown immensely since Archduke Kairos had been assassinated, what with many competing nobles moving themselves and their households to the capital of the Great Plateau to try and seize any power they could. Large swaths of the south side's residential sectors had been demolished to make room for the noble estates, with many of those citizens moving to the apartments of the inner city, the townhouses of the east side, or into the northern slums. In fact, according to Leon's map, he wasn't even in the city yet, since the slums had expanded so much in recent years. With all that being said, he could still find the major landmarks. The palace ruins were in the very center of the city, the main street from Clear Ice leads straight to it. Or, rather, it cut straight through the city, continuing on all the way to the capital, only diverting to go around the palace, but Leon could still take the street to reach it. There were also 4 immense streets forming an elongated diamond around the palace ruins, with Constantine's Dome at the easternmost point, and the Heaven's Eye Tower at the westernmost point. The land in the center of the diamond used to be the palace estate, but the king had decreed that it would be turned into a forest, in memory of his closest friend. Leon was fine with finding his destinations, but he could still use some help finding an inn and a place to eat. In fact, as soon as he thought of finding some food, his belly grumbled. He turned over to Charles, and reluctantly said, I could use a guide. Wonderful. Charles's bruised face brightened up into a smile. Leon also finally gave the young man a good look. Charles was fairly short, more than half a foot shorter than Leon, and had brown hair, brown eyes, and a very thin and lean build. He was fairly good looking, but no one would call him handsome. His clothes were dirty, and not just from the fight, though they seemed to be of fine make. They weren't anything fancy, but certainly enough for those thugs to think he had money. "So, my friend, where do you want to go?" Charles stared expectantly at Leon, not noticing, or maybe not caring, about Leon's slightly hostile look. He leaned in, waiting for Leon's response. Leon took a few steps away from the overly familiar Charles before answering. "I need some food. Somewhere cheap will do." "Oh, I know the perfect place, not too far from here." Charles clapped Leon on the shoulder, oblivious to the other man's discomfort, and led him down the street. Leon was a little put off by Charles's enthusiasm and thought it prudent to mention something. "I'm not going to buy you anything, I don't have the money for that." Leon did have the 300 silver coins buried under the obelisk, but he wasn't too sure how much that actually was just yet, so he had no intention of wasting this money until he went to the bank. Charles was unperturbed by Leon's statement. "Oh, don't worry, you really helped me out, I wouldn't dream of asking you for a meal as well." There was a forum less than half a mile away, with dozens of small shops and had several food stalls in the center. The smell wafted over the entire forum, and Leon caught a whiff of it several streets over. His eyes lit up, and his irritation at Charles's presence nearly vanished. "The stalls here are great, especially for the price, but my favorite is the noodle stand, over there." Charles gestured toward one of the stalls, a place with only a single wall and roof, with curtains drawn between the ends of the wall and the two columns at the other end holding up the ceiling, and Leon eagerly approached. There weren't many people by the food stalls, as it was past lunchtime but before dinner, so the middle-aged stall owner was just sitting behind the counter waiting for a customer. When Leon and Charles approached, he put on a smile and stood to greet the young men. "Welcome, what can I get for you two gentlemen?" Leon looked to Charles, as he knew this place. "A bowl of noodles is a single silver. Toppings are an extra silver, you can see over there." Charles pointed to a sign on the wall behind the counter. Leon gave it a quick once-over, and immediately saw something that piqued his interest. "One bowl for me, with steak." Coming right up, the owner smiled at Leon, and after Charles shook his head to indicate he didn't want anything, he began his prep work. He had a metal plate behind the counter, carved into which were several fire runes. He put the noodles and steak into a pan with butter and seasonings and cooked them over the fire runes. While they waited, Charles tried asking Leon a few questions but had to get his attention first, as Leon had been watching the stall owner cook with extreme interest. "So, it occurs to me that I never asked for your name. Do you mind if I ask you for it now?" "Leon. Ah, where do you come from? Your clothes don't seem to be like anyone else's that I've seen before." Leon thought for a moment, before responding. "I'm from Vale Town, in the north." Charles was taken aback. Leon didn't seem at all like the stories he had heard of the northern barbarians. No beard, no giant axe, no wild and criminal look in his eye. In fact, Charles had thought Leon to be a young noble from some distant house who had gone adventuring. But, he recovered quickly. Barbarian or not, Leon had saved him, and he intended to at least make friends with him. "Oh, well, what brings you so far south, then?" Leon took another moment to think, covering it by staring longingly at the cooking food. "Your kingdom's alliance with the Brown Bears was effectively renewed. Thus, I came south to see the sights, and joined the Knight Academy." "Wow, lofty ambitions, though I'd say you must have the power for it if you could beat those thugs from earlier." "You know, I was toying with the idea of joining the Legion myself, though not as a knight, obviously. I could use the silver. Anyway, you said you came here to see the sights. Any in particular you want to visit? I could show you around." "I was thinking about seeing the palace ruins." Charles frowned. "Oh, well, I'm sorry to say that you can't. Everything in the old palace estate is off limits, by order of the king. Anyone caught trying to loot the old palace, or even anyone caught trying to trespass, is killed on the spot as a traitor to the crown." Leon joined Charles in frowning at that news. He wasn't too deterred, though, as he still had the map of Tira, and thus knew a few secret entrances that he intended to check out, once he got away from Charles, of course. Other than that, just the Heaven's Eye Bank, and an inn to sleep in for a few days. After that, I'll be heading for the capital." "Ah, well, I can help you there. I am, myself, staying at an inn a few streets over. I'd highly recommend it. It's clean, the owners are very nice, and no one makes too much trouble." "Sounds good. Bank, then inn. But first, Leon got a huge smile as the stall owner finally put a steaming hot bowl of noodles and steak chunks in front of him. He picked up the provided fork, and immediately tore into it. Chapter 46. The bank. The owner of the noodle stall knew his stuff. Leon smiled, savoring the last few bites of steak in the bowl. The stall owner was pleased with Leon's obvious satisfaction and enjoyment of the meal, but he was even more pleased when Leon tossed him a pair of silver coins. It hadn't even been 5 minutes, but Leon had almost inhaled the entire bowl in that time. Charles was quietly impressed. "You must have been hungry indeed, to eat so fast," he said to Leon. Leon nodded in response. "There aren't many spices up north. Most things are eaten without anything more than a little bit of salt, and some butter if you have the coin for it, so this was, well, I've never tasted anything quite like it." Leon's face was almost split in half from his unabashed smile, a far cry away from the stoic and serious young man from just a few minutes before. But, a few moments later, he remembered what he had come to Tira for, and the smile disappeared. "Well, with that done, let's make for the bank." Charles was a little taken aback at how quickly Leon switched back into seriousness, but he smiled and nodded. "Right, just this way." The bank was several miles away, a good distance to walk in the city. Along the way, Charles kept talking, but Leon remained quiet. He was busy looking at all the shops he was seeing around. They weren't much to look at since they were still in the slums, but he saw blacksmiths, tailors, cobblers, enchanters, and so much more that he would never have seen even in Vale Town. But the real surprises for him were still to come. Tira had no city walls, but there were some gates that one needed to pass to enter the inner city. The one in the north was an immense triumphal gate, made entirely of gleaming white marble, glittering silver, and expertly carved ivory. There were statues and sculpted reliefs that depicted a great victory by a past Thunder King, a victory that was long forgotten these days, but for this arch that spanned the entire road. Passing through the arch, Leon frowned at something he noticed. "Hey, Charles, what's up? There any reason I haven't seen any guards since arriving in the city? Would have thought they'd be guarding that gate." "Oh yeah, all the guards in the city have been combing through the city in the past week or so. They don't have enough people to search the entire city, so most of the guards in the slums were called into Tira proper to aid in the search. What could be so important for them to do that? We had a paladin come through here recently, and one of his men at arms went missing. I heard he almost tore apart the south side looking for his guy. The paladin had to leave a few days ago, but most of the guards that can be spared are still involved in the search." Leon knew exactly what happened to that man at arms, though he'd never say. At least it looked like Roland wasn't to blame for the attack, but he still wasn't going to take any chances. The main boulevard through the city was quite wide, enough to fit 4 large carriages side by side going in both directions. The street itself was far better than in the slums, with no cracks or pits. The median in the boulevard was filled with bushes, trees, and colorful flowers, and the buildings were all made of beautiful polished enchanted stone. It was quite the contrast compared to the other side of the triumphal arch. The boulevard was straight as an arrow, and Leon could catch a few glimpses of the palace ruins in the distance in between the carriages, wagons, and pedestrians. It was quite easy to reach the bank from here. Leon and Charles simply walked to the edge of the palace ruins, then turned southwest towards the giant tower at the western point of the diamond-shaped estate. Along the way, Charles asked what the northern vales were like, but Leon didn't say much in response, so Charles began talking about where he grew up, which Leon found a little irritating, but given how little he knew of the city, he still considered Charles too useful to abandon. From his chattering, Leon learned that Charles's family was from the Serpentine Isles, a tributary state to the west of the Bull Kingdom, hundreds of miles out into the endless ocean. They had immigrated to the Bull Kingdom looking for work and ended up running a small mine to the east of Tira. Charles had left the tiny mining town for the big city when he was 18, but in the months that followed, he hadn't made much of himself despite working in several places all over the city. Now, he was still living in an inn and could barely scrape together the money to eat and have a roof over his head. Leon frowned a bit when Charles brought up his financial situation, prompting Charles to insist that he wasn't looking for charity or sympathy and that if his situation were so poor that he'd have to beg for handouts to stay in the city, he could always go back home and work in the mine for a decent amount of silver. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Heaven's Eye Tower. It was 20 stories tall, though from Charles had heard, it only had 9 floors. It appeared to be made entirely of the same polished white stone that Leon had seen everywhere in the wealthier parts of the city and topped with a shallow dome of blue tiles. The immense dark wood doors opened of their own accord at Leon and Charles's approach, behind which was a lavishly decorated atrium and enormous lounge. Leon took it all in, the painted marble statues, spotless furniture, rows of elaborate support columns, an enormous crystal chandelier, and enough plush sofas and private booths to seat hundreds of people. And then there were the people. About half of them were tremendously well dressed, sporting almost more gold, silver, and jewelry than Leon had ever thought existed in the world. A few were even dressed in flowing robes or tunics and pants that Leon recognized were made of silk grass. The rest of the people in the lounge were clad in similar-looking black formal wear that had been tailored to show off their more attractive assets, something which these people had in great supply. The men wore tight-fitting tunics that greatly emphasized their waspy thin waists and broad shoulders. The women wore long gowns that covered nearly everything, save for a modest cut to show off some of their chests. Both of these black uniforms were extremely form-fitting, leaving little to the imagination despite how much skin the clothes covered. These seemed to be the tower's employees. "Hey, so since you've got business here, I think I'll just wait outside for you to be done, then I can show you." The inn. Charles was clearly uncomfortable and very out of place in such an opulent setting, and after Leon nodded in acknowledgement, he turned around and left as fast as he could without looking foolish. Leon understood Charles's reaction, but he was still a little upset over since he didn't quite know where to begin, as there didn't seem to be any receptionist waiting to help those who walk in. He awkwardly stood by the door, scanning the entire lounge area desperately looking for someone who might be able to help him with his business. To say that Elise was bored would have been to gravely understate her mood. She hated Tira and everything about it. Without House Rame to keep the peace and operate its ancient training grounds, Tira was nothing but a den of scheming nobles vying to succeed the old Archduke. She'd been in the city for 2 years and found every noble who walked in through the tower's doors to be mediocre at best, not one managing to catch her attention for more than a few minutes. Hells, most of the time, the men that she met were too busy trying to get beneath her dress to care about stimulating conversation, which would only lead to their unceremonious dismissal from the tower. She wasn't around to cater to their pleasure, and given her status in Heaven's Eye, she hadn't even made any friends in the tower, either. But loneliness was familiar to her. Even in her mother's palace back in the capital, she only had a handful of friends. Still, she needed something to break up the monotony of her day-to-day life, something other than acting as a supervisor for the attendants for the Heaven's Eye Tower in Tira. Standing in the back of the lounge directing attendance to new patrons was hardly stimulating work. "Maybe it's time I went home," she thought to herself as she twirled a few strands of her red hair around one of her fingers, a little dejected at the thought. But then, she noticed someone walk into the tower, someone dressed in a coat of snow lion fur and clothes woven from silk grass beneath. Someone dirty and dusty from the road, with a plain-looking sword at his waist and an aura powerful enough that she wasn't able to identify what magical tier he was. He was a young man, perhaps a few years younger than her, but not by much. He was tall, but not remarkably so. His face had strong and defined features, but he also had a boyish charm about him as he glanced around at the tower, somewhat dumbstruck at his surroundings and clearly with no idea what he was doing. "Who is that?" Elise heard a nearby male attendant wonder aloud, derision and disgust inundating his voice. She glanced over at the man. Like all Heaven's Eye attendants, he was tall, muscular, handsome, and strong. Physically perfect, but Elise found his attitude to be beyond unattractive. "Huh, he's cute, but he looks like someone tracked him in on the bottom of their shoe," a female attendant whispered back. "Should we call the guards? He clearly has no place being here," the first attendant said. "No, I think I can have some fun with him, if you know what I mean," the second attendant replied. "I wouldn't recommend it. He looks dirty enough to give you something if you even get within 10 feet of him." "No need to worry about that. I'll just tease him a bit, and then when he reveals that has no business here, I'll have him removed. Be careful, he doesn't look like he's a stranger to violence. He might attack you if you get too close. Hang on, let me get some guards on standby, just in case." Elise frowned. The female attendant was a mortal, a woman with no magical ability whatsoever, so she could somewhat forgive the woman's lack of respect for someone so disheveled. The man, however, was a first-tier mage, and he should have realized that the young man they were talking about was much stronger than him, and not someone they should be so quickly disregarding. The female attendant began walking forward without waiting for Elise to give her the go-ahead, which irritated Elise to no end. Besides, this young man was at least intriguing for having so much power at such a young age, and she could use the distraction that taking care of his business would provide. "Wait," she ordered, that one word causing the attendant to freeze in place with a nervous look on her face. "I'll deal with him." Without waiting for a response from the rest of the flabbergasted attendants, Elise began walking toward the hapless young man. Leon stood in front of the doors for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what he should do. There didn't seem to be anyone around who he could ask for help, and whenever he noticed someone looking at him, their expressions were usually filled with some kind of disgust or indifference. Even if he were of a mind to ask one of them, it seemed clear enough to Leon that he wasn't going to get any help with this issue from the other patrons or their attendants. Fortunately, after only a minute or two had passed since Charles left him at the door, Leon noticed someone walking in his direction. It was hard not to notice her, for she was turning heads of men and women alike with every sashaying step, and when he did see her, Leon's heart just about skipped a beat. She was, in a word, gorgeous, but that word alone wasn't nearly strong enough to properly convey her beauty. If Leon had to guess, he'd say she was a few years older than him, but not by much. Her hair was as red as fire and seemed to emit as much light for how lustrous it was. Most of it had been pulled back into a loose ponytail, leaving just enough untied to frame her heart-shaped face. Her eyes were like glittering emeralds, her full lips were turned up in a shallow, but confident smile. She wasn't particularly tall, but she held herself with such dignity and nobility that she seemed twice as tall as anyone else in the room. She had a perfect hourglass figure that was shown off by a similar tight black dress that the other attendants wore, its fabric hugging her alluring curves in ways that made it seem designed to inflame lustful desire, yet also carried an air of dignity that Leon found somewhat intimidating. What was more, she radiated not only confidence and sex appeal, but also a robust second-tier aura that made it clear she was different from the rest of the attendants, who were all either first-tier or mortal. "Hello, good sir, welcome to Heaven's Eye," the woman said as she approached Leon, not a hint of disrespect to be found in her charming, almost sing-song voice. She then came a little bit closer, almost to the point of making Leon feel uncomfortable, and gave him one of the most sultry, seductive smiles he'd ever seen, and said, "My name is Elise, and I'll be your attendant. What business brings you here today?" As she waited for Leon's response, she leaned forward just enough to emphasize her tremendous bust and the deep cut of her dress, neckline. It took a moment for Leon to find his tongue under this stimulation, but fortunately, it seemed Elise was more than patient. I'm looking to check in on whatever is attached to this card," he murmured, quickly averting his gaze from where Elise seemed to be trying to draw his attention, while simultaneously reaching into the inner pockets of his coat and drawing out his gold card. When Elise didn't speak for a moment and didn't take his card, Leon glanced back at her, only to see a look of abject shock and surprise written on her face. But only a moment later, quickly enough that Leon doubted he saw that expression. It was gone, replaced with one that was both consummately professional and terribly friendly at the same time. "And what is your name, good sir?" Elise breathed as she took his card and closely examined it. Before Leon could reply, she hid the card in the palm of her hand and she gave him such a searching, intrigued look that Leon felt like he'd made a terrible mistake. He figured that telling her his name would only compound that mistake, but he didn't know what else to say. "I need whatever is in those vaults, not matter what, and they're not going to let me in if I say a false name, so," in the end, Leon mentally shrugged. He'd already unthinkingly told Charles his name earlier, and he trusted in the flawless reputation of the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild not to let something like that leak. "My name is Leon." Elise smiled, then took a couple of steps forward and took Leon's arm, her soft touch sending shockwaves through Leon's body. "Please come with me, Leon," she sensually whispered, pulling on his arm until he followed her toward the elevator. "I can walk just fine," Leon protested, trying to pull his arm from her grasp, but Elise only held on a little tighter. "Please, Leon, I mean no harm," Elise playfully said, though she didn't release his arm, instead continuing to steer him to the back of the lounge. Leon was about to protest, but a quick scan of the lounge indicated that his treatment was in no way special. There were a few exceptions, but for the most part, the attendants were acting very familiar with their patrons, leaning in, indulging in light touching, or being touched in turn. One pair Leon noticed was a somewhat older noblewoman, or so she appeared, who even let her hand fall down to stroke the inner thigh of her male attendant, which he seemed more than happy to let continue. "This is a strange place," he couldn't help but murmur. Beside him, Elise giggled, both at his statement and his stiff discomfort. "We get that a lot," she said. "This is a place for those who can afford our most expensive services, whether that's blacksmithing, enchanting, or blood magic. We do our best to cater to our patrons' needs, and our attendants have been trained extensively in socializing with those of the upper echelons of society." Leon frowned. He wasn't entirely opposed to the socialization that seemed to be happening here, but it wasn't something he was eager to indulge in. Even Elise's light grasp on his arm was almost too much. Finally, though, Elise steered Leon through one of several large sets of double doors in the back of the lounge, which were then revealed to be the doors to magical lifts. "We're going to the 7th floor, where we'll have a more private place to talk," she said, flashing him another of her radiant and more than a little suggestive smiles. Leon could only take a deep breath and quietly nod. If he were honest, he didn't entirely hate Elise's presence or her touch, but he was still put off by how familiar she was. That they were now going somewhere private left his emotional state a profoundly confusing mess of relief, uncomfortable, anxious, and excited. All of these conflicting feelings were more than Leon could deal with, preventing him from responding to Elise, who laughed again, squeezed his arm, and then touched a few of the runes on a large and complex runic circle hovering as a light projection over the middle of the lift, causing the lift to spring to life and begin rising. Looking at Elise through the corner of his eye, Leon quietly took another deep breath and asked himself, "What in all the hells have I gotten myself into?" Chapter 47. Tower Lord. The private room that Elise took Leon to seemed more like a private lounge than a room in which to conduct business. Several luxurious sofas were arranged around a large glass table, the marble floor tiles were polished to a near mirror shine, there was a minibar in the corner filled with all kinds of multicolored drinks that Leon had no doubt could get even a mage of prodigious power inebriated. Tucked away behind a curtain of black silk was a sliding door to a large bathroom complete with shower and bath. "Please, Leon, make yourself comfortable," Elise whispered to him as she steered him into the room and toward the nearest sofa. Leon wasn't sure how to respond, so he remained quiet. He had no idea why this girl was treating him as she was, and nothing in his past had ever prepared him to deal with such a situation. Once Leon sank into the sofa cushions, glanced back at Elise, who still held his gold card. What now?" he asked. "I'm going to pass this card by our managers downstairs," she swiftly answered, her alluring smile deepening as it became increasingly obvious the effect that she was having on him. "Once we confirm the information on it, we'll have the vaults and accounts that are tied to it, however many there may be, brought up here and opened up to you." Elise indicated an open section of the floor from which Leon could detect a few strands of magic power, a telltale sign of enchantment. "This is where they'll appear from. And, will you be coming back?" Leon hesitantly asked, inwardly cringing at how it sounded coming out of his uncharismatic mouth. Elise held her hand up to her mouth and nobly giggled. "Of course I will. I wouldn't leave you here alone. I'll return to help you with anything you need once I get everything in order, okay?" Leon apprehensively nodded. The only thing he wanted more than for Elise to hurry back was for her to not come back at all, though the latter was losing ground to the former every time he looked at her. "I'll be right back, Leon, please don't go anywhere," she whispered seductively, then began sashaying over to the door. As she pulled it open and stepped through, she paused just for a moment before the door closed to send one last enchanting smile over her shoulder, which had Leon's heart beating in his chest like it wanted to break free from its fleshy prison and follow her wherever she wanted to go. As the door closed, Leon let out a breath that he'd been unconsciously holding. He slapped his face a couple of times to make sure that he was, indeed, still conscious and not stuck in a dream, and he felt just how heated his cheeks had become. As he inspected himself further, he suddenly became very aware of just how dirty he was from the journey south, and he was immensely grateful that the private lounge had its own bathroom. He quickly got up and scurried over, taking every second he'd been given to clean himself up a bit and to prepare himself for Elise's return. With every passing moment, his anxiety settled, and his desire to not see her died with it. Soon enough, there was nothing he was looking forward to more than her return. Elise's smile didn't fade when she left the lounge she'd left Leon in. Instead, it transformed from one of seductive playfulness to one of pure amusement, happiness, and delight. Nearly all of the people she interacted with were local nobles, and their training in etiquette and diplomacy meant that just about all of them were suave, confident almost to a fault, and not shy about pursuing what they wanted. She had endured just about every attempt at flattery and flirting that could be seen under the sun of Eterna, to say the least, and she was more than a little tired of being constantly pursued by young noblemen and occasionally noblewomen who each thought themselves a gift from the ancestors for the targets of their pursuit. However, she had never once seen anyone as innocent and easy to see through as Leon was. He was completely overwhelmed by her, and his attraction was obvious. Adding onto that his power and his possession of a gold card, which under any other circumstance was an object only held by members of royalty, nobility and other elites, were typically awarded a silver card, while commoners would be given a card made of thin but durable enchanted wood, ensured that Leon made almost as strong a first impression on Elise as she had made upon him. And this time, she was the one who was acting as the playful seductress instead of her usual more aloof and far more dignified demeanor. It was a nice change of pace, in her mind, even if it did start as simply a way to have some fun at the expense of the attendants who had been so quick to dismiss someone so young, yet possessed of third-tier power. Were it not for the dust from the road covering him and the simple clothes, she knew they would have immediately thought him the scion of a noble house and been all over him, eager to please and to bring him whatever he needed on the off chance that he might have taken them into his harem. Leon, I don't think I'll be forgetting you anytime soon, she thought, briefly wondering just what circumstances had led him to this point. Whatever they were, she found herself feeling some amount of gratitude for them. She quickly composed herself as she entered the magic lift. Whatever she thought about Leon could wait. The 6th floor of the Heaven's Eye Tower was entirely taken up by the offices of the account managers. Their job, for the most part, was to supervise the smaller Heaven's Eye banks throughout the city and the rest of the Great Plateau, but when a noble came here wanting to access their account, it was always one of these managers who facilitated it. Elise strode off the magic lift as soon as it arrived, took a cursory glance at the desks, and immediately began making for the first account manager, who didn't seem busy, all seduction and playfulness in her attitude gone so quickly it was like it had never been there. Right now, she was all business. Her arrival didn't go unnoticed, and just about everyone briefly stopped what they were doing to stare and wonder just what brought someone of her rank and stature down here, where usually only attendants came. If she had some business with them, then under normal circumstances she would have just issued a summons and any one of them would have been more than happy to go to her instead. Lady Elise, her chosen idol account manager exclaimed as she stopped at his desk. To what do I owe the honor? I need whatever vaults and accounts associated with this card prepared to be opened and brought to room 3 on the 7th floor, she said, her tone commanding but not overbearing. She wasn't impolite, but she wasn't wasting time with pointless pleasantries. Elise held out the gold card that she'd taken from Leon, and the manager's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets when he laid his eyes upon it. The only thing he could think of was, did one of the princes come to the city? He gently took the card, knowing full well that the wealth associated with it was likely orders of magnitude greater than all the money he'd ever make in his lifetime. Every account was given a 16-digit alphanumeric ID, but the card the ID was printed on was so heavily enchanted that it couldn't be read by anyone without a lens that only one of the account managers would possess. The manager pulled out his lens and examined the account ID. All the blood in his face immediately drained away. He read the ID again just to be certain, then shuffled around in his desk and took out a piece of paper. He compared the ID on the card to what was on the paper, then looked back at Elise. Who gave you this card? He asked somewhat timidly, as if he were afraid of angering someone he could not afford to piss off. He was still new, after all, and it would only take one word from Elise to see him fired from Heaven's Eye. Is there a problem with it? Elise asked, her tone turning sharp. My lady, this account was recently locked, as we detected the death of the last member of the family that held it. Oh, Elise frowned. Whoever brought this card likely obtained it through dishonest means and is now attempting to steal those assets. Elise continued frowning. She didn't get that kind of vibe from Leon. She was certain that he was no murderer, thief, or grave robber, but she also knew that appearances could be deceiving. Still, she was inclined to believe that Leon was on the up and up. What then do we do? She asked, her even tone starting to take on a hint of annoyance at this unexpected hiccup. There is a protocol for this, and it isn't like it's guaranteed the card bearer did something shady or illegal. The last account holder may have simply given the card to a friend or passed it on to a child that isn't in our records. Regardless, we're going to need a drop of blood from the card bearer. The manager took out a tiny steel needle and a glass orb, then stood up, making for the magic lift. Elise's frown deepened, but she followed closely behind him. The two were completely silent as they made their way back to the room that Elise had left Leon in. Elise intimidated the living hells out the manager, despite her not doing anything to warrant such fear, but he kept his mouth shut. When they arrived at their destination, Elise took a moment to compose herself, regain her elegant bearing and a light, noble smile, then pushed the door open. Leon cursed himself for his foolishness. He should have gotten a room at an inn somewhere and cleaned himself up before going to Heaven's Eye. No use crying about it now, he forlornly thought as he hurriedly washed his face. He had contemplated making use of the shower that was in the bathroom, but he wasn't sure how much time he had, so he settled on a quick wipe down of his face and getting a change of clothes. He was halfway through the latter when he heard the lounge door open. "Leon," he heard the soft, melodic voice of Elise call out. In here," he responded, his voice shaking in nervousness and embarrassment. Is there anything you need assistance with?" "I'd be more than willing," he heard her say, her voice teasing and playful. No, I'm good, doing just fine," he replied as he threw a dark green silk grass shirt over his head. He didn't bother to put his snow lion coat back on, and instead just stuffed it and the rest of his dirty clothes into his pack. When he left the bathroom, he found Elise and the manager standing there, Elise looking gorgeous and confident, the thin and balding manager looking like he'd rather fade into nothingness rather than continue to be there, a reaction that Leon could understand since he was so close to Elise yet seemingly so ignored. As if to spite that impression, Elise said, "I'm terribly sorry, Leon, but we're going to have to run a quick blood test to get you access to the vaults and accounts associated with this card." Leon hesitantly nodded. Blood magic was one of the most reliable methods for determining someone's identity, but that didn't mean that he was excited about it. The only reason he nodded at all was because of the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild's sterling reputation. Elise flashed him a radiant smile, then turned towards the manager and nodded. She had Leon hold out his hand while the manager drew the steel needle and pricked Leon's finger. Leon hardly felt it, and it didn't seem to leave a wound, but the needle still came away with a single drop of blood. The manager brushed the needle against the glass orb in his other hand, which Leon noted must be heavily enchanted, as the drop of blood passed through the glass like it wasn't even there and hovered in the exact center of the orb. The manager nodded respectfully to Leon, then made for the door. Elise smiled again at Leon, squeezed his hand, then made to follow. "We'll be right back, I'm sorry again for this inconvenience," she breathed. Don't worry about it," Leon replied, perhaps a little too enthusiastically, for Elise giggled again and departed, leaving Leon alone to feel like a complete fool all by himself. With Leon's blood in the orb, Elise and the manager made their way down to the 4th floor of the Heaven's Eye Tower, quite possibly the most unused floor in the entire tower, since it wasn't a place that patrons of Heaven's Eye were allowed. The 4th floor of the tower was taken up by the Heaven's Eye blood mages. Blood magic had a terrible stigma associated with it, with most magicless mortals thinking that it was only about sacrificing to demons or killing people to use their mana to power magic rituals. In fact, vampirism could only be contracted through overindulgence in the more repulsive sides of blood magic. But blood magic had far more benign uses that can't be ignored, such as identification and oath swearing. Swearing blood oaths was an uncommon practice, though, with most people only ever swearing them with the people they most trusted in the world. Even innocent people accused of crimes they didn't commit were often more willing to face the judgment of the arbiters than to try to risk swearing a blood oath, for the words they swore to could always hurt them more than an arbiter's verdict. When Elise and the account manager arrived on the 4th floor, there was only a single blood mage behind the desk. Not many accounts were so tightly secured as to require this level of identification, so the few blood mages who work in the tower generally divide themselves into shifts, so there is rarely more than one blood mage behind the desk at a time. Elise didn't say a word to the on-duty blood mage, instead letting the manager take the lead, for he knew these parts of the protocol better than she did. The manager gingerly put the gold card and the glass orb on the desk, spoke a few words, then waited as the blood mage left the room. Fortunately, this process wasn't very complicated. The blood mage returned after a few minutes holding a bird claw carved from solid gold. Gripped within the talons was another glass orb, about the size of an orange. The blood mage very carefully placed the claw in the center of a magical formation carved into the desk, then placed Leon's orb right next to it. When the blood mage activated the formation, the two orbs slammed together before any of them could blink. It was a good thing these orbs were so heavily enchanted because they would have shattered into dust had they been normal glass. Elise and the account manager had seen this ritual done before, but they had never seen such a strong reaction. The blood mage himself panicked a little, before activating a few runes carved into the edges of the formation. The two orbs unstuck themselves, but the 2 drops of blood could be plainly seen pressed up against the glass, clearly attracted to each other. What was that? The account manager asked quietly. The blood mage thought for a moment before answering. There are 3 possibilities for such an intense reaction. The first is that the blood you brought me is from the same person as our sample. The second is that these samples are from identical twins. We can rule those out, as the orbs were no longer stuck after I activated these runes. The last possibility, and thus the only possibility, is that they share an inherited bloodline of an ascended beast. Regardless, these 2 samples are from close relatives, separated by no more than 2 generations. The blood mage quickly filled out a short document, and gave it to the very relieved account manager, while Elise was lost in thought. A gold card, stronger than 2nd tier at a young age, and an inherited bloodline. Her face scrunched up in confusion and mounting worry. Who are you, Leon? She wondered. Equally mysterious was that gold bird claw, which she'd never seen before. She couldn't imagine who could have been so important to warrant it, for not even the Bull Kings were given such ostentatious holders for their blood orbs. When they returned to the magic lift, the account manager set it for the top floor. Elise was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice until the lift doors opened. She turned to give the account manager a confused and exasperated look, assuming this to be just a stupid mistake, but he just walked past her and made for the huge doors at the end of the hall. She quenched her annoyance and followed, knowing that whatever the manager was doing, he wouldn't be troubling the Tower Lord unless this situation was more important than she realized. The doors opened on their own, and with odd silence given their size. The room beyond was an enormous dimly lit circular chamber, largely empty save for a few pieces of furniture, a gargantuan fire pit in the center of the floor, and a desk at the other end of the chamber, shaped into a half-circle around a plain-looking chair that was facing the doors. The man sitting in the chair seemed middle-aged, though he had run this branch of Heaven's Eye for at least 2 centuries now. He was so strong that even the account manager, who wasn't even of the 1st tier, could feel the hair on his body stand up from this man's passive magical aura alone. He looked up from the papers on his desk, with a face as expressive as stone at least, until his eyes momentarily landed on Elise, which softened his expression for just a moment. But it was only a moment, and when his professional demeanor returned, he asked in a gravelly voice that seemed to echo in the account manager's mind and made him a little weak in the knees, "What do you want?" It took a moment for the manager to compose himself in the Tower Lord's presence. "My lord, that vault you ordered locked last week, a young man has arrived with the card associated with it." The only sign that the Tower Lord was surprised was a slight momentary narrowing of his eyes before he extended his hand. The manager understood exactly what he wanted, and with as much respect and deference as he could, handed over the gold card. The Tower Lord glanced at it, his eyes easily seeing through the myriad enchantments placed upon it. "Anything else?" he growled. The manager wasted no time relaying the results of the blood test, handing the Tower Lord the document from the blood mage. The Tower Lord examined the document with far more care than he did the card, then casually leaned back in his chair. "Have this account's vault brought to the waiting room. I'll go meet this young man myself." The manager's eyes widened in shock, as did Elise's. The young fire-haired woman couldn't help herself and muttered, "Uncle. This is the account of a very special family of clients, it would only be proper for me to greet the new account holder in person." He rose with almost unnatural grace and seemed to glide across the shiny marble floor towards the doors. Elise hurried after him, with the manager not far behind. Elise and the Tower Lord got off the lift on the 7th floor, while the manager took the lift further down, to make the arrangements for Leon's vault to be sent to his waiting room. Elise and her uncle, the Tower Lord, swiftly crossed the distance between the lift doors and the entrance to Leon's waiting room. But upon reaching it, the Tower Lord paused and glanced at Elise, letting his face break out into a fatherly smile. "Tell me, little butterfly, what is your impression of this young man who brought in this card? All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."